Chapter 86. The next morning. Day 2 as a French national. Once again, Ju Hyuk would be clearing the French Black Tower instead of the Korean one. Trying to act like a proper Frenchman, Ju Hyuk poured himself a glass of wine, spread thick cheese onto the baguette he had bought the day before, and took a bite. His tongue felt rough. It did not go down smoothly. Wine in the morning was not helping either. What kind of bread is this? A Korean-descended Frenchman still runs on rice. Having eaten properly, it was time to prepare for the tower. The summons appeared one by one. Bonjour, everyone. Summoner, strong and powerful morning. Young master, did you rest well through the night? All right, everyone is here. Starting today, the real climb of the French Black Tower. There was one thing to settle first. How should we handle tower entry? We get 2 entries a day. Yesterday's 2 runs. Floor 61 did not count as a double S++ due to the level gap, but floor 62 did. There was even a global announcement. So what about today? Ju Hyuk's question split the summoned ones into camps. The Speed faction argued they should start from floor 67 and do 2 double S++ clears per day to finish quickly. The Efficiency faction suggested 1 double S++ clear and 1 repeat exploration run per day, gathering items while climbing steadily. The debate was fierce. Kosak and Veron HK were Speed faction, Gyundale and Rajix were Efficiency faction, and Gobang stayed neutral. The so-called Tower Song debate. The leader of the Speed faction, Lord Kosak, declared, "The real Kabbalan. That bastard put a copy up as a frontman and hit himself, throwing curses from the shadows. You all know how angry Summoner Bong is. From floor 67, 2 floors per day means we reach floor 70 tomorrow. We should catch him fast and let Summoner Bong feel relieved." A solid argument. Flawless logic. As expected of Kosak, the sage of the Efficiency faction, Gyundale, responded, "This is the French Black Tower, and it is the high floors. How many treasures must be sleeping there? Runes and tickets are strategic resources. If we do 1 double S++ clear and 1 repeated exploration run per day, gathering items efficiently while climbing to floor 70, it will greatly help young Master Bong." Wise and thoughtful. The Heavenly Empire's top shrine maiden, truly Gyundale. Then the saint of the Speed faction, Deputy Sergeant Veron HK, countered, "This is already a war. War is speed. We should climb fast so the bastard cannot pull anything else, shove a gun barrel down his throat, and end it. That is proper tactics. Certain victory. The bravery of a special ops sergeant. Her spirit was as bold as her chest. As expected of Veron HK. The Efficiency faction's space farmer Rajix added, "Home. Items. Hui explore. We. Not particularly helpful. There were limits to what cuteness could solve." Then the neutral party, Gobang, spoke up. "Speed is fine, but if we climb 2 floors a day from floor 67 and reach floor 70, the summoner's level will also be 70. At that point, floors more than 5 levels below will no longer grant platinum badges. For that reason, this warrior agrees with Gyundale. A rebellion from neutrality. That tipped the scales toward efficiency. Was the Speed faction about to be purged? Sensing the mood, the Speed faction's leader, Kosak, quickly adjusted. "Now that I think about it, there is no need to rush. How long is our Summoner Bong supposed to keep cleaning up after other countries? It is time each nation learned to manage its own crises." Veron IHK followed up instantly. "A commander who fails logistics is unforgivable. Advancing with ample supplies is the correct approach." The goal of clearing the French Black Tower was not just one thing. Tracking down the real Kabbalan and collecting platinum badges. The curse itself proved the point. If countries panicked this badly over a mere floor 70 boss curse, what would they do on higher floors? They needed to overcome crises on their own. So the French Black Tower would be handled the same way as the Korean one. 1 double S++ clear, 1 exploration run. Entering the French Black Tower, floor 63. A cave-type dark ghoul floor, already familiar territory. They had even done repeated runs here before. Tower exit ring settings. France, one of Europe's biggest tourist destinations. Since he had become French, Ju Hyuk had thought about at least catching a whiff of France. Tourism can wait. The world was in chaos. Sightseeing was only fun when your mind was at ease. He summoned the Holy Sword. Summoner. Return to the bosom of Lord Nigel. I, Lucius Bardin, shall guide thee. The holy sword really talked too much. Swoosh. Giant Go-Bang grabbed Bardin by both ankles. Whoosh. Bardin blazed with light, initiating attribute absorption. Veron HK's magic gun sucked in the holy attribute like a mosquito's proboscis. Go-Bang swung Bardin around like a club while charging forward. It would be over in an instant. No one besides Go-Bang and Veron HK even needed to fight. The dark ghouls were torn apart like paper, smashed by the holy sword and pierced by the holy attribute magic gun. Roll, roll, roll. Rajix tumbled forward, eyes blazing. He went after item exploration, but notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on floor 63 of the Black Tower, France. SS++ clear reward. Platinum badge awarded. Back to Juhyuk's penthouse. The repeat run would wait a bit. They could have gone immediately, but the holy sword was exhausted. Bardin dangled limply from Giant Go-Bang's hand, his face and hair soaked with sweat. Still, he looks lively. Passing judgment on the undead was a paladin's calling. There was even a hint of satisfaction on his face. He was clearly enjoying himself. Cossack picked up a towel, walked over to Bardin, and carefully wiped his face and armor. Looks like they had gotten close without anyone noticing. True enough, though he was a mad, frenzied paladin, was not Bardin someone who threw his entire body into battle, living out the spirit of self-sacrifice to the fullest? Do you feel that sorry for Bardin? Cossack let out a deep sigh. That is not it. His light feels weaker. The holy sword Rajix repaired shines so brightly it nearly blinds you. But our holy sword's light feels comparatively dim. So I figured maybe polishing it would make the light stronger. That was exactly what Juhyuk had expected. Cossack was not the type to feel pity. You have got to wipe it down, tighten it up, oil it properly, and use it well. He was really polishing it with care. So much so that the armor gleamed. Our holy sword will be very necessary when we beat the heck out of the floor 70 Kabbalan copy. We cannot do without it. You know its original class. A merciless, brutal inquisitor of heresy. Current rarity. SR, super rare. Since it was a class meant to identify heretics, it surely had interrogation skills as well. If we want to extract information without killing floor 70 Kabbalan, we will need Bardin's skills. They were not planning to clear floor 70 of the French Black Tower. They planned to keep him alive and interrogate him. Of course, they would lose out on one badge, but as a Frenchman, Juhyuk had to consider France's circumstances too. Reaching floor 70 was already an issue. Clearing it would push things toward a floor 71 challenge. Come to think of it, our holy sword is only SR. That is a shame. If it were a double SR holy sword, the performance would be insane. That was obvious. Could an SR holy sword even be compared to a double SR1? If its rank went up, its light would blaze even brighter. No need to polish it at all. Then we would need runes. Well, maybe they would come as a perk reward. Or maybe Rajix, whose exploration skill had reached LSSR rank, would find another big fragment. Should he take this chance to upgrade our holy sword? For now, he would watch and see. First, repeat missions. And there was someone stealing himself more than anyone else. The space farmer, dead set on item acquisition. If he could find even a single rune fragment, that would be perfect. Tomorrow, an event was scheduled. One more badge would bring the total to 70. The Élysée Palace in France. President Machuron was in a meeting with his aides in his office. France, the world's nuisance nation. No matter how things were spun, Guillaume Loiret, the one who had triggered Kabbalan's curse, was a French player. There were excuses. There was no physical way to stop a player from entering the tower, and no way to know what items were in their inventory once they went up. Who could have predicted that player Guillaume would enter the tower and use a tower jumping ticket? And reaching floor 70, each nation's tower climbs were decided by that nation itself. Any country would have reached floor 70 eventually. So what if France did it a little earlier? And no one knew in advance that the floor 70 boss would be that kind of monster. Of course, hiding his depression was wrong. But there were records showing they had advised him to refrain from tower climbing for a while due to his condition. Even so, condemnation poured in from every country. Approval ratings fell. Every day felt like walking on thin ice. The biggest problem was Guillaume Loiret's death. Even if he had depression, he was France's top player. 6 months remained until the deadline. But there was not a single player capable of clearing floor 70. Not in France, nor anywhere in the world. And if France were hit by Cabalon's curse in that situation, France had been spared in the first and second selections. But what about the third? President Machuron's greatest worry. There was no one who could handle floor 70. In 6 months, or perhaps even sooner, tower collapse was inevitable. But then, what was this? The global announcement French players had heard yesterday. A SS++ clear on floor 62. Why was this coming from France? This was not Korea. What reason could there be? What was the cause? The Élysée Palace went on high alert. And finally, they found it. Bong Joo-hyuk, a player whose 15-day temporary naturalization was approved yesterday at the request of the Korean Awakened Management Agency. Documents and a photograph lay on the desk. He has also long been suspected of being the true owner of the Holy Sword. Taken together, there is a very high chance he is the SS++ clear record holder. President Machuron stared intently at the photograph, then spoke. But his face is different from the one seen during the Hotel Terror incident. Could it not be an item that alters appearance? In any case, that was not what mattered. What mattered was that he was currently French. Can we keep Bong Joo-hyuk in France permanently? That depends on the player's will. What if we simply refuse to process the nationality cancellation on paper? There would be severe backlash. Korea might even declare war immediately. Was war the issue? The Black Tower was on the verge of collapse. What is the stance of the Korean Awakened Management Agency? We asked whether he was truly the SS++ clear holder, and they categorically denied it. They also said he would not clear floor 70, so there was nothing to worry about. Everyone already knew the truth. Still, temptation crept in. We might be able to win over Bong Joo-hyuk. In the past, this sort of thing had happened all the time. When players were brought in via temporary naturalization, they usually visited the country in person. Because the reception was extravagant, they were saviors who had come to help clear that nation's tower. They would be showered with hospitality, drowned in luxury and pleasure, and then gently encouraged to permanently naturalize, to completely transfer their nationality. Betrayal, backstabbing, taking what was not yours. Of course, no one dared try this when there was a massive gap in national power. It was not the US or China. Korea might just be manageable. Ding, ding, ding. Smartphone notifications rang out in the president's office. A SS++ clear record for floor 63 of the French Black Tower. President Machuron made his decision. Contact the French embassy in Korea. Tell them to attempt contact with player Bong Joo-hyuk. It was a chance to save France from the brink. News of the French Black Tower's SS++ clear spread across the world. Naturally, Korea heard as well. The public began to grow anxious. After the UAE, now France too, and with global announcements warning that the risk of tower collapse was increasing by the day. Jean Guang'il was worried sick. He trusted Bong Joo-hyuk, but anxiety was unavoidable. This feels like getting dumped. Do not worry. Love always comes back. It was only a temporary naturalization with an expiration date. As long as player Bong Joo-hyuk's will remains firm, there is no risk of losing him. And there is something to give him as well. Soon, Minister Majed of Saudi Arabia's Tower Climbing Management Bureau will personally crawl his way over carrying a trait enhancement rune. On top of that, the Holy Sword rental will be handled by a level 62 player. Considering that Bong Joo-hyuk will be clearing up to the 67th floor, that means a Holy Sword rental fee of $50 million plus a trade enhancement rune. One can say with absolute certainty that player Bong Joo-hyuk will never permanently naturalize. That aside, among the 10 countries selected in the first round, there was still one country completely at a loss. A country with the shortest remaining collapse deadline, no less. Japan must be helpless. It looks like even the US has turned its back on them. The late 50s floors are an awkward range to be stuck in. What if they ask us for help? Well, from a humanitarian standpoint, we could temporarily naturalize one elite player to Japan. Team leader Lee Min-ah? Team leader Lee Min-ah was both a division chief at the agency and a player. Her level was an astonishing 61. Not long ago, she had successfully cleared the 60th floor. Of course, there has to be a price. Right? Negotiations with Japan should not be viewed only in terms of money. There would be plenty to extract in exchange for helping them clear the tower. For instance, The recent incident involving forced equity transfer demands against Korean companies. Japan's most popular social media platform was, in fact, created by a Korean company. Ownership of the platform was split 50-50 between Korean and Japanese firms. Yet the Japanese government had demanded that the Korean portal service company hand over its shares. Shameless bastards. By what right did they think they could tell Korean companies to give up their shares? If Japan requested temporary naturalization, this issue would be the first thing brought to the table. But they still have not contacted us. I heard they cannot handle the collapsing deadline. They will come soon enough. If even the US cannot help them, who else is there to beg? I do not know. I get the feeling Japan is about to make a terrible decision. Park Jae-soo tilted his head. The Kawaguchi cabinet's approval rating has dropped a lot. The right-wing base is barely propping them up. Asking Korea for help at a time like this? If they do that, it would fall even further. Yes, they might be prepared for collapse. They might even think that is the better option. Park Jae-soo agreed with Jun Gwang-il. In some ways, Japan was crazier than China. In truth, Japan was facing an existential crisis. Collapse was right in front of them. Japan's Black Tower, located west of Mount Fuji. World announcements were ringing out for players of Japanese nationality. Notice, progress in climbing the Japanese Black Tower is insufficient. Notice, tower collapse countdown has been activated. Notice, the countdown will stop upon successful ascent of an uncleared upper floor. Notice, time remaining until tower collapse, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Japan had just one day left. A tragedy was unfolding. This novel is a nationalist power fantasy. It was always meant to be that way, ever since he assigned players to towers by country. He also deliberately made the Awaken Management Agency highly competent. Korean politicians do not appear. Neither ruling nor opposition parties show up. The president rarely appears as well. This was intentional. Instead, everyone except Korea gets roasted. China gets roasted, Saudi Arabia gets roasted, Japan gets roasted, France gets roasted, and later, even the United States will get roasted. There was a correction regarding the rune fragment item. Almost complete. Summoned being Great Up Rune, 6 of 7. This item had already been used earlier. It has been deleted. Sorry for the confusion. Chapter 87. Before the countdown to the collapse of Japan's Black Tower began. A small, old house in a tiny rural city in Gunma Prefecture. The place where the player Yu Chul-min, who had been naturalized as a Japanese citizen, was hiding and living. Self-defense force soldiers had surrounded the house. The homeowner was gone. Yu Chul-min had entered the tower. Specifically, the 58th floor of Japan's Black Tower. A self-defense force officer stared at his watch. Tick, tick, tick. Time flowed on mercilessly. The fixed time limit for the raid, 14 hours, had passed. But Yu Chul-min did not come out. That meant not a simple failure, but death inside the tower. No one had expected success from the start. Tower raids are largely a test of a player's mental strength. What could anyone expect from an alcoholic player whose mind was addled by booze and drugs? The officer picked up the phone and reported somewhere. It is a failure. Yu Chul-min died inside the tower. Yes, we will withdraw. After ordering their own domestically trained players on suicide missions inside the tower, there was no way they would simply let a naturalized player walk free. The Japanese government mobilized every possible means. They even actively engaged in diplomatic battles. They contacted every country without exception that possessed a player capable of clearing the 58th floor. It almost seemed like it would work. The amount Japan offered was unimaginably huge. But unfortunately, the list of countries selected for the second Kubalon curse was announced. A full 20 countries. Brazil, one of the countries Japan had contacted, was included. In this situation, which country would agree to temporary naturalization? They said a third wave could happen, then a fourth, a fifth as well. The United States had already sent its players who specialized in naturalization elsewhere. They said they had no players to send to Japan. There was, however, one country with some leeway. The chief cabinet secretary spoke to Prime Minister Kawaguchi. We must ask Korea for help. There is no other way. I will make a direct request through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Prime Minister Kawaguchi bit his lip hard once before continuing. If we borrow the power of Korean players, we can avoid the tower's collapse. But our political lives will end that very day. Can you bear that responsibility? Did they think a request for temporary naturalization would come for free? If it were only money, that would be a blessing. Territorial disputes between the two countries, national defense issues, economy and trade, historical issues, distortions of history, the return of cultural assets. On every pending issue, Japan would have to step back, and the Kawaguchi cabinet would bear that responsibility. What good is avoiding the tower's collapse if you yourself are ruined? At that point, losing the prime minister's seat would not be the problem. You would actually die. It is better to face the tower's collapse. That way, we can find a breakthrough on the other side. That was how Kawaguchi saw it. When a national crisis strikes, it becomes easier to unite the people. The chief cabinet secretary could not refute it. The United States had successfully cleared 2 towers. They were originally supposed to depart for the U.S. today, but the trip was postponed. A SS++ rank clear had suddenly erupted in France. There was no way they could ignore that. The moment the U.S. became aware of it, they immediately activated their intelligence network. And then they learned the truth. The temporary naturalization of the Korean player Bong Joo-hyuk in France. And immediately afterward, the nationwide announcement regarding France's Black Tower. So it really was player Bong Joo-hyuk. Minister Mac Millan spoke with an incredulous expression. This feels like we were properly sucker-punched. I thought he was just a decoy player put forward as misdirection. Director Antonio felt the same. He did not actually go to France, did he? Our information says he stayed at home. And he did not even use the Holy Sword. Yes, it was a SS++ clear without the Holy Sword. That is insane. How on earth did he do it? To be honest, they still could not understand it. He probably repaired the Holy Sword himself. And the supplier of the tower materials was likely Bong Joo-hyuk as well. Then what about those 2 who appeared at the hotel? I have no idea either. Why did Bong Joo-hyuk temporarily naturalize as French? That too. Well, maybe just to see Kabalan's face. With the tower basically open all the way to the 70th floor. The deeper they dug, the more questions arose instead of answers. I would like to meet him once. Do you think the Korean Awakened Management Agency would allow that? What is the problem? In a democratic country, who can suppress an individual's freedom? Then, Minister, you handle it yourself. I know nothing. I do not want to ruin my relationship with the Deputy Commissioner. Minister Mac Millan understood as well. For a foreign politician to approach a state-managed elite, especially a top-tier player, was extremely rude. But could he really suppress his curiosity? Oh right, Japan seems intent on holding out. They seem to have already given up. It turned out just as you feared. Do you think it will collapse? In fact, there was a simple solution. Improve relations with Korea. If the Japanese government gave Korea what it wanted and begged them to stop the tower's collapse, that would be the end of it. But they were not doing that. What about the White House? There are plenty of pro-Japan advisors. They might order support. Mac Millan answered with a bitter smile. They said to wait and see. We also have a tower located on a seismic zone. They want to observe what kind of effect a tower's collapse has on fault lines. A tower collapse would not be Japan's first. The Mumbai Tower had collapsed as well. However, there was almost no remaining data on exactly how the Mumbai Tower collapsed. All that could be seen was a massive sinkhole. The United States wanted to observe everything, from beginning to end. The scene of Japan's Black Tower collapsing. Thus, Japan would become a gigantic testing ground. A place where the process and results of a tower collapse could be vividly observed. Day 3 of French nationality. Joo-hyuk smoothly cleared the 64th floor as well. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on the 64th floor of the Black Tower, France. SS++ clear reward. You have been awarded a platinum badge. Platinum badge total, 70. At the same time, he finished the repeat clear of the 64th floor. Now, let us try assembling the fragments that Rajix collected. The main event is always postponed. Goodness, you collected this many fragments, merci. Let us put them together. A heap of runes and ticket fragments. But only a tiny portion of them could actually be matched. The combination conditions were extremely strict. Fail, 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 fail. A streak of duds. Still, once in a while, slide. Click. They stuck together, one by one. Of course, completion was still a long way off. Rajix looked disappointed. Hey, why so down? We matched way more than before. The fragments Rajix had gathered were not only numerous, but also high quality. All right, All right. Let us give a round of applause for our best worker, Monsieur Rajix. Clap, 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 clap. Anyway, the pre-event was over. Next came the main event. Will a trade enhancement rune come out? Most likely, once the French naturalization period ended, the random summon cooldown would reset. If it came out at this moment, it would be perfect. Ju Hyuk checked his inventory. A number impossible to gather through normal climbing. You would need to clear the 70th floor to have 70. You will be granted special benefits for accumulating 70 platinum badges. Benefit. You will be given a start pack for high floor climbing above the 71st floor, along with a commemorative bonus for clearing the 70th floor. A sudden start pack. And it is for climbing floors above the 71st? It seemed the system judged that since he had 70 badges, he had cleared the 70th floor. So it was also giving a commemorative bonus for clearing the 70th floor. Well, I am grateful if they give it early. But a start pack, does that mean a new beginning? He had heard rumors before that things start to change at the 71st floor. Just what changes exactly? Benefit. Would you like to open the start pack? Benefit. You have received a tower floor intrusion ticket. Benefit. You have received a rune of summoned being resurrection. Benefit. You have received a tower raid mission reset ticket. Bonus. You have received a multinational tower access ticket. Bonus. You have received a rune of summoned being rank upgrade. There were items he had never seen before. 3 of them, no less. First, the tower intrusion ticket. By definition, it meant barging in without permission. Effect. Allows you to intrude into a tower floor currently being raided by another player. Entry-level requirements must be met. Usable from the 71st floor onward. That would mean being in the same space as another player. Next, the rune of summoned being resurrection. Effect. Revives one deceased summoned being. Consumed upon use. Usable from the 71st floor onward. Does that mean it is dangerous enough for summoned beings to die? Finally, the tower raid mission reset ticket. Effect. Resets a tower raid mission when failure is anticipated. Consumed upon use. Usable from the 71st floor onward. This, too, implied that raids would become extremely difficult. He would find out once he entered what kind of missions would appear. But at this point, these were not particularly necessary for Ju Hyuk. The bonuses were more useful instead. The multinational tower access ticket and the rune of summoned being rank upgrade. The rune should go to Bardin. Kosak, who had been watching TV, let out a short exclamation. The Japan tower is going to collapse. Ju Hyuk walked over to the TV. The summoned beings followed. At the top of the screen was the countdown to the collapse of Japan's Black Tower. There was not much time left. No. How did it get that bad? Other countries were succeeding one by one, escaping the list of selected nations. Princess, did you cast some kind of curse on Japan? Absolutely not, Your Grace. This humble one never did such a thing. Then why are they like that? Superior Veron HK KLHBR. I did not do it. Even the warrior does not know. A statement from the Japanese Prime Minister was broadcast as well. It was long-winded, but the gist was that they were prepared to accept the tower's collapse. That crazy bastard. Kawaguchi does not even deserve to be an apartment residence representative. The height of incompetence. Japan is really pitiful. Kosak also seemed worried about Japan's tower collapse. They say Japan trips are the best bang for your buck. Would not it have been great if our summoner Bong went on a Japan trip and then it collapsed? Such a shame. Incredible. Truly incredible. Is that really the problem right now? Ju Hyuk could not help anyway. He had already used both of his tower entries. All he could do was watch. Wow. Kinda want to conquer Japan. Of course, he should not be thinking that. The time of fate drew near. Notice. Time remaining until tower collapse. 6 hours, 38 minutes, 12 seconds. Near the western side of Mount Fuji. Since it was mountainous terrain, it was quite far from any inhabited city. There were a few small villages, but all had already been evacuated. The Hamokan nuclear power plant, about 15 kilometers away from the tower, had also been shut down. The Japan Self-Defense Forces, under an emergency security deployment order, were stationed around the tower. The collapse drew ever closer. If it became reality, it would be the second in the world. Notice, time remaining until tower collapse. 4 hours, 51 minutes, 25 seconds. The cabinet government seemed to have already made up its mind. The prime minister personally appeared to deliver a statement. He began with Dejiza, the traditional form of apology. Despite his status as prime minister, he prostrated himself and pressed his head completely to the floor. This is humiliating. Japan's strength was insufficient. In the end, we failed to escape the curse. And yet, not a single country stepped forward to help us. Instead, they mocked Japan by imposing excessive, humiliating conditions. The spirit of Great Japan will not submit. Using this crisis as a stepping stone, we will arm ourselves as an even stronger Japan. According to consultations with experts, scholars, and scientists, the probability of a mega-earthquake caused by the tower's collapse is extremely low. The Hamaoka nuclear power plant is also outside the projected damage range. However, for the safety of our citizens, please complete evacuation to nearby shelters before the tower collapses. Whenever a Japanese prime minister personally performed jiza, the public's hearts usually softened. It had always been that way. The Japanese people quietly accepted it. There were, however, those who resisted. Mostly the younger generation. Those who had never experienced the dazzling days of Japan's bubble era. Alienated, impoverished youths whose ambitions had been worn down. They took to the streets, demanding that Japan ask Korea for help and calling for countermeasures. But their voices were thoroughly ignored. Time continued to pass. Notice, time remaining until tower collapse. 2 hours, 51 minutes, 25 seconds. The rest of the world also turned its eyes toward Japan. What outcome would Japan's choice bring? Notice, time remaining until tower collapse. 1 hour, 7 minutes, 34 seconds. U.S. forces stationed in Japan entered a state of extreme alert. Reconnaissance aircraft flew over the tower. Broadcast helicopters? They circled the tower from afar, timing their approach to capture the moment of collapse. A sinkhole with an estimated diameter of 10 kilometers. Would the ring of fire react? Notice, time remaining until tower collapse. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 59 seconds. Notice, time remaining until tower collapse. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 30 seconds. Then, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The tower began to sink into the ground. In truth, the tower itself was not that wide, only about 500 meters in diameter. If it collapsed underground, the resulting hole should have been about 500 meters wide as well. Everything around it collapsed together. Mountain ridges, valleys, grass and trees, rocks, abandoned houses. Like a finger pressing down into a soft cake, a massive hole of unfathomable depth formed. Tremors shook the Mount Fuji region, or a volcanic eruption. The Japanese people trembled in fear. A repeat of the Great Kanto earthquake? The vibrations suddenly stopped. The Mount Fuji area fell silent. No sound could be heard. All that remained was the enormous sinkhole. It stayed that way. No further changes. No volcanic eruption. The Hamaoka nuclear power plant, 15 kilometers away from the tower, was unharmed. Prime Minister Kawaguchi, watching the collapse footage, clenched his fist tightly. The gamble had paid off. They had avoided a mega-earthquake. A probability as small as a needle's eye had come true. The only damage was a massive hole with a diameter of 10 kilometers. We survived. Congratulations, Prime Minister. Then, the address to the nation. That was when it happened. The Tokyo Prime Minister's residence began vibrating like a smartphone. Clatter, clatter, clang. Crack, crack, crack. The concrete floor split apart, and the building lurched sideways. At the same time, the outside grew dark as if night had fallen. What is this? Prime Minister Kawaguchi witnessed it through the shattered window. Right next to the Prime Minister's residence, as if bamboo shoots were sprouting. A gigantic tower burst upward, smashing through concrete and asphalt. Overturned roads, cars shoved aside, collapsing buildings, people screaming. No one had anticipated this. A newly forming tower, in the heart of Tokyo? Even the Prime Minister's residence could not escape. It collapsed completely under the impact of the tower's emergence. A truly spectacular annihilation. The real damage inflicted upon Japan that day was not from the tower's collapse, but from the creation of a new tower. And the misfortune was not yet over. Chapter 88. This year's blockbuster movies flopped. A tower collapse followed by the birth of a new tower. How could a movie ever capture such a spectacle? TV news broadcast exactly what happened in reality, yet it felt unreal beyond belief. So strange it felt even while watching with one's own eyes. The heart of Tokyo. A jet-black tower so enormous that Tokyo Tower looked like a toy by comparison. There are quite a few countries where towers stand near cities or on the outskirts. But is there another tower like that one, standing alone amid a dense forest of skyscrapers? How many victims were there? Rumors said even the Prime Minister's residence in Tokyo had collapsed. Hey, Mr. Cossack. Seriously, my head is spinning, and you are just munching on popcorn. Sorry. Want some popcorn? Give it here. And a drink too. Eating it all by yourself, no loyalty at all. This was not really a situation for popcorn, but hearing the crunching next to him made it impossible to resist. The tower collapse followed by the creation of a new tower, but it appeared in a really terrible place. If the demon race Kabbalan's third curse activated on Japan's Black Tower in that situation, it would be adding fuel to the fire. Worst of the worst. Why would they make that choice? To add tension to the increasingly lax tower raids? If that was the goal, it worked. The entire world was shaken. Japan's tower collapse sounded a global alarm. Governments around the world began moving in close coordination. Through dialogue and compromise, concessions and negotiations, diplomacy, countries without leeway in their raids received support from temporarily naturalized players, while supporting nations were compensated to their satisfaction. Is this a blessing in disguise? Using Japan's Black Tower collapse as a lesson, the world was cooperating instead of standing alone. Just then Buzz. His smartphone vibrated. The deputy director? No, it was an unfamiliar number. At a time like this, it is not voice phishing, right? Oh, Mr. Boong, hello? My Korean no good, but I practice lot. I am U.S. Department of Homeland Security Minister Macmillan. Why was a foreigner calling? And what was Department of Homeland Security? Whether it was phishing or not, it was troublesome either way. What was he even supposed to talk about? Buzz. Another call. Anyang Gaesiong. I am Michel Audrian from the French Embassy. Was his personal information leaked? This is bad enough already. He turned his phone completely off. Turning his head, Ju Hyuk noticed Lu Shu's Bardin, the Holy Sword, sitting blankly in a corner of the living room. Normally, he would have dismissed the summon right away, but, you may speak now. Summoner. Repent. Please return to the bosom of the god Nigel. Mentioning the god Nigel is prohibited. So is urging repentance. TSK. When will he ever change? Mr. Bardin, it is always Nigel with you. Did you receive some divine revelation? You did not, right? Or rather, you could not have. That god disappeared. You know that too, do you not? A brutal fact bomb. Perhaps because of that, Bardin could not respond. Nigel, the Lord God. The God he had believed in his entire life. He thought Nigel was an absolute deity with eternal, immutable authority, but the summoner was right. The God had vanished. The authority was gone, leaving only attributes behind. And so Bardin himself had been abandoned. How could he not know? He just did not want to admit it. Mr. Bardin, let us drop the talk of conversion and repentance and just get along together. Honestly, it hurt my heart seeing you forced to be swung around like a sword all this time. Is a person a sword? Huh. If you are human, live like a human, yeah? Bardin's expression turned sorrowful. Ju Hyuk gently patted his shoulder. Pitiful. Truly pitiful. Whether Bardin had been a vicious inquisitor did not matter. Was he an evil person? By Earth's ethics, yes. He had killed countless people simply because they followed a different religion. But Bardin was not from Earth. He was from another world. A world where gods truly existed. He had been a faithful paladin, obeyed divine revelations, and upheld doctrine strictly. He had fulfilled his duty. That was the righteous way of life in his world. Therefore, judging him by Earth's standards was wrong. Ju Hyuk handed Bardin the rune of summon being rank upgrade he had received as a special bonus. G gasp. This is. Raise your rank and start over. Tears welled up in Bardin's eyes. Whoosh. Was this the radiance of pure emotion? This is what a real man is. Move hearts with sincere words, then seal it with a gift from the heart. Who could possibly resist? Cossack seemed moved as well. He took out a towel and wiped the glowing tears from Bardin's eyes. The light is kinda weak. Thought he would change more after getting emotional, but the light got even weaker. When is he gonna be a proper holy sword? What a shameless destroyer of emotion. From this day forth, Lucius Bardin shall be your servant. My lord, not obedience bound by principle, but loyalty born from the heart. I, Bardin, swear it in my name. He was not even hoping for this much. May the light bless my lord. All right, raise your rank, and we will meet again. Dismiss Bardin. The summoned beings watched silently, then burst into applause. Kaya. So cool. My lord, it felt like reading a fantasy novel. So romantic. Even the warrior feels his loyalty. This maiden is in awe. A man who rules not by force, but by virtue is called a true gentleman. Truly, you possess the bearing of a great lord. Commander, I, Veronechka Kalhber, feel my heart burning hot. Feels like it. Standing next to Veronechka makes me feel warm too. How embarrassing. All that over this. Well, it does feel nice. The Korean Awaken Management Agency. The atmosphere was tense. No matter how bad relations with Japan were, watching a black tower collapse in real time was deeply distressing. And then, on top of that, the creation of a new tower. The damage was greater than the collapse itself. After all, it had erupted right in the middle of a major city. We should have just cleared it without conditions. Do not say such nonsense. Since when has there ever been a conditionless temporary naturalization? We could have cleared it first, then. You are great in many ways, but your heart is too soft. Are we suckers? Honestly, if they had offered even a single apology, it would not have come to this. Director Park Jae-soo spoke firmly. That will not change in the future either. Even if the Japanese archipelago gets torn to shreds by a tower collapse, we will not accept a temporary naturalization request without compensation. Jun Gwang-il agreed. You are right. I just said it because innocent people are getting hurt due to deranged politicians. I feel the same way. What is France's reaction? They will make a move soon. Of course, now that Bong Joo-hyuk's identity is out, there is no way they will stay still. Speaking of which, what if France refuses to restore his nationality? Would that not just earn Bong players' resentment? I am saying this because there is precedent. I understand your concern, but that will not apply to Bong player. What Director Park was referring to was the infamous temporary naturalization betrayal. A contract is signed for temporary naturalization for a fixed period, but when the player requests to renounce it, the government refuses approval and instead tries to force full naturalization. Temporary naturalization. Honestly, it is a ridiculous term. Naturalization is naturalization. What is with the temporary part? By definition, naturalization means permanently changing one's nationality. Residence changes. Immigration follows. That is how it works for ordinary people. But players are different. For players, naturalization involves the system. Their affiliation on the status window changes. That is temporary naturalization. Does a player's real-world nationality even matter? What matters is which tower they are affiliated with on the status window. Whether a player lives in the US or Korea, they can only enter the tower tied to their status window affiliation. Temporary naturalization is verified through the status window. Their actual nationality remains unchanged. In reality, it is no different from dual citizenship. Though the system itself does not allow dual citizenship. Then how is this possible? Because player temporary naturalization is itself a system function. Whether under coercion or personal choice, once the player's will is expressed, the system intervenes. In that way, under the system's supervision, a contract is formed through the player's will and the receiving country's approval. A player cannot change nationality by will alone, nor can a country forcibly impose nationality on a player. The intentions and procedures of both contracting parties must align. Then what about the home country? The original country the player belonged to before temporary naturalization. Is its approval required? In Bong Joo-hyuk's case, South Korea's approval was not required during his temporary naturalization to France. Because his original nationality, South Korea, was determined naturally at birth. It was not a nationality assigned through a system-managed contract. He was merely registered in the status window automatically upon awakening. Unless something special happens, players normally climb the tower of the country they were born in. But once they undergo temporary naturalization even once, everything changes. They become bound by contract. Because the system intervened and changed Joo-hyuk's nationality to France. A system-approved temporary nationality change. However, to change nationality again, the system-managed contract must first be nullified. Without the approval of the French government, one of the contracting parties, Ju Hyuk's status window affiliation cannot be restored. Well, if both sides agree and neither wants to revert his nationality, he would simply continue living as a French citizen. And while an existing contract is in place, no new contract is possible. While bound by a temporary naturalization contract, a player cannot sign another with a third country. Even U.S. players who specialize in temporary naturalization can only be contracted to one country at a time. To be dispatched elsewhere, the existing contract must first end. The reason players kidnapped by China were able to regain their original nationality was because the Chinese government erased their temporary Chinese nationality to destroy evidence. That is why temporary naturalization is not something to take lightly. A country needs power to prevent getting stabbed in the back. Or the player needs power. That was why the Awakened Management Agency had not blocked Ju Hyuk's temporary naturalization. He was freer than any other player, because he possessed real, overwhelming force. But Bong Ju Hyuk himself is not a ruthless person, is he? If anything, he is closer to timid. I worry he might get dragged around. Zheng Guangil felt his lips itch. Director Park did not know, because it had been kept secret, how Chairman Lin Xiaoming of China had died. Whether it was an accident or deliberate murder, two national leaders were already dead. He sincerely hoped France would not make a wrong decision. Otherwise, the French president might end up on that list as well. Day 4 of French nationality. The day to challenge the 65th floor. Come to think of it, it is the Doulahan floor. It was a fairly difficult level. The Doulahan itself was not that hard, but charging through an undead grand army had left his mouth tasting bitter with exhaustion. Just thinking about it. A tsunami-like wave of undead. And Rajix's sudden antics. But this time would be different. What had changed since then? Verona H. Ka's SSR rank upgrade. With her attribute absorption ability, she could now use the Holy Magic Gun. And Bardin's SSR rank upgrade as well. Since it was a single rank promotion, one day was enough. How much had he changed? People do not change easily. You do not fix a black-haired beast. He will start yelling about repentance the moment he shows up. The warrior does not think so. His sincerity was visible. He will change. He was clearly moved by the great benevolence of our noble lord. The easiest way to find out. Designated summon. Lu Shu's Bardin. A heavily armored holy knight appeared in the penthouse living room. A gentle radiance wrapped around his body. A softer expression, yet eyes filled with depth. The holy knight and inquisitor, Lu Shu's Bardin, immediately knelt on one knee before Ju Hyuk. My lord, this humble Bardin reports for duty. Definitely different. He felt steadier. What about the catalog? Catalog. A loyal holy knight who abandoned a forgotten god and sought a new lord. Name. Lu Shu's Bardin. Rank. SSR, special super rare. Type. Holy knight, human. Manifestation duration, 7 hours. Satisfaction rating. None. Resummon cooldown, 3 hours, applies after dismissal. Welcome. You are reassuring. Seeing my lord satisfied puts my heart at ease. Who said people do not change? Bardin had truly turned over a new leaf. Just like I predicted. With a strong enough trigger, people can change. You just said black-haired beasts cannot be fixed. Our holy sword is not black-haired, is he? He is blonde. Anyway, let us enter the tower. It really was good to follow the practical advice. Do not rush upward. Climb steadily while farming items and platinum badges. Now all summoned beings were SSR rank, including Bardin. Entering the 65th floor of the French Black Tower. Even from the safe zone, the endless undead could be seen. The strategy remained the same. Break through the undead legion and defeat the Doulahan directly. But the party composition had changed. Previously, Gobang stayed in the rear. Now the tank was Lu Shu's Bardin. Rajix and Gyun Dale rode atop gigantic Gobang's shoulders. With trustworthy Bardin at the front, the party advanced. Aya! Brilliant SSR radiance. The undead staggered back just from the impact of that light alone. Bardin's flail came crashing down like a bolt of lightning. A shockwave of holy energy swept across the battlefield. The undead caught in it collapsed instantly, without even a chance to resist. And that was not all. Assault mode. Holy attribute buckshot loaded. Commencing attribute fire. Sha-sha, sha-sha, sha-sha. Varon Hka's holy attribute buckshot tore through the field. Before, it had merely driven the undead back. Now, it was extermination. Any undead that accepted the holy buckshot simply disintegrated into dust. Varon Hka was impressive, but Bardin made it abundantly clear why holy knights were the natural enemies of the undead. The flail, blazing with radiance, danced. Honestly, that flail alone looked far better than the repaired holy sword. The gleaming spiked plate armor. Undead that attacked him were the ones taking damage instead. Wherever he passed, a path was carved out. The Dullahan charged in on a skeletal steed. It and its skeletal mount were smashed flat by a single strike of Bardin's flail. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on the 65th floor of the Black Tower, France. SS++ clear reward. You have been awarded a platinum badge. Ju Hyuk was genuinely awed. Bardin reborn, not as a holy sword, but as a holy knight. Majestic, dignified. He did not even look tired. Want to go again? My lord, merely give the order. So they immediately started a repeat clear, sweeping away the undead legion, taking their time with the Dullahan while Rajix farmed items. The flail danced. On the 65th floor, Bardin was invincible. Bardin tilted his head. Something seemed unsatisfying. At last, he stopped dead and looked at Gobang. Heretical barbarian. Lift me and swing me. That would be more efficient. Fine. I will grant your wish. There was no time to stop him. Gobang grabbed Bardin's ankles with his huge hands and, as always, swung him with brutal force. CRSHSHSHSH. Bardin was flung through the air. His flail smashed everything along with him. Ju Hyuk witnessed it. Yes, this feeling exactly. The satisfied smile on Bardin's face. The madness-filled gleam in his eyes. I am my lord's holy sword. Bardin had finally realized his true purpose. Cossack looked pleased. Told ya. He is a pervert. People do not change. He was going to lose his mind. But what can you do? He chose this himself. Chapter 89. He thought he was a holy knight, but it turns out he was a heavenly holy sword. No. Do you really like getting grabbed and swung around that much? Still, it is quite a spectacle. With both ankles seized by the giant guard, shouting light, as he plows through the undead with his own body, the human holy sword, Bardin. It is efficient. He will give him that. The reach is longer. The full-body spiked armor gives him considerable inherent destructive power, and on top of that there is the secondary flail attack. Is he a pervert or an extremist efficiency junkie? Either way, Bardin is a key combat asset to the team. So, in commemoration, an immediate badge awarding ceremony. In recognition of your noble spirit of self-sacrifice, fearlessly throwing your entire body into battle and greatly contributing to the tower conquest, we hereby award you this badge. The badge was pinned to the underwear beneath his armor. My lord, give the command at once. I am the sovereign sword. Bardin trembled with tears of emotion. TSK. What is so great about being a human holy sword anyway? Anyway, tonight we are having a team dinner. Let us raid the fridge. It has been quite a while since Bardin was summoned, but he is basically a new family member now. We need to build camaraderie, too. One of these days he should catch the Mad Demon Lord and include him as well. The conquest of the French Black Tower continued. The promised temporary naturalization period was 15 days. Let us finish this quickly and restore the original nationality. Day 5 of French nationality. 66th floor. Spectre. Cleared without difficulty. SS++ rank completion. Day 6 of French nationality. 67th floor. Phantom Reaper. An undead monster Ju Hyuk was encountering for the first time. Well, it had the peculiarity of using a long-range dark aura, but what is hard about this? At least the specter was big. Cleared without difficulty. SS++ rank completion. The level went up, too. Day 7 of French nationality. They had finally made it this far. A floor technically cleared using tower jumping tickets, but one no player had ever truly conquered. According to Cossack, the 67th floor was the limit you could reach with a holy sword that lacked durability before repairs. From the 68th floor onward, it got difficult. Because the Death Knight appears. Just hearing the name made it sound ominous. Sure, the Dullahan had been a knight too, but it did not have a head. The Death Knight, on the other hand, had a perfectly intact one. 68th floor mission, defeat 4 Dark Death Knights. Time limit, within 15 hours. 4? The number suddenly dropped a lot. That means they are that much more troublesome. You should not feel relieved just because there are fewer enemies. A small number means they are individually that powerful. Soon, all 4 Death Knights appeared at once, maintaining distance from each other at the front. Look at that armor. Even if you break through the dark aura, its inherent defense makes it hard to land an effective hit. On top of that, black flames rising from their entire bodies. The densest dark aura they had encountered so far. Their swordsmanship skills are no joke either. That is why they are tricky for melee players. Well, that does not mean ranged combat is particularly easy either. Honestly, he is a little intimidated. Jet black armor, a body as large as the giant guards, an enormous great sword, eyes gleaming like a beast's. Compared to that, what am I? This cowardly timidity of a weak man, utterly impossible to overcome. At least inside the tower, he wanted to be a real man, but the Death Knights blocked the way. Can you step on the Death Knights? You said they were difficult? That applies to ordinary players. I was thinking it was about time to show my blood jade steel energy in actual combat. Cossack jumped in shock. Oh, Master Summoner, you do not need to move at all. If you personally deal with trash like those armor-wearing bastards, your dignity will suffer. Is that so? It is just that I am naturally a real man, so I am itching to step in. Of course. How could I not know you are a real man? Still, please hold back. Not to be outdone. Young master, please protect your noble body. Crude physical combat is the servant's duty. Summoner, rest. I will handle everything. Well, if they insist, there is nothing he can do. He wanted to show off blood jade steel energy just once. Right at that moment. Senior Veron HK Kali please leave this operation to me. I will finish the Death Knights in one stroke. As expected of Veron HK, her confidence was palpable, just as full as her chest. Yes, I will trust you, Senior Veron HK. Guaranteed victory. Veron HK thought her opportunity had finally come. A moment to meet the commander's expectations. She was a veteran sniper from the Mage Empire's Northern Ranger unit. The Ranger unit was the Empire's elite, even among elites. But after joining the new commander's team, she had never had the chance to properly display a sniper's true power. She had only played backup roles or pulled monsters. She endured it, patiently waiting for the moment to show the true skill of a Mage Empire Ranger sniper. That moment was now. The formation was set. Veron HK in the center, Rajix on the right, and the Holy Sword Bardin on the left. Prone firing position. Blazing flames of radiant brilliance. Commencing attribute absorption. Aiming simultaneously. A magic rifle upgraded to SSR rank, now equipped with a guidance function. Senior Veron HK's magic rifle, having absorbed Bardin's holy attribute, blazed with flames of radiant brilliance. It felt like watching a spaceship fire a super photon cannon. True to its power, the recoil was tremendous. The moment it fired, Veron HK's entire body, wrapped in a full body-tight suit, rocked violently. The large caliber round pierced straight through the Death Knight's dark aura and struck squarely in its chest. A round powerful enough to demolish buildings. And now packed full of holy energy thanks to attribute absorption. That single shot completely consumed every mana stone loaded into the weapon. Back when Veron HK had been deployed to defend the northern fortress in her living days, large caliber rounds were reserved exclusively as single-strike finishers for gigantic monsters. For example, ultra-colossal beasts like Yamungander. Even then, she had not been able to use them freely. The mana stone consumption was simply too high. But now, things were different. Thanks to Quartermaster Rajix's infinite mana stone supply. Pong. The Death Knight just exploded, shattered to pieces along with its armor. No way anyone could hold back after seeing that. Juhyuk burst into praise. Clap, 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 clap. Bardin radiated brilliance, charging the attribute. Rajix opened his subspace backpack and fully reloaded the magic rifle with mana stones. Ziying. Pajujuk. After upgrading to SSR rank, the number of large caliber rounds Senior Vranichka could fire was 3 in total. Ziying. Pajujuk. 3 large caliber shots. 3 direct hits. The last remaining one? Pupiyuke. Puk. It ended up getting thrashed by the flail. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rank on the 68th floor of the Black Tower, France. SS++ clear reward. You are awarded a platinum badge. There was no hesitation at all. Just how fortunate it was to have a proper range damage dealer. Ju Hyuk could not help but marvel. Dead on, every shot, Senior Veronichka. Lurch, Senior Veronichka. The other summoned beings joined in. So reliable. A sniper. Truly the embodiment of a heroic woman. With her chin lifted, magic rifle slung over her shoulder, and one leg cocked at an angle, Veronichka's pose was nothing short of artistic. The second Kabbalan curse and the collapse of the Japanese Black Tower. Nations could not help but tense up. Saudi Arabia was in an especially urgent situation. King Ibn bin Alawid of Saudi Arabia personally appeared on a U.S. news channel to issue a public apology. The destruction of the Holy Sword was a disaster caused by the foolish actions of the player Nasser. The Saudi government also bears responsibility for this mistake. We extend our sincere apologies to the true owner of the Holy Sword in Korea. We promise to prevent recurrence and provide sufficient compensation. Immediately after the apology broadcast, Minister Majed visited the Korean Awaken Management Agency together with Saudi players. I am sorry. We were foolish. Once again, please accept our sincere apology. And this, Majed presented a lavishly decorated jewel box to Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il. To an outsider, it might have looked like a bribe. This is compensation for the damage to the Holy Sword. Please deliver it on our behalf to the true owner. We ask you, even if it was partly an act, Minister Majed bowed with an abject expression. You really did not have to go this far. Jun Gwang-il opened the jewel box. Inside was a small stone engraved with letters. Team Leader Lee Min-ah? Item information check. A signal confirming it was indeed a rune of trade enhancement. Right, this is how you apologize. As expected of Saudi Arabia. Straightforward and bold. Yes, I will deliver it on your behalf. Then the Holy Sword. You may begin the rental immediately. The one actually doing the clearing would be Nasser's backup player, Saudi Arabia's next candidate. Akram. Akram was still level 62. Starting from the 62nd floor and clearing up to the 67th meant he had to move fast. Hence the rental fee, $50 million. Still, was this really happening? Mana stones were affecting the energy industry, sure, but oil was still immensely valuable. The king of the world's largest oil-producing nation was apologizing, and a minister was offering up a rune of trade enhancement. Even Jun Gwang-il could not help but puff up with pride. If it is a rune of trade enhancement plus a $50 million rental fee, there would be no permanent naturalization for Player Bong. There must not be. Saudi Arabia entered their conquest as well. The other second-round selected nations also began climbing their towers at full speed. A tower collapse was absolutely unacceptable. Having witnessed the collapse and regeneration of Japan's tower, nations were desperate. If our tower collapsed, if a regenerated tower were to appear in the middle of a city, this was not a hypothetical. It was something that could very realistically happen. That realization only amplified the anxiety. But the curse was not over yet. What you desperately hope would not happen. Another world announcement appeared. World notice. The average cleared floor has still not reached floor 70. Struggling nations in tower climbing are urged to step up. World notice. A third round will select 30 countries. The selection method is random. World notice. The time limit for clearing the Korean Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World notice. The time limit for clearing the Chinese Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World notice. The time limit for clearing the Mexican Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World notice. The time limit for clearing the Nigerian Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World notice. The time limit for clearing the Japanese Black Tower is steadily decreasing. World notice. The time limit for clearing the French Black Tower is steadily decreasing. Kabbalan's third curse. The selected countries were driven to the brink of madness. Some nations had been selected in the first and second rounds, barely managed to clear their towers, only to be dragged back in again for the third selection. These were mostly countries stuck below the 60th floor. The Japanese archipelago fell into despair once more. If it collapsed again this time, Tokyo itself could disappear. On the other hand, even countries that had reached the highest floors. France, which had unsealed Kabbalah, was also struck by the curse that demanded a clear of the 70th floor. China was thrown into emergency mode. They were included in the third curse. The Black Tower floor China had to clear was the 60th floor, a floor known to be even more difficult than the 61st, home to the Wyvern Lord and Venom Wyverns. Yet China's top player was only level 58. Even the 59th floor had been cleared through the temporary naturalization of a Russian player. Despite buying time that way, Chinese players still had not surpassed the 59th floor. Once again, it looked like they would have to rely on Russian players' temporary naturalization. Chairman Wang Yuan convened a standing committee meeting. After Chairman Lin Xiaoming died from acute cerebral infarction, Wang Yuan had taken over power. His succession was practically inevitable. He had even earned the nickname Lin Xiaoming's adopted son. Let us clear the 60th floor. Are you planning to send another special envoy to Russia? I will not. They will just demand land or border adjustments again. The juice is not worth the squeeze. Then where will we seek temporary naturalization? Do not tell me. Korea? Huh. Bowing our heads to such a minor country. Then what was the plan? A greasy smile crept across Wang Yuan's face. There will be no temporary naturalization. How do you think France made it to the 70th floor? Well, that is, tower jumping tickets. They let you skip up to 5 floors. China currently has 4 of them. In the early days of tower climbing, when items were pouring out, tower jumping tickets had been distributed in fairly large quantities to each country. They were not hard to obtain, and they were far cheaper than the price of temporary naturalization. They say the 61st floor is actually easier than the 60th. Apparently, you can clear it with just light attribute items. Wang Yuan paused briefly before continuing. I plan to select 3 among our Chinese players who show at least some talent. Tower jumping tickets raised level as well. With 3 tickets, China would have 3 level 61 players. Murmurs spread through the room. The standing committee members' faces lit up. If things really go south, we can always pressure the Korean government into lending us the Holy Sword. It is only $10 million. That was true. That option existed. There will never be a tower collapse in China. I will make sure of it. Confidence overflowed from Wang Yuan's face. U.S. Secretary Macmillan, Director Antonio, and player Gerald were still staying at a Seoul hotel. They had not been able to get in touch with player Bong Joo-hyuk, and then another world notice had appeared on top of that. The White House had contacted them as well. They advised staying in Korea until the curse ended, or at least until the undead section was cleared. It was not just the U.S. Every country tackling the undead floors had settled in Korea. This is insane. A third curse? And 30 countries this time. I am worried about China. They have 3 towers. You know what is funny about China? How would I know? That is coming out of nowhere. Macmillan smiled faintly, clearly amused by something. I just got a call from the CIA director. China is buying up tower jumping tickets. Antonio looked dumbfounded. Tower jumping tickets? They are seriously planning to clear it with those? Well, depending on how you looked at it, it might seem better than temporary naturalization. It is like baseball, intentionally walking the slugger and choosing to face the next batter instead. So they will reach the 61st floor. But these were players who had not even cleared the 59th. They think the 61st floor is easy? Well, if they borrow the Holy Sword, they might somehow brute force it. Lend the Holy Sword to players who boosted their level by jumping floors? Is the Korean government insane? I will oppose it before that happens. Mind the order. I will oppose it first. Lending the Holy Sword to players who raised their level through loopholes? They would not even be allowed into Korea. At least not until the U.S. finished its own conquest. Macmillan made that vow. Chapter 90. After finishing the SS++ rank clear of the 68th floor Death Knights, and even completing repeated runs, Joo-hyuk also heard the third world announcement. Korea was included in the curse. Ugh, this leaves a bad taste. When it was other countries, he could shrug it off. But now that Korea itself had been selected, his mood soured instantly. Was it because his family came to mind? They must all be worried. Its contents were extremely simple. It merely caused the clear time limit to keep decreasing. But the consequences were anything but simple. Watching the remaining time shrink in real time. How agonizing must that be for those seeing it? As Joo-hyuk's expression darkened, the summoned beings erupted in anger. That bastard Kabbalah. Just a copy. Yet he has gotten so full of himself. Damn dog bastard. My lord, grant me the honor of burning that demon to ashes. I will shove the magic rifle up his ass and pull the trigger on a large caliber round. A warrior shall tear him in half. Seeing the young master's noble visage clouded with sorrow breaks this girl's heart. He felt a little better. Is this what you call a mental massage? Let us kill Kabalan tomorrow. Is that possible? If we clear the 69th floor and immediately enter the 70th, it should be feasible. What about the 69th floor? A lich, a wicked undead black mage, appears there. Gyundale began to explain. A monster. A worm that sold its soul to a demon and willingly became a slave. This girl shall lend her strength. With exorcism rites, sacred straw ropes, and talismans, we can block the black magic the lich hurls. Then it should be easy. They had the holy sword, too. However, preparations are required. Preparations, huh? This girl has long studied how to maximize the effectiveness of rituals. And at last, I have found a method. Maximized ritual effectiveness. All of this is possible thanks to Servant Rajix. Rajix's eyes went wide when his name was called. Just looking at him was heartwarming. These days, nearly every solution their team came up with came from Rajix. We will also require a fair amount of money. Would that be acceptable? Oh, money? Spend as much as you like. We only need to purchase a few items. Money was not a problem. Funds that never seemed to run dry no matter how much he spent. Should he check his account while he was at it? He opened his smartphone and launched his banking app. His eyes widened involuntarily. What was this utterly unrealistic number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11. Wait. Over 100 billion. When did it pile up this much? All of it from holy sword rental fees. And they will keep coming to rent it, too. Which meant the number would just keep growing. What do you need? I will go buy it right away. Gyundale listed the items she wanted. Nothing particularly hard to obtain. But they required going out and doing legwork. Going out was a hassle. Was there not someone who could buy them for him? There was one person. He might be busy, so better text him. Tap, 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 tap. After carefully composing the message and sending it to Deputy Director Jun Guangil, about 30 seconds passed. BZZZT. A reply came. I will prepare them immediately and contact you. Oh, that was fast. A heavyweight public official in Korea. The power broker of the Awaken Management Agency. Thus, the weak man Ju Hyuk had sent Deputy Director Jun Guangil on an errand. Upon receiving the text, Jun Guangil moved immediately. He summoned his staff and read out the list of items Ju Hyuk wanted. Prepare them as quickly as possible. Korea was also included in the third round. They were busy managing player Nam Gaon's mental state and preparing for the 67th floor climb. But player Bong's request took absolute priority above all else. As a result, it did not take long for the items to be ready. Jun Guangil loaded the goods into his car and headed to Ju Hyuk's home in Cheongdam-dong. He sent another message upon arrival. I am in the apartment's underground parking lot. Shall I bring them up to your place? No. They must be heavy. I will come down to get them. After waiting a moment, player Bong Ju Hyuk appeared via the penthouse-only elevator from the underground parking lot. But he was not alone. Clutching player Bong's hand and toddling along was a hamster. How could something be that cute? But why was it with Rajix? With so much luggage? He should have come with Gobang or Kosak. The reasons soon became clear. Deputy Director, thank you so much. You even brought everything yourself. Ha ha ha, it is nothing at all. Oh right. About the Korean Black Tower clear, should I help? I would not even need to change nationality. Not at all. Player Nam Gaon is preparing. Player Nam Gaon was reliable. What about the items? They are in the trunk. I will take them now. When Ju Hyuk pointed at the luggage in Jun Guangil's trunk, swish, swoosh, swoosh, the items vanished without a trace. So that is how he takes them. Nothing surprising about that. Did anyone really think Player Bong kept Rajix around just because he was cute? Well then, I will be going. I have a lot to do. As Ju Hyuk moved to board the elevator, Jun Guangil stopped him. Wait just a moment. There is something else I need to give you. Oh, did we miss an item? No, it is not that. Yesterday, a Saudi delegation came. The Saudi king wishes to compensate the Holy Sword's owner as an apology for the damage. As he spoke, Jun Guangil took out a small jewel box. What was it? A ring? A necklace? Ju Hyuk opened the box. Inside was a small stone. Yes, it is a rune of trade enhancement. And no, this is far too valuable. You may keep it. It is rightful compensation. Good grief, getting a rune of trade enhancement here of all places. This was completely unexpected. I really do not know how to thank you. I am glad to see you so happy. Of course he was happy, as expected of the Oil Kingdom, breaking just one holy sword, and they compensate with a rune of trade enhancement. What presents? Please register Saudi Arabia as a top priority holy sword reservation customer, and convey my thanks. Trade enhancement. The day of random summoning was drawing near anyway. This timing could not have been better. Day 8 of French nationality. Now, the 69th floor. All preparations were complete. Kill the Lich, successfully clear the 69th floor, then immediately enter the 70th floor and take down Kabbalan. Let us go wreck it. Entering the 69th floor of the French Black Tower, Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings left the safe zone and headed toward the battlefield. That is the Lich? Does not look that strong. That was only in comparison to the Death Knights. A mage wearing a black robe and holding a staff, floating slightly in the air, ghost-like. Dark energy slowly seeped out of its body. Slightly different from a dark aura, more like a protective barrier. 69th floor mission, defeat one Dark Lich. Time limit, within 17 hours. Completion condition, Dark Lich 0 out of 1. Only one to kill. Rajix, the cosmic servant who could bring Earth items into his subspace backpack. He pulled out the items prepared the day before. 2 high-capacity rechargeable power banks, an MP3 player that played music via USB, 1 large subwoofer speaker, and 4 stand speakers with excellent sound quality. Do not underestimate them. Altogether, they were worth tens of millions of won. All the cables were already connected. Just flip the power on, and they were ready to go. These were not ordinary audio devices. Every speaker and the MP3 player were plastered with talismans personally drawn by Gyun Dale, along with sacred straw ropes. They had been prepared in advance to maximize the effects of an exorcism ritual. Compared to the tiny portable speaker Gyun Dale usually carried, this was a full-scale theater-grade Dolby stereo sound system. At that moment, the Lich raised its hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Undead crawled up from the ground. Zombies, skeletons, ghouls, Dullahans, specters, phantom liches, and even death knights. So this guy summons too, calling up trash tier undead, but it was not just undead. The air sank heavily. It felt as though the entire tower was trapped inside a dark aura. At that, Gyun Dale slowly stepped forward. The greatest head shaman of the Heavenly Empire. I shall unleash the exorcism rite. With hands like polished jade, she pressed the button on the MP3 player, and music thundered out of the Dolby surround speakers. A majestic sound that seemed to tear through the eardrums. Clang, 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 clang. Boom, 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 boom. The rhythm of the exorcism ritual echoed through the speakers. The MP3 player cranked the volume to maximum. Clang, CLA, CLA, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, 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 boom. Even the sound waves alone caused weaker undead to stagger and take damage. Gyun Dale grabbed a microphone wrapped tightly in talismans. With a voice as hip as a rapper's, she shouted, "Evil spirits, begone at once. The power of heaven and earth shall punish the impure." The Lich seemed to sense the threat. Ominous darkness surged from its hand and shot toward Ju Hyuk's group. The bronze mirror hanging around Gyun Dale's neck shone brightly. The dark energy was pushed back. Hundreds of exorcism talismans scattered into the air at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Lich's dark magic, already weakened by the ritual, was blocked by the talismans. Commencing attribute absorption. Large caliber round loaded. Guidance system activated. Suppressive fire. Ziyang. Pajujuk. A large caliber round fired straight at the Lich. The Lich vanished instantly. Senior Veron Hka's magic rifle had a guidance system. The round sharply curved toward the Lich, who had blinked away. The round struck the dark barrier. A fracture spread across the barrier. Ziyang. Pajujuk. Gobang lifted the holy sword Bardin and charged forward. Talismans swirled around them like a protective escort. Crunch. Crack. Crack. KRK. Bardin was swung together with the flail. Swing harder. You heretical barbarian. Gobang swung Bardin, Bardin was swung by Gobang. They plowed forward, wiping out the undead blocking their path to the Lich. Their coordination was flawless. Gobang angled his body in the direction Bardin was swung, adding acceleration. What was Juhyuk doing? Standing there with his arms crossed. There was nothing for him to do. Kosak was the same. My hips are twitching. Feels like I am at a club. Why do not you go dance? If I dance, it is heresy. The princess will scold me. Fair point. Who could bear to watch Kosak dance? Can you even dance properly? Divine wave master, street b-boy, king of folk dances, vibrating twerking. This dancer is Kosak. Anyway, the exorcism orchestra thundered on. The shamanic arts of the supreme shrine, Maiden Gyundale, fused with Earth's sound technology. Even Juhyuk's ears were ringing. What must it feel like for the Lich listening to this? It must be absolute agony. Talismans fluttered everywhere like cherry blossom petals. Falling, rising, swirling. The Lich's black magic could not penetrate the wall of talismans. If Veron HK was the star of the 68th floor, then the star of the 69th floor was Gyundale. The Lich's specialty was black magic. Curses, decay, poison, disease, and dark element spells that tormented players. But if all of that was blocked in advance, it was weaker than even a specter. The Lich turned out to be nothing special. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rank on the 69th floor of the Black Tower, France. SS++ clear reward. You are awarded a platinum badge. At last, it was time to face Kabbalan's copy. Let us see your face. They were going in today. After all, there was no plan to repeatedly farm the French Black Tower's 70th floor. Straight in, no repeats. Juhyuk and the group returned to the penthouse. First, give me the reward. A special benefit has been granted for accumulating 75 platinum badges. Hurry it up. He was in a rush. Benefit. A summon attribute change ticket has been delivered to your tower exclusive inventory. What is this now? Summon attribute change ticket. When performing a random summon, you will summon an ally outside your existing summon traits. You may randomly summon one of the following: Golem, Elemental, Demonic Beast, Phantom Beast, or Sacred Beast. Limit. Affected by the maximum number of simultaneous summons. Right now the random summons cooldown is active too. Then let us end it here. How much trouble did he go through because of that darn Kabbalan curse? Running around clearing the French tower under a makeshift, completely unearned naturalization. What am I? Some kind of tower clearing machine. Even factory machines get powered down and allowed to rest once in a while. Entering the 70th floor of the French Black Tower. At last, the final stop. No, maybe a midway station? Trying too hard to set the mood. There is Jack here. A narrow trail stretching straight ahead. At the end of the path stood a massive mansion. 70th floor mission. Defeat the high-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, replica. Time limit, within 20 hours. Completion condition. High-ranking demon Kabbalan, Duke, replica, 0 out of 1. The mission popped up, and the 6 blood-summoned ones gathered around Juhyuk. As they reached the mansion, they saw an iron gate leading inside. It is not like they were door-to-door salesmen. Why knock? The gigantic Gobang nodded. He lifted his foot. Quong. He kicked the door, blasting it wide open. Where did their Kabbalan go? Let us see his face. A huge grand hall came into view, the kind with a red carpet laid out. And at the end of the carpet, on an ornately decorated chair, replica Kabbalan was sitting there. He looked almost human, but as if to prove he was a demon, massive wings spread from his back, and goat horns rose from his forehead. Dimension Summoner. Dimensional Summoner. Is he talking about him? In a tower you are supposed to enter alone. Who else but you? A Dimension Summoner could come barging and dragging a whole pack of mutts? Dimension Summoner. Dimensional Summoner. It rolls off the tongue nicely. Kosak, please call me Dimension Summoner from now on. Baron Dimension Summoner. Ain't that a bit long? Is it? Well, anyway, he speaks Korean pretty well. He thought he would speak French since this is the French Black Tower. Good. They could actually talk. Juhyuk poked Kosak in the side, a signal to do something. Kosak, in turn, poked Bardin in the side. Bardin bravely stepped forward. Wretched demon, where is your true body? Speak the truth. So, a paladin of a forgotten god. An empty shell. You are no different. Was not the demon god you served reduced to the same state? The mansion shook as if struck by an earthquake. But Bardin did not budge. Impudent. You fabricated lie, nothing more than a fragment of a soul. Did you truly think a fake like you could withstand the blade of my lord? Full of confidence. But do you know this? You are trapped. In other words, Kabbalan spread his wings and sprang to his feet. You have fallen into a trap. The thick iron doors slammed shut, and a deep gray mist billowed through the grand hall. The soul of the true demon Duke Kabbalan descends upon the body of the replica Kabbalan. He is here, the real one. So that was his trump card. The dark aura thickened even further. The dense fog surged violently. With the roar of the holy sword, Bardin, the gigantic Gobang stepped in front of Juhyuk. Kosak drew his twin daggers. Click. Veron Ihk chambered her magic gun. Hyundale clutched a handful of bronze bells and talismans. Rajix trembled, gripping a golden pickaxe. This is my home. A space built of barriers. Dimensional summoner, you will die here. I mean, saying something that scary. Juhyuk asked Kosak. If we kill that thing, is it all over? That is right. The body is a replica anyway. Only the soul is real. I will mark it. When the soul escapes, we will know where it goes. Would have been nice to settle it all right here. How arrogant. Do you really think you can escape this place? The moment you set foot here, that was when it happened. The flow of energy went berserk. Papapapat. Something shattered. Why is the barrier? Spot. Papapat. And someone appeared, already standing behind Kabbalan. He seized Kabbalan's wing, tearing it apart without hesitation. In a chilling voice. Go on. Keep running your mouth. What were you saying you would do to my summoner? The Descent of the Mad Demon. Chapter 91. Kabbalan, designed as the 70th floor boss of the Black Tower in France. One original body and 144 copies. There is a difference between the original and the copies. Starting from basic physical abilities, the absolute amount of dark demonic energy, even the rank of the soul. In short, the copies are avatars of the original, created by borrowing the power of the tower. In terms of ratio, about 70% of the original's abilities, so they are degraded versions, imitations. But right now, he was in a descended state. Even if the body was an avatar, the soul was the real Kabbalan, himself. He believed he could more than handle mere adventurers climbing the tower. Even if that adventurer was a dimension summoner, a dimensional summoner. If only the dimension summoner was dealt with, Earth would be finished. A chain collapse of the towers would be absolutely unavoidable. Honestly, he never expected it to be this fast. He thought it would take at least 2 years before he encountered the Dimension Summoner. But suddenly, the tower opened all the way up to the 70th floor. It opened far sooner than expected. It was a golden opportunity. The Dimension Summoner would not be complete yet. A chance to eliminate him before he could grow. That was why he spread a curse. If possible, he wanted to directly curse the tower belonging to the country the bastard was affiliated with. But that was impossible. Originally, curses of the average type were applied randomly. In any case, the bastard would definitely come to the 70th floor. At the current stage, the only one capable of clearing the 70th floor was the Dimension Summoner. And at last, he faced him. To be honest, when he first encountered the Dimension Summoner through ritual sharing with his avatar, he was a little surprised. The souls accompanying him, they were no pushovers. Every single one of them was a hero-grade existence. All 6 of them at that. And this was still only the 70th floor. Still, he thought he had it in the bag. One of the 6 was a useless beastkin laborer. If he assumed the Shrine Maiden support would be neutralized by barriers, that left 4 actual combatants. An assassin, a barbarian warrior, a mage empire ranger, and a paladin of a forgotten god. The Dimension Summoner himself was nothing. He immediately descended into his avatar. No matter what, he would target the Dimension Summoner. After all, he was a pathetically weak human. But this situation now? Since when did a legendary grade existence appear? Had he already succeeded in summoning one? Kabbalan could not regain his composure. With an avatar's body, he could not face a legendary grade being. Even with the original body, it would have been difficult. His soul had already taken damage. Cancel the descent. But he could not escape. It was the worst possible situation, completely unforeseen. The Rune of Trade Enhancement is not an item you save. When you get one, The right move is to use it immediately. It ended up like this before even entering the 70th floor. Well, it was a god-tier move. The soul of the original demon realm Duke Kabalan descends into the body of Copy Kabalan. The moment this message appeared, the mad demon was summoned. The light that usually accompanied the summoning was drowned out by Bardin's light, and by the time the summoned mad demon grasped the situation. That was why he remained calm even when the mad demon talked about killing him or not. His big brother was here. What was there to be afraid of? The overwhelming divinity of the mad demon. A public enemy of the martial world, the most vicious in the Jianghu, seas of corpses and rivers of blood. The man who had fought for 7 days and nights straight in a 1 versus 3 battle against the Martial Alliance leader, the Lord of the Force Sovereigns, and the cult leader. He had mentioned it before. The way to deal with demonic energy. Crush it with even stronger demonic energy. One of Kabalan's wings had already been torn apart by the mad demon. And now, the remaining wing as well. Even at the horrific scream, the mad demon did not so much as blink. TSK. You cannot even endure this much pain, yet you are the one in charge of the 70th floor? The mad demon shoved his hand, thickly coated in crimson blood-jade energy, straight into the wound where the wing had been torn off. Kabalan writhed, his eyes rolling back. Escape. He had to get out. That was the only thought left in his mind. Oh no, where do you think you are running off to? Wong. Thick, demonic energy surged from the mad demon's body. Did you really think I would let your soul escape? After pressing down on Kabalan's shoulders and forcing him to his knees, the mad demon grabbed the horn on his forehead and, crunch, ripped it out. Even in that state, he did not die, because the mad demon had not permitted him to. As the horn was torn out and Kabalan's demonic energy leaked away, the mad demon replenished it through his head. A cruelty more terrifying than any demon's. That was the mad demon. We still need to finish our conversation. How dare you say you would do something to my summoner? Bye. Damn it, you. You will definitely die. KHA, you are just a guy guarding the 70th floor. What do you think you can do to me? You sure are confident. The mad demon grinned and continued. While I am at it, I will play with your soul a little, until you learn to behave. The mad demon's hand, shrouded in dark, crimson, demonic energy. A scream burst from Kabalan's mouth. No, rather than a scream, it was closer to sobbing. Lord Bond Dimension Summoner. He is on our side. Still scary. Look at Rajix. He might piss himself any second. Rajix was trembling violently. TSK. Why even look at that? He lightly covered his eyes. Even if he is on our side, scary is still scary. We should serve him well going forward. Give him 5-star ratings every time. With his wings torn apart, the horn on his forehead ripped out, Kabalan crawled across the arena floor. But worse than anything was the pain inflicted directly on his soul. Without changing his expression, the mad demon followed behind him, and crunch, stomped down and shattered his ankle. Now that I think about it, there is no need for interrogation. I can guess where the real one is. Huh, he knows without interrogating him? How? You dared to set a trap without knowing your place and target my summoner? You must have thought that if I disappeared, you could ruin this world. Flames ignited in the mad demon's eyes. Because only my summoner can fully conquer the tower of the world. Is not that right? He stomped down and broke the remaining ankle as well. HRK. Ugh, Yuwuk. Ju Hyuk nodded unconsciously. Kabalan knew exactly who he was. He clearly mentioned a trap as well. Still, we should confirm it. Swoosh. The mad demon turned his gaze toward Kosak. Assassin, do what you were going to do. Did you not say you would interrogate him to find the real one? It is not me. He will do it. Kosak casually shoved Bardin forward. Are you the Holy Sword? How will you interrogate him? With the unique ability of a heretical inquisitor to discern truth and falsehood. The mad demon smiled in satisfaction. Good. Ask him this. Whether the real Kabalan is hiding in the Black Tower of our summoner's nationality. His original nationality. Korea. Ju Hyuk was shocked. The meaning of those words was, the boss of the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor. Kabalan. Was the real one? An enraged Bardin stepped forward. Cunning demon. Is your real body located in the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor? Q. You think I would answer? The mad demon seized Kabalan's head as Bardin radiated holy light. Answer me. Is your real body in the Korean Black Tower? And no, I am not there. Bardin shook his head. As expected, you were in Korea. The mad demon grabbed Kabalan by the hair and lifted him to eye level. You planned to dig a trap and wait on the 70th floor of the Korean Black Tower. Kabalan remained silent. But everyone there knew. Silence was affirmation. The mad demon looked at Ju Hyuk with a gentle smile and spoke. Now pass judgment. What shall be done with him? Ju Hyuk thought carefully. If we kill this copy, can we deal with the real one too? Unfortunately, no. The soul of the descended real body will return to the original. Only the French Black Tower will be cleared. So the real one is only in the Korean Black Tower? Then killing this one would be pointless. The curse of the average would not be lifted. So we have to clear the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor. What should we do? Clearing a nation's tower is not something an individual can decide. Summoner, I am bound by a prohibition and cannot speak of the 71st floor, but I can tell you something about clearing the 70th. What is it? The 71st floor is a new beginning. When you clear the 70th floor, restrictions related to conquering the 71st will be lifted. Ju Hyuk had experienced it himself. At 70 cumulative badges, he received a start package perk for the 71st floor. Since you will have to clear the 70th floor anyway, advancing in advance is not a bad idea. Of course, the final decision is yours, Summoner. Let us leave and think it over. Since they decided not to clear France's Black Tower 70th floor, they will abandon the mission here. They will head out, have a modest celebration, and since merits were earned, hold a badge awarding ceremony too. Should we pin one on the Mad Demon as well? Not sure if he would like it. Kabalan's third curse nightmare. A staggering 30 countries. Some reselected nations too. Many include 50th floor countries. The average is nearing the 60th floor. Can they really reach 70? Kabalan, you bastard. Honestly, 70 floors is too much. Even my midterm average is not 70. Average my ass. He is trying to collapse the tower. China included among the third selected nations. How will China overcome the wall of the 60th floor? 3 towers. Failure to clear would be disastrous. According to an anonymous Chinese government official, they are also considering tower jumping ticket clears. Tower jumping ticket clears. Now that is thinking outside the box. Right. You can just skip the hard floors. What about the next floor? Tickets are not infinite. Using them recklessly is poison. Supply is limited too. In the end, it is no different from temporary naturalization. It only buys time. At last, Korea is also included as a third target nation. Awakening Management Agency. No cause for concern. Preparations are complete. Korea? What is there to worry about? Right. Namgaon is more than enough. Do not get complacent. You know where the top player is right now. What is the Korean top player up to lately? Seems to have temporarily naturalized in France. Korean Awakening Management Agency. Unable to confirm the facts. Breaking news. France Black Tower, 69th floor cleared with a SS++ rank. Is the reason he is clearing the French tower because of Kabalan? Darn. He is a real hero. You guys raise the average. I will go kill Kabalan. But even if he goes up to the French tower's 70th floor, it will just be a copy anyway, right? Well, would not he have gone because there is a way? Japan's second curse, the nightmare of collapse, has yet to end. Emigration from Japan surges, international airports crowded with departing Japanese citizens. What will the Japanese cabinet decide? Another tower scorched earth operation? I am here to pay my respects to Japan. My deepest condolences. Could I get a bowl of yukkijang? Let us at least chip in condolence money, humanely speaking. Japan was, quite literally, in mourning. Tower collapse, tower creation, and the death of the prime minister. All of that happened in a single day. And as if that were not enough, Japan was designated a third curse target nation. After Prime Minister Kawaguchi died due to the Tokyo Tower's creation, the acting prime minister leading the cabinet was Chief Cabinet Secretary Usuda. Usuda had also been at the prime minister's residence that day, but survived by a hair's breadth. Presiding personally over a meeting of senior Japanese officials and party leaders, he spoke. We must activate every diplomatic channel. We cannot afford 2 collapses. We know that. But by what method? We cling to the United States. That will be difficult. Even players specializing in naturalization are fully booked. There is also Norway. Or Saudi Arabia again. Usuda clicked his tongue inwardly. A country conspicuously absent from their discussion. They were consciously avoiding even speaking its name. What about tower jumping tickets, like China? Tower jumping tickets? Usuda let out a deep sigh before responding. Who tickets? Can we even get our hands on them? I heard there are still some countries that have them. I looked into it too. After China's announcement, they are in severe shortage. That was true. The prices had skyrocketed. They were not even appearing on the market anymore. Normally a dirty trick that should not be used in proper clears, but in a crisis, they were more than sufficient as a way to buy time. Would not paying a sufficient price work? And then what? Can we clear the 60th floor? The 61st? The 62nd? 63rd? Are we going to clear them all with jumping tickets? I will personally visit Korea. We will accept all conditions and request an international mutual defense treaty against tower collapse. An international mutual defense treaty against tower collapse. A far better option than temporary naturalization or jumping tickets. Yet no one opened their mouth. Why is no one saying anything? Is not this what you all wanted? You were all hoping someone else would step up. He had hit the nail on the head, putting a bell on the cat. As a Japanese politician, bowing one's head to Korea? That would be the end of one's political life. Well, if the chief cabinet secretary stepped up, that would be fine. He would take all responsibility upon himself. Then it is decided. Let us end the meeting here. But would Korea accept? President Ma Shu-ron was in an emergency meeting at the Élysée Palace. Originally, the plan had been to bind player Bong Joo-hyuk to French nationality. They were already in contact through the French embassy in Korea. But in the midst of all that, France was designated a third target nation. They had thought achieving the average would spare them. They wanted them to climb even higher? Who was supposed to clear the 70th floor? The situation had changed. In the end, there was only one person they could trust. The player who had just cleared the French Black Tower's 69th floor with a SS++ rank. In the current situation, binding player Bong Joo-hyuk's nationality would be the worst possible choice. It would only backfire. If he were in France, maybe, but how could they possibly force tower climbing on a player who was in Korea? The moment player Bong Joo-hyuk feels even a hint of displeasure, France is finished. Before even suggesting naturalization, we must show utmost courtesy and win his goodwill. President Ma Shu-ron agreed. Among all players in the world, the only one capable of clearing the French Black Tower was Bong Joo-hyuk. Then what do? We send a special envoy first. Do not approach Bong Joo-hyuk directly. Go through the Korean government. And so, the French special envoy delegation departed for Korea. Chapter 92. So, at the moment when news broke that Joo-hyuk had cleared the French Black Tower's 69th floor with a SS++ rank, the American player Gerald Watson, a magic swordsman type, was inside the Holy Sword Loan Room of the Korean Awakening Management Agency. The United States had been struck by the first curse. That was why Gerald had entered Korea together with Minister Macmillan and Director Antonio. Clearing the 67th floor was easy. The curse was resolved. But they did not return to the United States. As long as the curse of the average continued, there was no telling what might happen. Then came the breaking news. The French Black Tower's 69th floor, SS++ clear. The American side knew as well. That Korea's top player was temporarily naturalized in France. The 68th floor was already shocking, but the 69th too? To be honest, Gerald's pride was wounded. He had once been the world's top player himself. He had even entered the 68th floor before. He had confirmed the appearance of Death Knights. Of course, he had abandoned the mission and retreated. Just seeing them from afar was terrifying. Still, if he had the Holy Sword, would not it be possible? I should at least try killing one. He was not trying to clear the 68th floor. Just to see if it was possible, how long it would take, something like a rehearsal. So he asked Director Antonio to reserve a Holy Sword loan slot at a suitable time. The request was approved. Inside the Awakening Management Agency's Holy Sword Loan Room, he equipped himself in advance and put on a body cam. Entering America, Number 1, Black Tower, 68th floor. 68th floor mission, defeat 4 Dark Death Knights. Courage welled up. Before, entering without the Holy Sword had felt hopeless. For appeared at once. Fortunately, they were spaced apart, making safe pulling possible. Shield, strength, haste. He activated defensive and buff spells first. Sip it. He pulled one. A Death Knight stared at Gerald with chilling eyes. Scree! It charged at him at a terrifying speed. The Death Knight's massive greatsword swung like lightning. Gerald raised the holy sword to block it. Steel clashed against steel. The shock was immense. It traveled straight through his body. He understood from that single exchange. Meeting the blade head-on was a losing move. Pop! Using teleportation magic, he appeared behind it and slashed downward. This is insane. Thanks to the holy radiance, the dark aura was split, but the holy sword was stopped cold by the armor. The Death Knight's momentum surged even more. It looked enraged at having been struck. Sip-it, Sipapipit. A relentless offensive followed. The Death Knight swung its massive great sword as if it were a one-handed sword. It was not a simple attack. Variation, technique, and speed, all woven into its swordsmanship. Gerald was forced back helplessly. All he could do was fend off the Death Knight's blade. Damage steadily accumulated. Blood traced a red line down from the corner of his mouth. It lunged at him before the defensive skill could even complete. Had it been about 1 minute since their blades first met? Even with the holy sword, he could not kill it. At this rate, he might die. Escape became the top priority. The Death Knight gave him no room to cast magic, relentlessly pressing him. There was not even time to drink a healing potion. Clang, 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 clang. At last, Gerald spat out a mouthful of blood. A desperate crisis. Only that would keep him alive. Was not he, at least in name, America's top player? He deflected the Death Knight's downward smash with the holy sword. He fled at full speed, barely reaching a safe zone. Abandon mission. You have declared mission abandonment. Mission failed. Exiting America, Number 1, Black Tower. Gerald reappeared in the Holy Sword Lone Room. Using the Holy Sword like a cane, he dropped to one knee. Blood still poured from his mouth. With trembling hands, he pulled out a healing potion from his inventory and drank it. Director Antonio rushed over in shock. The medical staff who had been standing by as well. Director, huff, huff. Gerald spoke while gasping for breath. I cannot clear it. It is too strong. The Death Knight's 68th floor is impossible, even with the Holy Sword. Clearing the floor was not even the issue anymore. The fact that he had come back alive at all was a relief. Ju-hyuk's penthouse. A simple celebration and a platinum badge award ceremony were underway. And somehow, the Mad Demon was sitting right there beside them. How exactly would the Mad Demon view this badge ceremony that felt like child's play? Honestly, it was a little embarrassing. It really was childish, like kids playing pretend. But there was no backing out now. The summoned ones were brimming with anticipation. Even if it was embarrassing, he endured it. Cossack received a badge for the contribution of proposing the interrogation of the French Black Tower copy, which led to uncovering the identity of the real body. Chuang, thank you very much. A genius of strategy and tactics, solver of Black Tower crises, master of quick thinking. This Cossack will work even harder from now on. At that sight, the Mad Demon said, TSK, TSK, TSK. Following the copy to find the real one is something even a 3-year-old could guess. Acting like he did something great. A clearly displeased expression. Ugh, having him watch from the side was really nerve-wracking. Maybe this should have been done after the Mad Demon left. Summoner, I am here. Gobang earned a badge for contributing as a solid tank all the way up to the French Black Tower's 70th floor. A warrior always protects the summoner. The Mad Demon continued grumbling. Geez, is not it obvious that a summoned being protects the summoner? What a dense fool. Sergeant Veronechka Kalihber. Veronechka earned a badge for her immense contribution in defeating the Death Knight on the 68th floor through 3 major staggers. Victory assured. Please pin it on me personally. Ahem, kahem. This time, just a dry cough. Rajix and Gyundale each received a badge for transporting Dolby stereo speakers using a subspace backpack and successfully performing an exorcism ritual during the 69th floor Lich battle. You are getting rewarded for doing nothing. You carried speakers and got a prize. Maiden, this honor is far beyond what I deserve. Dark arts exist not only to deceive enemies, but allies as well. The ultimate old-school fossil. If someone talked like that nowadays, they would be called a boomer on life support. Bardin earned a badge for interrogating Copy Kubalan on the 70th floor and exposing his lies. My lord, I shall become my liege's sword. Even a mere sword is treated like a person. All you do is shout light everywhere. Should he stop calling him? Anyway, the badge ceremony came to an end. Too busy worrying about the mad demon to even clap properly. Then, with this, the ceremony concludes. In the blink of an eye, the mad demon appeared right in front of Ju-hyuk. He puffed out his chest and stared at Ju-hyuk with eyes full of expectation, clearly wanting something. No way. He was not asking for a badge, was he? He was LSSR. Legend Special Super Rare. The most vicious, most disastrous, blood-soaked, unrivaled mad demon of all time when alive. Still, just in case, Ju-hyuk tested the waters. I am ready. For the merit of subjugating the soul of the real Kabbalan and uncovering the place where he hides. I believe that should be sufficient, no? He really was asking. Wait, legends want badges too? As Ju-hyuk stood there dumbfounded, the mad demon asked, sounding slightly disappointed. Am I not qualified? No, that is not it. I just thought you would not really need one. Do not need it. It is proof that the summoner has acknowledged me. Do you know how proud that makes one feel? So he really wanted it. Then of course, he should give it. I will pin it on you. Ju-hyuk carefully attached the badge to the mad demon's chest. It showed plainly on his face. The corners of his mouth stretched nearly to his ears. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, if we kill the real Kabbalan on the 70th floor of the Korean Black Tower, can I get another one? Of course you should. Be sure to summon me. I will tear apart his body and soul and kill him thoroughly. With that, the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor was practically as good as cleared. The curse of the average would disappear too. He wanted it over quickly. Temporary naturalization, forget that. He wanted to return to everyday life, spend the money he had earned, rest, and laze around. If you are going to live like a loser, live like one properly. To do that, he had to end Kabbalan's curse of the average. First step, consultation. Ju-hyuk contacted Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il. He said he wanted to meet urgently. Important matters had to be discussed face-to-face. Korean Awakening Management Agency. Jun Gwang-il and Park Jiang-soo sat in a heavy atmosphere. Korea becoming a third curse target nation? There might be some connection, but the real issue was player Gerald's failure. He had gone to test the waters on the 68th floor and came back utterly crushed. He had not managed to kill even a single Death Knight. He had nearly died, even. America's top player, no less. Do you remember what Player Bong said when he entrusted us with the Holy Sword back then? I do. He said the 68th floor might be difficult with just an old Holy Sword. But it has been repaired now. Its effectiveness has increased greatly. Yes, I thought it would be fine too. But the result was mission abandonment without killing even one. Even with the Holy Sword, clearing the 68th floor was difficult. This was serious. What now? Of course, Korea did not need to worry, because they had player Bong Ju-hyuk. The problem was the other countries. What did you decide? Have you talked with Director Antonio? For now, we have decided to keep it confidential. There is nothing to gain from Gerald's case becoming public. Nothing but frustration. At this rate, the United States would only grow more eager to get their hands on player Bong Ju-hyuk. Only the United States? With high-ranking officials and top players from all over the world staying in Korea to rent the Holy Sword, it was obvious what would happen if word spread about what Gerald experienced on the 68th floor. A tug-of-war over player Bong, or requests for temporary naturalization. Japan, too, was saying it wanted to sign a bilateral mutual defense treaty against tower collapse. And the acting prime minister himself was coming to Korea, as if there were anything to gain by scavenging here. What about player Bong's French nationality? The French special envoy is arriving today, so we will ask player Bong and immediately restore his nationality to its original state. Hurry it up. I do not like player Bong not being Korean. Both Jun Gwang-il and Park Jiang-soo regretted it. If only they had known this would happen, they would have grabbed onto Bong Ju-hyuk's pant leg and begged him never to accept temporary naturalization. A notification chimed on Jun Gwang-il's smartphone. What is it? Something urgent. Player Bong says he wants to meet. He says there is something he needs to discuss. Is that so? Go right away. I will handle your work in the meantime. In the underground parking lot of Ju-hyuk's apartment, Jun Gwang-il and Ju-hyuk met inside a car. Jun Gwang-il first explained Gerald's situation. He was not even a match? Yes, not a single one. He barely made it back after abandoning the mission. Kosak had mentioned before that the 68th floor might be difficult, but even so, Ju Hyuk had not expected this. If it were the old holy sword, maybe, but it had been repaired and was much stronger now. Still, it really was strong. Ju Hyuk had experienced it himself. The 67th floor Phantom Reaper and the 68th floor Death Knight. The gap between the two was astronomical. This is troublesome. If even Gerald could not clear the 68th floor, then what could possibly be done? Should I just throw everything away and run? If he did that, the world would truly end in a few years. That darn bastard. This was all because of Kabbalan. If not for the curse of the average, there would have been plenty of time, at least. The reason I asked to meet today is that I am done with the French Black Tower. Could you help me restore my nationality as quickly as possible? There is something urgent I need to take care of. Jun Guangil's face lit up. He had been meaning to bring it up himself. I will take care of it immediately, but if it is urgent, what is it? Now it was time to get to the point. The real Kabbalan is on the 70th floor of the Korean Black Tower. Jun Guangil looked completely lost. Had he misheard? Who was where? To lift the curse of the average, we have to clear the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor. Jun Guangil's eyes wavered. But he had no choice but to believe it. Was player Bong Ju-hyuk the kind of man who would lie? If we do not kill the real one, the only option is to raise the average to 70 floors, right? Jun Guangil nodded. That was correct. If they did not kill him, they would have to hit an average of 70. But an average of 70 was an absurd goal. Then again, clearing the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor was not easy either. Think of how many people would have to be persuaded. This is not something we can decide here. I know. That is why I am just asking you to think it over. The clear itself will not be a problem, so once a decision is made, contact me later. And one more thing. If the climb is approved, I will clear twice a day. Twice? You mean? I can enter the tower twice. Where to even start explaining? LSSR rank, summoning the Mad Demon, feat achievements. Explaining everything from start to finish would be a headache. You would have to gloss over it. Well, there is something called a tower entry reset ticket. That lets you enter twice. A lie. But so what? Something like that might really exist. There was such a thing as a tower entry reset ticket? Yes. Why yes, that is right. And look at that. I happen to have two. Haha. With that, I can enter floors 67 and 68 in one day, then 69 and 70 the next. Jun Guangil looked convinced. In any case, the ball had been passed. The people at the top would make the decision themselves. All that was left was to wait. Jun Guangil returned to the Awakening Management Agency. He immediately met Park Jiang-soo and relayed everything he had discussed with Bong Ju-hyuk. Naturally, Park Jiang-soo was shocked as well. The real Kabbalan being in the Korean Black Tower, and that they had to clear the 70th floor. It clearly was not a lie, so they needed countermeasures. The two spoke in grave tones. In any case, restoring player Bong's nationality comes first. Whether or not they cleared the Korean Black Tower, this was a prerequisite. You handle meeting the French Special Envoy. Prime Minister Benjamin Adrian should be leading the delegation. Director Park Jiang-soo had his own task. For fast processing, division of roles was essential. I will head to the Blue House. We need to put this on the cabinet agenda. Thus, Jun Guangil met the French Special Envoy delegation that had entered Korea. The head of the delegation was French Prime Minister Benjamin. The reason we have come is to discuss a continued temporary naturalization contract, or possibly a tower collapse defense treaty. Jun Guangil cut him off sharply. First, cancel player Bong Ju-hyuk's nationality change. That is the precondition for any discussion. If you want to talk, restore it immediately. Player Bong Ju-hyuk himself wants this. He pressed hard. There was no time. At the cabinet meeting, Director Park Jiang-soo delivered an impassioned speech. Our immediate task is to lift the curse of the average. Even if it requires sacrifice on our part, it is something we must do. Both Jun Guangil and Park Jiang-soo fulfilled their roles. The result came quickly. Jun Guangil called Ju-hyuk directly. You may proceed with the clear. Yes, I will start entering from today. Thus, the decision to clear the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor was made. Chapter 93. The decision was made. Starting today, the clear begins immediately. But first, confirmation. Name: Bong Joo-hyuk. Affiliation: Black Tower, Republic of Korea. Finally, Korean again. Thanks to his own will and the French government's nationality revocation procedures, his Korean nationality was restored faster than expected. Well, France was also cursed and needed to clear the 70th floor anyway, but that could wait. With 2 multinational tower access tickets in hand, there was plenty of leeway. If France wanted it, he would take care of it. Of course, for a price. All summoned beings were called in. Except for the Mad Demon. Why deploy top-tier manpower everywhere? Cossack here. Bonjour. Hello, Mr. Cossack. Eek? Bonjour again. Go Bang, Gyundale, Rajix, Veronijka, and Bardin. Everyone had received badges, and they all seemed in good spirits. Shall we climb? And so began the first day's ascent. The goal: floors 67 and 68, back-to-back clears. Entering Republic of Korea Black Tower, 67th floor. It had been a long time since he had entered the Korean tower. The incident where Gerald tested the 68th floor and got utterly crushed. Jun Gwang-il and director Antonio had agreed to keep the matter confidential. But the Holy Sword Loan Room was crowded. Agency staff, medical teams dispatched for emergencies, and foreign players waiting their turn. Even with confidentiality agreements signed, word inevitably spread by word of mouth. The story first leaked on the largest American player community site. Did you hear Gerald almost died to a 68th floor death knight? Apparently, he was so badly injured, he was vomiting blood. My, is that true? Not confirmed. Just something I heard. I heard it too. Supposedly, he did not even kill a single death knight. Did not even scratch it, they say? No way. He must not have taken the holy sword. No, he did take it. Wait, what? With the holy sword? The rumors spread rapidly. Gerald's pride, once the world's top player, was badly bruised, but that was trivial compared to the real issue. He could not handle a 68th floor death knight, even with the holy sword. Countries around the world tensed up. Until now, floors above 61 had been considered easier than the late 50s. Because of the holy sword. With the power of radiance, undead monsters were nothing more than brittle corpses. But now 68th floor. If this was true, the 68th floor could become a wall of despair. Damn Kabbalan's curse. First wave, 10 countries. Second wave, 20 countries. Third wave, 30 countries. If it continued, fourth wave, 40 countries. Fifth wave, 50 countries. Nearly every nation's tower would be affected, and all would stall at the wall of the 68th floor. There was an alternative. A proven player who had cleared the French Black Tower's 69th floor without the holy sword. Korea's SS++ rank record holder. His value skyrocketed. Korea, too, was on edge. This was no time to relax. Players could change nationality at any time. Keep your head down. Do not show your teeth. How many countries are in Korea right now? Most of the ones clearing the 60s. Hotels are fully booked. They are not approaching our top player. Are they? They know who he is. Any decent country probably does. Every Korean had lived through it. The experience of their top player suddenly becoming another nation's citizen. So there was no room for comfort. Especially watch out for the U.S. Gerald failed, did he not? So who do you think they will target? No way they would try to steal an allied nation's player. Allies my. Countries move by self-interest. What is the Awakening Management Agency doing? I will pay double taxes if they just secure the SS++ record holder. Then, out of nowhere. A 67th floor clear just popped up. System-wide announcement. Even with the curse, there is still time left. Everyone knew it was not player Nam Gaon. She was excellent, but she could not get SS++ clears. There was only one possibility, publicly known as Go Bang. And about 30 minutes later, the community and social media exploded again. Republic of Korea Black Tower, 68th floor, SS++ rank clear. It had not even been an hour since the 67th floor SS++ announcement. And now the 68th floor too? Why are you surprised? He already cleared 68 in the French tower. The clear itself was not the issue. It is because they popped up twice in one day. That is not strange. Remember the HG Hotel terror incident? There were 2 people. So twice a day makes sense. I heard rumors it was just one person. No way. How could one person do it twice? Maybe if there is an item that lets you enter twice a day? Is there really such an item? Well, There are items that let you skip floors, so the more you dig, the more layers there are. 2 people or 1 person, which is it? Shoo. Better if it stays a mystery for now. Let us not dig too deep. Amid the chaos, breaking news hit the media and TV. Breaking news. Presidential special address scheduled regarding Korea's tower ascent. A presidential special address? Something serious was coming. At the Blue House briefing room, the president of Korea appeared in person. There are aspects of the ongoing consecutive SS++ clears of the Republic of Korea Black Tower's 67th and 68th floors that the public needs to know, which is why I am speaking to you directly today. Domestic and international reporters filled the room. The broadcast was being transmitted live worldwide via satellite. Our nation's proud top player has begun moving to clear the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor. We have obtained information that the real Kabbalan, the source of the curse that has terrified the world, is hiding on the 70th floor of the Korean Black Tower. The briefing room erupted into noise. The Korean Black Tower's 70th floor, the hiding place of the real Kabbalan? How did they even find that out? Even though there is still time left before the clearing deadline, climbing in advance is practically the same as cutting into your own flesh. No matter how cursed they were, the clearing deadline should normally be used to the very last day. However, Korea and our player have decided to accept sacrifice for the sake of world peace. We will proudly bear whatever disadvantages come as a result. Cherarak. Camera flashes erupted non-stop. As early as tomorrow, the real Kabbalan will be cleared by Korea's SS++ rank record holder. With that, the curse of the average will be lifted. Viewership was skyrocketing in Korea and across the world. Please send your unwavering encouragement and support to our player, who has bravely thrown himself into this journey for peace. Thank you. The briefing ended. Reporters desperately raised their hands to ask questions, but the national address was over, and people began counting the hours until tomorrow. Would Kabbalan's curse finally end? The French Special Envoy delegation also watched the presidential address while in Korea, a declaration of the end of Kabbalan's curse. If only that really came true. France would gain time. Of course, that was not the end of it. Either way, the French Black Tower's 70th floor still had to be cleared. Prime Minister Benjamin of France gave instructions to his diplomats. Let us anticipate what Korea might demand during negotiations. We need to know in advance to respond properly. Because of the unforeseen incident involving Gerald, U.S. Minister Macmillan and Director Antonio were also on edge, their mouths dry with anxiety. If the curse is lifted, at least the immediate fire is out. It is only getting past the crisis. We may still have to make a decision regarding the 68th floor. Let us watch what happens tomorrow first, then decide. Japan's acting Prime Minister, Chief Cabinet Secretary Usuda, said, "If the real Kabbalan is truly defeated, we will not even be able to lift our heads in front of Korea from then on." Just how great would Korea's influence become in the international community? For Japan to survive, they would have no choice but to prostrate themselves. If we want temporary naturalization or a tower collapse defense treaty, what do you think Korea will demand? Usuda's secretary replied, "The most immediate things would be the Dokdo issue, apologies for comfort women and forced labor, withdrawal of demands for equity in Korean SNS companies, and easing of import-export tariffs." He could accept all of that. If survival was on the line, what could not he accept? But the secretary's expression darkened. It looked like something was bothering him. I hesitate to say this now, but the atmosphere within the self-defense forces is troubling. The self-defense forces? There is growing outrage within the ranks over us visiting Korea at all. Are they planning a coup or something? The possibility is very high. Usuda furrowed his brow deeply. He had known for a long time the rightward shift of the self-defense forces. But with a tower rising in the middle of Tokyo, would they really do something so foolish? Usuda was convinced of that. As soon as he woke up, Ju Hyuk washed up and ate first. Eat well, then finish all the clears in the morning. The faster Kabbalan's curse was lifted, the better. And so he entered the Korean Black Tower's 69th floor. Just like the French Black Tower, he performed an exorcism ritual using massive Dolby stereo speakers. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ rank clear on the 69th floor of the Korean Black Tower. Double S++, clear reward. Platinum badge awarded. Wait, how many platinum badges did that make now? If he cleared the 70th floor, that would be 79. TCH. One short. Was there anywhere he could make up one more? For now, he had 2 multinational tower access tickets. The French Black Tower's 70th floor double S++ clear was already off the table. He had abandoned that attempt. The same went for the UAE Black Tower. That one was only at the 60th floor, so it would not count anyway. Well, I only need one more. Anyway, the long-awaited 70th floor clear. The place strongly suspected to house the real Kabbalan. Entering the Korean Black Tower, 70th floor. The moment he entered, thick black fog filled everything in every direction. He could not see anything, not even the narrow path leading to the mansion. Cossack spoke to Bardin. Why do you call me assassin? You insane heretic bastard. Who do you think you are talking to? They really did need some light. If only he had brought a flashlight. Could you give us some radiance? Whoosh. Much better. Ju Hyuk's current trait enhancement was, there were 6 summoned beings inside the 70th floor. 1 slot remained. Summon. Mad Demon. Welcome, Mad Demon. I shall lead. You all protect the summoner. If even a scratch appears on his body, I will rip off your limbs. The Mad Demon walked forward, swaggering. The remaining 6 summoned beings tightly surrounded Ju Hyuk from all sides as they advanced. He understood the sentiment, but they were a bit too close to walk comfortably. No helping it. He would endure. Before they knew it, they were standing in front of the mansion door. Wong. The Mad Demon's aura surged violently. Speed. Quam. The door exploded from the force of his energy. At the same time, he stomped powerfully into the ground. Kum. Kabbalan's residence trembled violently. The ground cracked like an earthquake. Walls collapsed. The roof caved in. The Mad Demon, demolition expert. He smashed the building relentlessly from the outside, then said, Child, why do not you try it too? Varon IH Khan nodded at the Mad Demon's words. Bardin, quick on the uptake, stepped forward first. Suwak, attribute absorption began. Zing. Crackle crackle crack. A massive holy attribute projectile passed through the shattered doorway and scorched the inner wall. Boom 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 boom. Kurumble. All 3 heavy rounds were fired. They started by destroying the building. There could have been barrier traps inside, after all. For the Mad Demon, such flimsy barriers were nothing. This was all for the summoner's sake. Dust billowed thickly. Kabbalan's residence lay half destroyed. Pushing through the dust, the Mad Demon strode forward. Ju Hyuk followed cautiously behind. At the end of a corridor reduced to rubble sat a single chair. On it sat a shabby demon race member, trembling violently, like a shut-in holed up in his room. He had already lost all will to fight. Was that really the real one? He suffered damage to his soul, the Mad Demon said. Yes. When he descended into the copy, I touched him a little. Unbelievable. Even so, he was a 70th floor boss. Does he not reset? It has been a while. If he were a copy, he would have been reset and restored perfectly. However, a unique soul cannot be reset, because he is the real one, not a copy. This one was a sapient being. A player's physical injuries healed with a potion. But once the mind broke, even entering the tower became terrifying. Let us finish it. Was it not already finished? Honestly, he felt a little sorry. A faint sense of discomfort lingered. The real Kabbalan was completely different from the tower monsters he had faced so far. He was no different from a human. Clearing the 70th floor was essentially killing a person. Even if he did not do it himself, it was like contract killing carried out by his order. I think I know what you are thinking, the Mad Demon said. I understand completely. But steel your heart. This one is merely a monster that can think. Ju Hyuk could not speak right away. Please, let him go without pain. The Mad Demon stepped forward. Kabbalan greeted him with a hollow smile, as though he had given up everything. Will you resist? What would be the point? The outcome is already decided. Then this will be easier. Just do it quickly. I am sick of it too. Thank the summoner. He is granting you a painless death. The Mad Demon seized Kabbalan by the head, crunch, and twisted it a full turn. At the same time, crack. Rip. Kabbalan's neck was torn free by the Mad Demon's hand. Notice, you have achieved a double S++ rank clear on the 70th floor of the Korean Black Tower. Double S++ clear reward. Platinum badge awarded. As the system-wide notice rang out. World Notice. High-ranking demon race Duke Kabalan, true body, has been annihilated on the 70th floor of the Korean Black Tower. World Notice. The curse of the average imposed on towers worldwide has been lifted as of this moment. World Notice. The Korean Black Tower's 70th floor boss has been replaced with Copy Kabalan. World Notices flooded in one after another. World Notice. The influence of Kabalan, true body, that affected all Black Towers worldwide has disappeared. World Notice. Due to the annihilation of high-ranking demon race Duke Kabalan, true body, the stats of the 68th floor Guardian Death Knights are greatly reduced. Applied simultaneously to all towers worldwide. World Notice. Due to the annihilation of high-ranking demon race Duke Kabalan, true body, the stats of the 69th floor Gatekeeper Liches are greatly reduced. Applied simultaneously to all towers worldwide. World Notice. Due to the annihilation of high-ranking demon race Duke Kabalan, true body, the stats of the 70th floor Copy Kabalan are greatly reduced. Applied simultaneously to all towers worldwide. Stats greatly reduced. So that is how it works. That would make things easier. World Notice. Benefits for clearing the 70th floor of the Black Tower are granted. World Notice. Restrictions on high-grade mana stones are lifted, limited to the Korean Black Tower. World Notice. Restrictions on various potions and elixirs are lifted, limited to the Korean Black Tower. World Notice. Restrictions on weapons and equipment items are lifted, limited to the Korean Black Tower. World Notice. These clearing benefits apply to all floors of the Korean Black Tower. Additionally, reward drop rates are greatly increased. Wait, mana stones have grades? High-grade mana stones. He did not yet fully understand what restrictions lifted truly meant, but since it applied to all floors and massively increased rewards, he would find out soon enough. In any case, for Ju Hyuk and all players affiliated with the Republic of Korea, it was an extremely sweet reward. Chapter 94. Everyone heard it this time. All 7 billion people on Earth heard the world notices, translated into the language they used. Some shouted in amazement, some cheered, some asked each other if what they heard was real, some said it was not their business and did not care. Reactions varied wildly. The aftershock was enormous. The stature of the Republic of Korea soared into the sky. In fact, right after the president's special address, opinions among Koreans regarding clearing the Korean Black Tower's 70th floor had been divided. I am in favor. If we can do it, we should. Right. Whoever does it, the curse has to be lifted. It is about saving the world. Is it not worth the sacrifice? However, opposition far outweighed support. I am against it. Absolutely against. Sacrifice my ass? Look at this hero. Are we suckers? Exactly. We have not gotten anything. So why do we have to clear the 70th floor? Who gave the president the right to decide that? At least there should have been a referendum. And more importantly, is the real one really in the Korean Black Tower? What if it is not? Then they would say, oh, wrong tower, and go clear a different one. Then came the world notices delivered to everyone. Kabalan defeated, the curse lifted, and benefits limited to the Korean Black Tower. As if nothing had happened before, every internet forum and SNS united in pure national hype. It is hype. Pure hype. Ugh, this is intoxicating. Where is the bastard who called us suckers yesterday? Come out. What? Wrong tower? It was this one. Did we trust the president? We trusted the top player. A complete reversal of attitude. This feels like a YouTube thumbnail. America in shock. Japan trembling. Europe feeling jealous. The whole world in awe. Ha ha ha, got anything else? It was a festival. Players and ordinary citizens alike. Everyone was celebrating. Pure national pride. That is what this world notice was. Until now, world notices had never been welcome. Slow tower progress. Curses of the average. First wave cursed nations, second wave targets. But this one was different. You almost wanted to record it and listen again later. The Korean Awakening Management Agency was on fire too. Employees and players hugged each other and shouted in triumph. Holy, this is better than. Are we going out to celebrate? Tonight, we are going all out. The building practically shook with cheers. Even though the clearing progress had jumped from the 67th floor all the way to the 70th, it was more than worth it. Just look at the rewards. High-grade mana stones limited to the Korean Tower, various potions and elixirs, and even weapons and equipment. Jun Guangil and Park Jiang-soo were swamped with congratulatory calls and inquiries. Yes, thank you. You even called. I barely did anything, haha. High-grade mana stones. It has only just been unlocked. Let us check once they start appearing as rewards, and I will get back to you. Calls were calls, but work still had to be done. Park Jiang-soo asked Jun Guangil. So, Deputy Commissioner, how do you plan to deal with the French Special Envoy? Well, the situation has completely changed, has it not? If the French Black Tower also unlocks restrictions after clearing the 70th floor, like Korea did, a bit of money would not even come close. The value of clearing the 70th floor had skyrocketed beyond comparison. Naturally, the old contract terms had to change. Should we ask for the Mona Lisa? We might actually get it. Better yet, what about Korea's national treasures currently in the Louvre? That is the default. If they do not agree, there will not even be negotiations. Have Bong Joo-hyuk receive them, and we will display them in our museums at the national level. Oh right, we got a request from the US. Again? They want a meeting with Player Bong. No, they want to re-rent the Holy Sword. Gerald says he wants to challenge it again. Re-attempting the 68th floor in this situation? He wants to see just how much weaker it has gotten. What do you think? Allow it. Jun Guangil pondered. He had almost died, but he had still brought the Holy Sword back safely. That alone deserved praise. Allow it. I am curious, too, how much weaker it has become. Countries staying in Korea also sprang into action. With Kabalan's curse lifted, the rapidly shrinking clearing deadlines returned to normal. Then what about the 68th floor? They said Death Knight stats had dropped sharply. Was that really true? The United States moved first. Gerald, who had been lying around in despair, leapt to his feet the moment he heard the world notice. A mind tougher than steel, that was Gerald. That was why he was America's top player. Director, reserve the Holy Sword for me immediately. Are you sure you will be okay? They said it got weaker. We should at least check. All right, I will get it arranged right away. So, once again, they headed to the Holy Sword loan room of the Korean Awakening Management Agency. Director Antonio requested a re-loan of the Holy Sword for Gerald, and the agency approved it. But there is one condition. Jun Guangil's condition was this. Please make Gerald's body cam footage public, both the dangerous footage from last time and the newly recorded one. At the same time, it would serve as advertising for the Holy Sword. A before and after comparison? Yes. Would it not be fine to release it? Director Antonio was honestly reluctant to release the before footage. Was it not a record of failure? But if it was certain that the Death Knights had weakened, and Gerald performed well this time, well, if the results are good, then fine. Thus, Gerald entered the American Black Tower once again, Holy Sword in hand. About an hour passed. Gerald reappeared in the loan room after exiting the tower, his face flushed red. At least, he did not look injured. Gerald, how did it? I wanted to kill all 4, honestly, but I held back and only killed 3 before coming out. Do I even need to say it? Check the body cam. Right. They could just play it back. First, the before footage. That was before the real Kabalan had been defeated. The overwhelming presence of the Death Knight. Fast, powerful, charging in with masterful swordsmanship. Because it was first-person footage, Gerald's peril came through vividly. A video of desperate retreat. Even that had barely worked. Then, the after footage. After the real Kabalan had vanished and his influence disappeared, the Death Knight looked like it had a screw loose. Sluggish, dull, pitiful beyond words. Gerald defeated it without much trouble. And the edited before and after bodycam video was uploaded to YouTube. People watching the before footage said, "My, how were you supposed to fight that thing?" Holy Radiance countered the dark aura, but the real problem was physical ability. Defense, evasion, attack power. No wonder it was impossible. Only Gerald could have survived that. Watching the after footage. Is that really the same monster? What if the real Kabalan had not been killed? We should be thanking Korea's top player. Well, they did get paid for it, did they not? The before and after video hit 50 million views in just a few hours. But in truth, the most popular video was something else. A Korean player's YouTube upload, holding a stone glowing with a deep blue hue. Yes, this is a high-grade mana stone. The color is different, right? I cleared the 28th floor right after the world notice and got it as a reward. High-grade mana stones had appeared. With the increased reward rate, it happened surprisingly fast. It is not just me. Plenty of players got them too. Of course, from the Korean Black Tower. It is definitely better than regular mana stones. But how much better? That needs research. Price? The agency said they would buy them at double value, but I am heading to the player shop today. It was not just mana stones. Another video surfaced. A dark-skinned man who looked like an African native, but his nationality was listed as a Korean Black Tower player, likely a naturalized citizen. I naturalized 2 years ago. I am Korean. Do not get it twisted. Know what this is? A healing potion? Nope. It is a strength enhancement elixir. Tower-only item. According to the description, it boosts strength by over 50% for 5 hours. I am not selling this. I am climbing. I will use it on the 50th floor range and post a review afterward. At this point, players around the world began to stir. Should I naturalize to Korea while I am at it? A lot of players are already moving, I hear. What are the requirements for naturalization? I heard as long as you do not have a criminal record, you are good. Go check with the Korean embassy. I do not want to immigrate. Would they accept temporary naturalization? If you were them, would you accept you? Or how about North Korea instead of South? North Korea? Huh, they have the same tower, do they not? You insane bastard. You want to kidnap yourself? Change had begun. In how people viewed tower clearing itself. Governments around the world were also thinking seriously. At this point, clearing the 70th floor, like Korea did, might actually be worth considering. The Death Knights, Liches, and Copy bosses had all weakened, and with the Holy Sword, climbing might now be possible. After dealing with the real Kabbalan, Ju-hyuk drove his camper van out. Everything was done. Now it was time to enjoy himself. He had been cooped up at home for so long he had not gotten a shred of sunlight. No wonder his vitamin D was non-existent. By now, he was a decent driver too. Driving by the book. Yellow light. Stop first. Changing lanes. Turn signal always. Was not that the proper way for a real man to drive? The mad demon was busy sightseeing around Seoul. A peaceful world indeed. The skyscrapers still stand, uncollapsed. Just what kind of world had he lived in before? At this rate, why do not we head to the Blue House? To govern the world, one must first govern the self. Let us conquer Korea first. The mad demon slipped things like that in whenever you let your guard down. Best not to respond. After circling Seoul for a while, it was time for the mad demon to return. An LSSR summon only lasted 3 hours. I will call you again later. Summoner, take care of yourself. To the other summoned beings as well. Spat, spat, spat. Should he grab groceries first? Most things fit in Rajix's bag anyway. Just need snacks, alcohol, drinks, chips. While shopping at a big mart, he overheard people chatting nearby. All of it about the world notices. It was a huge topic even among ordinary people. Of course it was. Everyone had heard the world notices directly. Tongues were itching. Hey, you know, I am the one who cleared Kabbalan. Oh, you did not know? I am not lying. I am even on a first-name basis with the director of the Awakening Management Agency. The French Special Envoy came to see me, and I even got a call from the U.S. Secretary of State. The SS++ rank clear record holder. That is me. I just took him down in one shot. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes him feel proud. Anyway, after shopping enough, Ju-hyuk headed to his villa in Namyeongju. The access road had changed. What used to be a dirt road was now neatly paved with asphalt. He parked the car. All right, time to call everyone back out. The mad demon would come later when the timing was right. Is this a villa? Kosak, who preferred lying on the couch watching TV to going outside. There is a TV in the camper. You can watch that. Gyundale too. The air is pleasant. For the young master's health, it might be good to stay a few days. A field operation, then. I will start by digging trenches. You can just crash anywhere and sleep. Why yes, understood. Gobang and his soulbound partner, Bardin. I will grill the meat. I will light the charcoal. Light, and then Rajix. The moment he was summoned, he trembled violently and screamed. Suddenly he rolled away over there, pulled out a broom from his subspace backpack and, swish swish, started frantically sweeping fallen leaves, cleaning nonstop. He cleans whenever he gets the chance. Since he enjoys it so much, there is no stopping him. After being neglected for a few days, it was pretty dirty. The grass had grown a lot too. But thanks to cosmic farmhand Rajix's touch, the area around the villa gradually became neat and clean. Ju Hyuk put on sunglasses, sat back in a comfortable lounge chair, and downed a can of beer. This is living. He would rest properly for a while. Of course, starting tomorrow he would do some repeat clears, and earlier, Jun Guang'el had mentioned this. Ilsung Apparel had been spun off into an independent company. Ju Hyuk now owned 90% of the shares, and production would begin soon. That meant he would have to diligently skin wyverns and deliver the hides. At the same time, he would farm items now that restrictions were lifted. He would not climb the 71st floor yet. The moment you enter, you have to clear it, no matter what. And it has to be SS++ rank. Things would definitely be different. The monsters, the missions, even the methods. But even the summoned ones said they had no information about the 71st floor yet. Because the restriction only lifts once someone makes the first climb. With the curse gone, there was plenty of time. And then, random summoning. A new family member would be coming soon. One thing gave him pause. Summon attribute change ticket. Effect. When performing a random summon, you can summon an ally outside your existing summon traits. One will be randomly selected from golems, elementals, magical beasts, phantasmal beasts, or spirit beasts. Limit. Affected by your maximum number of simultaneous summons. Should he use it or not? If he did, one of those, golem, elemental, magical beast, phantasmal beast, or spirit beast, would be summoned at random. A ticket received as a special reward. It seemed fine to use. I heard summons and elementals are hard to control. That was one of the weaknesses of summoner-type players. I will think about it later. Meat sizzled over the charcoal. Rajix even pulled out a wide table and chairs from his subspace bag. Veronich Ka, who had been holed up sleeping somewhere, was drawn by the smell of meat and crawled over low to the ground. Summon. Mad Demon. His drinking buddy has arrived. Let us have a proper good time. Chapter 95. There is a place called the Infinite Prison. A place filled not with living people, but solely with souls. Souls, literally just souls. Like scraps of drawings, only their shapes remained. There was nothing else to them. If you had to compare it to a game, they were like NPCs you see on a monitor. Still, communication was possible. Not through spoken words, but through resonance between souls. However, bound by prohibitions, it was only allowed within certain limits. The souls there were all beings who, after dying in their previous lives, had entered into contracts under some transcendent law. Because of that, escaping this place by their own power was impossible. But there was a way out. All it took was for someone to call their name. If a summoner called them, they would manifest with a physical body. It was no different from being given life again. Being able to see things with one's eyes, smell scents with one's nose, taste delicious food, hear, touch, move. How immense a blessing these trivial things were. When souls, those who were summoned, were brought into the world, they were given the task of helping the summoner conquer the tower. Complete conquest of the Black Tower. If they succeeded, they would gain complete freedom. But it was not easy, because humans were weak beings. In worlds as numerous as grains of sand on a beach, over tens of thousands of years, they failed again and again. Inside the tower, or outside it, summoners died one by one. What happens when the summoner who gives a soul physical form dies? They cannot go outside. The hope of attaining complete freedom disappears as well. This time, too, they did not have high expectations. As always, the summoned souls would lose their summoner, fall into despair, and wander the infinite prison like madmen, staggering about. But this summoner was said to be a little different. They had safely overcome the curse of Kabbalan, apparently. Only one tower had collapsed due to the curse. No one knew how exaggerated the story was, but rumors full of hope were spreading through the infinite prison. They say he has already summoned 7. Really? Are you sure? 7, and he is still fine. I did not hear it firsthand. I heard it secondhand too. Ho ho, I knew the slick assassin, the stupid meat shield, and the insolent shrine maiden had manifested, but you have got to add the beastman laborer and the lazy gunner too. They say they are all getting showered with the summoner's affection. Even that crazy heretic inquisitor went out. Darn it. Even someone like that gets summoned. But then who is the last one? That is only 6th. There is a rumor the mad demon manifested successfully. So that is why this summoner has lasted so long. If you have got a mad demon with you, getting to at least the 60th or 70th floor is not hard to. Does not seem like that is the case. What do you mean? They say the mad demon was treated poorly. He offended the summoner and got kicked out right after coming out. Satisfaction was rock bottom. The mad demon was treated poorly? What? There are rumors that this summoner's disposition is different from the others. Different how? How would I know? The souls who went with him would know. I am curious. Where are the ones who went out? I would like to meet them. No idea. This place is pretty huge, you know. Anyway, is not a random summon coming up soon? It is about time someone went out. Whether it is a random summon or not is up to the summoner. If trait enhancement is not ready, they can skip it. That depends on the summoner. I have heard some just pull no matter what. Yeah, a summoner I was with a long time ago was like that. Could only summon 5 at once, but the catalog had 25. I was one of them. Being summoned once and never called again is even harder to endure. I suppose this time the random summon should be me. If the Earth Summoner is bound to become an emperor, should not someone teach him the basics? Do not be ridiculous. An emperor? He should be the shadow ruler of the world, controlling even emperors from the shadows. Shadow ruler my ass. Just smash everything. Drop a meteor on the countries that do not listen and they all quiet down. Yeah, and because of you, that summoner got hit by 10 nukes and died. You crazy mage bastard. Watch your mouth. You son of it. Do you have any idea how many ages I suffered in agony because of that? Then you should have done better from the start instead of regretting it. If I go out, I can replace that slick assassin. I can make sure no enemies remain around the summoner. Rule by force does not last long. You must capture human hearts with holy power. Only I can make the summoner a god worshipped by humanity. Wake up, all of you. Who knows who will even get picked? This time, I have got a good feeling. I think it will be me. At this point, I am curious how the administrators are reacting. Why bring up those unlucky administrators? Because those bastards will not stay still. Even during the Kabbalah curse event, only one tower collapsed. Right? Saying it is boring, they will start pulling stuff like emergency patches and new content again. Those vermin bastards. Someday, I will definitely kill them. My final lingering regret is avenging my former summoner. Ju Hyuk's vacation villa in Namyeongju. For 3 or 4 days, he ate and played around without thinking about anything, mostly with the existing summoned companions. The Mad Demon was called occasionally, just as a drinking buddy. Honestly, the Mad Demon could be a bit much. While chatting and joking around, he would suddenly sink into thoughts like, hey, world domination does not sound so bad. The Mad Demon was eloquent, unbelievably good with words. If you let your guard down for even a moment, you might one day experience a scene where the U.S. president has been subdued by the Mad Demon, kneeling before you and declaring, I offer you America. Just thinking about it made him sick. In truth, Ju Hyuk had his own values and goals in life. They just were not very firm. Shallow values that could change at any time. Yes, like a reed swaying in the wind, a weak-willed loser whose heart flutters easily. So, sorry to say, but he only called the Mad Demon now and then. He spent much more time with the comfortable, familiar summoned companions. He cleaned alongside Rajix, exchanged bland jokes with Kosak, lay in a hammock and took naps, and when he got bored, went into the tower. He had heard the item restrictions were lifted, and that reward rates had increased significantly. He was curious whether it was really true. Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, 59th floor. Among wyverns, the one said to have the most beautiful hide was the lightning wyvern. As flying monsters, they would not come down unless you pulled them. Thunk, 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 thunk. First, Rajix farming. Rajix dug into the ground with fierce momentum. Whenever he poked rocks or hardened ground with his golden pickaxe, jab, jab, clunk. A blue glowing stone would get caught on the tip of the pickaxe each time. Kosak picked one up and examined it. High-grade mana stone. Oh, you can get high-grade mana stones from gathering too. So things really had changed. As expected, cosmic farmhand Rajix the laborer. A round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. The beautiful glow of a high-grade mana stone, about the size of a fist, suffused with deep blue light. Supervisor B. Supervisor, Veronhka KLHBER. If it is a high-grade mana stone, does the magic gun get stronger? Of course. The power of a magic gun is determined by the quality of the mana stone. But there was no need to use it as magic gun ammunition. Regular mana stones were sufficient. So, in a single run, the amount of high-grade mana stones mined came to about 30 kilograms. He would sell those all at once later. Now then, should he start hunting wyverns? The mission was to kill 15, killing them one by one, skinning them on the spot, and stuffing the hides away, and after taking down the last one. You have successfully completed the 59th floor mission. Reward: mana stones, 2.9 kilograms. High-grade mana stones, 3 kilograms. Reward: tower exclusive healing potion, 4, healing potion, 1. Even the mana stone rewards had changed. Both regular and high-grade mana stones at the same time. About half and half. What is this healing potion? For labeled as tower exclusive, and 1 healing potion without the tower exclusive tag. Effect: heals external and internal injuries sustained not only inside the tower, but also outside it. Limitation: unlike tower-exclusive healing potions, it has no effect on poison or disease. So this is what they meant by restrictions being lifted? It is not just more variety. It worked on injuries sustained outside the tower, which meant even non-players could use it. The world was going to get noisy again. That aside, this healing potion, he should give it to Dad. His hip fracture from before had supposedly healed completely, but just in case. Another day passed. Ju Hyuk still had not gone home. Because today was a special occasion. The random summon event. The day a new family member would join. Just a moment ago, the random summon cooldown had ended. Before summoning, should we use a summon attribute change ticket or not? If used, one of the following would appear: a golem, spirit, demonic beast, phantom beast, or spirit beast. If not used, it would summon a summoned person like before. I am in favor of using the ticket. Our holy sword has got his head on straight for now, but if another weirdo comes out. Anyway, Cossack was in favor of using the ticket. I concur. How much have Sir Cossack and Bardin troubled young master's temper thus far? Though they may be lowly creatures, everything has its use. Please use the ticket. Gyundale also urged him to use it. It will allow for a greater diversity of tactical options. In our magic empire, we tamed demonic beasts and deployed them on the battlefield. Veron Ihk and the other summoned companions had no objections either. Then he might as well use it. What would be good to get? Ju Hyuk had done some research beforehand too. Through internet galleries frequented by players with summoning traits. They all said there were pros and cons. But they shared one thing in common. They were all hard to manage. And the higher the level, the more pronounced that tendency became. Why could not summoning-type players reap easy benefits? Even summoners in the level 50 range were rare. Because properly handling summons required an enormous amount of time. Golems sound good, right? They are dumb enough to make you lose your mind. If you do not give precise instructions, they are no different from broken robots. Even when I am about to die in a crisis, they just stand there staring. Humanoid, bipedal golems. But with extremely low intelligence. When I first summoned a spirit, I was really happy. Thought the game was basically over. But they are sly. They do not have any affection for their master. Arrogant little. Spirits had high utility. But building loyalty was difficult. Demonic beasts? They are good, crazy strong. Stuff like basilisks. They just grab and slam them around. But once they start fighting, they lose all reason. Is that berserk mode? That is their trait. Sometimes they even come after me. Nasty tempers, seriously. Demonic beasts were excessively violent. Sometimes uncontrollable. Phantom beasts are fascinating. They even use magic. But they are unpredictable. Sometimes they listen well, and sometimes they do not listen at all. Phantom beasts tended to act on their own whims. Spirit beasts, literally sacred beasts. They are noble summons, so they look down on their master. Sometimes I cannot even tell if I am taking one around or serving it. Spirit beasts had fierce pride. In extreme cases, the master-summon relationship even got reversed. Like this, all summons required loyalty and affinity. So at first, you would just get acquainted, build rapport with simple commands, then eventually send them hunting. They said that if loyalty was measured out of 100, you needed at least 80 to hunt properly. It did not matter what came out. Kabbalan was dead, the curse of the average was over, and it was fine to take it easy once in a while. The summoning location was the Namyeonju Villa. It was evening, but not yet dark. By the blazing campfire, He tore the summon attribute change ticket. Something scarlet appeared. Neither a golem nor a spirit. About the size of a large dog. On the smaller side for a summon. But an overwhelming aura poured off it. Enough to make his skin prickle. What type was it? Demonic beast? Phantom beast? Spirit beast? Catalog. Blood wolf. Rank. Stage 1, level 71. Type. Demonic beast. Manifestation duration, 10 hours. Resummon cooldown, 3 hours, applies after dismissal. It was a demonic beast. At last, Ju Hyuk had summoned something that was not human. Pointed ears, a mane of coarse fur bristling in all directions, colored deep blood red, jet black eyes with no whites, and large paws with sharp claws protruding from the gaps. The blood wolf growled warily at its changed surroundings. Big dogs are scary. Small dogs are fine, but still. Even so, he should uphold his duties as a master. Ju Hyuk met the blood wolf's gaze. Since it was their first meeting, he figured he should at least say hello. Hi, blood wolf. The blood wolf turned its head away as if utterly uninterested. Should he try petting its head? If you want to get close quickly, physical contact is the best. So just as he stepped closer and reached out a hand toward its head, the blood wolf bared its white teeth and glared at Ju Hyuk with eyes full of aggression. Its expression clearly said, "How dare you touch my head?" The blood wolf opened its mouth wide, sharp fangs exposed. What the heck? This bastard is going to bite its summoner? You little mutt. Where do you get off baring your teeth? Cossack sent a shaker kick straight into the blood wolf's face. Sensing danger, the blood wolf tried to turn its head to dodge, but, as if that would work. Who do you think Cossack is? One solid hit snapped the blood wolf's head sideways. At the same time, Gobang transformed with gigantification and grabbed its tail. A beast that lunges at its master needs to be beaten. He lifted it up, spun it around once, and slammed it straight into the ground. Yip 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 yelp. There was no time to stop them. Rajix also pulled out his pickaxe, snorting angrily. Thud, thud, thud. It even got stabbed with a pickaxe. The summoned companions were going berserk. Veron HK already had her magic gun loaded, and Gyundale's gaze had gone ice cold. At this rate, it is going to die? Then the holy sword, Bardin, stepped in. He manifested holy radiance and placed his hand on the blood wolf's body. Its wounds began to heal. The blood wolf's unfocused eyes regained clarity. Our Bardin has really changed lately. Seems like he is reclaiming the true duty of a holy knight. Yeah, that is how a holy attribute should be. The blood wolf, seemingly moved, softened its gaze. As if to express gratitude for the healing, it got up and tried to lick Bardin's hand. You wretch. Where do you think you are putting that filthy mouth? Bardin yanked his hand back and smacked the blood wolf on the head. Begone, you ill-mannered beast. Then he turned to Cossack. When it is about to die, I will heal it. Until then, train it thoroughly. Make sure it never bares its teeth at the Lord again. The training resumed. There was no mercy. Verona HK joined in as well, grinding the butt of her magic gun into the blood wolf's body again and again. Gyundale even started smearing soybean paste all over it. Yip, yip yip yelp, yelp. Ju Hyuk felt bad for the demonic beast, but endured it. Because it was not the kind of dog people usually imagine. Not a cute puppy that wags its tail at humans, loves, and wants to be loved. It was completely different. It was a demonic beast. A terrifying creature that would tear into even its summoner if it went berserk. It almost had just now. And so the training continued. Loyalty. Demonic beasts are wonderful. There are no bad demonic beasts in the world. This lonely demonic beast trainer, Beast President Cossack, has trained it to perfection, sir. Since when does beating count as training? Lord Summoner, please issue a command. What to start with? Something simple. Sit. The moment the word left his mouth, the blood wolf dropped its rear to the ground. Paw. At his finger gun gesture, it offered its paw. Fetch. Finally, he tossed a stick, and it ran after it. When even a grotesque demonic beast follows commands, it is kind of cute. What berserk rampage? This thing does not seem like it at all. Chapter 96. An energy called mana. It is a player's innate power and the foundation for the effects of various items. A force that cannot be perceived unless one is a player. However, even ordinary people had a way to confirm the existence of mana. Through mana stones. Because they did not carry the tower-exclusive designation, Mana stones still retain mana even in the real world. It had been 20 years since towers appeared on Earth, which meant there had been 20 years of research into mana stones as well. After countless studies, an undeniable fact had emerged. Mana stones could be applied to Earth's scientific technology. The most active field of mana stone research was room temperature superconductors. Experiments were conducted to see whether superconductivity would appear when mana stones were mixed into various metal compounds at certain ratios. The results were incomplete, but there were results. Thanks to mana stones, electrical resistance was reduced. They were applied across multiple fields: electrical appliances, semiconductor materials, CPS, GPS, batteries. And follow-up research was still ongoing. But now, high-grade mana stones? There were grades, even among mana stones. Naturally, curiosity exploded. Just how different were high-grade mana stones from existing mana stones? The Materials Research Institute of the Korea Daejeon Science and Technology Tower acquired high-grade mana stones from the Awakening Administration's player shop and began research. It is the Meissner effect. This is definitely superconductivity. No, how is this even possible? The completion of a room temperature superconductor. Electrical resistance 0. What did that mean? A revolutionary leap in computer performance. Because heat generation disappears. What about maglev trains? Transportation faster than airplanes could be commercialized at extremely low cost. Nuclear fusion power generation, power lines with 100% transmission efficiency, dramatic improvements in battery performance. All made possible by high-grade mana stones. And these stones could only be obtained from the Korean Black Tower. The world is going to go crazy again. It is a room temperature superconductor. A new industrial revolution is right in front of us. A senior researcher spoke cautiously. With high-grade mana stones, would not there be something above that? What? Above that would be, for example, top-grade mana stones. Come on, no way though. It was not groundless speculation. For 20 years, everyone believed regular mana stones were the limit. And then, out of nowhere, high-grade mana stones appeared. In any case, other countries will not sit still. Right? They will do whatever it takes to clear the 70th floor and lift the restriction. Tower conquest was no longer just about preventing collapse. Time limits for clearing floors might be ignored. The goal was to clear the 70th floor and secure high-grade mana stones. High-grade mana stones were not researched only in Korea. They were studied worldwide. Naturally, it was confirmed everywhere that they produced room temperature superconductivity. But how did other countries obtain high-grade mana stones? Items that could only be acquired from the Korean Black Tower. There was another way to get them. Expensive, but possible. Director Park Jae-soo frowned deeply and spoke with obvious displeasure. North Korea must be grinning from ear to ear. They have suddenly become the world's second-largest producer of high-grade mana stones. North Korea, which shared the tower with South Korea. High-grade mana stones were produced there as well. An unexpected form of economic development, you could say. Countries around the world paid enormous sums through North Korea to secure high-grade mana stones. In truth, it was little different from parasitism. They did not have to suffer the stress of climbing uncleared upper floors, yet were sucking up the benefits right next door. Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il was also displeased. Sharing tips was fine. It could not be helped. That was how things had started from the beginning. Only North Korean players are dying. They break their backs climbing, earn high-grade mana stone rewards, and then the regime confiscates everything and exploits them. It was infuriating. All it did was fatten a dictator's belly. I wish a coup would break out in North Korea instead of Japan. As a matter of fact, the National Intelligence Service is watching closely. They say the atmosphere among North Korean players is unusual. Then Director Park Jae-soo seemed to recall something. What about acting Prime Minister Usuda? He returned home today. Apparently the situation with the self-defense forces is becoming unstable. TSK still has not come to his senses. Is the US staying quiet? It seems they are not even bothering to watch America's reaction anymore. Well, after being betrayed once with the rejection of the temporary naturalization request, I suppose they have stopped caring. Originally, South Korea and Japan were planning to sign a temporary naturalization agreement. Everything was ready. Just signatures and a public announcement remained. Acting Prime Minister Usuda had agreed to all the conditions demanded by the Korean government. But in the middle of that, The self-defense forces unilaterally conducted joint land-sea-air military exercises without consulting the Japanese cabinet. They even deployed with live ammunition. What were they plotting? If the troops turned toward Tokyo during the exercise, that would be an immediate coup. Acting Prime Minister Usuda rushed back to contain the situation. This is driving me insane. Why is there never a peaceful day in East Asia? Jun Guangil nodded. What is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs doing in response? With the risk of a coup, should not Japan be designated a travel warning country? There is nothing certain yet. The acting Prime Minister went back to contain things, did he not? What could possibly happen? Could a coup really break out? To be honest, the Blood Wolf had been summoned just for fun. Why would he need another summon? He already had reliable summoned companions. Still, would not it be fine to take a breather once in a while? He had gotten a summon attribute change ticket as a perk anyway, and the random summon cooldown would come back in a month regardless. So he summoned it. But it was disappointing. Abilities that fell short of expectations. You could tell just by how pathetically it got beaten down, unable to even resist Cossack. Ju Hyuk himself could subdue it easily. So where was he supposed to use this thing? After some thought, he came to a conclusion. Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, 45th floor. The Basilisk Boss Zone, entered after a long time. 45th floor mission, defeat 60 basilisks of any type and 1 rainbow basilisk. Since they were here, might as well skin a ton of hides. But before that, Rajix's item farming. Rajix was riding on the Blood Wolf's back. When he pointed into the distance with his golden pickaxe, Spot, the Blood Wolf sprinted off at dazzling speed. Rajix is running. He is not tumbling around. Riding comfortably atop the blazing fast Blood Wolf, he roamed freely across the 45th floor. The sluggish basilisks could not even dream of keeping up. With one tiny hand gripping the Blood Wolf's mane tightly, and the other holding the golden pickaxe, Rajix skillfully controlled the Blood Wolf while shouting, "Hook, hook." As expected of the all-purpose laborer Rajix, he even rides demonic beasts with ease. Whenever he caught the scent of items, he would immediately hop down and start swinging the pickaxe. Thunk, 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 thunk. The Blood Wolf waited quietly beside him. If a basilisk even tried to approach, it instantly puffed up and growled. Once Rajix finished farming to a certain extent, he tapped the Blood Wolf's head lightly with the handle of his pickaxe. The Blood Wolf immediately flattened itself to the ground. Rajix toddled over on his short legs, climbed onto its back, and spop-hap. Off they went again. Our laborers' escort and transportation problems have been solved all at once. A role perfectly suited for the Blood Wolf. Once the farming of high-grade mana stones, tickets, and rune fragments was done, it was time to skin basilisks. Skin, and skin some more. They stuffed everything indiscriminately into Rajix's subspace backpack. Then suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Is this really right? He had come here to rest. And even after coming all the way to a vacation villa, he was still skinning monsters? Did one of his ancestors die from not working hard enough or something? If you came to rest, then rest. Why am I doing this? To be honest, even camping was getting old. Staring into the fire too often made him smell like smoke. Even after showering, the smell lingered. He needed to find some fresh, exciting entertainment. The one person he could trust with schemes was, as always, crafty Cossack. Is there any decent content you would recommend? How could there not be? Cossack grinned slyly. Did you not say we should go on an overseas trip after killing Cabalon? Right. He remembered now. It had even been on his bucket list. Since he had become French, he had thought about at least taking in the scent of France. But given the circumstances, he had postponed it. Then sightseeing in France. The tower and tourist spots are too far apart. Travel would be inconvenient. Then where do you recommend, Mr. Cossack? His ears perked up. Before awakening, back when he was working 2 part-time jobs a day just to get by, he had even lamented how everyone else went on trips to Japan while he could not manage it even once. Set up overseas roaming on your smartphone. Exchange some yen. Eat delicious food. Have fun. Relieve stress. Kaya? Irasame, sir. But as always, there was an opposing opinion. Sir Cossack, do you have no sense of shame? How could you spend the young master's hard-earned blood money on those wretches? Precisely because it is hard-earned money. Japan is the ultimate cost-performance overseas trip. Cheaper than Jeju. Anti-Japan Gyundale versus pragmatic Cossack. They clashed again. The other summoned companions gathered around, watching to see who would win. At some point, Rajix pulled popcorn out of his subspace backpack and handed it to Ju-hyuk. When did he even put that in there? Ju-hyuk grabbed some popcorn. Crunch, crunch. A people who forget their history have no future. What history for a mere overseas trip? Are we going there to sell the country? This is not an issue to be taken lightly, as mere travel. On the contrary, I think it should be taken lightly. Do not inflate its significance. We go, we have fun, we come back, that is all. Do you not care about how others will look at you? Yes, sir. If you live constantly worrying about others' eyes, how do you even live? Could it be that you, Sir Cossack, are a pro-Japanese collaborator? Shall I take the Japanese acting prime minister's head? If we go there and spend money, those bastards will be thrilled. Did you not know? Young people in Japan really like Korea these days. It felt like watching a televised debate. Are these guys Korean or Japanese? All right, let us settle it by vote. To stay neutral, I will abstain. Sounds good. I am confident. This girl votes in favor as well. Right hand for supporting the trip, left hand for opposing it. Please raise your hands. Exactly split down the middle, 3-3. Cossack, along with Gobang and Bardin, raised their right hands, pro-travel. Gyundale, Rajix, and Veronechka raised their left hands, anti-travel. What do I do about this? Honestly, if Ju-hyuk decided, that would be the end of it. No one would complain. But he had declared neutrality. And besides, this was the survival strategy of a true loser. When things get sensitive, back away. The blood wolf, which had been lying flat and quiet, let out a soft sound. It slowly raised its right paw. What the? Does this thing count too? Yes. The blood wolf votes in favor. We win. Gyundale bristled. That is foul play. Absolutely. It is obvious that the scheming Cossack threatened the blood wolf. Cossack smirked with a sly smile. Bet an arm. If you are scared, then just die. Why, you bastard? In truth, Ju-hyuk had seen it. Bardin, after receiving a subtle signal from Cossack, stepping firmly on the blood wolf's tail. The blood wolf was smart enough to read the room and side with Cossack. Anyway, a decision had been made. Well, might as well get some fresh air and take this chance to visit Japan. One of the biggest reasons Kabbalan's curse descended upon Black Towers worldwide, aside from the depression of the French player Guillaume, was undeniably the tower jumping ticket. The item description of the tower jumping ticket was as follows. Tower jumping ticket, up to 5 LV, 5 floors. Effect, skips up to 5 floors of the tower. Your level increases accordingly. Skipped floors are considered cleared. You enter the tower and choose the floor. If you choose floor 1, you jump to 1 LV, floor 1. Floor 3 gives 3 LV, floor 3. Floor 5 gives 5 LV, floor 5. It was not a particularly great item. It was merely useful for skipping difficult or annoying floors. However, there existed a similar item with an entirely different effect. The level up rune. Not a ticket, a rune. Its item description was level up rune, up to 5 LV. Effect, increases only your level, regardless of tower floor. Upon use, your level increases randomly by at least 1 LV and up to 5 LV. Though the increase was random, even a single level meant an immediate increase in power. For example, suppose a player currently challenging the 30th floor used a level up rune and gained +3 levels. That player would then challenge the 30th floor with the abilities of a level 33. It was incomparably better than a jumping ticket, an item that could become the decisive card enabling ascension of uncleared upper floors. The Japanese player who used this item was Tetsuo Hongo, a first-class lieutenant of the Japan Self-Defense Forces. The level-up rune had been purchased on the dark web by Junichi Matsumoto, Chief of Staff of the Joint Staff, for an enormous sum. Tetsuo. The results. The gods have aided Japan. After consuming the level-up rune, First-Class Lieutenant Tetsuo Hongo's status window changed as follows. Name: Tetsuo Hongo. Affiliation: Black Tower, Japan. Level: 57 LV plus 5 LV. Further testing is required. I will clear the 57th floor immediately. Some time passed. After leveling up again, Tetsuo Hongo's status window updated. Level: 58 LV plus 5 LV. Level 58, meaning he could challenge the 58th floor, with the power equivalent to a total of level 63. the uncleared floor that had caused the collapse of Japan's Black Tower. With this, Chief of Staff Junichi Matsumoto made his decision. Proceed with the coup. The justification was sufficient. The Japanese cabinet had failed to clear the 58th floor and caused the tower's collapse. Worse, it had triggered the tower's reappearance in the heart of Tokyo. An incompetent government would be replaced. And with the power of the self-defense forces, Tokyo, the capital of Japan, would be protected. It would be the opening signal announcing the revival of Japan's military rule. Chapter 97. The Japan sightseeing trip was decided. Before leaving, Ju-hyuk stopped by his parents' house. What? There is no one here. His father, Bong Chul-soo, looked at Ju-hyuk with a sulky expression. What? Am I not a person to you? Your mom went to a gathering, and Min-hyuk went to school. Well, having just his father here was fine too. He was only dropping off the healing potion and leaving right away. Please take this. Huh? What is this? It is called a healing potion. Keep it as a household medicine. If your hip still has not healed, drink it right away. Bong Chul-soo tilted his head. A healing potion, something he was familiar with. Son, are you making fun of me because I am not a player? This stuff only heals injuries you get inside the tower. This one is different from tower-only healing potions. It works on injuries sustained outside too. Well, if you are doubtful, you could cut your finger a little with a knife. Oh yeah? Give me your hand. I will test it right now. Then should I cut my own finger? Cutting off a finger? An energy barrier activated reflexively. Anyway, I am busy, so I will be off. He had delivered the healing potion, and there was a lot to do. Honestly, getting to Tokyo was simple enough. A passport was needed, plane tickets had to be booked. Still, there were plenty of things to prepare. International roaming for his phone, exchanging yen, spare clothes, and so on. So the trip would be tomorrow afternoon, together with Lord Guangma. If you go to Japan, you have to drink some sake, preferably with a drinking buddy who is on the same wavelength. Under the cover of darkness, Matsumoto Junichi, chief of the Joint Staff of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, advanced on Tokyo with his escort units. 50 pre-prepared armored vehicles, 20 tanks, 12 attack helicopters, and over 5,000 heavily armed ground self-defense force soldiers. A coup is a battle of speed. Seize the capital as quickly as possible, detain high-ranking government officials, and take control of the media and broadcasting stations. It is basically already a success. The proclamation of the new Great Japan would be held in front of the Black Tower of Tokyo, together with the crowd supporting him. After finishing his schedule in Korea and returning home, Secretary of Homeland Security Macmillan was asleep when he received the news of the Japanese coup. What? Good heavens! What kind of lunatics are these? How long had it even been since Kabbalan's curse ended? Zing. Just then, a phone call came in. It was a summons from the White House. Throwing on his clothes in a hurry, he arrived to find President Lloyd, his aides, the CA director, and the Secretary of State already in an emergency meeting. Glad you could make it, Mac. No, we just started. The meeting covered the progress of the Japanese coup and discussions on how to respond. It is too late to stop the coup. It looks like Matsumoto Junichi prepared thoroughly. The Japanese diet has already been occupied. With the army pushing in, who could stop them? The Japanese police were only mobilized for traffic control, helping the military move smoothly. What about acting Prime Minister Usuda? We do not know for sure yet, but it is best to assume he is dead. And the cabinet members? There was no resistance at all. Some even sided with the coup and declared their support. Then we should consider it a success. Yes, a military regime will be established. What a peculiar country. Even with the Black Tower standing in downtown Tokyo, its blade practically at their throats, they still staged a coup. What happened to the Korea-Japan Temporary Naturalization Agreement? With the coup, it should be considered void. President Lloyd asked with a puzzled expression. Then how do they plan to clear the Black Tower of Tokyo? The curse may be over, but it is still a tower that needs to be cleared. Are they planning to beg us again? The CA director answered the president's question. We obtained information from a self-defense forces officer. It seems Matsumoto Junichi acquired an item called a rune of level up. Huh? What is that? It is an item that raises your level randomly from a minimum of 1 LV up to a maximum of 5 LV, regardless of the tower floor. It seems he plans to use that to clear it. Something like that exists? The president turned to Secretary Macmillan. Mac, what kind of item is this rune of level up? I am hearing about it for the first time myself. If even Macmillan, who was responsible for tower climbing, did not know, then we need to secure it too. Try to get one. Yes, I will look into it. An item that raises levels regardless of floor. Judging by the effect, it sounds even better than a rune of trade enhancement. But Macmillan shook his head. I am not so sure about that. For one thing, level is not everything. What do you mean? Do you remember the top Korean player who naturalized to Japan? I remember. You'd something? Yes. At the time of naturalization, his level was 66. But he failed to clear the 57th floor. President Lloyd looked like he finally understood. There are quite a few cases like that. The higher you go, the more important mental strength, talent, equipment items, and skills become. Still, a high level helps, does it not? That is true. I just wanted to say that level is not everything. Macmillan continued. On the other hand, runes of trade enhancement are extremely efficient. They strengthen signature skills. And you gain an enormous number of new skills as well. Finished skills and ultimate skills can only be learned through trade enhancement. You cannot learn them just by raising your level. And most importantly, raising your level is useless in the undead zone. Even 4 trade enhancements are not enough there. President Lloyd nodded in agreement. Because of the dark aura. Yes, in the end, they will have to wield the holy sword. But will they be able to borrow it? Korea would never lend it. If acting Prime Minister Usuda had concluded the Korea-Japan Temporary Naturalization Agreement, they could have bought time to nurture their own players, and borrowing the holy sword in the undead zone would have gone smoothly. Well, let us keep watching the Japan situation for now. For the United States, there was something more important than a coup. What do you think, Mac? Should we not mine high-grade mana stones too? Corporations are in an uproar, and so are the sponsors. The rewards of clearing the 70th floor. High-grade mana stones, items flooding the market, and even items without tower-only modifiers. Gerald is also positive about it. He agreed to clearing the 70th floor. Good. If we are going to do it, let us do it quickly. The 70th floor they would have to climb someday anyway. Going up sooner rather than later did not seem bad. However, the true motives of America's power holders were not the high-grade mana stones. Information was circulating everywhere that healing potions without tower-only modifiers would appear. And that was not all. What if elixirs or miraculous medicines also dropped without tower-only modifiers? Health and immortality are every human's dream. Clearing the 70th floor might provide the clue. Finally, the day of the trip arrived. As soon as he woke up, Ju-hyuk washed up and finished preparing to travel. Bong Ju-hyuk's first overseas trip in his life. There was no way his heart would not be pounding. He had once gone to China using a tower exit ring in the past. But that was not for sightseeing. This was, in effect, his first real experience. He also summoned all of the summoned beings. We should put our heads together and plan the trip. Excluding the beast blood wolf, this is a trip for humans only. We got to exclude restaurants where you have to line up. How long would we even wait? The warrior will stand in line. Maiden, after searching on the tablet, this place is a hot spot. My lord, please do not worry about lighting when you take photos. Senior Officer Veronica Klhber. I will disassemble the magic gun and put it in the suitcase. Everyone chimed in noisily with their own comments. Once they roughly decided where to go, one last thing. Guangma, designated summon. So you have returned home. Are your days of sleeping outdoors finally over? Yes. I am thinking of going somewhere else. Ju-hyuk explained the Japan travel plan to Guangma. Oh, a good idea. It is not bad to cool your head once in a while. You will come with us, right? Even this old man? I do not mind, but I wonder if it is unbecoming. Oh, not at all. We would love it if you came. Ha ha. The summoned ones nodded as well. They had hunted Kubalan together before, gone camping together too, and thanks to that, Ju-hyuk had grown fairly close to Guangma. Then wear this. Ju-hyuk handed Guangma a luxury suit, dress shoes, and a fedora he had bought at a department store. Is this Earth's attire? It will suit you well. If the summoner tells me to wear it, then I shall. Guangma did not refuse. He went to another room to change and came back out. An involuntary exclamation escaped. White hair beneath a fedora, a neatly tied necktie, and polished shoes with a suit. He looked exactly like a stylish senior model. Good enough for a fashion shoot. It was not just Guangma. Bardin also stored his thorn armor in Rajix's subspace backpack and changed clothes. Shall we go, then? Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, first floor. After entering the first floor, using the tower-exclusive exit ring, please designate the nationality of the tower you wish to exit. Designation complete. Your next exit will be within a 10-kilometer radius of the Japanese Black Tower. At the same time, mission abandonment. You have declared mission abandonment. Mission failed. Exiting the Republic of Korea Black Tower. Ju Hyuk and the summoned ones appeared inside a collapsed building next to the Tokyo Black Tower. They were extremely close to the Black Tower. Close enough to say it was right next to it, but since they were inside a building, there were no people around. All right, let us go out. They stepped outside the building and headed toward the bustling district. And at that moment, KRRK, KRRK, KRRK. Something massive was passing right in front of them. Why is that here? KRRK, KRRK, KRRK. A massive body, caterpillar tracks crushing the asphalt as they rolled, a gigantic cannon. Why is there a tank in Tokyo? I do not know either. And it was not just tanks. Armored vehicles with mounted heavy machine guns were lined up, rolling through the streets of Tokyo. Behind them marched soldiers carrying rifles and medium weapons. They are filming a movie. Truly dynamic Japan. We came sightseeing at the right time. We even get to watch a movie shoot. Everyone had perception disruption talismans attached, so no one paid them any attention. If it is a movie, is not that Cossack? A master of method acting, realistic stunt performances, delicate emotional lines that draw tears in 5 seconds. A handsome actor of the acting school, that is Cossack. Hee. If it is historical drama acting, I am confident. Is there any actress who could dare rival this maiden? The warrior just needs to paint himself green, and he is ready. This old man, if it is a martial arts film. Senior Officer Veronica KHBR. If it is a military movie, I confidently say no one is more suitable than me. God Bardin, I shall handle the lighting. Oh light. What is with everyone? Did they come to shoot a movie? They came sightseeing. But somehow, this did not feel like a movie shoot. Meanwhile, cheers could be heard from somewhere. There were an enormous number of them. People wearing headbands with the rising sun painted on their foreheads, holding banners and placards, shouting at the top of their lungs. Everyone seemed excited, swinging their fists and yelling their own slogans as they marched. What are they saying? They are acting really well. It feels real. I do not think so. Should I run a translator? These days, with advances in AI, all you need is a smartphone for automatic translation. Even text on placards turns into Korean if you point the camera at it. So I ran the translation app. Absolutely oppose the humiliating Korea-Japan temporary naturalization agreement. Let us protect the glory of the great Japanese Empire. Dissolve the incompetent Japanese cabinet and rebuild Japan. Tokyo citizens support the Self-Defense Forces' loyal decision. This was not a movie shoot. So this is the right-wing protest you only hear about. Anti-Korean folks. Kill the Josian bastards. Rape Korean women. Occupy Takashima. Expel Zainichi Josian bastards. Declare war on Korea. The more you listened, the more ominous the atmosphere became. Tanks, armored vehicles, armed soldiers. Ju Hyuk searched the news on his smartphone. He did not even need to look hard. The moment he searched Japan on the portal site, the headlines appeared. Japan, Self-Defense Forces coup breaks out. Matsumoto Junichi, Chief of Joint Staff, declares coup success. He had come on a trip, excited because the day you go happens to be market day. Should we go back? A storm of chi surged like a vortex. His entire body shone with crimson inner force. Bloodjade inner force. A weapon in itself. His expression was completely hardened. A murderous intent subtly seeping out. Lord Guangma, what are you trying to do, drawing up your chi like that? Guangma replied with an icy gaze. After hearing things like, kill the Josian bastards, rape Korean women, declare war on Korea, how could anyone endure it? It is no different from telling them to kill the summoner himself, is it not? Gulp. Ju Hyuk swallowed his dry saliva. If they have picked a fight, it is only natural to answer it. Do not worry. I will clean things up neatly. If Guangma started acting, Tokyo would undoubtedly turn into a sea of blood. Could you, maybe close your eyes and pretend you did not hear anything? But Guangma's anger had already reached the limit. In a situation like this, one of my 3 principles, Clause 3, has already been triggered. Forget sightseeing, there would be a massacre. There was no choice. Send him back for now. I am sorry. Guangma unsu. Before he could even finish. Now, wait a moment. SSSSSS. The pressure of Guangma's chi vanished. I will try to endure it. He returned to normal. It seemed he had calmed down. No need to cancel the summon after all. But these damned bastards. Guangma flared crimson once more. Guangma relaxed again. A moment later. I really cannot just let this. SSSSSS. Back to normal. But then Wong. SSSSSS. A battle of wits. Wong. Guangma was determined to do something. Zhu Hyuk was equally determined to stop him. The other summoned beings watched the exchange between Zhu Hyuk and Guangma with keen interest, wondering who would win. Guangma seemed to tire at last. After repeating it several times, the storm of qi finally subsided, and the blood jade inner force enveloping his body disappeared. I have a request. If it is something I can do. If I just let this pass, I think I will develop fire sickness. At this rate, it could even lead to qi deviation. Come on, qi deviation? Surely not. Please allow me to vent my anger. I will not manifest blood jade inner force. Then, tap tap, tatadak, tap tap. Guangma began striking pressure points on his own body. I have suppressed my internal energy. I can now use only about 1 pun of my true qi. 1 pun meant 1%. Would that be okay? I will just hit them a few times. 1 hit per person. To be honest, Zhu Hyuk was angry too. After all, he had gone out of his way to lift the curse and postpone the collapse of the Tokyo Black Tower. And now they were saying what? Kill Koreans? Really, just 1 hit each? I swear upon the name of Guangma. Ah, heck with it. Go vent your anger. But hold back. Guangma beamed at Zhu Hyuk's permission. Oh, thank you. I swear I will not kill civilians. Suddenly, Kosak glanced at Zhu Hyuk. Go bang, Veron H. Ka, and Bardin too. The warrior will go as well. Just 1 flick on the forehead. Senior Officer Veron H. Ka KLHBER, Crowd Control Operations ready. My lord, please grant me permission to unleash divine wrath. Even Rajix, with his short arms, began patting his own body, imitating Guangma's pressure point tapping. What is he doing now? But Guangma raised a hand to stop them. You all stay and protect the summoner. Do not interfere. There will not be enough left for me otherwise. And so Guangma walked toward the anti-Korean protest. It has truly been a long time since I moved my body like this. Wearing a luxury suit splattered faintly with blood, a fedora on his head, black dress shoes, he strode forward. Greetings, you worms. With that one thunderous shout. It is a Josian bastard. A Josian bastard is here. The organizer of the anti-Korean rally, who had been inciting the crowd with a microphone, pointed at Guangma and screamed. Catch that old Josian bastard. Hang him. The anti-Korean protesters surged forward in a mob. Ha ha ha, you wretches. Guangma casually waved his hand forward, as if shooing flies. The man who had charged first was launched into the air, teeth scattered like kernels of corn. And so, Guangma, using only about 1% of his true power, come, let us play to our heart's content, was dropped right into the center of the anti-Korean protesters. That was only the beginning. Chapter 98. Can a summoned being lie to their summoner? If the conditions are met, it is possible. Summoned being rule number 3, clause 3. A summoned being must obey the summoner's words absolutely. But if they judge that the summoner's life is in danger, they may violate the principle of absolute obedience. A military rebellion had broken out in a neighboring country. If a military regime was established, they would not apologize for past wrongs. On the contrary, they would provoke at every opportunity. And then there were the anti-Korean protesters. What? They dared do something to the summoner? War against the summoner's country? Killing its citizens? Guangma was thoroughly enraged. Whether those words were meant seriously or just shouted out did not matter. They had reached his ears. And in doing so, they had poked at an incurable wound, branded like a scar deep in his chest. Are there more summoners who die inside the tower? Or more who die outside the tower? The latter, by far. Guangma's former summoner was one of them. When Guangma could not be summoned due to the resummon cooldown, his former summoner was killed by a joint attack from factions that envied and feared him. Even with sufficient defensive capabilities in the real world, he had fallen. The current summoner would inevitably face danger one day as well. The conditions for Clause 3 had been met. The promise to use only one pun of internal energy. The vow to strike only once per person and not kill. If he truly wanted to, he could break all of those. But right now, he did not want to. If he ignored the summoner's request and caused a major incident, the trust he had painstakingly built with the summoner would collapse in an instant. Well, a promise is a promise. For now, let us beat them up. One pun of internal energy. Even so, that was still about 10 years' worth of cultivation. What kind of martial arts could be unleashed with that? 6 Harmony's fist and ghost step will be enough. It had been a very long time since he had used martial arts with proper form. Those who spew filth from their mouths need their teeth knocked out. True to the name of the footwork, Guangma advanced like a ghost. Without moving his legs or feet, he simply shifted forward. Pow! One strike to the lower face. Crack! A jawbone shattered. Thud-a-dud, teeth falling. If he hit too hard, they would die. Just enough, so they would be limited to water and porridge for a few months. Sweat trickled down. That was from controlling his strength. How difficult it was to subdue someone alive without killing them. He had never really done it before. Letting them live? Hardly. Anyone who got caught in his hands had been killed outright. This is kind of fun. It felt like returning to his days as a green martial artist newly stepping into the Jianghu, the vanguard of the anti-Korean protesters, covered head to toe in colorful tattoos like a canvas, looking like Yakuza, charged forward with vicious expressions. You old Josian bastard. Cute little things. Charging in without an ounce of fear. Crack. The sound of jawbones being crushed was refreshingly crisp. He smashed them indiscriminately. Thud, thud, thud. He made a mistake. This one got hit twice just now. The guy had been yapping so much that he had absent-mindedly thrown an extra punch. I promised only one hit. He did not see it, right? Ju Hyuk had settled down at a suitable spot, munching popcorn that Rajix handed him, enjoying Guangma's performance. Gyundale sat demurely, Veronichka nodded off, and Bardin and Kosak stood nearby guarding Ju Hyuk. The elusive Guangma. How could a human move like that? He was like a ghost. Sly-eyed, he moved. Spot. He appeared over there. Pow! A light punch. Without fail, one protester collapsed, blood dribbling from their mouth. His control over strength is insane. Ju Hyuk had seen Guangma handle tower monsters before. In the undead zone, or against Kabalan in the French Black Tower. Back then, it had not impressed him much. Whoosh, throwing a boomerang of chi, or grabbing a jaw and tearing off wings. He was a summoned being of LSSR, but the fights themselves were oddly dry. That was how strong he was. Did he even need to bother moving his body? But now it was different. Guangma was limiting himself to one pun of internal energy. To make up for the lack of power, he moved tirelessly. All kinds of dazzling movements burst forth. Guangma was properly demonstrating what fist techniques and footwork truly were. The protesters surged forward in an excited mob. Yet not a single one managed to touch even the hem of Guangma's clothes. Even when they rushed him all at once, he twisted his body this way and that, throwing straight punches. When they lunged for his legs, he vanished, sly-eyed, and reappeared at their side, striking again. Evade, strike, retreat, then strike again. It felt like watching a perfectly choreographed martial arts film. A smile bloomed on Guangma's face. He was enjoying himself. He did keep his promise. Every single one got hit exactly once. But why did he always aim his fists at their jaws? It is the best cost-performance ratio. If I accidentally strike a vital point, they would die on the spot. That would mean breaking my promise not to kill civilians. So he shattered jawbones and knocked out teeth instead? Is not that the hardest to recover from? And the most expensive? Even if the jawbone healed, how much would it cost to fix those teeth? A dentist's best friend. The tooth thresher, Guangma. The formation of the anti-Korean protesters began to collapse. Only now did they seem to realize that the stylish old man in the suit before them was no ordinary person. The right-wingers who had been screaming, "Kill the Josian bastards," with blazing eyes began to flee. But Guangma was relentless. With only one pun of internal energy, a ghost-like lightness skill unfolded from just that. He chased down the fleeing protesters to the very end, landing a single blow on each. Crack, crack, crack. No matter that he was not killing anyone cruel. This is cruel. There was neither blood nor mercy in him. Old anti-Koreans, young anti-Koreans, even female anti-Koreans, all of them ended up taking Guangma's fist, their jawbone shattered, teeth spat out. For a while, they would not be able to eat properly. They would need metal pins in their jaws, and with no teeth left to chew. At least it was only 1 pun of internal energy. If he had not imposed that restriction, it would not have ended like this. It would have turned into a true sea of blood and flesh. Still, he basically shot a full wuxia action movie, and it really was being filmed by tourists from all over the world who had come to see the Black Tower. Perception disruption talismans worked only when you acted quietly and inconspicuously. Once you went wild like that, attention was inevitable. Lord Guangma has debuted. At that very moment, Cossack pointed at Guangma with a finger, making a fuss. THTH there. Look at that. Guangma broke his promise. Why is this guy like this again? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. He said 1 hit per person, but he hit that guy twice. Well, what is the big deal? Mistakes happen. Sometimes you hit twice by accident. This is not something to take lightly. 2 hits become 3, 3 become 4. So what are you trying to say? I will go myself and monitor how many times Guangma hits people. Just watching must be making his butt twitch. He wants to get involved himself. You are really just monitoring? And you will not hit people? I swear. I will not hit civilians. Oh well, meaning, he will hit them. And would he just hit them? Cossack of the red ribbon. A chilling assassin who decorates the necks he personally cuts with ribbons. Can we not just leave it alone? This is not Korea, it is someone else's country. Japan. It is too close of a country. It will definitely become a threat. And if I stop you, meaning, he would go anyway. Cossack, are you also activating Rule 3, Clause 3? A decision had to be made here. Release Cossack, or not. Another problem on top of Guangma. If Cossack moved, someone would definitely die. Loan sharks. Terrorists. The Chinese chairman. Judging by the situation, it would be the Self-Defense Forces coup faction this time. What should he do? Until now, no matter what happened, if it did not involve him directly, Ju Hyuk had always remained a bystander. He could not help it. What could a miserable 25-year-old youth, barely scraping by day-to-day on part-time jobs, possibly do? It was not that he chose to be indifferent. He simply could not do anything. He was too weak. Interfering would have been pointless. So that was how he lived, naturally. But now things were different. With a single word, he could invalidate a coup in a foreign country, even if all he did was summon someone. But those someones possessed the power to change the world. And they obeyed his words, willing to do anything to protect him. This was far too difficult a decision for a weak man. Was it really okay to do this? A long hesitation. A coup. Japan's return to military rule. Deep-rooted anti-Korean sentiment. Potential threats. Screw it. Whatever happens, happens. I hope not too many people die. I will not forcibly cancel your summoning. In the end, he let Cossack loose as well. The Tokyo Black Tower in Japan had become a rising tourist attraction. Opportunities to see such a massive tower in the middle of a city were rare. And then, overnight, a sudden coup. Tourists were confused at first. Of course they were. There was a coup. But as time passed, anxiety gradually turned into excitement. Tanks and armored vehicles passing in front of the Black Tower, armed soldiers, helicopters flying overhead, protesting crowds. Everyone pulled out their smartphones. Some took photos, some recorded videos, others went live. And in the middle of it all appeared an old man, wearing a fedora and a stylish suit. He seemed to argue with the protesters, then suddenly threw the first punch. A fight broke out, against hundreds of protesters. How could you not film this? This was prime livestream content. Who is that old guy? Is this a martial arts action movie? Look at those teeth flying. Those are not special effects. Whoa. Every punch lands perfectly. And that footwork? The anti-Korean protesters are getting absolutely wrecked. This vicarious satisfaction is insane. Honestly, I have wanted to do that at least once. But that old man, he is so cool. That suit fits him perfectly. My heart is racing. Was my type actually seniors? That is not a person. That is a ghost. Ghosts show up on camera? They do. Like a spirit photo. Ghosts are not affected by gravity. How is he fixed in the horizontal coordinate system? He is human. It was the moment Guangma's one-punch strength was revealed to the world. A large stage had been set up in front of the Black Tower. Matsumoto Junichi, chief of the Joint Staff, sat on a chair on the stage in full uniform. Beside him sat Hungo Tetsuo, a self-defense forces player. The coup had succeeded just as expected. The cabinet ministers had sworn loyalty to him. Killing one as an example made everything proceed smoothly. With a bullet hole in acting Prime Minister Usuda's head, who would dare resist? The Imperial Palace? What could they possibly do? He had secured the support of Japan's right-wing factions. The chiefs of staff of the ground, maritime, and air self-defense forces had all acknowledged the success of Matsumoto's coup. The U.S. forces Japan were a concern, but the overall trend had already shifted. They would not have a choice. Now, only the declaration remained. The proclamation of a new Great Japan to replace the incompetent cabinet government. Tetsuo, no problems with the 58th floor climb, right? None at all. I am confident. A difference of a full 5 levels. Failure was unthinkable. The only lingering concern was the lack of trade enhancement. If we succeed this time, I will obtain a rune of trade enhancement for you by any means necessary. The finishing touch of the coup was the clearing of the 58th floor. If that failed, their justification would collapse. Then prepare for the climb. That was when it happened. Noisy commotion from the front of the stage. Screams and shrieks. People collapsing with loud cracking sounds. What is that now? It seemed a disturbance had broken out among the right-wing protesters who had come to support the coup. Who the heck are these idiots? With self-defense forces troops deployed everywhere, and they still had the nerve? Bring me binoculars. Matsumoto Junichi raised the binoculars brought by his adjutant and looked toward the source of the commotion. It was indeed a fight. But was that real? It was just a single old man. And yet, hundreds of protesters were getting beaten down by that one man. A burly young man went down with a single punch. Blood streamed from his mouth as he writhed on the ground. Others were caught while trying to flee, beaten, and dropped where they stood. Like a lion bursting into a peaceful village of rabbits, the right-wing protesters were scattered in utter panic by a single elderly man. The scene had descended into chaos. A new nation's founding ceremony was about to be held. What kind of absurd situation was this? And that old man? Was it even possible for one person to knock down hundreds on his own? What is more, he was smiling leisurely as he beat them. Without changing his expression, he drove his fist straight into their jaws. Even watching through binoculars sent chills down the spine. A sudden sense of unease crept over Matsumoto. At this rate, could he come all the way here? No matter how many armed troops were guarding the area. Kill that old man immediately. Authorize live fire. He is mixed in with the protesters. If we fire carelessly, does not matter. Even if a few die, make sure that old man is killed. Why, yes, understood. I will relay the order immediately. At that very moment. Spit. A slicing sound tore through the air. SHHK. The adjutant, who had been stepping off the stage to deliver the firing order, froze in place. Huh? What are you doing? Hurry and give the fire order. The adjutant's head rolled across the stage. It was not just the adjutant. Spot. A sudden gust of wind. The few remaining strands of Matsumoto's hair were whipped violently aside. Spit. Spipapit. Spipapipit. SHHK? SHHGRRK. SHHGRRGRRGRRK. The stage flashed. Flashing here, flashing there. In broad daylight. As if psychedelic lights had been switched on. Matsumoto could not move. Neither could the self-defense force soldiers guarding the stage. They could not even tell what was happening. Thud, thudadud, thud, thud. Thunk, roll, thunk, roll, roll, thunk, torathunk, garurur. Heads rolling everywhere. Bodies collapsing one after another, bereft of their heads. All of them were the central figures of the coup, his subordinate generals. The self-defense force commanders who had been sitting on the stage, waiting for the ceremony to begin, all lost their heads. Even Hungo Tetsuo, the trusted self-defense forces player. Ow, Tetsuo was dead? Before he could even enter the tower? What is this? Matsumoto Junichi, chief of the Joint Staff, doubted his own eyes. A sight impossible to comprehend through any rational thought. A voice came from behind. Watashi wa Josenjin Disu. Wait. Let us talk for. I cannot speak Japanese. McDonaldo. Something keen sliced across Matsumoto's neck. Thankfully, there was no pain. Only darkness rapidly closing in. It was right in front of me. Success was right there. After cleanly severing Matsumoto's head as well. What do I do now? This is troublesome. Kosak pondered seriously. I killed too many. There would not be enough ribbons at this rate. Well, it cannot be helped. He would decorate just the leader's head, but with the utmost care. Kosak tied a red ribbon around Matsumoto's head, decorating it into a bow. Was it a little crooked? It had been so long since he last tied a ribbon, his touch seemed rusty. But then he felt a piercing gaze. Turning his head, he saw self-defense force soldiers staring blankly at him, rifles in hand. They were completely frozen. No matter how well-armed they were, with their commanders turned into corpses right before their eyes, there was nothing they could do. And a perverted killer tying ribbons around severed heads, no less. Kosak grinned as he spoke. Screaming, the soldiers scattered in all directions. Guns did not matter. Tanks and armored vehicles did not matter. Helicopters circling overhead did not matter. Their heads were all dead. The command structure had completely collapsed. Matsumoto Junichi, chief of the Joint Staff, had his head cut off and decorated with a ribbon. The coup was over. Chapter 99. There were administrators in the Black Tower. 3 of them in total. A designer, who planned and designed the climbs, missions, and rewards. An engineer, who handled technical aspects such as the system itself. And a maker, who crafted all kinds of items. They were not equals. Among the administrators, the designer held the highest rank, followed by the engineer, and then the maker. So only 2 towers on Earth have collapsed so far, and one of them was before the summoner even awakened? It is absurd. Even with the Trial of Kabbalan event activated, only a single tower has collapsed. I really did not expect this. No matter how exceptional a summoner he is not this record-breaking? I was surprised once that Earth even had a suitable candidate, and surprised a second time by how incredible his results are. What is the difference? He is undoubtedly a noble soul as well, but something must be fundamentally different. Luck, perhaps. Of course, luck does not come to just anyone. At this rate, even the 70th floor might feel bland. That will not do. A trial should feel like a trial. The awakening rate of new players has dropped to its lowest level yet. Existing players need to die for the new awakening rate to rise. Same with tower collapses. We should have had at least 10 collapse by now. So what is the countermeasure? How about encouraging competition? We distribute more items. Maker, add more runes, tickets, potions, and the like. This and that. You want us to release items again? We already did, and at this point these items are way too early. It is fine. This is not the first time. We have done it before, and this level is within acceptable limits. Engineer, no players have entered the 71st floor yet, correct? None. Even the summoner has only cleared the 70th floor. He has not climbed to the 71st yet. The moment anyone steps onto the 71st floor, issue a system announcement. Stir up anticipation. Understood. I will prepare it. Ju Hyuk returned to his penthouse home in Korea. The mad demon had gone back after his summoning time expired. The trip to Japan he had left for with such excitement. Yet he had not even managed to eat a single bowl of oodon, ramen, or conveyor belt sushi. Was I punished for entering illegally? He had been in Japan for less than half a day, but the repercussions of the unexpected incident were enormous. News playing on the TV. The mad demon beating down anti-Korean protesters. A makeshift stage soaked in blood. Self-defense force soldiers scattered in all directions. Tanks and armored vehicles halted on the roads. Japan was still in chaos. The problem was the absence of a control tower to manage the situation. It was fortunate the coup had failed, but with acting Prime Minister Usuda dead, the cabinet government was unable to function properly. Did I go to Japan for nothing? That darn 3 principles, Clause 3. The mad demon or Kosak. Both were the same. Luckily, my face did not show up, sir. And since I completely changed my face, even if it did, no one would recognize me. He. The scene of him cutting down the self-defense force generals had not been shown directly. It might have been recorded but not broadcast, but the impact of the mad demon's barehanded combat had been overwhelming. Every smartphone camera had been focused on that. That is not the important part. What are you going to do about that ribbon? The TV screen was mosaic blurred, but it was still clear enough. The severed head placed on the podium on stage, decorated like a gift with a butterfly knot ribbon. Hey, I only tied one, sir. Yes. Good job. Hee, you flatter me. You think that was a compliment? Kosak glanced nervously at Ju-hyuk. In a shrinking voice, Ju-hyuk snapped. No, seriously. Why did you tie a ribbon in the first place? Do you even think before you act, Mr. Kosak? What were you going to do if this got traced back to us? Sumimasen, sir. At that, Gyundale exploded in anger. Sumimasen, it was barely a half-day trip to Japan, and you have already become a full-fledged Japanese person, Mr. Kosak? Why do not you just settle down in Japan permanently? Why did you even come back to Korea? Gomen, no, I am sorry. You truly embody the height of frivolity. Kosak shrank under her scolding. The other summoned beings joined in the condemnation. Kosak was always a pervert. The warrior knew this long ago. I just did not bother saying it because he was insignificant. Gobang did not take Kosak's side either. As my lord's holy sword, I am occasionally called a pervert myself, but before Sir Kosak, I cannot even present a calling card. Truly, he is an upper-tier pervert. Kosak being cursed out even by Bardin, the human holy sword he himself had once called a pervert. Superior Veronechka Kalechbr. To be honest, I suspected it as well. Every time a large caliber shell was fired, Kosak's gaze was strange. You could feel the lewdness oozing out. Looks like Veronechka knew all along too. He would have to be careful not to get caught staring from now on. Rajix screamed as well. No idea what he actually understood, but Kosak's head kept lowering until it slammed straight into the floor. Not a single person defending him. This is why how you conduct yourself matters. Bzzz. A phone call came in. Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil. He knew he would call. Yes, this is he. Sorry, but where are you right now? I am at my Cheongdam-dong penthouse. Hold on. I will call you back. Ju-hyuk ended the call and immediately redialed as a video call. It is me. You can see me, right? The penthouse. So what is this about? And nothing. I was just calling to check in. Jun Guangil probably already knew everything, but Ju-hyuk still had to hide the fact that he had gone to Japan. This was not some ordinary incident. The self-defense force generals who had participated in a coup had been completely wiped out. He had to deny everything outright and change the subject. Oh, actually, I have a favor to ask. I am thinking of buying a building. If there is a suitable one, could you look into it for me? What price range are we talking about? Expensive is fine, as long as there is something available. Understood. I will look into it. Ju-hyuk's bank balance was still growing by the day. Collecting interest regularly was nice, but this was a good chance to buy some real estate. It felt bad seeing his father lazing around all the time. Might as well make him a building manager or something. Well then, how about we go grab a drink, huh? Kosak was still squatting gloomily in the corner of the living room. Was it that big of a shock? After getting cursed at so much. That is what you get for not being more careful. After finishing the video call with Ju-hyuk, Jun Guangil spoke. You saw it, right? He says it was not him. Then who the heck is that old man? Is not he someone Player Bong summoned? I do not know either. In any case, there is no record of Player Bong leaving the country, so whatever happened, it definitely was not him. This just gets more confusing the more I think about it. In truth, Jun Guangil already had a suspicion that this incident in Japan was also connected to Player Bong. Even when the Chinese president died, Player Bong had been in Korea. But this was something he alone had to know. Commissioner Park Jiang-soo could not find out either. If the truth came out, Bong Ju-hyuk could instantly be branded a dangerous individual. Anyway, I have got an appointment now, so I will be heading out. Oh, with CEO Goyun-ha of HG Fashion. Yes, it seems she has realized we have been supplying wyvern leather elsewhere. So what if she knows? She will probably lodge a complaint. A complaint? That is laughable. I will go settle things decisively. Park Jiang-soo nodded. Then I will look into that building Player Bong asked about. Jun Guangil turned to leave. Deputy Commissioner. Park Jiang-soo quietly called out to his back. I understand how you feel, but do not worry. What do you mean? We will protect Player Bong no matter what. No matter the external pressure, freely, without a single hair harmed. He is humanity's hope, after all. Jun Guangil did not answer. Commissioner Park was misunderstanding something. No, Commissioner. Why would we be worried about Player Bong? Who is protecting whom? The one who needs worrying about is not Player Bong. You do not know how terrifying those people are. The soldiers who came to kidnap elite players in China, the Chinese president, the Japanese self-defense force generals. If things go wrong, we will die too. There might be ribbons tied around your head and mine. He screamed all this only in his heart. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Tower Conquest Bureau. Secretary Macmillan and Director Antonio were watching footage displayed on a large wall-mounted monitor. Who is that old guy this time? You are not actually expecting an answer, are you? An old man beating down anti-Korean protesters in Japan. Who? He looks way older than me. Could he be a Chinese kung fu master? Kung fu. Do not you know that so-called Chinese kung fu masters get completely wrecked by MMA fighters? Kung fu is all fake. But there might be a real one among them. The land was vast and the population enormous. There were all kinds of people. They said those protesters were shouting Josianjin, did they not? That would make him Korean. Just because someone speaks Korean does not mean they are Korean. Could player Bong Joo-hyuk be related to this incident? We checked. There is no departure record. It is confirmed he was in Korea when the coup happened. Even if Bong Joo-hyuk had been in Japan, so what? There was not even a speck of evidence linking him to the incident. Then who killed Matsumoto and the self-defense force generals? We do not have enough information. We will need to secure Japan's CCTV footage to know for sure. However, the method of beheading is very similar to the white man style in the HG Hotel terror incident. Then are you saying that guy was in Tokyo? Antonio let out a long, frustrated sigh. How would I know? That white man, the giant, and now this old man. It is the same story every time. We have no idea who they are. We ran facial recognition too, but nothing came up in Korea or the US honestly. I wish videos like this would stop appearing. Where did people like that keep coming from? Anyway, that old man is definitely stronger than ordinary civilians, but he looks incomparably weaker than the white man and the giant from the HG Hotel. He is probably weak because he is old. Secretary Macmillan agreed. Who could overcome the weight of time? Anyway, are preparations for departure done for tomorrow? Yes. We have finished coordinating with the Korean Awakening Management Agency. They say climbing will be possible starting tomorrow. The White House had decided to challenge the 70th floor. Of the two towers, they would only attempt the eastern tower. There was no need to clear both all the way to the 70th floor. At the latest, the 70th floor would be cleared within a week. Then the United States would also be able to obtain the reward of high-grade magic stones, the material for room-temperature superconductors. An emergency meeting was also being held in the Zhongnanhai presidential office in China. President Wang Yuan and the standing committee members were likewise watching the footage on a monitor. He looks like one of our Zhonghua people. I think so too. We cannot rule out the possibility that he is a reclusive master. Can we find him? We have contacted the Japanese embassy, but with just that footage, it is impossible to identify who he is. Let us discuss that matter slowly later. In truth, today's emergency meeting had another main agenda. Whether the Japanese self-defense force had succeeded in their coup or failed and all died was not what mattered to China at the moment. The clearing of the 70th floor of Korea's Black Tower, and the benefits granted exclusively to Korea's Black Tower as a result. Restrictions lifted on high-grade magic stones. They were nothing less than room-temperature superconductors. The variety of potions had increased, and all kinds of weapons and equipment items were pouring out. Then what about China? Were they supposed to just sit there twiddling their thumbs? We need to change the plan. President Wang Yuan spoke in an excited tone. Agreed. We must clear the 70th floor as quickly as possible. If we jump to the 71st floor, the 70th will be cleared naturally as well. Tower jump tickets. Originally, the plan had been to use them on 3 Chinese players deemed to have at least some talent, turning them into level 61 players. We have 4 tower jump tickets secured. With just 3 of them, we can clear the 70th floor as early as today. There is no need to raise all 3 towers to the 70th floor. Rather than the Beijing or Shanghai towers, tower number 3 east of Xi'an City would be ideal. Let us focus on one person. We will make player Bai Lung level 71. He has already undergone trade enhancement twice. If Bai Lung reaches level 71, clearing the other 2 towers should also be more than feasible. We will still have 1 ticket left, So let us keep that in reserve in case of emergencies. And so China, too, decided to clear the 70th floor, even if it was through a workaround. Thus the United States and China, no, countries all over the world, began accelerating their efforts toward clearing the 70th floor. At this point, things like clearance deadlines no longer mattered. Ju Hyuk still had no intention of climbing to the 71st floor. He had not even set foot on the 71st yet. With the curse of Kabbalan already ended, he figured he should at least respect the clearance deadline. So today as well, he was just hanging out, together with the summoned beings. People were being summoned one by one. He even summoned Blood Wolf. He planned to meet Lord Mad Demon quietly later, but then, "Summoner, have you been well? Please do not worry. I threw away all the ribbons." This humble one has deeply reflected on his past mistakes. The one who had just spoken to him was Kosak. Why? Princess Gyundale. Words are meant to come not from the mouth, but from the heart. You must have suffered greatly because of my frivolous speech patterns. I hope this pleases you. You must feel relieved now. Go Bang, I am sorry for everything until now. I treated you carelessly because I wanted to grow closer to you. That will not happen anymore. No matter how close we are, it is better to keep our distance. Let us not invade each other's territory. Senior Officer Verona HK. I will not pay attention anymore even if things jiggle. If I ever peek again, feel free to gouge my eyes out. That said, you should also be more careful in your behavior. Like a soldier. Sir Knight Bardin, live your life independently. Then who would ever call you a pervert? Being pushed around by Go Bang like that. It is really not a good look. Mr. Rajix, please continue to work diligently for the summoner, as you always have. But the ho-ho noises are a bit excessive. Instead of trying to be cute, do something more practical. Your presence has been fading a lot lately too. Bloodwolf, I trained you too harshly, did I not? You are the only one who understands my heart. Come here, let me hold you. Kosak then sat down on the sofa, hugging Bloodwolf, gazing out the window with sorrowful eyes. Ju Hyuk gathered the other summoned beings. What is this? What is wrong with him? It was utterly baffling. So much so that it was hard to adjust. He is clearly sulking. He is definitely sulking. Did they go too far yesterday? But wait, what is the correct expression? Sulking or being sulky? Both are correct. Anyway, Kosak was clearly sulking one way or another, so what should we do? Should I apologize for being too harsh? If you do that, you lose. You must not give in. That is right. If we show regret, he might act up even more. Act calm, as if it is nothing. It will not last long. He glanced over. Kosak was still sitting on the sofa, gently stroking Bloodwolf's mane. Thinking about it, he did feel a bit sorry. But well, he would get over it eventually. Chapter 100. At a meeting of China's highest standing committee, the decision was made to clear the 70th floor. At this point, they would climb as quickly as possible. Even a single day sooner mattered. China's top player, Bai Rong, level 59, was immediately summoned to take on the Black Tower. Bai Rong could enter up to the 59th floor. To clear the 70th floor, one had to reach the 71st, meaning there were 12 floors to skip. As the head of China's Special Public Security Division for players handed Bai Rong 3 tower jump tickets, he spoke. Remember this. Tower number 3, 12 floors. Each ticket can skip up to 5 floors, so you only need to jump 12. Placing the tickets into his inventory, Bai Rong entered the Chinese Black Tower. Entering Chinese Black Tower, number 3, floor 59. A section he had been unable to clear even after strengthening his traits twice. The mission was to exterminate lightning wyverns that discharged electricity from their bodies. The matchup was terrible. Bai Rong's trait was swift. Because the wyverns protected themselves by emitting lightning, even the slightest contact caused his body to stiffen. If they breathed lightning instead, he could at least dodge. But there was no way to touch a lightning wyvern whose entire body was wrapped in an electromagnetic field. How much criticism had he endured for failing to clear the 59th floor? He had blitzed through floors 1 to 58 at incredible speed, and not just one tower, but 3. Yet once he stalled at the 59th floor, pressure from the Chinese government began. They switched from offering carrots to wielding the whip. All the medals and rewards he had received were stripped away. His house, his car, his real estate, even his bank accounts were frozen. He was even threatened that if he failed to clear the 59th floor, he would be put on display in a human mystery exhibition. In China, players were no better than slaves. When things were going well, they were praised as heroes of the people, but one misstep, and unbearable pressure and blame poured down. It was not strange that China kidnapped foreign players and forced them into tower raids. They treated their own players like this, after all. He wanted nothing more than to flee China and permanently naturalize elsewhere, but in reality, he was a fragile player with no such freedom. For now, climbing came first. He needed to escape this cursed 59th floor. He tore one ticket. You have used a tower jump ticket. Please state the number of floors you wish to jump. A loud system message rang out. Now, the 64th floor. 5 more floors skipped. Finally, 2 floors. The system message echoed once more. Entering Chinese Black Tower, number 3, floor 71. At last, Bairong reached the 71st floor. World announcement. Duke Kubalan, replica, has been eliminated on floor 70 of Chinese Black Tower, number 3. A world announcement signaling the clearing of the 70th floor. Would the benefits really apply? World announcement. Benefits for clearing the Black Tower's 70th floor have been granted. World announcement. Restrictions on high-grade magic stones have been lifted in Chinese Black Tower, number 3. World announcement. Restrictions on various potions and elixirs have been lifted in Chinese Black Tower, number 3. World announcement. Restrictions on weapons and equipment items have been lifted in Chinese Black Tower, number 3. World announcement. These benefits apply to all floors of Chinese Black Tower, number 3. In addition, reward drop rates increase very slightly. The probability increase was minimal. Korea's had increased drastically. Even so, Bairong was not particularly happy about China's Black Tower benefits. What benefit was there for him? Nothing would really change. If anything, he would just be thrown into tower raids non-stop every day for the sake of high-grade magic stones. World announcement. A player has reached floor 71 of the Black Tower for the first time. What was this? Another world announcement? World announcement. A congratulatory gift set of 4 items has been delivered to the inventory of the first player to reach floor 71. And a 4-item set, no less. World announcement. Shape-shifting ring delivered to inventory. Allows the user to freely change their face and body type. World announcement. Disease-curing potion delivered to inventory. Permanently cures all diseases. World announcement. Rejuvenation elixir delivered to inventory. Upon consumption, rejuvenates the body by up to 10 years. World announcement. Rune necklace of liberation delivered to inventory. Can be used a total of 3 times. Bairong could only gape in shock. A completely unexpected world announcement. World announcement. The same 4-item gift set will be granted once to the first player of each nationality who reaches floor 71. So just stepping onto the 71st floor first gives all of this? And on top of that, world announcement. These 4 items can also be obtained as mission completion rewards for clearing floors 71 and above. As raid rewards too, though only for floors 71 and above. World announcement. With the arrival on floor 71, Black Tower Conquest Season 2 has begun. World announcement. From now on, each successful mission on floors 71 and above will stack an additional 6 months onto the tower collapse timer. World announcement. The more uncleared upper floors are climbed, the longer the collapse timer becomes, and the lower the risk of collapse. World announcement. Tower jump ticket exploits do not apply to floors 71 and above. World announcement. We cheer on all players climbing the Black Tower. The world was thrown into chaos once again. Jun Guang-el was meeting CEO Go Yun-ha of HG Fashion at a high-end Korean restaurant near Seoul. Go Yun-ha's expression was grim. It was because of information she had recently obtained. Ilsung Apparel had split into a separate entity, changed its name to Rogix Trading, and was now operating a leather processing plant. Why a leather processing plant? All of a sudden, she had people investigate. The leather being processed was wyvern leather. Where would wyvern leather come from? Obviously, the Awakening Management Agency. Deputy Commissioner, I am honestly very disappointed. Handing wyvern leather over to Ilsung Appa. No. Rogix Trading. Did we not agree that wyvern leather would be supplied to HG Fashion? Jun Guang-il smiled faintly. Did we ever sign a contract for wyvern leather supply? Well, no. But since we had an exclusive supply agreement for basilisk leather, I thought it was already implied. Absolutely not. Go Yunha let out a sigh. Fine. Leather supply is under the agency's jurisdiction, so I do not really have the right to complain. But at least supply wyvern leather to HG Fashion as well. Since we are on the subject. Zheng Guangael looked her straight in the eye. From now on, basilisk leather will no longer be supplied to HG Fashion. Go Yunha was stunned. Had she misheard? Is it not already under contract? You cannot just notify us like this. No, more importantly, what did we do wrong? What did they do wrong? It does not look like HG Fashion has the capacity to handle basilisk leather. Are you really asking because you do not know? Can you even find basilisk leather products in department stores, online, or in boutiques and pop-up shops? They are not selling at all. Despite Korea being the producing country, it was an item people could not even glimpse. Well, that is because supply cannot keep up with demand. Zheng Guangael cut in sharply. We know you are deliberately restricting production to drive up scarcity, then manipulating things behind the scenes. Basilisk leather products were no longer meant for ordinary consumers. They were produced in extremely limited quantities, prices inflated, transformed into items reserved for a select class. Even within Korea, it was impossible to find basilisk leather products. Even the cheapest light-quality items. Reservations were technically open on their website, but ordinary people could not even get their names into the waiting list. Instead, the bags were being used as lobbying tools, bait for export, import deals, and secret limited editions for the wealthy. Why were they doing this? Because selling leather goods did not leave much profit. For every product sold, 95% of the net profit was distributed to player bong. HG Fashion, on the other hand, received a mere 5%. No matter how hard they tried to sell products, they only got 5%, so naturally they were using bags as bait while focusing on other profit-generating businesses. Oh, it is a misunderstanding. Our facilities are not adequate, so production capacity is. Even though we provided you with processing tools made from tower metal? That is. Zheng Guangael stood up from his seat. I will be taking my leave now. Just watch. See how many basilisk and wyvern leather products Rajix Trading produces. Go Yunha felt her head spinning. She had come to request wyvern leather supply, only to end up losing basilisk leather supply as well. Wait. If you leave like this. Why? Is there a problem? Please, just give us one chance to make things right. Zheng Guangael replied coldly. I will give you exactly 1 month. Until then, I will be watching how much basilisk leather product actually gets released into the Korean market. Without looking back, Zheng Guangael left the restaurant and got into his car. Let us see how it goes. If things do not improve as warned, there will be no leather supply. The more that gets sold, the more profit flows to player bong. He said he wanted to buy a building. He would need more money. Korean real estate prices were no joke. Buildings worth hundreds of billions of won, even over 1 trillion. Some plots were worth 10 trillion. Since I am already out, should I stop by Rajix Trading? To see if there were any production issues. And then, right at that moment, world announcement. Duke Kabalan, replica, has been eliminated on floor 70 of Chinese Black Tower, number 3. What was this now? When they were barely clearing floors in the 60s. Do not tell me they used tower jump tickets? That meant they had jumped 12 floors. How are they planning to deal with the aftermath? And the announcements kept coming. Zheng Guangael had no choice but to pull the car over. The items are one thing, but the final world announcement he heard. The beginning of Black Tower Conquest Season 2. World announcement. From now on, each successful mission on floors 71 and above will stack an additional 6 months onto the tower collapse timer. The collapse deadline stacked. What did that imply? If there were 3 months left until collapse, and they cleared another uncleared upper floor above 71, the deadline would extend to 9 months. Clear one more, 15 months. Another, 21 months. 6 months added every time a floor was cleared. Bizarre gift items, and the start of Conquest Season 2. Just what in the world was going on? Chinese Black Tower, number 3, 71st floor. Bairong still had not exited. He had not even accepted a mission. Conquest Season 2, or whatever, it meant nothing to him. The 4 gifts sitting in his inventory. The shape-shifting ring, the disease-curing potion, the rejuvenation elixir, and the rune necklace of liberation. They all had one thing in common. None of them carried the tower-only modifier. They could be used in the real world, even by ordinary people. 3 of the 4 gifts were self-explanatory just from their names. But the rune necklace of liberation? A necklace with a rune engraved with characters, hanging from a chain. An item whose function could not be guessed from the name alone. So he checked the info. Effect. For 1 hour, the player's abilities manifest even outside the tower. Limit. Can be used a total of 3 times. Once all uses are consumed, the rune is destroyed. This is insane. Bairong checked the item description again and again. It did not change, releasing a player's restricted abilities into the outside world. How am I supposed to handle this? These were items he could never be allowed to keep. If not for the world announcements, no one would have known. But now everyone did. The moment he exited the tower, they would seize them. Anyone would lose their mind over these. A potion that cured all disease. A rejuvenation elixir. There was no way people would not covet them. He did not want to lose them. Not the potions, not the ring, and not the rune necklace of liberation. His hesitation dragged on. He asked himself, did he feel loyalty toward his country? At last, Bairong made his decision. They are all mine. The gifts from the other towers too. The newly inaugurated Chinese president, Wang Yuan, rushed to the location where Bairong had entered the tower the moment he heard the world announcements. Accompanied by armed public security forces and his personal guards. A rejuvenation elixir, up to 10 years younger if consumed, and the other items as well. None of their names carried the tower-only modifier, meaning ordinary people could use them. It was the right call to go to the 71st floor. A stroke of genius. Who could have imagined rewards like this? On top of that, China had 3 towers. For each tower, the first to reach the 71st floor would receive the gifts, meaning 3 of each item. All of them should belong to him. The rejuvenation elixirs, the disease-curing potions, the shape-shifting rings. He did not know what the rune necklace of liberation did, but once confiscated, they could figure it out. And Conquest Season 2 as well. From the 71st floor onward, the collapse deadline stacked. From now on, they had to climb upward, no matter what. Especially since the rejuvenation elixir and disease-curing potion could also drop as mission rewards. All 3 Chinese towers had to reach the 71st floor. No matter the cost, tower jump tickets still worked up to the 71st floor. But why is Bairong not coming out? President Wang Yuan grew impatient. Once Bairong exited the tower, he would reappear at the entry location. They just needed to grab him before he got any ideas and force him to hand over the items. Bairong appeared in a burst of light. President Wang Yuan greeted him with a broad smile. Oh, Player Bairong, you have worked hard. I heard all the world announcements. Yes, I have returned after completing the mission. Then show them to me. The 4 congratulatory gifts. And why should I show those to you, Mr. President? Bairong's trait was swift, and that power manifested in the real world. At some point, Bairong appeared behind Wang Yuan. He seized Wang Yuan's neck with both hands, crack, twisted it a full turn. Thud. Wang Yuan, the newly appointed president, died on the spot. At the same time, the faces of the armed public security officers and bodyguards turned deathly pale. China's supreme leader had just been killed right before their eyes. But their fates were no different. Zip, 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 moving at a speed the eye could not even follow. Crunch, crack, snap. Bairong twisted the necks of the armed officers and guards. Could ordinary people even dare to oppose the power of a player whose tower abilities manifested in reality? Bairong smiled darkly. The rune necklace of liberation. It was far better than he had expected. But he had to hurry. Duration, 1 hour. He needed to escape this place quickly and get out of China. With the shape-shifting ring, escaping would not be difficult. What about his family? Not worth worrying about. They were leeches who had sucked his blood all this time. Live or die, it did not matter. And so, the great revolution of players began here, at the Chinese Black Tower, number 3. A new beginning, together with Season 2. Ju Hyuk's penthouse. Kosak was still sulking on the sofa. Ignoring him, Ju Hyuk chatted cheerfully with the other summoned beings. When I think about it now, it all feels like a dream. Just a few months ago, I was dirt poor with nothing to my name. It is all thanks to you. Gyun Dale replied at once. Where in the world is anything given for free? This is the reward for the virtue my lord has accumulated. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Of course it is. Ho ho ho. Kosak still showed no reaction. The warrior believes the summoner deserves this. I hope he lives even more happily. Superior Veronechkak HBR. No matter what, I will always be by your side, Commander. My lord, your joy is the joy of the divine. The atmosphere was warm and friendly. Yet Kosak did not budge at all. So then, but the person I am most grateful to is Kosak. Kosak's ears moved ever so slightly. You were the first one I met, and right away you protected me from lone sharks. Kosak's hips twitched. I learned shadow step from you, and honestly, you were the first to suggest the tower climbing profit model. This girl acknowledges that as well. If you had not been an assassin, it would have been hard to buy a place like this. Still seated, Kosak inched closer to Ju-hyuk by pushing with his hips. And was it not basically you who rescued the players kidnapped in China? Superior Veron HK KLHBR. That is correct. I merely assisted. Without you, Kosak, would I really have made it this far? I miss it, your cheerful self. Even though I probably will not get to hear it anymore. Flash. Using Shadow Step, Kosak instantly appeared right beside Ju-hyuk. Ayu, Summoner Bong. HM, when did you get here? Beaming brightly, Kosak laughed. What did I even do? Hee. It is all thanks to Summoner Bong. In some ways, he really was an easy summon being. So you are done sulking? Huh? When was I sulking? I am Kosak. They say summoners and their summons grow alike, do they not? Was that really a saying? A real man summoner and a real man summon. An eternal truth. Ha ha ha. I guess that is true. Then for our new beginning, how about another trip? World announcement. Duke Kubalan, replica, has been eliminated on floor 70 of Chinese Black Tower, number 3. A sudden world announcement? And from China, of all places. China, which could not even clear the 60s and had been crawling along. But the announcements were not over. World announcement. A congratulatory gift set of 4 items has been delivered to the inventory of the first player to reach floor 71 of the Black Tower, followed by details about the gifts. World announcement. With the arrival on floor 71, Black Tower Conquest Season 2 has begun. An announcement heralding the new season. A new beginning, indeed. He had heard repeatedly that things would change drastically starting from the 71st floor, and they really had. Did you all know about this? At Ju-hyuk's question, Gyendale replied. This girl, Jay just now, the restriction regarding Season 2 was lifted. But those items given as gifts are unsettling. They should not be appearing yet. The other summoned beings wore expressions that clearly said, those items are coming out now? Most of them were not items meant for tower climbing. They all affected the world outside the tower, reality itself. And they could even be obtained as mission completion rewards from floors 71 and above. Looks like I need to step onto the 71st floor. Before that, he should summon Lord Mad Demon and discuss it first. Chapter 101. Ju-hyuk summoned the Mad Demon. The moment he appeared, he seemed to sense something. Summoner, it feels like a new beginning. Welcome. Has the restriction been lifted, by any chance? But the Mad Demon shook his head slowly as he answered. Only a little. It is still blocked. All that comes to mind is that the nature of clearing the tower will be different from before. Different how? What about the exact mission details for the 71st floor? Only the feeling remains. The impression I received back then was. What was it? The Mad Demon pondered for a moment before continuing. You, summoner, will find yourself greatly troubled. A decision will be required. Why does he keep saying it will be troublesome? Come to think of it, Kosak had mentioned something similar before. That it was difficult to deal with. Well, he will find out when he goes up there, but honestly, he did not plan on climbing the 71st floor for the time being. Once you enter, you are forced to clear it. If you exit or abandon the mission, you cannot get a SS++ clear, no badge, and no special rewards. And there was the most important obstacle of all, the 6-month time limit for tower progression. Clearing it too quickly would be a loss. But then Season 2 began. The restrictions on tower progression were removed. They said that clearing new floors would extend the time limit, so there was nothing that could not be cleared anymore. And then there were the items. Ju-hyuk had already heard explanations from the other summoned beings, so he knew. The Ring of Form Transformation, the Potion of Disease Cure, the Elixir of Rejuvenation, and the Rune Necklace of Liberation. Ju-hyuk explained the items to the Mad Demon. The Rune Necklace of Liberation, you say? Yes. It has already appeared? They said it was a gift. Heh. The mad demon frowned deeply. Such crafty bastards. Who? Who else? The ones who engineered a situation like this. Pardon. So who exactly are you talking about? I cannot explain the details. Seriously, why is there so much you cannot explain? However, I do know when these items are supposed to appear. When would that be? When the world is on the verge of collapse. Items that accelerate the collapse of the tower, ignite conflicts between nations and players, friction between ordinary people and players, wars between nations. Items that become the root cause of all that chaos. That makes sense. They make people young again, cure diseases, and allow players to manifest tower abilities in the real world while hiding their identities. There is no way greed would not flare up. Players would try to obtain them by any means necessary. Ordinary people would also burn with desire. In the end, even the rune of liberation will not be necessary. The world itself will become like the tower. Things are escalating fast. What should he do? For now, we will go to the 71st floor and deal with the items. Summoner. Yes. Before that, let us go somewhere together. Where to? A floor with lots of monsters. Preferably bipedal ones, and reasonably strong. Where would that be? Creatures that fit those conditions would be orcs, trolls, ogres, or minotaurs. A floor with minotaurs would be suitable. And so Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings entered the 35th floor. The mission was 35th floor mission, defeat 80 minotaurs of any type and 1 minotaur king. But why did they come here? Now that the rune necklace of liberation has been unlocked, there is much more this old man can do. You are giving him more again. Is that a good thing? Summoner, what combat skills do you currently possess? Excluding Blood Jade Force. What were they again? Combat skills. Shadow Step, Han1 Thunder Strike, Blood Jade Force. Shadow Step and Han1 Thunder Strike. Such a pitiful skill list. Others have at least dozens of combat skills, even excluding trait skills. That will suffice. Then try hunting the minotaurs yourself. What? Me? Use only Shadow Step and Han1 Thunder Strike. Draw your weapon as well. Yes. This is a new experience. The Mad Demon was the first summoned being to ever tell him to hunt monsters himself. But like anyone else, once the stage is set, hesitation creeps in. Why is he suddenly telling me to fight? He was the one who always told him to stay quietly hidden in the back. Did they really come all this way just to hunt minotaurs? He should have gone for orcs. For now, he was overwhelmed by their sheer size. It had been quite a while since he last hunted monsters. Even back when clearing minotaurs, they were so huge that he could not even attempt anything above stage 3. And that minotaur king over there, over 6 meters tall, slightly smaller than a giant class elite. Am I really supposed to fight that? He glanced back slightly. The summoned beings were staring at him with uneasy, anxious expressions. Come on, at least try to stop me. And then, suddenly, swish. The Mad Demon grabbed his left wrist. Do not worry. I will always be by your side. Let us begin with Shadow Step. Right. His big brother is right next to him. What is there to fear? It is not like he is going to die. He is even holding his wrist like this. Ju Hyuk pulled out an adamant metal mace from his inventory. A weapon purchased from the player's shop. No option effects, but extremely sturdy. Let us do this. Shadow Step toward the Minotaur. Swat. Spot. SWA SWAT. Ju Hyuk dashed forward, leaving afterimages behind. The Mad Demon moved along with him, still gripping his wrist. Running hand in hand with another man feels a bit strange. Spapapat. Han1 Thunder Strike. Yes, charging. Han1 Thunder Strike, first form of the 3. Lightning Pursuit of the Soul. Pachichichi. Lightning energy wrapped around the mace. He leaped up and smashed it into the back of a stage 1 Minotaur's head. Crack. A moo. The creature collapsed with a thud. Yes, that was nothing. He worried for nothing. The Mad Demon nodded in approval. Well done. Let us do it a few more times. Yes. He would take down as many as they wanted. His confidence surged. The instinct of a true man stirred. Spot. Spapapat. Shadow Step grew faster and more fluid. Ju Hyuk moved swiftly, and the Mad Demon matched his steps perfectly, still holding his hand. Hand in hand. Spot. Spapat. Dancing together with the Mad Demon. Spot. Spapat. Together, a Shadow Step waltz. The forms of Hanwon Thunder Strike bloomed one by one from the mace. Pachijik, Packet, Lightning Pursuit of the Soul, Lightning Scattering, and the cool-down-based finishing move, Lightning Flash. Crack. Stage 1 and Stage 2 Minotaurs, just a light hop, and their skulls shattered. Mop. Stage 3 and Stage 4 Minotaurs, leaping with full force, bang. Moor. He was completely immersed, in an ultra-focused state, rampaging relentlessly without a moment to breathe. That will do. Let us leave now. Huh? We just got started. I can take down more. That is sufficient. What choice was there? Abandon the mission and head out. Spot. Ju-hyuk and the group appeared in the penthouse. The mad demon was still holding Ju-hyuk's wrist. Then he spoke. Think of skills acquired in the tower as a kind of automatic macro. That is how the system is designed. A former martial master who knows what a macro is? For that reason, when a player merely calls out the skill name, it fires automatically. Even without conscious effort, magic power moves on its own. But no matter how much it is a macro, for a real skill to be released, magic power must still be transformed and circulate within your body. He gets what he means. The Blood Jade Force used inside the tower and the Blood Jade Force used in reality had different activation principles. In reality, Blood Jade Force required circulating internal energy formulas, transforming chi, and releasing it outward in the form of techniques. So I observed how the summoner's magic power transforms within the tower, which routes it takes, and how it is operated. Was that why he was holding his wrist? Now, let us unfold it with real internal energy. Summoner, based on the heaven and earth unified art you learned in reality. But is it even possible to use Shadow Step with internal energy? Hanwon Thunder Strike, maybe, but Shadow Step? There is a saying, all paths return to one. No matter how many roads there are, they ultimately converge. In that instant swung, the mad demon's vast, heroic internal energy seeped in through Ju-hyuk's pulse gate. Walk. The internal energy flowed to his lower body. Chi gathered toward the Yongcheon point on the soles of his feet. Without thinking, he took a step. Swat. SWA swat. Shadow Step unfolded across the penthouse living room. SWA swat. 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 It works. He did it. Remember the flow of chi. Etch the method of operation into your body. SWA wat. SWA swat. Afterimages formed with every step. Though it felt like dancing with the mad demon, he could use Shadow Step outside the tower. Thunderous applause erupted. So cool. You can run away real good outside now. Miss, I can finally rest easy. Who could possibly chase young master now? Senior Officer Veronechka KHBER. Efficient tactical maneuvering. Oh light. Bless my lord. Rajix, seemingly excited, began moving along with Ju-hyuk. Rolling this way, rolling that way. At some point, the mad demon released Ju-hyuk's hand. Ju-hyuk continued casting Shadow Step on his own. This is fun. Shadow Step powered by internal energy. A completely different feeling from inside the tower. No matter how spacious the penthouse living room was, moving like this made it feel far too small. He wanted to unleash it freely in an open space. As Ju-hyuk sank deeper into a state of self-forgetfulness, that was when it happened. Kosak shouted in a panicked voice. Huh. It is the Minotaur King. What? In that instant, SSSSHK? A massive shadow approached from behind Ju-hyuk. Whoa. You scared me. It was instinctive. Chi surged into the mace. Pachijik. Lightning Pursuit of the Soul, unleashed at once. Sweek. Quack. Tang. Huh. It was Gobang. Ju-hyuk's mace slammed into Gobang's head. Gobang stared blankly. Having just come back from fighting minotaurs and seeing something huge appear, Ju-hyuk had reflexively swung his mace. Why are you there? An assassin pushed me. That darn Kosak. Oops. It was Gobang. He is so big I thought he was the Minotaur King. Hee. Should he hit him once? Does it hurt? A warrior does not feel pain. Strike me as much as you like. That feels oddly strange. It was a solid, decisive blow. But it does not seem cool at all. Kaya. As expected of Gobang. Summoner Bong. Try hitting him a few more times to test if it works well. Should I? Yes. Ju-hyuk rushed toward Kosak. SWA swat. 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 Eek. Why me? You said to test it. H hit Gobang. Do not want to. Aark. Th then barred in, at least. He likes getting hit. SWA SWAT. 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 Ju Hyuk chased. Kosak fled. Freeze. So what? Are they playing freeze tag now? Rajix rolled in as well, tumbling along. Ho, freeze. He said this is not freeze tag. The penthouse living room filled with the shadows of Ju Hyuk and Kosak. The rune necklace of liberation? Ju Hyuk was already liberated. Still, I will not be able to hit Kosak even once. Shadow step? Whose skill do you think that is? But Kosak's fate had already been sealed. Grab. Gobang swiftly seized Kosak by the collar. Hayek. Then, with a thick finger, to the forehead, flick. Quong. Gobang's flick came with an explosive sound. Kosak's head snapped backward. GHK. Thud. He sprawled flat on the living room floor. The summoned beings watched the scene with satisfied expressions. The mad demon chuckled softly and spoke to Ju Hyuk. Summoner, clear the 71st floor without me. Why? They are sufficient. Then what about you, mad demon? Would it not be easier if they went together? There is a saying in the martial world. A warrior must always hide 30% of his strength. Inside the tower or outside it. Only then can you strike the enemy where they least expect it at the decisive moment. Ah, I am the summoner's hidden card. 30% of your strength. That is not true, though. From where he is standing, it is more like 70%. Anyway, he has earned his credit, so he will pin a badge on him. H-arm, my chest feels heavy. Before long, the mad demon's 3-hour manifestation limit expired. With a satisfied smile, he returned to the other world. Now then, it is about time to prepare for the 71st floor. First, he should contact Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil. After all, he needs to notify them that he is going to attempt the 71st floor. The administration must already be in an uproar, given that a world announcement had gone out. Suddenly, zing. His phone rang out of nowhere. It was Jun Guangil, of all people. HM, I was just about to call him. He picked up the phone. Hello. Player Bong, we have a request for you. Yes? What is it? Please go up to the Korean Black Tower's 71st floor immediately and secure the 4 items. Oh, I was actually planning to go up anyway. I was thinking of clearing it while I am at it. That is fine, right? As much as you like. The clearing time limit does not mean anything anymore. In any case, once you secure the items, do not hand them over to anyone. Keep them in your inventory at all times. Especially the rune necklace of liberation. Huh. He sounds like he knows what it is. Do you know what the rune necklace of liberation is used for? Not for certain, but I have a pretty good guess. How? There was not even an explanation attached. Have you been on YouTube recently? No. Check it. It is getting as many views as those videos of Japanese anti-Korean protesters getting schooled. Search for China Beijing Tiananmen. What is this? I will check now. Ju Hyuk opened the YouTube app on his tablet. As soon as he entered the search terms, several videos with tens of millions of views popped up. Tiananmen Square in China. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary video. A Chinese streamer introducing Tiananmen Square. But then, suddenly, someone appeared in the background. Sweek. Someone was sprinting across the square at a terrifying speed. How can a human move that fast? Is it a doctored video? But there are far too many similar videos. From the side, from behind, from atop buildings, or from entirely different locations. It is not edited. They were all captured by chance. The man running has been identified as a Chinese player named Bailong. A player. Yes, Bailong's trait is high-speed movement. He is believed to have used a tower jumping ticket to reach the 71st floor and acquire the 4 items. So he used the rune necklace of liberation. There are also rumors that something has happened to the newly appointed Chinese president, Wang Yuan. Public Security and the People's Liberation Army have designated Bailong as a dangerous individual and are currently pursuing him. He sees it now. The conflict has begun. A clash between nations and players. Ju Hyuk finally understood why Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil had insisted on securing the 4 items. If someone was going to take them anyway, he must have decided it would be better if Ju Hyuk did. So Ju Hyuk waited about 3 hours before entering the 71st floor. Together with Kosak, Go Bang, Gyundale, Rajix, Veronichka, and Bardin. Blood Wolf included. The Mad Demon was the hidden card. Let us clear it completely and come back. Would the world announcement sound again this time? Entering the Korean Black Tower, 71st floor. Finally, the first entry. You have reached the Korean Black Tower, 71st floor, for the first time. Well, congratulations. A 4-item gift set has been delivered to your inventory. Oh, the Ring of Form Transformation has been delivered to your inventory. The Potion of Disease Cure has been delivered to your inventory. The Elixir of Rejuvenation has been delivered to your inventory. The Rune Necklace of Liberation has been delivered to your inventory. There was no world announcement. No global announcement either. But that makes it even scarier. No one would know who obtained them. Should I go receive the mission? What is the 71st floor mission? What if getting a SS++ clear is impossible? There is a way. The Star Pack item received for accumulating 70 platinum badges. Tower Conquest Mission Reset Ticket. This is an item tied to SS++ clears and platinum badges. A ticket that gives you one extra chance when failure is anticipated. If things go south, he can just reset it. That aside, where is this place? They said it was a new beginning, and even the entry location is unusual. Is this the house? It looked like a log cabin. There was a door leading outside. The inside of the house seemed to be a safe zone. Do I have to go outside? Ju Hyuk grabbed the doorknob. At that moment, ding. A mission appeared. 71st floor basic mission. Defeat 20 members of the Pommel Mercenary Corps. 71st floor additional optional mission. Defeat James, vice captain of the Pommel Mercenary Corps. 71st floor high difficulty optional mission. Defeat Pommel, captain of the Pommel Mercenary Corps. 71st floor ultra high difficulty optional mission. Defeat the Necromancer Kate. Completion condition. Pommel Mercenary Corps members defeated 0 out of 20. Time limit, within 10 hours. What? He gets that the way missions are assigned has changed, but they are people. Seriously? They are people. Humans. Easy. Just give the order. I will handle everything. A simple mission. Please do not worry. Sniper ready. Ho. No, you guys. That is not the issue here. They are telling them to kill people. This is troublesome. For the first time, he really feels like abandoning the mission. Chapter 102. A YouTube video showing a man presumed to be Chinese sprinting through Tiananmen Square at incredible speed. He was so fast that you almost missed him as he passed. Shoo. And in an instant, he was reduced to a tiny black dot. You had to play the video in slow motion just to make him out. Honestly, it was not all that shocking. Was this really the first time something like this had happened? With this, the Korea, China, Japan trilogy is complete. What are you talking about? The Korean hotel terror suppression incident, the old man schooling Japan's anti-Korean protesters, and now the Tiananmen Square sprinter in China. But there was a key difference this time. Unlike the previous videos, the identity of the Tiananmen Square runner had been revealed. We do not know who the ones in Korea and Japan were, but we know the guy in the China video. Bai Lung, who was once China's top-ranked player. Oh, I have heard that name. I searched him and his face popped up right away. Chinese communities say it is definitely Bai Lung. And apparently Bai Lung was the one who cleared the 71st floor this time too. So he is the player who grabbed the 4-item set? Is him running that fast because of the 4-item set? No. Rejuvenation, disease cure, and form transformation do not make you run faster. Why are you leaving one item out? The Rune Necklace of Liberation? Yeah, that one. For reference, Bai Lung's trait is rapid speed. He mentioned it in an interview with Chinese media a year ago. Yeah, you are thinking exactly what I am thinking. Liberation means releasing player abilities? Probably. They said it can be used 3 times. Holy. A player using their abilities freely in the real world? The true nature of the Rune Necklace of Liberation. It releases a player's abilities into reality. That was not a reckless guess. If anything, it was the most reasonable hypothesis. It explained everything perfectly. Then were the Korean hotel terror suppression incident and the Japanese anti-Korean protest crackdown also because of that item? But the Rune Necklace of Liberation is supposed to be a gift from the 71st floor. If someone got a SS++ clear, could they not have obtained it early? That actually makes sense. The mystery is solved now. The global community erupted. If this was how ordinary people reacted, how must governments around the world be feeling? There is no way for nations to stop players from climbing the tower. Tower progression is entirely the player's choice. Anyone who is the first to reach their country's 71st floor obtains the 4-item set. The only saving grace is that there exists a defensive line, namely, the mid to late 60th floor undead zone. In other words, without a holy sword, recklessly challenging the undead zone is impossible. Fail to cross the undead zone, and reaching the 71st floor is impossible. It is both the limit and the defensive line of ordinary players. But what if the undead zone were neutralized? The world would plunge into uncontrollable, total chaos. A conversation he had with Cossack. When he asked whether the monsters on the 71st floor were that strong, he said they were difficult to deal with, that he never expected enemies like that. The truth was, it all started in the late 60s. Only now did everything click. From Death Knights and Liches, to the 70th floor boss, the High Demon Kabbalan, the first intelligent beings humanity ever faced. That was just a preview. A warning that the targets of future tower clears would be intelligent beings. Are they truly humans from another world? Or merely monsters wearing human skins? And is it really valid to place mercenary members and tower monsters on the same level? What is the difference between humans and monsters anyway? The minotaurs we killed might have been family men, fathers with households of their own. What kind of nonsense is this now? Radiant Bardin crushed a mercenary's skull with his flail. Bloodwolf went berserk as well. Riding atop Bloodwolf, Rajix swung his golden pickaxe, roaring a thunderous battle cry. The pommel mercenaries' necks were torn out by Bloodwolf's jaws. In no time at all, the scene turned into a massacre. Pommel mercenary corps members dying one after another. What are these guys? Please spare me. There was definitely a big difference compared to clearing monsters. Gyundale quietly approached and tightly held Ju Hyuk's hand. She knew how soft his heart was. Ju Hyuk held her hand in return. He did not regret this. If he had just looked away and abandoned the mission, he would have regretted that even more. What? Troublesome? Yeah, it was troublesome. How could anyone not be shaken when told they had to kill people to clear a mission? But the hesitation vanished completely. These were people who deserved to die. There must be no guilt. This is the inside of the tower, where real-world laws and ethics do not apply. If he felt guilty, then the summoned beings would be the ones doing something wrong. Ju Hyuk never looked away. Even if it was still difficult to jump in personally, he could not avert his eyes. For his own sake, and for the sake of his summoned beings. Pommel Mercenary Corps members defeated, 20 out of 20. You have succeeded in the 71st floor basic mission. Your level has increased. Reward: Magic Stones, 1.1 kilograms. High-grade Magic Stones, 6 kilograms. Mission complete. No rank evaluation. Would you like to continue the additional optional mission? If you decline, the mission will be marked as successful and you will exit the tower. The additional optional mission was to defeat James, vice captain of the Pommel Mercenary Corps. Since they were here, might as well finish it. At that moment, a man came out of what looked like the largest house in the village. He had a huge sack slung over his shoulder. Loot, by the looks of it. What is this? The nameplate read, Pommel Mercenary Corps Vice Captain James. Would you like to check James's information? You can check his information? Of course he should. Check information. Pommel Mercenary Corps Vice Captain James. Rank: R-, lower rare. Type: Mercenary, human. It was much briefer than the catalog, but the rank and type were clear. Seems like things are more finely categorized. Rare, but R-, a lower tier rare. Ju Hyuk stared intently at James. A background description appeared. James and Pommel were childhood friends from the same village. One day, James and Pommel jointly raped and murdered a young woman they both desired, then fled the village and went elsewhere, founding the Pommel Mercenary Corps. Though called a mercenary corps, it was no different from a bandit group. Why even show the background? Is this the system telling him, he is trash, kill him without hesitation? If that was the intention, it worked. A rapist and a murderer. What let him live? I almost feel sorry for monsters. We have killed countless monsters. Why would this bastard be an exception? James turned and fled. He did not get far. Veron HK's magic bullet blew out the back of his head. Additional optional mission completed. Reward: Multinational Tower Access Ticket. There was a reward for the additional mission too. The Multinational Tower Access Ticket entered the inventory. They said the reward probability was greatly increased. Looks like it really was. Would you like to continue the high difficulty optional mission? The reward mattered, but the real purpose was delivering justice. Pommel had to be a bastard too, no doubt about it. Another man came out of the same house James had exited. He was dragging a half-naked woman by the hair. Damn, you dare resist? Let us see how you like it when I toss you naked to my men, huh? He knew it. Worse than a dog. Who are you people? A weak man here to deliver justice. Pommel Mercenary Corps Captain Pommel. Rank. R++, upper rare. Type. Mercenary, human. A background description appeared. Pommel personally committed over 100 murders before becoming the captain of the Mercenary Corps. He came to the Slash-and-Burn settlement in the Taunt Mountains after accepting a request from the necromancer Kate to search for sacrifices for the resurrection of a superdemonic beast. The intended sacrifices were children under the age of 10. Raping women, murder, kidnapping children. Ju Hyuk pointed at Pommel and said, "A harmful monster." Cossack responded immediately, "My lord, grant me the honor of carrying out the mission." "Why send just one? Both of you go." What is this? What in the world was going on? How could monsters like these exist in a slash-and-burn mountain village? Even so, he was not about to go down without a fight. SRRNG. He drew his sword. Sword chi erupted as he swung at the one charging in first. There was no sensation at all. He had only sliced empty air. Flash. The sound of something being cut. Thud. His own right arm fell to the ground. Then, immediately after, a knight clad in chilling spiked armor slammed into him. Boom. A brutal body check. Pommel's entire body was impaled by the spiked armor. Crimson blood poured from the holes. But the pain did not last long. High difficulty, optional mission completed. Reward. Club of Destructive Thunderstorm. The rewards really are generous. Just clear it and you get them. There is not even a tower-only modifier on it. Would you like to continue the ultra-high difficulty optional mission? Swift and decisive. Oh my, oh dear. What a mess. I will get scolded by Master again at this rate. This time, it was the sky. A woman in a red robe floated leisurely in midair. Necromancer Kate, low re in rank. SR-, lower super rare. Type. Necromancer, human. A black mage this time. You guys look pretty strong, huh? Right? No way I could take you all alone. A background description appeared. Kate is a fifth circle necromancer. Acting on the orders of her master, Noma, a necromancer of the 8th circle, she was tasked with collecting the living souls of children. It was a grand undertaking to summon a superdemonic beast spirit. At least 1,000 children's souls were required. Now, only 15 souls remain to complete it. Monsters are cute by comparison. I am not an idiot. Why would I fight you? When did anyone say they were fighting? I have memorized all your faces. I will come back with Master Noma and kill you, tear you apart, and feed you to the chimera I am raising. So, see you next time. Bye. Kate slid away through the air, fleeing with fly magic. And where do you think you are running off to? Senior Veron IHK. Senior Officer Veron HK KLHBER. Certain victory. Standing firing posture, right on the spot. Loading one high explosive round. Target is that woman. The magic rifle glowed white hot. Like a guided missile, Veron HK's high explosive round chased after the fleeing necromancer Kate. What is that? A protective barrier formed around Kate's body. At the same time spot. She teleported instantly. But Veron HK's magic rifle was fundamentally equipped with a tracking function. The shell curved midair and relentlessly pursued Kate. What? Why does it keep following me? Blink, blink, blink. Spot, spot, spot. Geeing. Bajujuuk. Another high explosive round was fired. Kate's eyes widened. At her destination, directly in front of her, was the shell. Kate's body exploded like fireworks upon impact. Blood and flesh rained down like sleet. All missions on the 71st floor have been completed. Reward. Potion of Valor, Tower Exclusive Holy Water. One without a Tower Exclusive modifier, one with it. Calculating clear rank. World announcement. You have achieved a triple S+++ clear rank on the Black Tower, Korea, 71st floor. A world announcement. Triple S+++ rank. Triple plus. There was a rank above double S++. Triple S+++ clear reward. You are granted 2 platinum badges. Wow, 2 badges at once. Looks like triple S+++ gives 2. He had 79 total so far, so with 2 more, that makes 81. I will get a perk. He is looking forward to it. Let us heal the wounded soul of a weak man with a perk. You may now challenge the 72nd floor. Exiting the Black Tower, Korea. Chapter 103. China's Black Tower, Number 3, Floor 71 has been conquered. However, the level 71 Chinese player Bai Lung escaped after taking 4 types of gifts. He even slipped past China's newly appointed chairman. And although the Public Security Bureau and the People's Liberation Army are pursuing him, how are they supposed to find him? If he changes his appearance with a form-shifting ring, or uses the rune necklace of liberation again, there is no way to track him. Bai Lung will leave China no matter what. Well, they just cannot catch him. After China, the countries closest to reaching Floor 71 were 3: South Korea, France, and the United States. South Korea was nothing to worry about. France was also in diplomatic negotiations with the Korean government. Then what about the United States? Minister Macmillan, Director Antonio, and the player Gerald had entered Korea to clear Floor 70. Gerald, after clearing Floor 70, you are going up to Floor 71, right? Is that not allowed? There is no such thing as allowed or not. It is up to your will. Who could stop you? Then what is it you want to say? The first gifts received upon reaching Floor 71. You can keep as many rejuvenation elixirs or disease-curing potions as you want. You can drink them yourself or sell them to someone if you like. But Minister Macmillan paused for effect before continuing. The rune necklace of liberation and the form-shifting ring must be handed over to the government. Otherwise, things could get troublesome. This is not a threat, it is a fact. They were dangerous items. The moment a player possessed the rune necklace of liberation, they could be branded as a dangerous individual. The same applied to the form-shifting ring. It could even change one's appearance and body type. Gerald hesitated. They were items any player would covet, but the risks that came with owning them were too great. How could he stand up to the U.S. government? It was far better to live the usual comfortable life of a player under American protection. All right, I will hand them over as soon as I receive the gifts. Good decision, Gerald. Only then did Minister Macmillan and Antonio let out sighs of relief. Then when do we start the raid? We entered today, so tomorrow. At that very moment. World announcement. You have achieved a triple S+++ clear rating on Floor 71 of the Black Tower, Korea. By now, the world announcement was not even surprising. In the past, global announcements were something only Korean players heard, but now they rang out frequently. There are 3 plus signs next to the S. Seriously, how do you even clear it like that? Did he get the gifts too? I will ask the Awakening Management Agency. Gerald was surprised as well, his pride slightly wounded. I will clear Floor 68 of East Tower Number 1 today. Tomorrow, Floor 69, the day after Floor 70. I will finish in 3 days. And so, the United States also began climbing. A completion message for Korea's Black Tower appeared. A world announcement that even ordinary citizens could hear. And it was a triple S++ rating at that. Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il of the Korea Awakening Management Agency immediately summoned team leader Lee Min-ah. Deputy Director. Clearing a new, previously uncleared upper floor granted a 6-month collapse deadline, 180 days. On the large display in the agency lobby, the collapse deadline read 169 days. Player Bong Joo-hyuk had cleared Floor 70 about 10 days earlier. Can you check the progress? The status window for Korea's Black Tower, which Lee Min-ah confirmed. Location: Gangwon Province, Republic of Korea. Black Tower. Completed. Floor 71. In progress. Floor 72. Deadline: 349 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, 48 seconds. They have stacked the existing 169 days plus another 180, for a total of 349 days. Jun Gwang-il clenched his fist. Good. Have the staff update the date on the lobby display and prepare a press release for the media. Oh, and the 4 items. Let us say they are being stored by the agency on behalf of the state. Is Player Bong willing to hand them over? No idea. I do not even plan to ask. But that is the safest place, is it not? Well, that is true. Jun Gwang-il felt relieved. The extended collapse deadline. Even if Floor 72 was cleared, another 180 days would be added on top. Korea had become a blessed country, all thanks to a single player. Still, the issue of owning the rune necklace of liberation or the form-shifting ring could cause trouble. China was already an example. If it became known that an individual, especially a player, possessed them, there would be an uproar. Storing them with the agency would prevent unnecessary controversy. In truth, the safest place for those items was with player Bong himself. Would he even need something like the Rune Necklace of Liberation? The Awakening Management Agency's press release was distributed to news outlets, and headlines exploded everywhere. Breaking news. Korea's Black Tower Floor 71 cleared with a SSS+++ rating. Tower collapse deadline extended by 180 days, added to existing deadline. Korea's Black Tower collapse deadline, now 349 days. Though not announced globally, for types of Floor 71 climbing gifts also secured, reported to be stored by the Awakening Management Agency. Pharmaceutical companies show intense interest in disease-curing potions. Can they be replicated through ingredient analysis? Ju Hyuk's group returned to the penthouse. The first mission of the new Season 2. He felt calmer than expected. Maybe it was because he had not killed anyone directly, or because those people had been villains. More than anything, the looks in the eyes of the villagers he had saved before leaving Floor 71. He could feel it clearly. If he had left the Pommel mercenaries alone, the villagers would have died instead. Thinking about it again, he had made the right choice. Now, time to check today's rewards. First, the weapon. Club of Destructive Thunderstorm. Effects. Increases agility when equipped, increases critical strike chance, improves lightning-type skill proficiency, and on hit has a certain chance to cast an electromagnetic storm. Special. Summons thunderbolts. Paralyzes enemies. There was no tower-exclusive modifier attached, which meant the option effects applied in the real world as well. A versatile weapon usable both inside and outside the tower. He also received a multinational tower access ticket. Tickets were always better in greater numbers. Potion of Valor. Effect. Maintains a resolute mind. Unshaken by external influences. Limit. Duration 10 minutes. Does drinking it turn you into a macho man? Guess he will find out when he uses it. Tower exclusive Sacred Holy Water. Effect. Upon consumption, imbues the power of radiance. When sprinkled, weakens the dark aura of the undead. Limit. Duration 2 hours. Effective only inside the tower. This one is a bit, as the name suggested, holy water. A potion specifically targeting the undead. Could it be used as a substitute for a holy sword? If this started dropping in large quantities, he might have to shut down the holy sword rental business. Well, I have already made plenty of money with holy swords. Finally, the special reward. It was about time something good showed up. Ju Hyuk checked his inventory. Even though some had been spent granting badges to summoned beings, the total acquired count of 81 had not changed. Special reward granted for accumulating 80 platinum badges. Please be something good. Special reward. 1 item conversion die has been added to your inventory. A die? What is this supposed to be? He took it out of the inventory. It was an actual die. Soft, elastic, rubber-like material. Much larger than a normal die, but still small enough to hold in one hand. A colorful cube. Roll the die. When the text written on the top face appears, the item will be converted accordingly. If you do not roll it within 1 hour, the opportunity will be lost. Each face had words written on it. 6 faces, so 6 possible outcomes. Rejuvenation Elixir. Tower Floor Intrusion Ticket. Stamina Increase Elixir. Magic Power Enhancement Potion. Rune of Reviving Summoned Beings. Guaranteed Rank Summon Ticket, 1 of SR, double SR, or LSSR. So now even things like trait enhancement runes do not show up anymore. What? Do they think you can only get those through special rewards? Make sure to secure sufficient space before rolling the die. If any part of your body touches the rolling die, or if any external force is applied, the die will be immediately destroyed. So there are warnings too. They were probably rules made to prevent exploits. Otherwise, someone could go, oops, my hand slipped, and nudge it with their hand, or even invisible chi, to force the desired face. That looks like a die, boss. Yes, I got it as a special reward. Kosak said it with a grin. When it comes to dice, that would be me, Kosak, ain't it? The Gambler King, faster hands than eyes, a card sharper who does not just lose a hand when caught lying. Loses his head for real. Yes. Of course there is nothing you cannot do. Gonna roll it now, boss? Guess I should. Tell me which item you want. When it is rolling, I can just lightly tap it from the side. Now it was obvious why those warnings existed. People like Cossack were the reason. If it gets touched while rolling, it breaks. Even moving it with magic power or inner energy will not work. So step back. If we lose the reward because of some manipulation. Huh? Ah, got it. Thankfully, the penthouse living room was fairly spacious. The summoned beings retreated to the edges of the room. As for Veronica, who was sprawled out snoring, they picked her up and leaned her against the wall. All right, here goes. With a light flick, whoosh. Thump. Because it was rubber, the die bounced off the living room floor. Thump, 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 thump. It was surprisingly elastic. Honestly, it was like a spring. Thump, 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 thump. The bounces kept getting higher. It bounced like crazy, almost hitting the ceiling. It even ricocheted sideways, smacking into the wall and changing direction. It is like a super ball. When is it going to stop? The direction was unpredictable. The bouncing speed kept increasing. Then thump, thump, thump. The die shot toward Rajix. At this rate, someone was going to get hit by it. The warning suddenly came to mind. If the die touched a body, Rajix, laborer move. If it touches you, the die will break. Rajix flinched in shock at Juhyuk's shout. He rolled away in a panic. Oh, thump, 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 thump. The die chased after Rajix as he rolled. Rajix's eyes went wide. Chief laborer. Hang in there, worker. Light be with you. You barely have any presence these days. If you break the die too, you are done for. Roll, roll, roll. Rajix madly rolled around the living room in a full lap to avoid it. That was the only way. The speed it bounced and flew was lightning fast. What is this, a guided missile? It is a Super Ball homing die missile. The die made another huge bounce. Oh, it changed direction. This time, it was headed for Gyundale. The die chased after her as she fled. That crazy die bastard. At that point, it was basically a suicide bomber. Was it deliberately trying to touch someone and erase the reward? A shrill scream rang out. So close, just barely not touching. Then, in an instant, she slid and dove under the dining table. Everyone, get to your rooms and close the doors. But would such a cunning die just let that happen? Thump. An ominous bouncing sound. The easiest target here. Jiga, it is coming for this warrior. He froze, unable to move, paralyzed by fear. A warrior does not submit. He lay flat in the living room. He lifted the massive sofa and covered himself with it. Why your foot? Your foot is sticking out. Shoop. His foot slipped under the sofa. The Super Ball die slammed into the spot where the foot had been, then bounced up. That was way too close. Hey, you cheap-ass die bastard. Was this die actually alive? Now it was Juhyuk's turn. I am sorry, okay? My bad. A quick apology did nothing. The die kept chasing him. Spot. Spapapapap. Juhyuk's shadows scattered across the living room. It is following. All right. No, left. Veronica, who had been asleep, jolted awake. Sergeant Veronica Kalihber. Is it my turn for guard duty? Huh? Sergeant. Move. Did I mishear something? Do not get hit by the die. It was pure chaos. Juhyuk and the summoned beings fled in terror from a tiny little die. Get away. Why is it coming for me? It is coming. I said go to your rooms. The die is blocking the way. This bastard is not a normal die. The cursed Super Ball homing die. It went after Cossack. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Hihiik. Then it went after Bardin. My lord, please spare this servant. How am I supposed to spare you? Even the sound of it bouncing was pure terror. Do not stick to me. Then where should I go? I do not know either. Because of a single die, Juhyuk and the summoned beings scattered in utter panic. After images of shadow stepping filled the living room. Rajix rolling nonstop across the floor. Bardin trembling behind the living room curtains, hiding in fear. Gobang lay completely still under the sofa. Veronica crawled low across the living room floor in a lightning-fast prone advance. Do not let it touch your body. Do not apply external force. Those simple lines turned the penthouse living room into a battlefield. Noise between floors? Is that really the problem right now? Then finally, thwong. It bounced high once more. As if nothing had happened, it stuck flat to the floor. What kind of die even does that? They checked the top face of the die. A guaranteed rank 1. A ticket that guaranteed one of SR, double SR, or LSSR. In the next instant, the die vanished in a flash of light. In its place lay a single red slip of paper. It was a ticket, sure, but if it was only an SR guaranteed summon ticket, that was basically a dud. At minimum, it had to be double SR. Gulp. Ju Hyuk swallowed his dry saliva and picked up the ticket to check its information. You have obtained an LSSR guaranteed summon ticket. He checked again. LSSR. A legend dropped. Ju Hyuk threw both arms into the air. Kaya. Awesome. My congratulations. The warrior is pleased as well. My lord. Oh light. Commander, congratulations on reinforcing your forces. Is that really good? Someone decent will come, right? Well, who knows? Thinking about it calmly, it might not be something to celebrate just yet. You would not know until you open the box. Surely it cannot be another madman like before, right? What about the random summon cooldown? Random summon cooldown remaining. 19 days, 12 hours, 45 minutes, 15 seconds. Still a long way to go. After discussing it with the summoned beings, Ju Hyuk decided to challenge Floor 72. The mission structure and reward system on Floor 71 yesterday. It really had changed enough to be called a new beginning. Missions were divided into basic, additional optional, high difficulty, and extreme difficulty. It seems clearing just the basic mission counts as completion. The additional missions appeared to affect rewards and clear rank evaluations. Then what about Floor 72? Would it follow the same structure? Would humans be the mission targets again? He would find out soon enough. He still had not used the Tower Conquest mission reset ticket. Even if something truly disastrous happened, he could nullify it once. And so Ju Hyuk. Entering Floor 72 of the Black Tower, Republic of Korea. Not a single ray of light. Bardin instinctively manifested radiance, illuminating the surroundings. It was a stone-sealed chamber. It felt like an underground stone vault. A corridor stretched out ahead. Presumably, stepping through it would trigger the mission. Ju Hyuk and his group moved into the corridor. Floor 72 Basic Mission. Defeat 30 Necromancers Dungeon Chimeras. The mission appeared. At least the basic mission target was not human. Floor 72 Additional Optional Mission. Defeat 10 Dungeon Enhanced Chimeras. The optional mission as well. Floor 72 High Difficulty Optional Mission. Defeat 5 Dungeon Annihilation Chimeras. Even the high difficulty one. Floor 72 Extreme Difficulty Optional Mission. Defeat 8 Circle Necromancer Noma, plus Alpha. The final mission was a human. And what was that plus Alpha? Completion condition. Dungeon Chimeras defeated 0 out of 30. Time limit. Within 11 hours. Necromancer Noma? She was the mentor of that woman they killed yesterday. Kate. So this is a linked mission. Chapter 104. Republic of Korea Black Tower, Floor 72. It was a linked mission that continued from Floor 71. A place where you progressed along a specific storyline. Were the Black Towers of other countries the same? Did humans appear as mission targets? Did linked missions occur? That much was still unknown. Among those climbing the 70s, Ju Hyuk was the only one. The United States was also climbing, so answers would come in time. The mission location on Floor 72 was a necromancer's dungeon. As always, Gobang took the lead. The moment they passed through the corridor, chimeras appeared. Their appearance alone was grotesque. Just in case, Ju Hyuk tried checking their information, but nothing came up. For the same reason as without names, there was no information. So no background description appeared either. In short, trash mobs. They were not named enemies, so they would not be difficult. Of course, if another player entered alone, the difficulty would be a different story. This was easy purely from Ju Hyuk's standpoint. Then Gobang pointed at the chimeras and said, Chimeras are not naturally born life forms. Humans created them by mixing 2 or more kinds of monsters. Oh, Gobang was actually giving information? Usually, Gyundale or Cossack handled explaining strategies. They attached the head of a highly venomous serpent to the torso of a blood warrior. So we should watch out for poison. It is fine. The warrior will just rip the head off. Ju Hyuk also took out the Thunderstorm Club from his inventory and held it. Chief Laborer, I ask your help. At Gyundale's request, Rajix began pulling things out of his subspace bag one by one. First, a handcart like the ones delivery drivers use. On it, he neatly stacked a power bank, large speakers, and an amplifier, and an MP3 player, then switched them on. Boom duck boom. Boom boom. Boom duck boom. Cha-ching. Ching ching chai cha-ching. Chirk. Kairar. Drums, gongs, and bells rang out in layered harmony. It is a pre-recorded blessing ritual. There is also a cleansing ritual. One need only change the track. Gyun Dale grabbed the handle of the handcart. It looked like she intended to push it along. She resembled one of those ladies selling coffee at a rural 5-day market. It is a curious artifact with talismans attached throughout its interior, so there is no need to worry about effectiveness. The sacred rope is first-rate as well. Fine. As long as it works. Life should be lived comfortably, like Gyundale does. All right, let us go. Let us get it. Bardin, the human holy sword who provided both lighting and firepower. Gobang, massive and imposing, wielding him. Dungeon chimeras appeared in pairs, sometimes 3 or 4 at a time, bursting out of the dungeon corridors. Thud, crash shashashik. They were shredded the moment they appeared, like cutting through rotten bamboo. Verona HK's covering fire followed, switching to sniper mode, pulling and transferring aggro. Cossack darted in with twin daggers, stabbing and retreating, dealing damage. Dungeon Club DJ Gyun Dale followed behind, pushing the ritual handcart, applying buffs to allies and debuffs to the chimeras as the shamanic rhythm played. Meanwhile, Rajix was nodding off atop the Blood Wolf. Had he been influenced by Verona HK? He had said his scouting abilities had improved. These days he really does not bring back anything. Do not be disappointed. His achievements so far were more than enough. Was he not Rajix the Cosmic Labor? And this was a necromancer's dungeon. When you thought of a dungeon, what came to mind? Enormous treasure. Whether there was treasure here or not, if there was, he would probably find something big and bring it back. Ju Hyuk and his group reached the end of the corridor. Dungeon Chimera defeated, 30 out of 30. You have completed the floor 72 basic mission. Your level has increased. Reward. Magic stones, 1.2 kilograms. High-grade magic stones, 6 kilograms. Basic mission complete. They could leave now and still receive a success judgment. Would you like to continue with the additional optional missions? If you decline, you will exit the tower with mission success. Ju Hyuk was still hungry. What good was a mere pile of high-grade magic stones? They were going to scrape up everything, right down to the extreme difficulty mission. Rewards were guaranteed upon completion. How could he resist? Soon, dungeon-enhanced chimeras appeared. They were bipedal. A chimera combining the head of a steel-horned mountain goat, the torso of an ogre, and the tail of a marsh scorpion. Professor Gobang, I am bigger than an ogre. The assassin will cut off the tail stinger. All right. Our Gobang has gotten smart. At this rate, you could play the brains of the party. Huh? What do you mean, Gobang is the brains? I can explain that much too. Yes, of course you can. Anyway, I am smarter than Gobang. No, I have to be. He seemed to feel threatened by Gobang's rising intelligence. It felt like just yesterday he had been throwing a tantrum about summoning a stupid one. Anyway, the dungeon-enhanced chimeras. They were stronger than normal dungeon chimeras. But just like before, they did not even show background descriptions or allow information checks. In other words, they were weak. If things go well, even ordinary players could probably handle these. Most likely, the core of Floor 72 was the final extreme difficulty mission, defeating the dungeon's master necromancer. The warrior will continue to lead. Summoner, follow safely. You are a tank who excels in both martial and tactical arts. The dungeon-enhanced chimeras fell in no time. You have completed the additional optional mission. Reward. Healing potion, 3. See. It dropped again. This is exactly why you keep going. Healing potions without tower-exclusive modifiers. 3 of them, no less. Would you like to continue the high-difficulty optional mission? Defeat 5 dungeon annihilation chimeras. Turning the right-hand corner. A massive body completely filling the corridor. A hell rhinoceros torso, manticore limbs, and the head of a flame wyvern. Just watch out for its breath. A chimera capable of breathing attacks. Sergeant Vero, the moment it opens its mouth, pours small caliber rounds into it. Now he was even issuing orders. At least here, in the necromancer's dungeon, Gobang was the commander. The dungeon annihilation chimeras were butchered in the blink of an eye. With double SR attack class summoned beings dogpiling them, how could they possibly hold out? It would not be long now. Soon, the necromancer would appear, along with the plus alpha. You have completed the high difficulty optional mission. Reward: Dwarven Orichalcon leather gauntlets of dexterity. An equipment item. Gloves where leather and metal harmonized perfectly. Perfect timing. I did not have gloves. Since it was something he needed, he equipped them immediately. Leather lining inside, metal plates and rivets on the outside. His fingers moved freely. Would you like to continue the extreme difficulty optional mission? The passage bent right once again. Up ahead, part of a vast open space came into view. It seemed to be the end of the dungeon. Dismiss Bloodwolf. With the Bloodwolf gone, Rajix's plump backside slammed into the floor with a thud. Sorry, Rajix. From here on, you will walk. Got to get some exercise. They needed to leave one spot open. For their big brother. Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings entered the final chamber of the dungeon. The sight that greeted them. It is way bigger than I expected. For a dungeon, he had assumed it would be cramped. Instead, a vast space appeared, easily larger than a school athletic field. At least 50 meters to the ceiling. And far in the distance stood the mission target. A bald old man with a face full of wrinkles, a hunched back, and a bizarre staff covered in dangling skulls. So the Chimera Guardians were wiped out. I thought a dragon had invaded, but you were just adventurers. It was Norma, the 8th Circle Necromancer. Necromancer Norma. Rank: Triple SR+++, top tier special super rare. Type: Necromancer, human. That meant he was stronger than their summoned beings. If he were 9th Circle, he might have been a legend. For floor 72, the difficulty was quite high. But that made sense. This was an optional mission. If you completed only the basic mission, you never had to meet Norma at all. There was no obligation to take on the extreme difficulty optional mission. Ju Hyuk himself would not have come this far if not for the rank evaluation and item rewards. You fearless fools. Do you think killing me will earn you some reward from the kingdom? Do you even know who stands behind me? Ju Hyuk answered Norma's sneer. Is not the king of the Nortun kingdom backing you? How do you know that? Did the king betray me? That cannot be. He knew because he could see it. Necromancer Norma received a commission from the king of the Nortun kingdom to restore, enhance, and grow a superdemonic beast hydra. For this purpose, the Nortun kingdom handed over the fresh corpse of a superdemonic beast hydra that had been subjugated 50 years ago. Thanks to exceptional preservation magic, it had not decayed even after half a century. Norma's restoration of the superdemonic beast was nearing completion. An enormous budget had been invested in a grand undertaking that consumed the living souls of at least 1,000 children. By recalling dead souls to revive the superdemonic beast hatchling's corpse, then successfully completing its enhancement and growth, it would become a strategic weapon that even dragons could not ignore. Well, what does it matter? I was short a few souls anyway. Using yours, I can complete the perfect superdemonic beast hydra. Ju Hyuk frowned deeply. Norma smiled with a greasy grin. Are you scared? If so, you should not have come here. An adventurer who does not know his place, daring to enter my dungeon. One word kept nagging at Ju Hyuk's ears. Superdemonic beast hydra. Where have I heard that before? His memory was hazy. Well then, with your souls. Excuse me. One moment. Ju Hyuk, looking apologetic, said. Could you stay quiet for just a bit? I feel like I am about to remember something. But you keep talking, so it is not coming back to me. Norma looked utterly dumbfounded. So absurd that he could not even find words to respond. Let us see if you can keep up that insolent attitude. 50 years ago, when King Arius of the Nortun Kingdom was still a hero, he subjugated the superdemonic beast hydra. At the time, however, it was merely a hatchling, still a youngling. Even so, slaying a superdemonic beast skyrocketed the hero's popularity, which became the stepping stone that led him to the throne. Now, borrowing the power of necromancy, it has been revived in a restored adult form. However, there is a truth no one knows. 50 years ago, the one who drove the superdemonic beast to the brink of death was not the hero. In truth, it was an unnamed barbarian warrior from the Great Plains. A scene flashed through his mind. A barbarian warrior fighting a 9-headed hydra. Human figures watching from behind with sneering, cowardly eyes. Now he remembered. Gobang's background story. Deceived by a fake hero, chosen as living bait, a meat shield, in a battle against a 9-headed superdemonic hydra. Gobang fought bravely and tore off the hydra's heads, but in the end, the accumulated damage from acidic breath melted his body away and led him to death. This was Gobang's world, a world that had continued for 50 years after his death. Gobang, is that thing the same hydra from back then? It is. It has changed, but it is the one that killed me. In the next instant, Gobang enlarged his body through gigantification. I will face that thing alone. Against that monster? Wait a moment. That superdemonic hydra is not the same one anymore. It has been strengthened by necromancy. The warrior has also grown stronger, thanks to the summoner. That was true, but if the summoner orders me not to, I will not. But the warrior asks the summoner, please let me face it alone. This was a dilemma. The superdemonic hydra was triple SR plus, upper mid special super rare. If the two clashed, who would win? It would be a grueling fight. Gobang might even be pushed back. Ju Hyuk was worried. Back then, he had died with his body melted by acidic poison. Now that poison would be even stronger. And given Gobang's nature, he would not fight while avoiding the poison. Ju Hyuk glanced at the other summoned beings. Gobang, Summoner Bong. Be silent, assassin. Protect the summoner in my place. I ask this of you. Why yes? Good luck. No. Why are you the one getting persuaded? Gobang, trust your comrades. Even a sheet of paper is lighter when lifted together. Comrade Gobang, I will at least provide covering fire. Gobang, take me, Bardin, in your hand. Are we not one body? Gobang did not respond. He only looked at Ju Hyuk, as if asking for permission. Ju Hyuk could feel Gobang's unwavering resolve. Was he trying to overcome the past, when he had been deceived by a fake hero and reduced to nothing more than a meat shield? He was the king now, right? Do not tell me the next mission is. The 8th Circle Necromancer Norma, watching the scene, was dumbfounded. These adventurers were outrageously insolent. They were chatting among themselves, not even paying him attention. Ha, you insolent wretches. Are you deliberately mocking me? Ju Hyuk snapped back irritably. Oh, come on. You keep yapping on the side. So noisy. I am worried sick here. Fine. I will call someone to keep you company, so you will not be bored. Try having a nice conversation with him. Norma raised his staff. Ju Hyuk whispered softly. Mad Demon, designated summon. As always, the Mad Demon grasped the situation the moment he was summoned. His gaze turned toward Necromancer Norma, an old man who has learned foul arts. The Mad Demon's aura filled the vast cavern. You dare point a staff at my summoner? Goosebumps rose on Norma's bald scalp. It felt as if he were facing a lord of hell. A 9th Circle Archmage? He looked far stronger than that. Who are you? Ignoring him completely, the Mad Demon strode forward. Crushed by the pressure, Necromancer Norma staggered backward. Ju Hyuk finally allowed Gobang to fight alone. He even promised not to interfere. What choice did he have? Gobang's resolve was that firm. Thud, 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 thud. Gobang walked toward the revived superdemonic hydra. Cossack scratched his head and muttered. So what are we doing? What else? We wait for the right moment and jump in from behind. Jumping from behind? Gobang is going to say something. We promised, did we not? Promises are made to be broken. You ever seen a real man keep his promises? So we just let him fight alone? We strike first and apologize later. Got it. This Cossack here is a backstabbing expert. I am good at sidestabs too. Letting Gobang fight alone while they hid safely behind? They would never allow that kind of tragedy to happen again. But where did Rajix go? He was just here a moment ago. Chapter 105. The Dungeon of the Necromancer Norma. Gobang encountered the superdemonic beast Hydra in a place he had never expected. The moment he saw it, he knew. There was such a thing as intuition. All 9 heads felt familiar. It was the same one from back then, even if it had grown stronger through necromancy. The superdemonic beast Hydra also recognized Gobang. That human had been the one who had driven it to the brink of death. The memories of that time, the trauma engraved into his soul. Was it because of the pain of his entire body melting under acidic breath? No, that was not it. Physical pain was something he had endured his entire life. And as a warrior of the Great Plains, what shame was there in dying while fighting monsters? Was not that something to be proud of? Gobang's trauma came from another reason. The betrayal of the comrades he had trusted. While wandering the continent on his own, He had met the party of the hero Arius. Arius had accepted him, a dull-witted barbarian, as a companion. He had been deeply grateful for that generosity, and so he traveled across the continent with Arius. They hunted magical beasts and monsters, completed commissions, and shared bonds of friendship with the other companions. But it had all been a misunderstanding. From the very beginning, he had never been their friend. In the end, he was discarded. Barbarian warrior, just draw the superdemonic beast Hydra's attention. We will finish it off quickly. Do not worry about healing magic. We will definitely save you. Gobang faced the superdemonic beast Hydra alone. Its vicious acidic breath, its razor-sharp claw attacks. But he endured to the very end, waiting for his comrades to come help him. Eventually, struck down by the Hydra's claws and unable to escape, Gobang turned back and cried for help, only to see the comrades he had always fought alongside sitting far behind him, sneering and mocking him. What are you looking at? We did not have a choice. With 9 heads, we could have been in danger. I do not want to get splashed with acidic breath. Sorry, but take responsibility until the end. Thanks for everything. I will not forget you. Once it exhausts its acidic breath and weakens, we will finish it. Arius, you really are a genius. Can you even compare that to a dumb barbarian? That bastard really was perfect as a meat shield. That was the truth. The barbarian warrior of the Great Plains. He had been nothing more than a meat shield. Of course, even now he was still a meat shield. But the meaning was completely different. The fully matured superdemonic beast Hydra. And himself, enlarged through gigantification. Had he not been promoted to SR thanks to the summoner's grace? He would not let even a single drop of acidic poison touch him. Acidic breath poured out simultaneously from all 9 heads. Did he really think he could not avoid it? But instead of evasion, he advanced. That was the way he had always fought. Crossing his arms into an X to block the breath, Gobang leapt straight onto the Hydra's back. The flesh of his arms melted away. A pungent smoke rose into the air, yet his skin regenerated almost instantly. Gobang thrust his hand forward with all his strength. One of the Hydra's heads was seized. Grabbing the upper and lower jaws with both hands, he tore it apart with brute force. Ryop, one neck torn off. The remaining 8 heads howled. This thing clearly had a weakness. The heads were connected, and so they shared pain. But he had to hurry. The monster also possessed regenerative abilities. The severed head would soon regrow. Another head, grabbed. The Hydra did not rely only on breath attacks. A sharp claw strike carved a long wound across his chest. It was a desperate, brutal struggle. Breath attacks flying in from the remaining 7 heads. If he could dodge, he dodged. If he could not, he took it head-on. Was it getting better? But the remaining 2 heads were already regenerating. The battle would not be decided easily. The monster and he himself, both had grown stronger. Gobang briefly turned his gaze toward his companions. What were they doing? His summoner, hopping in place anxiously, watching with a worried expression. The assassin stepping lightly from side to side, ready to dash in at any moment. His soul-bonded partner Bardin, gripping the flail with trembling fists. Sergeant Vero, eyes sharp, aiming her magic gun in a standing firing stance. Princess Gyundale, kneeling with her hands clasped, fervently praying. All of them were genuinely worried about him. If he spoke even a single word, they would all rush in. It was reassuring. They were truly his comrades. Gobang's trauma was healed. The scar that had been carved deep into his soul. He could die here, and it would be fine. The mad demon had not yet killed Necromancer Norma. No, it was more accurate to say he had not killed him. He was merely taking his time, observing the battle between the 9-headed monster and the barbarian Gobang with leisure. So that is the monster you created? Necromancer Norma could not answer. He could not even open his mouth. You trusted something like that and dared to attack my summoner? TSK, how pathetic. The mad demon sneered. Humph. Still, I understand. With such miserable power, the only way to preserve your wretched life is to cling to monsters. Norma's lips trembled. His face flushed a deep red. Unbearable agony. Muscles tearing inside his body. Bones being crushed. An unspeakable pain. The punishment imposed upon him by this old man, like a demon king, bone-crushing torment. He could not even twist his body. He was completely immobilized. He wanted to die. He wanted to escape this eternity-like suffering in an instant. I am bound by a restriction and cannot speak of this to my summoner. But I can tell you. What restriction? The tower is dual in nature. One side is malice that seeks to collapse the tower and drive the world to destruction. The other is benevolence, through which the tower transforms the world and bestows abundance. These two coexist. Did he mean the mage tower? Look at our summoner. Why do you think that noble soul was granted power? Naturally, it is because of the latter. He is a savior. Was he talking about that greenhorn who looked weakest among them? That is why, when the summoner climbs the tower, it graciously opens events like this. Quite considerate, really. The mad demon smiled with satisfaction, then soon furrowed his brow slightly. But as I said before, the tower is also an omen of destruction. When malice takes hold, it will try to eliminate our summoner by any means. Of course, that happens more often outside the tower than inside. After all, the chances of dying within the tower are not that high. His head felt like it was about to explode. He could not endure this much longer. That is right. The true trials are outside the tower. Is not that so? Dangerous places are always outside. Then why had he been tormented inside? Does it hurt? Endure just a little longer. I will make it comfortable for you. When the monster you created dies. Was he talking about the superdemonic beast Hydra? Please, just die already. Necromancer Norma desperately wished for the superdemonic beast to perish. But why was it not dying? That thing needed to die for him to die as well. If he had known this would happen, he would not have reinforced it with dragon bones and scales. It will end soon. Hup, hup. Ha hup. Cossack stepped lightly from side to side and asked, when do we go in? Backstab, side stab, ready to go. Wait a moment. Juhyuk was also timing it carefully. If Gobang showed even the slightest sign of weakening, he planned to charge in immediately. But Gobang was still fighting so valiantly. And after that earnest request, to fight alone, how could he just ignore it? If I intervene here, Gobang might be disappointed, thinking Juhyuk did not trust him. But what if he dies? Then he would be unsummonable for 100 days, trapped in a world where only the soul existed, unable to return to reality. He would not even be able to eat the meat he loved so much. What good was buying meat if he could not chew it? If he could not come out, there would be no meat. Time dragged on anxiously. Intervene, or trust him and wait. Oh, Gobang just looked at us. He is asking for help. We got to go now. Well. Sigh. Is this really right? Once again, that despicable real man instinct began to creep up. After his heart wavered about 12 times in a minute, Juhyuk finally made a decision. Coffee lady. No, dungeon DJ princess. Speak, please. I shall play the soul guiding right. At the same time, the rest of you, target the superdemonic beast Hydra. He did not need to finish. They already knew his intent. Whoosh. Bardin burst forward like light, flail in hand. Oh light, my soul-bound partner. Spot. Spapapapap. Cossack left afterimages with shadow steps and was already atop the Hydra's back. Gobang, big bro is here. Sergeant Vero advanced while firing her magic gun. Assault advance mode. Block acidic breath. Shatter. Shatter shatter. Her precisely guided shots slammed into the Hydra's throat whenever it opened its mouth to breathe acid. Thud thud. Thump thud. Cha-ching. Ching-ching. Gyun Dale walked leisurely, pushing the handcart as the soul-guiding chant played. The superdemonic beast Hydra was torn apart by weapons of every kind. How could it possibly endure? One had vanished after another. Only the torso remained. You have defeated the superdemonic beast Hydra. Reward, plus alpha. Random skill rune. Looks like I will get another skill. Then Rajix, who had been nowhere to be seen, came rolling in. With practiced hands, he began skinning the superdemonic beast Hydra. But what about Necromancer Norma? Was he hard to deal with? Juhyuk turned his head toward the mad demon. At that moment, crack. Norma's head burst under the mad demon's touch. Strangely, the necromancer's expression looked peaceful. You have completed all missions on floor 72. Reward. Rune Necklace of Liberation, Tower-exclusive Sacred Holy Water. Another Rune Necklace of Liberation. Did these things drop this often? He knew they could be obtained as clear rewards, but was not this too generous? Same with the Tower-exclusive Sacred Holy Water. This was the second one. Do they only drop from floor 71 and above? The rune necklace of liberation was confirmed to drop only from floor 71 onward. But the holy water might be different. With the floor 70 clear benefits, restrictions on potions like elixirs and potions had been lifted across all floors of the Black Tower. Anyway, was Rajix done skinning the Hydra? Oh, as expected of the chief laborer. Your skinning technique has reached mastery. Shame. Should have left a few heads intact. The torso alone is more than enough. He had skinned it completely. They could take the hide out too. Calculating clear rank. World announcement. You have achieved a triple S+++ clear rating on floor 72 of the Black Tower, Korea. Triple S+++ clear reward, 2 platinum badges awarded. You may challenge floor 73. Exiting the Republic of Korea Black Tower. The moment Ju-hyuk exited the tower, he dismissed all summoned beings. He asked for their understanding, saying he would call them again later. Time to go outside. He even turned off his smartphone. With all the fuss about triple S+++ clears on floors 71 and 72, Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il might call to congratulate him. But was that really important right now? Both floors 71 and 72 had been exhausting. For Ju-hyuk, for Go-bang, and for the other summoned beings as well. They needed healing immediately. And for city folk, nothing healed like the sea. Valley lovers might feel offended by that, but Ju-hyuk took the camper van and headed onto the Yeongdong Expressway. His destination, a coastal road along the East Sea. Since it was a weekday, there were not many people or cars around. Thus, by evening, they arrived at a quiet seaside beach. There, Ju-hyuk summoned the summoned beings. The mad demon's summoning time was short, so he planned to call him once the meat was grilled and the drinks were ready. Gazing upon the blue sea brings peace to this maiden. The warrior likes it as well. If Go-bang liked it, that was all that mattered. My lord, it has been a long time since I have seen the sea. Sergeant Veronichka Kalechbr requests permission to sleep on the sandy beach. Everyone sat down on the sand, staring at the sea. The night sea grew darker by the minute. The sound of waves lapping, swish, swish. Taking advantage of the calm mood, Ju-hyuk asked Go-bang. Speak, summoner. Are you okay? It must have been a huge shock. Have you overcome the trauma? Go-bang smiled faintly. I have overcome it. That was a relief. You wanted to handle it alone. Were you disappointed that we interfered? Not at all. Rather, I feel only remorse for disobeying the summoner's command. Hey, do not worry about that. I will not do so again. The other summoned beings wore contented expressions as well. Bardin nodded, and Gyun-dale's eyes shimmered with tears. On the other hand, Cossack scoffed with a dismissive look. Trauma? That mountain-sized body of yours. There is not even a T for trauma in this Cossack's dictionary. Got it. That is the difference between you and me. Veronichka suddenly sprang to her feet. She walked up to Go-bang, who was sitting on the sand, grabbed his head with both hands, and hugged him tightly. Go-bang's head was buried deep in Veronichka's chest. Well done. I saw a lot of comrades suffer from PTSD when I served in the military. You are a fine comrade of mine. Cossack's eyes spun in circles. Then he crawled over on his knees toward Veronichka, wearing a hollow, soulless expression. I may look very cheerful on the outside, but deep down, I am actually an assassin. I have suffered from PTSD more than anyone. At this point, one more question. Go-bang, we defeated the Hydra, but there is still something left. The fake hero Arius, the king of the Nortun kingdom. His expression changed. Of course, nothing is certain yet. We will have to see once we go in, but floor 73 might also be a linked mission. For example, defeating the fake hero Arius. At those words, Go-bang broke into a bright smile. If such a mission appears for the warrior, given Go-bang's usual character, that seemed possible. He had overcome his trauma, after all. I will show them what true, merciless retribution is. I will bundle Arius and his ilk together like balls and hurl them beyond the sky. And I will savor the sweetness of revenge. Go-bang had changed in many ways. Yes, what was more unsettling than forgiveness? Revenge was best. Anyway, healing time, healing. Staring at the sea in a daze, then staring into a bonfire. A wide table was set up. 8 chairs as well. Soon it would be time to summon the mad demon. Rajix, you skinned the hide earlier, right? Lay it out on the sand. Let Sergeant Vero sleep on it. From the subspace bag emerged the enormous hide of the Hydra, much larger than the living room of Ju-hyuk's penthouse. But as the hide was pulled out, several stones came with it. Picking them up, Ju-hyuk saw they were high-grade magic stones. You found these in the dungeon? At Ju-hyuk's words, Rajix smacked his own head, thunk, as if remembering something. He fumbled with the subspace bag, then turned it upside down and shook it over the Hydra hide. Thud-thud, thud-a-dud. Items spilled out. They just kept coming. Thud-a-dud, thud-thud, thud-do-do-do. What is all this? An uncountable amount of high-grade magic stones. All kinds of metal ingots, potions, and elixirs. And that was not all. Swords and shields, bows and crossbows, staves and wands, weapons, helmets, armor, boots, gloves, greaves, defensive gear. Higher and higher. This is insane. Rajix had emptied out an entire treasure vault from the Necromancer's dungeon. Chapter 106. Lately, Rajix had been subtly getting mocked by Kosak for having no presence to speak of. But he wiped away all worries and doubts in one fell swoop, as if to prove them wrong. Hot steam burst from his nostrils as his short arms planted themselves firmly on his hips. I am this kind of beast man, you know? His shoulders shot up sky high, not knowing any limit. Of course, that was fine. After all, he was Rajix, the absolute top farmhand. Our #1 farmhand, you are awesome. I knew it. This Kosak believed in you. Your shoulders are getting so high you will be launching any second now. At this rate, are not you really going to fly off into space? At Kosak's exaggerated fussing, Gyundale spoke in a tone that sounded amused and slightly derisive. Sir Kosak, you truly change your tune with the wind. What are you saying? You were the one who kept belittling him, saying our top farmhand had lost all presence. And now you are buttering him up. When did I ever say his presence disappeared? No idea. Do not remember. Oh dear. The shamelessness. In a way, Gyundale and Kosak looked like they were the closest of all. Anyway, let us finish organizing the items Rajix hauled back. There were the most high-grade magic stones. By weight alone, they were in the ton range. Next came metal ingots. They were materials, so it was worth keeping them. There were also gemstones. Did Earth even have gems like these? Some were cold, others warm. Effect. When carried in your pocket, it grants a mental focus effect. Can also be processed and used as jewelry. Limitation. The effect does not apply if stored in the inventory. It was basically a kind of talisman. Then there were all kinds of equipment items and consumables, potions, elixirs, and the like. He touched each one individually to check its information. But this was taking way too long. How am I supposed to check all of this? You will help me? Oh wow. As expected of our worker. The best. The sorting criteria were simple. Items with the tower exclusive modifier and those without it. Most of them were tower exclusive, about 95%. The remaining 5% had no such modifier. Those went separately into his own inventory. The tower exclusive items went back into Rajix's pack. Tower exclusive items were valuable supplies that helped players climb the tower, but items without the tower exclusive modifier? I cannot just release those carelessly. Especially when something like the Necklace of Liberation was already being given out as a reward. If a liberated player wielded a weapon whose options applied, even in reality, the world would become dangerous. Instead, tower-exclusive items, whose option effects do not work in the real world, will be handed over to the administration. He planned to consign them for sale at the player's shop. He should tell them not to price them too high, so players would be willing to open their wallets. If items raised the overall level of Korean players, the world would become a safer place. Before finishing the inventory sorting, if there is anything you like among these items, feel free to take it. The summoned ones just stood there, blankly watching, gauging the mood. Seriously, too picky. These were items that players would go crazy over. Then, suddenly, a thought occurred to him. What about repeat missions? If he went in again, could he loot the treasure vault again? Actually, there was something he was even more curious about. The true nature of the 71st and 72nd floor missions. His first question concerned the mission targets. Deputy Commander James, Commander Pommel, the Necromancer Kate, and her master, Norma. If the tower's rules had not changed, they would exist on the 71st and 72nd floors of every tower. Korean, Japanese, American, all over the world. Then in Korea's Black Tower, Would they be the originals or copies? Judging by the case of Kabbalan, that was an important question. And the second question, the 71st and 72nd floors were worlds from a bygone era. Coincidence or inevitability? Could the floors that followed also be worlds connected to other summoned beings? If so, would future tower missions involve resolving the regrets and traumas of those summoned beings? Cossack died after charging at a sword master when he was still an assassin. If a mission related to Cossack appeared later, they might have to face a sword master. Gyundale, the Celestial Empire's imperial palace. Rajix, Apophis of the underground labyrinth. Bardin, a world where the gods had vanished. Varan Ihk, the northern front lines where monsters roamed. But if this hypothesis were correct, a serious problem arose. The more he thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine. The Mad Demon. After fighting for 7 days and nights against the Martial Alliance leader, the Lord of the Four Emperors, and the cult master of the demonic sect, he eventually lost his life. If that was the Mad Demon's regret and trauma, surely the mission target would not be the Martial Alliance leader, the Lord of the Four Emperors, or the demonic cult master, right? Just imagining it was terrifying. That would be impossible to clear. Even with the Mad Demon, it could not be done. The tower climb would end there. Of course, he did not know whether that would be a main mission or an optional one. But, so being an LSSR summoned being is not necessarily a good thing. Just how massive must the regrets they left behind be? Could anyone even bear them? Nothing had been revealed yet. The fact that the early 70s floors were worlds of the past could still be mere coincidence. Anyway, let us summon the Mad Demon. Could he answer his questions? Even though he had consistently given him 5-star ratings, his summon duration stubbornly refused to increase. Still just 3 hours. Most of the other summoned beings had nearly reached 8 hours. Did being stingy with the star ratings early on affect this? While the other summoned beings prepared the party, Ju Hyuk and the Mad Demon sat down on chairs and talked. The first question, was the necromancer Norma the original? Or a copy? Was she even truly human? That much I can answer. The Mad Demon spoke slowly as he opened his mouth. Of course she was human. In the past. In the past meant. So does that mean she is actually dead? That is right. Norma, too, is nothing more than a soul collected by the tower, specters of the past taken from timelines already gone by. The body was provided by the tower. They are merely materials for the tower's content. The backgrounds inside the tower, the monsters, the humans, everything is nothing more than a fabricated world. She was not alive. The body was something provided. The 71st and 72nd floors, too, were not real worlds, but ones processed and created by the tower. Then what about Kabbalan? Why was there a distinction between an original and a copy for that demon race? It was because the original was needed to resolve the cursed mission. You can think of it as a sort of find the original among the copies game. In a way, that too was a mission given by the tower. The tower has at least some sense of shame. How could it give an impossible mission? The original Kabbalan was simply the key for players to complete their mission. On the other hand, missions related to the necromancer Norma are not a find the original game. Is there any reason to distinguish between an original and a copy? That was true. She was not the one who cast a curse. Most sentient beings that will appear in the Black Tower from now on will be copies. Think about it. If you wanted to place the same beings in all 145 towers, copying would be the only way. If they were to enter the 72nd floor again right now, the necromancer would be alive and well, properly reset. What about the treasure vault? The treasure vault? Ju Hyuk told the Mad Demon about Rajix. Ha, admirable indeed. Top farmhand really is the perfect description. But in my estimation, the treasure vault will not appear again. Do you think the tower is that easy? Once is enough. If it were another country's tower, that might be different. On the 72nd floor of another country's tower, there might be another treasure vault. That alone was something. Now for the second question. Would all the floors they climbed from here on out be worlds connected to the summoned beings? Regrettably, I do not know. And even if I did, I could not tell you. It seemed a restriction had been placed on him. Well, information about the floors had been restricted from the very beginning. Either way, you would only know by climbing. A good deal of his curiosity had been resolved. From now on, it was time to focus on healing. Starting with the badge ceremony. He went ahead and handed one out to everyone. The cosmic super farmhand got two. After playing all night and watching the sunrise, it was time to head home. They would watch the sunrise together with the summoned beings, right on schedule. Tomorrow, he would also need to stop by the administration, because Rajix had caused quite an incident. Even the subspace backpack was completely full. Time to empty it once. Only then could it be filled again. After returning home, Ju Hyuk turned on his smartphone and sent a message to Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il. He said he had business at the administration. A reply came back almost immediately. I will head over right away. After a quick wash and getting ready to go out, Ju Hyuk went down to the underground parking lot and got into the car Jun Gwang-il had arrived in. How have you been? Yes, thanks to you. Because of you, Korea has become much safer. Oh, it is nothing. It is only what I should be doing. After exchanging routine greetings, they headed for the administration. On the way, Jun Gwang-il brought something up. Yesterday, we received a request for information from the U.S. side. A request for information? They are planning to clear the 70th floor tomorrow and enter the 71st the day after. Not just entering. They said they would try to clear it if possible. They asked what the 71st floor mission is and whether a holy sword is required. It looked like the U.S. was moving up as well. Well, from the 71st floor onward, the time limits for clearing overlap. That much could be shared. There was no guarantee the missions would be identical, though. For now, the target to clear is a person. You have to kill a human. Silence filled the car. Then Jun Gwang-il spoke in a trembling voice. A human? Are you saying the mission target is a human? Yes. The mission is subdivided. If you only complete the basic objective, it is easy, but there is also something called an optional objective. Ju Hyuk explained in detail how the 71st and 72nd floor missions worked. I see. I will relay this information to the U.S. side as is. What about player Gerald? He would receive a mission that required him to deal with the members of the Pommel mercenary group on his own. If he had already cleared the 70th floor, there should not be any major after effects. After all, Kabbalan had essentially been no different from a human, a sentient being. There might even be players who felt more interest in killing humans. In any case, even high-difficulty missions should be possible. As for ultra-high difficulty missions, he might be able to fight Kate, a fifth circle necromancer, but her behavior pattern was to flee. Could he catch her while she flew away at high speed? If Kate escaped, the 72nd floor mission would change as well. She could end up joining her master. That was how linked missions worked. Before long, the car arrived at the administration's materials warehouse. Ju Hyuk told Jun Gwang-il why he had come. I want to sell a few items. Oh, is that so? Jun Gwang-il's face filled with anticipation. Player Bong was selling items. They would not be ordinary items. Ju Hyuk designated Rajix for summoning. Spot. Is not that Lord Rajix? He did not know why Player Bong had summoned him, but, welcome, Lord Rajix. Rajix raised his short hand to greet Jun Gwang-il, then promptly took off his backpack and held it upside down. Deputy Director, please step back. You might get crushed. What did that even mean? In the next instant, thud, thud, thud. Items came pouring out in a torrent. Jun Gwang-il hurriedly stepped back. What on earth is all this? They just kept rolling out without end. High-grade magic stones, metal ingots, all kinds of potions, gemstones, weapons, armor. It was so overwhelming he was left speechless. Please sell these at the player shop. Why you are selling all of them? Then the price. Please assess it as you see fit. And be sure to take the sales commission as well. Ju Hyuk trusted Jun Gwang-il. He would sell them at reasonable prices. He might even sell them for more. If possible, sell them cheaply. And besides these, there is more. I excluded weapons and armor without the tower exclusive modifier. I did not think it would be good to release those outside, so I am keeping them in my inventory. Jun Gwang-il stared blankly at the mountain of items before snapping back to his senses. Well done. Items without the tower exclusive modifier must never be leaked outside. Especially now that even the necklace of liberation had been released. Oh, and please take this as well. Ju Hyuk handed Jun Gwang-il a necklace and a vial of holy water. This necklace is? The necklace of liberation. I had two, and I got another one. Please have the state keep one. A relentless barrage. This, too, was an attack. Thanks to it, his mind went completely blank. As for the holy water, please check the item effect and run some tests. It supposedly manifests the power of radiance. If my guess is right, the holy sword rental business will not do so well, but that is fine. We can just sell items instead. He could not even find words to respond. All the things Ju Hyuk had brought in until now. Holy swords, leather, ores. He had thought he was past being surprised. Now the man was knocking people out with sheer volume. Ju Hyuk said to Rajix, who had completed his task, "I will unsummon you now. See you at home." Spot. Rajix vanished. I should head home too. I am planning to challenge the 73rd floor in a few days. That is okay, right? Oh, of course. Absolutely. Go right ahead. I will drive you home. The 73rd floor conquest. He would have to confirm it. Was the target really the fake hero, the king of the Nortun kingdom? Would vengeance for the bygone era be possible? After dropping Ju Hyuk off at home, Jun Guangil returned to the administration's materials warehouse. The mountain of treasure was still piled there. How was he supposed to sort all this by himself? He picked up his smartphone. Team leader Lee Min-ah. Come to the materials warehouse right now. You are with player Nam Gaon? Perfect. Come together. A short while later, Lee Min-ah and Nam Gaon arrived at the warehouse. The moment they walked in, oh my. What is all this? They gasped in shock. Let us sort them by type and check the item info. Player Nam Gaon, please help as well. We will be selling them at the player's shop. All of this. In return, pick one weapon or piece of equipment you like. I will buy it for you with the administration's budget. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lee Min-ah and Nam Gaon dove into the pile of items, checking their information. Exclamations burst out. Light attribute, dark attribute, fire attribute, ice attribute, so many different kinds. And that was not all. There were actually the fewest healing potions. Most were elixirs for strength enhancement, speed enhancement, magic power enhancement, and the like. How could items like these even exist? This is insane. They are all conquest reward items. And who cleared all this? Player Bong, right? Who else could it be? It has to be him, does it not? Jun Guangil did not bother denying it. If not him, who else could pull something like this off? Even while talking, the two of them were completely absorbed in checking item info. They were players too. There was no way they would not feel tempted. I want this helmet. No, wait, the boots are better? Should I take these? Can I not buy two? I will pay for one myself. I will buy the whole set. I will transfer the money immediately. Nam Gaon's eyes gleamed wildly. Lee Min-ah was no different. What player could possibly resist? The moment these hit the player's shop, they would sell out instantly, no matter the price. Chapter 107. Korea Awaken Management Administration. Through a worldwide announcement, it was revealed that player Bong Ju-hyuk had cleared the 72nd floor with a SSS+++ rating. Another 180 days were added. On the massive LED screen in the administration lobby, the words "Tower Collapse Deadline, 527 days" were displayed. A year and a half still remained. Just looking at it brought peace of mind. The elite players coming and going through the administration felt the same. The burden of climbing the uncleared upper floors had been greatly eased. As long as they climbed floors suited to their abilities and farmed high-grade magic stones or items, no one would criticize them. High-grade magic stones. The price set by the administration was twice that of regular magic stones. The quantity mined from the tower was relatively small. At least, it had been, until player Bong handed them over by the ton. Now, an enormous supply had been secured, enough to be used commercially. As a result, inquiries were flooding in from various research institutes and companies, even from overseas. Deputy Director Jun Guangil, summoned by Director Park Jiang-soo, knocked on the door to the director's office. Director, did things go well at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? The French Special Envoy delegation still had not left Korea. Since the curse had been lifted, there was still plenty of time. Park Jiang-soo spoke with a sour expression. The French bastards still have not come to their senses. Did the negotiations not go well? They went fine at first. The money, returning cultural artifacts, lowering export tariffs on wyvern leather products, things like that. They started making unreasonable demands, even though they are the ones receiving help. Jun Guangil tilted his head. The necklace of liberation and the ring of form transformation. They asked us to climb the 71st floor and hand them over. The nerve of those people, do they think we owe them? They should be grateful we are even clearing the 70th floor for them. and now they want us to go up to the 71st and bring back a necklace of liberation. Director Park Jiang-soo took another sip of water and continued. Well, there is a part of their position I can understand. What part is that? The necklace of liberation is basically like a nuclear weapon. A nuclear weapon? What kind of comparison was that? Let us assume two hostile countries are at war. If a player who has liberated their abilities with a necklace of liberation infiltrates enemy territory and assassinates government officials or military commanders, could you stop them? It would be impossible. They would be helpless, especially with a ring of form transformation added to the mix. It might be a forced analogy, but just like nuclear weapons can only be deterred by other nuclear weapons, the necklace of liberation works the same way. The purpose behind wanting to possess a necklace of liberation was simple. If your country's player does something crazy with it, we will send a player wearing one too. It was obviously an exaggerated comparison. How could nuclear weapons and rune necklaces be equated? Still, Jun Guang'al could not deny that there were similarities. It was undeniably a dangerous item. They said if we just handed over the necklace and the ring, they would agree to anything. Said we could even take rejuvenation elixirs or disease-curing potions. What do you think, Director? Park Jiang-soo shook his head vigorously. I am against it. If Player Bong accepts the necklace on their behalf and hands it to France, we will be tied up in it together. What if an incident happens because of that necklace? An outright refusal was the correct choice. If they wanted it, they could climb themselves. If they did not have players capable of it, they could use tower jumping tickets. Oh right, when do we start selling the items? We should release them to the player shop today. The massive quantity of tower reward items entrusted by Player Bong. There was no comparison to anything crafted in workshops. Where did he even get so many items? But that was the kind of person he was. A mere rejuvenation elixir? A disease-curing potion? Not even worth a glance. He was a player who casually obtained even a necklace of liberation, and the benefits he provided came first to domestic players. There were around 10,000 players active in South Korea, excluding North Korean players. Even though item drop rates had increased across all floors of the Korean Black Tower, supply was still insufficient to meet demand. Thanks to Player Bong, players would be equipped with high-quality gear and be able to climb the tower more safely. They planned to fully supply domestic players first, then turn their eyes overseas. There was no danger. Since these were tower-exclusive items, they were nothing more than ordinary cold weapons in the real world, with no option effects. After that, overseas sales would begin. They planned to use Rogic's trading company, and the prices would be higher. Director, did you look into the building Player Bong requested? Ah yes, there is a decent property in the Gangnam area. A 61-story building. But the price is... How much are they asking? Negotiated down to 1.3 trillion won. He might need to take out a loan. He would have to ask later. Ju Hyuk spent a few days resting properly with the summoned beings. They played around at home, and when bored, went out. The 73rd floor challenge was postponed again. There was no great urgency. Of course, he was curious about the mission details, but even Gobang did not seem particularly desperate. For now, they were at the Namyeonju villa. He made a vegetable garden with Rogic's. They planted lettuce, potatoes, sweet potatoes, flowers, and trees. They're versatile Rogic's. True to his role as a farmhand, he was great at farming too. There was nothing he could not do. Gyundale was busy as well. With help from Gobang and Kosak, she set up sacred rope with talismans around Ju Hyuk's land and erected ritual poles. This is a sacred domain where my lord resides. We shall prevent stray beasts or outsiders from entering carelessly, as expected of their princess. The once barren land was steadily becoming impressive. Ju Hyuk also planned to ask Deputy Director Jun Guang'al to install several more prefab residential container houses, complete with water, sewage, and electricity. He learned a new skill as well. A rune received as a reward for defeating the super monster Hydra on the 72nd floor. Random skill rune. Effect. Upon consumption, grants the player one random skill, usable only within the tower. And what he learned was, you have learned the skill, Ice Spear, on the status window. Combat skills, Shadow Step, Hanwon Lightning Staff, Blood Jade Energy, Ice Spear. Could this be used in the real world? Probably not. Even the Mad Demon thought so. Of course not. Shadow Step could be substituted with internal energy, but magic is an entirely different domain. Still, That means he had gained a ranged skill he could use inside the tower. It would help with future conquests. Effectively, that made 2 ranged dealers. He gained a new skill, and, in truth, there was a clear purpose for coming to the Namyeongju Villa. What he spent the most time on here was martial arts and skill training. In the wide open area in front of the villa, Shadow Step unfolded. After images of Ju Hyuk were left scattered everywhere. It was spacious enough to move freely. He unleashed to his heart's content the skills he had not been able to fully use inside the tower. He dashed in a zigzag, kicking off the ground. He shot upward, then descended slowly. The internal energy of heaven and earth unity art flowed unbroken and continuous. Skichikachichi, with the thunderstorm destruction staff received as a reward, like a bolt of lightning, it struck a massive boulder at the edge of the clearing. The rock shattered into pieces, and even the falling fragments were cleanly sliced in midair by the blood jade energy manifested in his left hand, leaving behind perfectly smooth-cut surfaces. Is not this about worthy of applause? The summoned beings were gathered in one spot, whispering among themselves with serious expressions. Did they not even watch? He had been moving his body pretty earnestly, you know? What scheme are they plotting now? Truth be told, there was a reason they were acting like this. They judged that danger was right at hand. The necklace of liberation, the ring of form transformation, equipment items that applied even in reality, and all kinds of potions and elixirs. These things had begun to circulate in the world. Items that worked in reality would put players to the test. When the summoned being's waiting time is on cooldown, you must be careful. Extra careful. Always make sure you can instantly summon at least one of us. An energy barrier is essential. It should activate out of habit, even at the slightest falling leaf. Victory. Please practice using the blink ring regularly as well. Considering the cooldown, use it once or twice every 2 hours. Frequent use makes it easier to handle. My lord, do not place too much faith in the ring of form transformation. A liberated player with an insight skill may see through it. This was treating him like a child left alone near water. He understood how they felt, but still, this is no time to relax. Danger can strike anytime, anywhere. What if a sniper targets you from a kilometer away? What if someone poisons your water? They were really trying to scare him. That is right. You could be attacked while taking a dump. You should summon at least one of us before going to the bathroom. Do I not even get to use the bathroom in peace? Public bathhouses are out too. You could get taken out while bending down to pick up soap in the shower. Hey, that is horrifying. Guess he should not go to public bathhouses anymore. It was not just verbal nagging, either. They did real training. In the wide clearing, Ju Hyuk and Kosak stood facing each other. In Ju Hyuk's right hand was the thunderstorm staff, in his left, blood jade energy. Kosak held a metal round shield. Just try hitting me once. I will block it with the shield. He was really looking down on him. If I hit you once, you admit it? Confident? You will not even touch me. Kosak really had a talent for getting under people's skin. No wonder Gyendale was always yelling at this guy. Fine. Do not cry if you get hit. If I get hit, I will be Gobang's son. Call me Kosak. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk turned his head toward the Mad Demon. Huh? Sir Mad Demon? What did you just say? Kosak also turned around, wondering what was going on. Ju Hyuk shot forward like a beam of light. Heh, I knew you would try that. I figured it would not work either. Still, I praise you. That was a fine move. Cheap, but it could not be helped. He was a weak man, after all. Kosak leisurely stepped back. Ju Hyuk stuck close behind him. Spapapat. Spapat. The two chased each other. The distance steadily narrowed. Crunch. Hanwon lightning staff burst forth from the club. Oomph. That was just my afterimage. Kosak appeared behind Ju Hyuk before he knew it. Is this really fast enough? A mocking grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. That sly bastard. I could tell back when we were driving. Do you still go 50 kilometers per hour on the highway? He really was going to hit him. Rajix the worker's rolling tumble is faster than this. Ha, fine. Keep provoking him. His internal energy swelled throughout his body. Power gathered in his lower half. He leapt up, then dove down sharply. Boomger. Spinning, he burst out in an instant. Eek. That was close. That one really was close. Just a palm's width away. If he could overcome just this gap, he might catch him. But Kosak was a genius. A genius among geniuses. The very man who had once tried to assassinate a swordmaster. Granted, He had died from arrogance. Could he land even a single hit? How long had it even been since he learned martial arts in the real world? And against a double SR grade Cossack, no less. 25 years of a weak man's life. If something seemed impossible, quick surrender had always been one of his life mottos. He did not want to give up. He wanted to know whether he had talent. Just one solid hit. He moved with the resolve to fall right here. A metallic taste filled his mouth. His heart pounded as if it might burst. Immersion came quickly. In Ju Hyuk's eyes, only Cossack existed. Nothing else entered his vision. The Hanwon lightning staff techniques flew in a flurry. Falling thunder soul chaser, falling thunder scatter. Cossack dodged nimbly. It felt like he was just wasting internal energy, but the swings were not meaningless. He changed the flow. If he just chased him, he would never catch Cossack. In martial arts terms, this was a feint. At the same time, he analyzed Cossack's movement patterns. True to a double SR assassin, he was too fast. If he relied on his eyes alone, he would never catch him. He had to act one step ahead. There was no answer but predictive attacks. He needed to know how he reacted to each strike. Cossack had to be in a direction he could anticipate. The final three forms of the Hanwon lightning staff. Extreme joy, one strike to kill, the ultimate skill. So he could land a decisive blow of falling thunder flash. Cossack's eyes widened in shock. A bolt of lightning dropped from directly overhead at a moment he had never anticipated. This was dangerous. Even if he dodged now, he was already within the attack radius. The arm holding his shield was already lifting upward. Kwajik, Cha-Chai Cheng. The impact was so violent that cracks spread across the shield. Cossack staggered, then fell flat on his rear. Ju Hyuk stood proudly before the fallen Cossack. At that very moment, still lying on the ground, Cossack twisted his body in a grotesque way, sending pitiful looks his way. Are you really gonna kill me? What is he doing now? I have got a wife and kids. Please spare me. Please. Just let me go this once, and I will live honestly, I swear. As if he even had a wife and kids. At that, the summoned beings shouted in unison. Finish him. Even if he becomes my son, I will not mind. You must strike. Correct his bad habits. Commander, it is a vital spot. Precisely between the legs. My lord. Smash him. He still will not die. Would it not be better if he did die? Then this old man could secure a stable position. How could he beat up a summoned being like that? Cossack suddenly sprang to his feet. Pounding his chest as if frustrated, he said, Summoner Bong, this will not do. You had it all finished. Why did you not follow through? You need killer instinct. Have not you seen movies? People get counterattacked when they relax at the end. Half-baked mercy is 100 sweet potatoes. Cossack took a solid hit to the forehead from the staff and toppled backward. He sprawled out flat on his back and lost consciousness. Clap, 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 clap. Only then did the summoned beings erupt into applause. A splendid strike. It is a shame you did not use a skill, but well done. If it were just a bit stronger, it would have been perfect. You should have hit between the legs, not the head. Now he understood why they had staged all this. It was to harden his resolve, to make sure he would not hesitate when facing an enemy. Get up now. Stop pretending to be unconscious. Cossack opened one eye and got up. Outstanding, Summoner Bong. You were not even hurt. Eek? What do you mean? Do not you see this, Bruce? That was 1/10 the power of Gobang's flick. At this rate, he might actually kill someone by accident. He felt confident. At this level, even if a level 70-something player charged at him after liberating their abilities, he could respond. As long as they did not rush him while he was taking a dump. If it really came to that, could he kill a person? If it became a situation where either they died or he did. That is not easy. Maybe try it once in the tower? Let us clear the 73rd floor. We shall prepare. Certain victory. Mr. Cossack, are you ready to? Were not you adopted as Gobang's son? Once again, he was counting on Rajix. Entering the 73rd floor of the Republic of Korea Black Tower. What kind of place would the 73rd floor be? Does not seem like it. It looked like an underground space. But torches were mounted on the walls, so it was not dark. That seemed likely. Iron-barred cells lined both sides. Gobang stepped forward. At that moment, ding. A mission window appeared. 73rd floor, basic mission. Defeat 20 battle chimera hounds in the underground prison. The basic mission appeared. What about the optional missions? 73rd floor optional mission. defeat 15 Norton Kingdom Royal Guard Knights. 73rd floor high difficulty optional mission. Defeat the Norton Kingdom Royal Guard Commander Jornth, conditional clear. 73rd floor ultra high difficulty optional mission. Defeat the King of the Norton Kingdom, conditional clear. So it really is a royal palace. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Chapter 108. The basic mission on the 73rd floor was to defeat the Battle Chimera Hounds. On top of that, there were optional missions to eliminate royal guards, the Knight Commander, and even the king himself. What stood out was that the high difficulty and ultra high difficulty optional missions both had the note, conditional clear. What kind of condition could that be? Well, they would find out as they went. I am listening, Summoner. Do you know someone named Jorn? He was once my comrade. One of the people who had become part of Gobang's trauma. Would he be okay? He is someone you know? If it is uncomfortable. It is not uncomfortable. I want to meet him quickly and snap his spine. Let us start with the basic mission. Battle Chimera Hounds. They did not even have to search for them. Sniff, sniff, grr. The hounds appeared, drawn by scent. Each body was as large as a Siberian tiger, drool dripping constantly from their jaws. Their jaws had been modified with steel, gleaming metal mandibles lined with teeth, as sharp as blades. Their claws were the same. It was as if sharp daggers had been driven in where claws should be. A bite or a slash would tear chunks of flesh clean off. Their torsos bulged with exposed muscle, as if pumped full of steroids. Yet the hounds did not rush in blindly. They sniffed the air, advancing, retreating, repeating, approaching with extreme caution. That is different. The Chimera packs on the 72nd floor had nothing but pure aggression. They would charge straight in without thinking. They are perfected Chimera. When synthesizing Chimera, the most important core element is intelligence. High intelligence allows autonomous situational judgment. As expected, Gobang really was an expert on Chimera. If they are stupid, no matter how strong they are useless. Just like I was in the past. His tone was strangely bitter. When enhancing intelligence, the essential material is the soul, most often a human soul. Because humans are intelligent, then that meant these Chimera hounds were also created using human souls. An unforgivable act. Whoever made them. Obviously necromancers like Kate or Norma, and the one who gave the orders, the king of the Norton Kingdom. Still, dogs are dogs. Cossack pointed at the blood wolf carrying Rajix on its back. Dogs should be handled by dogs. It is time for Blood Wolf to earn its keep. But Blood Wolf is our farmhand's mount. Rajix the worker has gotten fat. He needs exercise. Look at that flabby belly. Rajix looked shocked by the merciless body shaming. To be honest, Ju-hyuk agreed. Rajix had put on weight. He looked nice and round. He would probably roll well, but what if he got lifestyle diseases? Should he install a giant hamster wheel at home for exercise? And Blood Wolf could not just be a mount forever. Letting it participate in battles was a good idea too. Catalog. Blood Wolf. Rank. Stage 1, level 71. Type. Demonic Beast. Although it was level 71, it was still only stage 1. A summoned creature's level synced with the player, but real growth came through stage evolution. Blood Wolf had never fought a proper battle, so it was still stuck at stage 1. Alright, let us deploy it. The moment Rajix climbed down. Earn your keep. Cossack kicked Blood Wolf square in the rear, bam, sending it flying toward the Chimera hounds. Hey, you cannot just. You have got to raise them tough. Blood Wolf landed right in the middle of the pack. The Battle Chimera hounds rushed in as if they had been waiting, steel fangs bared. Blood Wolf was instantly focused down. It was only stage 1. Outnumbered, too. Its neck was bitten, its legs were bitten, even its rear. Soon it was covered in blood, tail tucked as it fled. Why is it so weak? Yeah, it could not compete at all. Rajix collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. He must have grown attached. Ju-hyuk shouted urgently. Hurry, let us clear them. Gobang charged forward. Bardin climbed onto his shoulders, ready to be swung naturally. At that moment, one Chimera hound leapt toward Gobang's head. Simultaneously, another lunged for his ankle, and another went for his flank. A well-coordinated joint attack. A Chimera hound latched onto Gobang's arm. Steel teeth sank into flesh, blood spilling, but it was pointless. He regenerated instantly. Instead, the hound's teeth shattered. Gobang swung Bardin, simultaneous blows from body and flail. Slash, slash, slash. Then came Veron H. Ka's concentrated fire. Spat, 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 spat. Cossack rushed in and rescued the blood wolf, now barely alive. Rajix ran over, sobbing at the pitiful sight of blood wolf. At this rate, it would die. Unsummoned blood wolf. Checking the status catalog, it was not in an unsummonable state. He had saved it just in time. At least that was a relief. Sorry, Rajix the worker. I will not do that again. No, what did I even do, Ro? He had been wondering why there had not been any incidents lately. You do not just kick someone summoned straight into battle. Anyway, to fill the gap left by Blood Wolf. Summon designated. Mad Demon. Fwoosh. The Mad Demon took its place. You called me sooner than expected. It looks like we will have plenty of time. Come with me. The battle continued. This old man is honored. Just having him here was reassuring. Royal Guards? A Knight Commander? The King? They were already dead men walking. This was someone who could wipe out an entire country. Sending away Blood Wolf and getting the Mad Demon instead. What a profit. Still, it would not be easy. Those hounds had managed to bite into Gobang's rock-solid arm and even draw blood. And with coordinated attacks like that, the 73rd floor's basic mission alone would be difficult for ordinary players. Of course, that does not apply to them. Battle Chimera Hounds defeated, 20 out of 20. You have completed the 73rd floor basic mission. You have leveled up. Reward. Magic Stones, 1.3 kilograms. High-grade Magic Stones, 6 kilograms. The basic mission was nothing more than a warm-up. Would you like to continue with the additional optional mission? If you decline, you will exit the tower with a mission success rating. Now came the real deal, the optional missions. Of course they would proceed. Summoner Bong. Cossack, who had been bickering with Rajix, crept over and whispered, as if something had happened. Rajix the worker keeps asking me to go somewhere with him. You are not planning to beat up our worker somewhere nobody can see, are you? I saw you two arguing earlier. Cossack recoiled in horror. Eek, why would I ever hit our worker? No, absolutely not. He still did not trust him. Better ask Rajix directly. Do you really have something to do? Did he smell items or something? Then he should let him go. Take good care of our worker. If even a single hair is harmed. Oh, come on. I would rather bash my own head in. I will absolutely protect the cosmic super farmhand. When Ju Hyuk nodded, Cossack and Rajix disappeared somewhere. It was fine even without them. The Mad Demon was here. The time had come. Ju Hyuk opened his inventory and took out a potion of valor. A potion that maintained an unyielding mind for 10 minutes, preventing mental disturbance from external influences. It felt like courage was welling up. Clank, clatter, click, click, bang, bang, bang. The iron doors of the prison cells opened one by one. From inside emerged knights in heavy armor, carrying swords and shields. Nortun Kingdom Royal Guard Knights. Something was off about them. Their faces and builds were identical. An oversized right arm as thick as their torso, lower bodies shaped like a horse's legs, and a massive single eye taking up half their face. They were not undead. It looked as if their bodies had been modified or forcibly altered. Human Chimera, Gyendale said. They have grafted troll arms. The eye is from a cyclops, the lower body from a warhorse. They modified their own bodies. To gain power, of course. If one enters the heretical path instead of proper training, a price must be paid. That was horrific. Could they even be called human anymore? Their eyes looked hollow. They only drew their swords and leveled them forward with their monstrous arms. Aura flared along the blades. They could at least wield aura. Even the additional optional mission was high difficulty. 15 knights using aura. And they moved with disciplined coordination. No need for orders. The summoned beings clashed head-on with the Chimera guards. Quong. Spapapat. Ju Hyuk gripped the thunderstorm destruction staff. He had to join the fight. What did conquest mean here? It meant killing the knights. His body would not move. Even if they were souls that had already died once, they had real bodies now. That made them human. Even after drinking the potion of valor, it was like this. His mind was fortified, yet it did not help. In a way, that was natural. Courage and murder were never truly related. Does killing people, well, make you courageous? Does being unable to kill make you a coward? That is correct. Courage has nothing to do with it. The Mad Demon, now beside him, spoke quietly. He must have seen Ju Hyuk drink the potion. Courage is needed to uphold one's convictions, to resist power, to possess an unbroken will. As for killing, the mad demon extended a finger toward a royal guard knight. It only requires experience. Once you pass the initial rite, a mass of energy shot from his hand, piercing straight through the knight's single eye. The next killing becomes very easy, like slapping a buzzing mosquito on a summer night. The one-eyed knight collapsed. The mad demon placed a hand on Ju Hyuk's shoulder. A warm energy flowed into him. Do not rush. There is no need to force yourself to be stained. Is a person weak because they cannot kill? Sometimes the opposite is true. But it was already too late. Ju Hyuk had already stepped onto this path. Was direct killing the only killing? Indirect killing was still killing. Letting only summoned beings do the dirty work while pretending to stay noble in the back was shameless. A rite of passage? It is not like he cannot do it. Ju Hyuk gathered his magic power and was about to charge forward. You have completed the additional optional mission. Reward: multinational tower access ticket. The optional mission was already over. He had hesitated too long and missed his chance. Next time for sure. Still, the ticket drop rate was great. How many was this already? Would you like to continue with the high difficulty optional mission? From high difficulty missions onward, conditional clears apply. If you do not wish to proceed, you may exit the tower here. Upon successful completion, you will receive 10 times high-grade magic stones and a 100% chance of an additional clear reward. 10 times the reward? But there were conditions attached. Guess they would find out once they tried. At that very moment, a single ray of light pierced down from the ceiling. The ceiling was opening, like the dome roof of a nightclub. The conditions for a conditional clear have been met. You have entered the Royal Palace Circular Arena. Withdrawal is not possible. The ultra, high difficulty optional mission will also proceed automatically. Withdrawal is not possible. So it was a trap. What they thought was a prison was actually beneath a circular arena. The ceiling fully opened. Beyond it, spectator stands came into view. Judging by their attire, most of them looked like nobles or wealthy merchants. And at the very highest seat, a middle-aged king, wearing a radiant crown, resting his chin on his hand with a bored expression. The king stood up. With a greasy smile, he raised his thumb, then slowly turned it downward. The crowd went mad. Tear the intruders to pieces. At the same time, a giant holding a massive axe dropped down into the arena from above. Royal Palace Guard Commander Jornth, a knight in full plate armor, as massive as Go Bang even after gigantification. And he was not alone. More than 30 battle chimera hounds poured in, along with over 20 knights entering the arena. This is amusing. The mad demon smiled brightly. Rajix rolled rapidly through a dark passage. Spot. Spapapapat. Cossack chased closely behind. Rajix the worker slowed down a bit. Oh, if we are late we will not be able to take everything? Take what? Ah, got it. I will follow quietly. Still, Cossack felt pleased. Seeing Rajix exercise so enthusiastically. Following Rajix, they entered deeper into the royal palace. Through maze-like corridors, subduing soldiers whenever they encountered them. Suddenly, Rajix stopped short. He tapped the floor with his short foot. Cossack carefully examined the ground. There is a mechanism. A secret passage. Smell items. Oh, so that is why you brought me, our worker. This Cossack happens to be a mechanism disabling expert, you know? Cossack grinned and pulled out his twin daggers. Then he pressed his ear flat against the floor. Let us see break here. Thrust. A dagger pierced into the stone slab. And break these two spots too, and the floor opened. A pitch-black hole appeared. A slanted passage like a slide. Do not mention it. Rajix and Cossack rolled down the newly opened passage. They descended for quite a while. Then Rajix stopped again and began knocking on the wall. Tap, tap. Smell here too? Another mechanism. Thud, thud. SCRRK, SCRRK. Another door opened. This one was different. Not a narrow corridor, but a fairly wide underground passage. Ahead stood a massive iron gate, guarded by 4 sentry soldiers. Cossack appeared behind the soldiers in an instant. Whack, 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 whack. One blow to the back of each head. Every soldier collapsed on the spot. I did not kill them this time. Soldiers are not at fault, right? I may look like this, but I know when to kill and when not to. Rajix tapped the iron gate impatiently. Let's talk. Open the door. A master lockpicker stands before you. There is even a locking spell, but this is child's play. Tap, tap. Tadadadak. After fiddling with the entire gate a few times, with the sound of the lock disengaging, the iron gate opened. Kosak and Rajix went inside. Rajix's face went slack with bliss. Kosak jumped in surprise. The entire room was glittering brilliantly. The Nortun Kingdom's underground treasury. More than twice the size of the Necromancer Dungeon's treasure vault. Chapter 109. The ceiling of the underground prison opened. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an arena. The stands were packed tight with people. The prison turned into an arena? Does that even make sense? How did they know we came here? No matter how fabricated the setting is, how manufactured the souls are. I do not know who designed this floor of the tower, but at least try to keep things plausible. At this point, he was genuinely curious. The missions that players from every country must face starting on the 71st floor, were they really the same as the one he was doing now? They will not be different. Is that so? I kind of wish they were. And why is that? Because this mission is tied to Gobang's past. He could not help feeling uneasy. Players all over the world could end up indirectly experiencing Gobang's past. That is not something you need to worry about. Gyundale explained in a calm voice. To those who know nothing of Lord Gobang's present or past, it is nothing more than a simple, ordinary mission. Merely stopping the tyranny of a mercenary band and eliminating the necromancer and the king pulling the strings. The mission text does not even mention Gobang's name. It only briefly mentions a barbarian warrior in the background description of the Prime Beast Hydra. And would an ordinary player even bother to check the background lore? Royal Guard Captain Jornt. Rank, SSR, Special Super Rare. Type, Knight, Human. Knight Jornt was originally a mercenary. He roamed the continent with the hero Arius, completing countless commissioned missions. When Arius became king of the Nortun Kingdom, Jornt was appointed captain of the Royal Guard and enjoyed honor and wealth at his side. Later, deceived by the king, his body was modified and he fell into the state of a chimera. That bastard King Arius, he really shows up everywhere. He thought he only deceived Gobang, but he even tricked his own guard captain and turned him into a chimera? And on top of that, for the sake of restoring the Prime Beast Hydra and turning it into a strategic weapon, he ordered the collection of children's souls. A complete piece of shit. Let us check his info. King Arius of Nortun. Rank, R++, high rare. Type, King, human. High rare, but that is it. Pathetic and flimsy. At that level, would he not die with a keck? Even if he got hit by Rajix's golden pickaxe? Arius was an illegitimate son of the Nortun royal family. To avoid the eyes of his half-brothers who kept him in check, he left the royal palace and wandered the continent. With neither martial power, wealth, nor influence to speak of, Arius's only weapons were his status as royalty and his silver tongue. He masqueraded as a hero, scammed naive people, and built his forces that way. The event that made Arius's name known throughout the kingdom was the subjugation of the Prime Beast Hydra. His popularity skyrocketed, and using that as a stepping stone, he returned to the royal family, won over the nobles, purged his half-brothers, and ascended the throne. A small-time con artist, nothing more. Then why is he the target of an ultra-high-difficulty mission? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Hundreds of soldiers and knights poured into the arena, along with combat mages positioned around where the king sat. Arius's true power was his army. For a single player to break through that force and kill Arius, it was obviously going to be difficult. The same applied to Juhyuk. Even with the summoned ones fighting alongside him, how were they supposed to reach the area packed with all those spectators? If the king hid himself, he would be nearly impossible to find. There is no way except a decapitation strike on the boss. Something like a large caliber shot. But what about the mages surrounding the king? What if they deployed defensive magic? If it failed, there would be no second chance. They might end up in an all-out war with the kingdom's army. Since this is a conditional clear, you cannot abandon it, and there is no time limit either. You could be trapped in the tower forever. Mission? Impossible. A mission that was never meant to be cleared. Juhyuk, thanks to the summoned ones, at least had a thread of hope. But ordinary players? The moment they accepted the conditional clear, they were as good as dead. He had to warn them in advance. Make sure they never accept it. The all-out assault began. The spectators erupted in cheers. Total annihilation of the intruders. Glory to His Majesty King Arius. Chimera hounds and knight units charged in. My lord, Saint Bardin is at your side. Bardin left his role as a holy sword and moved next to Juhyuk. VIP protection mode, Commander. Please do not worry. Veron IHK, never missing a shot. Girl, shall we have some fun? Gyun Dale scattered talismans, her movements like a dance, as if she might take flight. And the mad monk, huh? Where did he go? He was just here. Anyway, the battle began. Juhyuk had already activated his energy shield. He held the thunderstorm cudgel in one hand. The blood jade aura was active, and the blink ring, limited to 10 uses. A rite of passage. Why would I not be able to kill people? Human or hound, everything in sight. I will kill them all. Juhyuk took a step forward, then froze. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Why am I so desperate to fight like this? Because he was a coward with no courage? Because he wanted to live as a real man, not a wimp? That might be part of it. But the biggest reason of all, toward the summoned ones who sacrificed themselves only for him. He did not want to burden them anymore. He wanted to do his part, to shoulder the load they were carrying together. But the thought that struck him now, was this really lightening their burden? Had their shoulders truly grown lighter? Juhyuk moved forward. He saw Gobang facing Jornt. Glance after glance, Gobang kept looking at him, tense, as if worried something might happen. And it was not just Gobang. Bardin, holding his flail high, circled close around Juhyuk, as if trying to fill the void left by Kosak. The moment enemies came even a little closer, he charged instantly, dealt with them, then returned to his position. What about Veron IHK? A class that suffers badly if aggro is pulled. Yet she ignored the enemies rushing her, silently pulling the trigger for Juhyuk alone. And then there were Gyun Dale's talismans. Their drop range was extremely limited. Like petals, they fluttered only around Juhyuk. Can this even be called a proper clear? Everyone is only looking at me. Juhyuk let out a dry chuckle. This was not right. And he slowly stepped back. Only then did relief spread across the faces of the summoned ones. Juhyuk stepping forward, rather than lightening their burden, it was only making it heavier. He had thought he had become strong enough. He had judged that he was at least capable of taking care of himself. It was probably like this. Like an 80-year-old mother worrying herself sick every time her nearly 60-year-old son went out. There was no helping it. He needed to become stronger. At the very least, strong enough to surpass the summoned ones. Gobang stood facing Jornt. The knight in iron-plated armor tilted his head. You look familiar. Then, as if recalling something, click. He removed his helmet. That is right. A barbarian warrior. A dull, stupid slab of meat meant to be a shield. A huge, blood-red single eye, just like a royal guard captain's. Jornt, too, was a modified chimera knight. The difference from the others was that he could speak freely. But you died. How are you here? That is right. I died. But I was summoned by my summoner. Summoner? Words I cannot make sense of at all. You do not need to. Gobang walked forward. You are going to die here. A blue greatsword slid free from Jornt's waist. That is music to my ears. Please, do kill me. How would you like to die? Kahaha. You have got a tongue now. You have gotten fairly clever. You should have been like this 50 years ago. If you had, you would not have fallen for Arius's tricks. Flames flared up along Jornt's blade. Gobang's body hardened like diamond. His face was calm, but inwardly, he was extremely uneasy. Because the enemy was strong, he could toy with someone like Jornt, torment him slowly, then kill him, crush his ankles, snap his spine, tear off his arms one by one. But there were a lot of enemies in the arena, and the assassin was gone. Then who would protect the summoner? He had to finish this quickly and return to his side. Personal revenge? That meant nothing. To Gobang, the single most important value was the summoner's safety. Jornt's blazing greatsword stabbed toward his heart. He was double SR as well. This fight could drag on. It had to end before Jornt fully grasped his strength. Give one, take one. Gobang did not retreat, he advanced. He twisted his upper body slightly to avoid his heart, then deliberately took the flaming greatsword into his chest. The blade pierced through his right chest. Ha! Was that all you had? You stupid barbarian. Ignoring the taunt, Gobang grabbed Jornt's shoulder with a firm grip and yanked him in. He seized Jornt's head with both hands. With a roar of exertion, and tore it free. Jornt's headless body collapsed to the ground. You have completed a high-difficulty optional mission. Reward: 73 kilograms of superior magic crystals. Rune necklace of liberation. 2. Where's the king? But Gobang's eyes were fixed solely on Juhyuk. How could petty revenge even be compared to the summoner's safety? The summoner was unharmed. Only now did he feel at ease. Gobang yanked the greatsword out of his chest. Bright red blood sprayed like a fountain. But regeneration came quickly. Now he could finally protect his summoner properly. The circular arena's stance. At the highest point sat King Arius of the Nortun Kingdom, watching the spectacle. There were no long-term prisoners in the Nortun Kingdom's underground prison. The cells were always empty. Any fresh, usable criminals had their souls extracted, while the worthless trash were gathered all at once and slaughtered in gladiatorial matches. Prisoners killing prisoners. Sometimes, live monsters were thrown in to spice things up. Whenever games were held, the kingdom turned into a festival frenzy. Nobles and wealthy merchants paid large sums to gather in the arena, indulging in blood-soaked entertainment. But prisoners could not be supplied endlessly. Unless a war broke out and prisoners of war were taken. Without fighters, games could not be held. That meant losing a source of income. And with the treasury already nearing collapse due to the cost of restoring the prime beast Hydra and paying the necromancer Noma. Still, there was a solution. Forcefully creating fighters. Thus, the Chimera project was prepared. Untrained, feral Chimera hounds. And Chimera knights created specifically for the arena. Originally, today's match was meant to be between hounds and knights. Bored, as always, he had opened the lid. Only to find this. All the Chimera hounds and Chimera knights were already dead, killed by suspicious intruders. Where had they come from? Each one extraordinary. King Arius made a swift decision. They would fight in place of the scheduled contestants. Their opponents, his loyal slave, Captain Jornt, the knights, and the trained Chimera hounds. No matter how strong those 6 intruders were, could they really compare to Jornt? Enhanced by Chimera magic, a man who had reached the realm of a sword expert. But as time passed, unease crept in. They were not easy prey. The hounds were being slaughtered. Chimera knights, crafted at enormous expense, were crushed by flails, their heads blown apart by mysterious ranged weapons. And that giant in particular, just how massive was he? Even Jornt, grafted with a minotaur's body through Chimera enhancement magic, looked small by comparison. But he had seen that somewhere before. Who was it again? It almost reminded him of that utterly stupid barbarian from 50 years ago. Then, Jornt died. Even after being stabbed by the flaming sword, the giant dragged Jornt in and tore his head off. The spectators began to grow excited. They were intoxicated by the savage spectacle they had not seen in a long time. But Arius grew uneasy. This was dangerous. If those bastards made it out of the arena, there was no telling what would happen. This will not do. Arius issued orders to his subordinates. Have the soldiers pour oil into the arena. Royal mages, prepare fire magic. Burn everything to the ground. Do not let a single one crawl out alive. But the knights are still. Arius shot back as if genuinely puzzled. After seeing that, you still say such things? They cannot even deal with a mere 6 intruders. 5, Your Majesty. There are 5 intruders in the arena, Your Majesty. Arius blinked and looked again. There had definitely been 6 at the start. At that very moment. Were you looking for this old man? A voice rang out from the air. Arius lifted his head. An old man floated in midair, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down as if surveying the world. You were going to set the arena on fire? The mad monk raised one hand. A swirling storm of chi. You dare, against my summoner? Above his palm formed an enormous blade of condensed force. King Arius's pupils trembled. Stronger than that. A grand master, spoken of only in legends. Goosebumps erupted along Arius's arms. Had he ever felt this level of threat in his life? Kill that old man. Brilliant spells surged toward the mad monk. Knights hurled their spears. Screech. Kaboom. Whirl. But none of the attacks could pierce the mad monk's protective chi. Still standing calmly with his hands behind his back, he spoke leisurely. Ever heard of doing the wave? Since it is a circular arena, let us do the wave. From left to right. Then a gigantic crescent of chi descended into the arena. Protect His Majesty. The violently spinning crescent of chi, severing everything it touched. It made a full circuit of the stance. The crescent boomerang wave. 2 laps, 3 laps. Mountains of corpses and oceans of gore. There were no other words for it. Ju Hyuk witnessed the devastation in the stands as well. At first, he had wondered where the mad monk had gone. Then he heard the commotion in the stands and looked up. No, mad monk, doing the wave? Is not that something you do to cheer at baseball or soccer games? The stands had been annihilated. Bodies with severed heads, bodies cut in half at the waist, bodies missing legs. A mass killing by the mad monk. Then again, that was who he was. Would the title, the most vicious under heaven, exist for no reason? Ju Hyuk felt foolish for having agonized over whether he could bring himself to kill in front of someone like that. And it was not just him. Everyone was silent. Go Bang, Bar Din, Gyundale, Ranishka. All of them swallowed hard as they stared at the scene the mad monk had wrought. At some point, reappearing, thud, 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 thud. Kosak came running over with a bright smile. Master Summoner Bong. You see, our Rajix the farmhand, huh? What is that? He froze at the horrific sight of the stands. Even Rajix, who had been rolling in confidently moments ago, his round body trembled violently. But the mad monk was unfazed. Descending slowly from the air, he said, "Hm, why is everyone so surprised?" At this point, sir, not being surprised would be the abnormal reaction. You have completed all missions on the 72nd floor. Reward, 73 kilograms of superior magic crystals. Rune of Summoned 1 rank breakthrough, conditional. Evaluating clear rank. World announcement. You have achieved a triple S+++ clear rank on the 73rd floor of the Black Tower, Korea. Triple S+++ clear reward. You are awarded 2 platinum badges. A message announcing the successful clear. But even in this situation, one line rang clearly in his ears. Rune of Summoned 1 rank breakthrough? Not a rank increase, but a breakthrough. And the word conditional was explicitly stated. Does breakthrough mean? You may challenge the 74th floor. Exiting the Black Tower of the Republic of Korea. Chapter 110. America's top player, Gerald, borrowed a holy sword in Korea and cleared the Eastern Tower's 70th floor copy, Kabbalan. And the very next day, he entered the Eastern Tower's 71st floor, received gifts, a ring of morphic transformation, a potion of disease cure, an elixir of rejuvenation, and a rune necklace of liberation. Then handed them over to Director Antonio. The Western Tower was still at the 68th floor. They planned to decide whether to clear it based on overall progress. It looked like they would have to tackle the Western Tower soon as well. Someone else might climb it first and snatch the 4-item gift set. Boss of the 70th floor, Kabbalan. Easier than expected. Floors 68 and 69 too. It felt like the overall difficulty had dropped sharply. Then what about the 71st floor? Hm, Gerald, what is it? I am thinking of clearing the 71st floor. What do you think? Oh, you want to go ahead and clear it. The collapse timer is basically meaningless now anyway. It stacks. Director Antonio pondered briefly. They had already discussed this. They had received information on the 71st floor from the Korean government as well. And it was true that with the collapse timer stacking, there was no real reason to delay. Since they had climbed all the way to the 71st floor, fully clearing it did not sound bad. They could also decide on the Western Tower strategy based on the difficulty. You think you can handle it? You know it is a bit unusual. Yeah, what is the problem? It is basically just a game anyway. All right, I will put in the proposal. Director Antonio conveyed Gerald's intent to Minister Macmillan, who then reported it to the White House. With the White House's approval, the decision was made to clear the U.S. Eastern Tower's 71st floor. Entering the 71st floor of the American Black Tower, number 1. The safe zone was inside a log cabin. When he opened the door, a mission appeared. Before, he had just taken the gifts and exited. This time was a full-fledged clear. In Gerald's eyes unfolded a village in utter chaos. Formel mercenary members, nameplates overhead, massacring villagers. The stench of blood and screams spreading through the village. Children being abducted. Adults trying to block them. Yet Gerald remained calm. He checked his equipment and layered buffs over his body. In the meantime, a middle-aged woman trying to protect the children was cut down by a mercenary's blade. A grown boy who rushed forward with a stone after seeing his mother die had his throat slit as well. Gerald did not even blink. It was all just settings. Why bother saving them? Focus on the mission. Acting on trivial sympathy and rushing in recklessly would only put himself in danger. All right then, let the clear begin. Starting with the lone mercenary looting by himself. Gerald moved without hesitation. Outside, maybe it would be different, but this is the tower. Monster or human, they are all targets to be killed for the clear. He incinerated them with fireballs, cut them down with his sword. Even weaker than orcs. He killed them methodically. Even those who tried to flee, he chased them down to the end and killed them. Fermel mercenary members defeated, 20 out of 20. You have succeeded in the basic mission of the 71st floor. Your level has increased. Reward: 1.1 kilograms of magic stones, 6 kilograms of superior magic stones. This is supposed to be a 71st floor mission? Would you like to continue the additional optional mission? If you refuse, you will exit the tower with mission success. An additional optional mission? Of course he would do it. Fermel mercenary Vice Captain James. Killed in a single stroke. You have completed the additional optional mission. Reward: Holy Water of Divine Power, tower exclusive. He would check it after exiting. Would you like to continue the high difficulty optional mission? Of course he would. Abandon a mission this easy? Fermel mercenary Captain Fermel. He uses sword aura. About the strength of a jungle troll, maybe. Gerald took his head off without much trouble. You have completed the high difficulty optional mission. Reward: Rune Necklace of Liberation. Gerald was startled. A rune necklace of liberation? Was it this common? No doubt about it. An item that unlocks a player's abilities even in reality. What should he do with this? Hand it over to the US government? The reward process is not recorded on a body cam, and there is no way to know what is inside his inventory. He pocketed the rune necklace of liberation. He could not give this to anyone. Gerald's face filled with anticipation. The day he would test his power in the real world was not far off. Then, the final, ultra, high difficulty optional mission of the 71st floor. A voice suddenly echoed from above. Oh dear, what a mess. Looks like I am going to get scolded by my master again. A woman's voice from midair. Kate, the necromancer, using fly magic. Magic swordsman Gerald had not learned fly. Maybe after reinforcing his traits a few more times, he could. You look pretty strong. Do not you? Did he need to listen to her rambling? Gerald immediately launched a fire spear. The necromancer Kate dodged with blink. I have got your face memorized. I will come back with my master, Noma, and kill you. Tear you to pieces and feed you to the chimeras I raise. So, see you next time. But, Kate fled at high speed. He hurled spells and even fired a crossbow at her. But, if it had turned into a real fight, it would not have been difficult. But her escape speed was fast, and with shields and blink, she was impossible to catch. You have failed the ultra, high difficulty optional mission. Still, it was fine. Getting the rune necklace of liberation alone was satisfying enough. You may challenge the 72nd floor. Exiting the American Black Tower, number 1. Gerald exited the tower. Huh? You came out pretty fast. Was it not hard? Way too easy. It was worse than the low 30s. Really? What about the rewards? Superior magic stones, and this. Gerald handed the tower-exclusive Holy Water of Divine Power to Director Antonio. It is called Holy Water. Send it to the lab and have it analyzed. Oh, a new item. Naturally, he did not mention the rune necklace of liberation he had obtained as a reward. Namyongju, the villa. The Mad Monk's manifestation time ran out, and he returned. After showcasing the crescent-shaped chi boomerang wave on the 73rd floor. The spectators who had sat comfortably in the stands, enjoying bloody entertainment under the belief that they were safe, were swept away by a single wave. Old man, that was insane. The scale does not even compare. The Mad Monk, the ultimate mass murderer. The difficulty spike on the 73rd floor had been abrupt, but there was no worry. No matter what missions came next, as long as they had the Mad Monk, even an entire division charging in would be no cause for concern. Anyway, there was too much to check. In 3 hours, they had to summon the Mad Monk again for the badge award ceremony. First, the multinational tower access tickets received as additional optional mission rewards. With these, was it 5 total now? No, 6. The more, the better. They would keep them stored. And then, the high difficulty optional mission reward. Rune Necklace of Liberation, 2. Why do these keep dropping so often? I cannot exactly smash them. It is concerning. It feels as though the tower is blatantly loosening these necklaces. We should start being cautious. Melt them down in the furnace? They might be useful someday. So these went into the inventory as well. At level 74, there was plenty of inventory space. The real highlight was the rune of summoned 1 rank breakthrough. But before checking that, clearing the 73rd floor with a triple S+++ rank had awarded 2 more badges. So how many badges had they accumulated so far? 85 in total. They were eligible for a perk. Alright, time to check the perk. Shall we do a drumroll chant? Shout it out loud. Should I perform a ritual? That is for when we hit 100. I shall prepare with utmost sincerity for that day. Please be something good. With a cumulative total of 85 platinum badges, a perk is granted. Dugudugudugadu. Perk. Tower Stronghold Declaration Loudspeaker is granted to your tower-exclusive inventory. What in the world, a loudspeaker? An item he had never even heard of. But its effect was shocking. Tower Stronghold Declaration Loudspeaker. Effect. Use the loudspeaker to declare a tower stronghold in the form of a world announcement. 10 days after the declaration, the tower of the designated country is forcibly occupied and incorporated into the user's nationality. The declaration can be cancelled midway. There is no limit to the number of uses. Limitations. Declarations can only be made against countries whose tower clearing progress is below the global average. Additionally, the target country is granted defense rights. What the heck is this? Does this not mean forcibly stealing another country's tower? A completely insane item. Of course, it was not unlimited. There were constraints. Only countries below average tower progress. And defense rights. The exact details of those defense rights were unclear. The item itself looked like a toy. Click. He flipped the switch. You can declare a tower stronghold. Click. He turned it off again. No, seriously, this is... Only now did he understand. What the mad monk had called world conquest. It was not some vague, delusional fantasy. The summoned ones looked shocked as well. But their expressions said so. It has finally come to this. What should we do? I regret to say, but even this girl has nothing to advise. I shall follow only young master's decision. What about Cossack? I will stay by your side until the end. What did stay by your side mean? If this was used incorrectly, people could die. Senior Officer Veronica KHBER. Before using the loudspeaker, a preemptive strike will be necessary. It would be best used after breaking the enemy's will to resist and planting the final flag. Well, using it would inevitably start a war. This was far more grotesque and terrifying than the rune necklace of liberation. A tower standing squarely on a nation's land would no longer belong to that nation. The country that lost its tower would not even be able to collect byproducts like magic stones. If displeased, the occupying side could even halt progression on uncleared upper floors and force a collapse. An item of tower imperialism. An item of colonial occupation. An item of colonial exploitation. An item of colonial oppression. And an item that provokes war. Was this really meant to be used? It had to be sealed. No one could know about it. Let us pretend this perk never existed. The summoned ones nodded. And keep it secret from the mad monk too. Let us check the highlight reward. The rune of summoned 1 rank breakthrough. He immediately checked its info. Rune of summoned 1 rank breakthrough. Conditional. Effect. Evolves 5 skills of an SSR ranked summoned 1 into LSSR, achieving a rank breakthrough. Upon success, the SSR ranked summoned 1 advances to LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare. A rune that turns a summoned 1 into LSSR. But instead of raising the rank outright, it evolved 5 skills into LSSR. That seemed to be the criterion for the LSSR rank. 5 LSSR skills. What about the condition? Condition can only be used on the Barbarian Meat Shield summoned 1. Well, that was expected. The mission itself had been tied to him. There were limitations too. The first limitation. Limitation. Upon using the rune, the Barbarian Meat Shield cannot be summoned for approximately 2 weeks. I do not like that. How is he supposed to live without seeing him for 2 weeks? The second limitation. Limitation. 25 platinum badges are consumed as breakthrough materials. The number of badges currently required for the Barbarian Meat Shield is 22. Was the rune not enough already? Why did it need badges too? Should he just not do it? But something felt off. The breakthrough material was said to be 25 platinum badges, yet Gobang only needed 22. The total number of platinum badges Ju Hyuk had obtained so far was 85. Out of those, how many had already been awarded to the summoned ones? Deputy Chief Jun Guangil, 1. Rajix had quite a lot. He had previously absorbed 5 badges into his body to upgrade 1 skill, and currently had 3 attached, so 8 in total. That made 28 altogether. That meant 57 physical badges remained in the inventory. Gobang had already been given 3 badges beforehand. So maybe that was why only 22 were needed? Ju Hyuk summoned Gobang. Then he removed the badges pinned to Gobang's chest. As summoner, did this warrior do something wrong? I am sorry. I will not do it again. Do not worry. I will put them back on. Now Gobang only had 2 badges attached. Then Ju Hyuk checked the breakthrough runes limitation again. Limitation: the number of badges currently required for the Barbarian Meat Shield is 23. So it includes the ones pinned on his chest, making 25 total. Then was the rune really a mandatory item? Before, when he gave Rajix 5 badges, Rajix's scouting skill had been upgraded to LSSR rank. If he attached 25 badges to a summoned one, and sequentially evolved 5 skills that way, they could reach LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare, without needing the breakthrough rune. However, he could not just hand out badges recklessly. There was a restriction when awarding badges. The hearts of the giver and the receiver had to align. The summoned one had to have earned enough merit for both sides to acknowledge it. So assuming 1 badge was awarded per notable contribution, that would take a very long time, probably several months, at least. Is that why the breakthrough rune exists? The rune of summoned 1 rank breakthrough bypassed that entire process, requiring only 25 platinum badges, along with 2 weeks of waiting. On the other hand, it might be useless for Rajix. How many merits had their cosmic farmhand already piled up? Even now, if he received just 2 more badges, he could upgrade yet another skill to LSSR rank. Either way, we are going to need a lot of badges. Should he reclaim the 1 badge he had given Deputy Chief Jun Guangil? No, absolutely shameless. Nothing was more petty than giving something and taking it back. He would have to acquire badges through other means. Temporary naturalization, perhaps, or multinational tower access tickets. Now he understood exactly what the rune of summoned 1 rank breakthrough was. An item that allowed in SSR summoned 1 to be promoted to LSSR in a short time. So what would Gobang choose? After Ju Hyuk explained the breakthrough rune in detail, this warrior understands. Gobang thought for a moment. I will use the breakthrough rune. I will become LSSR and protect the summoner. The decision was practically already made. Still, Ju Hyuk had no intention of rushing it. If you use the rune, I will not see you for 2 weeks, so let us enjoy ourselves first and use it later. Let us see. There is not much time left until the random summon day. How about right before the random summon? This warrior will follow the summoner's words. The random summon. It really was not far off. And this time, the random summon was already guaranteed to be an LSSR ranked summoned 1. That would make how many in total? The existing Mad Monk, Gobang after his promotion, and a new summoned 1. 3 LSSR class summoned ones. An absurd level of combat power. Practically a balance collapse. Anyway, Gobang becoming LSSR was only a matter of time. Everyone congratulated him. Everyone except Kosak. How am I supposed to look at Gobang from now on? Just look normally? I am kidding. If I mess around and get flicked on the forehead, I will seriously die. An LSSR forehead flick would not exactly be ordinary in power. Gobang, when you become LSSR, you will not flick my forehead, right? You will not, right? Please say you will not. I beg you. I am sorry for everything. Gyun Dale snickered. I am looking forward to an LSSR forehead flick. I would like to hear that magnificent explosion again. Why do not you take one, princess? Would Lord Gobang really flick the forehead of a delicate young lady? Gobang replied with a straight face. This warrior is fair to everyone, except the summoner. Now all that remained was the badge award ceremony. They would have to summon the Mad Monk again. By the way, what about Rajix? Surely he was not empty-handed. It might be greedy to ask, but nothing this time. A sly grin spread across Rajix's face as he slipped his subspace backpack off his shoulder. Don't tell me. He flipped the bag upside down and shook it. Th-do-do-do-do. Items poured out endlessly. Did he raid another treasure vault? No wonder he had taken Kosak with him. Master Thief Rajix. It was staggering. The necromancer's treasure vault did not even compare. How many badges would he have to give this guy? If I give Rajix just 2 more badges, that would make 10. Another skill upgrade. It was now certain. For Rajix, the rune of summoned 1 rank breakthrough was utterly useless. Chapter 111. Namyongju, the villa. Ju Hyuk sat across from the mad monk at an outdoor table, just the 2 of them. The first round had ended with everyone gathered together, cheering and celebrating. This was the second round, and since only 2 people actually enjoyed drinking, it could not be helped. The other summoned ones were scattered around, each resting in their own way. Gyundale was reading under the warm sunlight. Rajix was tending the vegetable garden. Senior Officer B was holed up sleeping, while Gobang and Bardin chatted quietly together. Ju Hyuk uncorked a genuine bottle of Motai he had bought at a department store and poured it smoothly into the mad monk's cup. A fine aroma. To think I would get to taste liquor like this. Summoner, you should have a cup as well. Kosak was in charge of side dishes. He lit charcoal nearby and laid meat on the grill. After perfectly grilling a piece of premium Korean beef ribeye so the juices would not escape, he placed it neatly on a plate. Please try it. This is grilled by me, Chef Ko, steak expert, master of fire control, Michelin 3-star global chef. What even is Chef Ko? The mad monk chuckled and spoke up. You have got the order wrong. You should serve the summoner first, not me. Huh? This ribeye is Summoner Bong's. I am grilling it right now, am I not? Kosak grilled a thick sirloin steak and placed it on a plate. This meat is different. It is good meat too. You looking down on Korean beef sirloin. Saying that, he stuffed a piece of sirloin into his own mouth. He washed it down with a gulp of cola. Kaya, Mad Monk sir, what are you doing? Hurry up and eat. If you do not, I will eat it all. Ahem. All right. The mad monk cautiously moved his chopsticks toward the meat. That is not yours. I said the ribeye is Summoner Bong's. Kosak really had no fear. He had witnessed the mad monk's mass slaughter with his own eyes, yet he was still acting this shameless. It was all there in his background description. Even when his rank was only SR, he had tried to assassinate a sword master and died. Would the target being the mad monk make any difference? The mad monk seemed at a loss for words. With a wry smile, chewing his sirloin, he spoke. You did very well today. I was worried you might rush forward, but you held your center firmly. Holding center is easy. You just do not step in. You did well too, mad monk. Well, haha. Ho, I understand how you feel. I am fine. He wanted to praise him, but the words just would not come out. It was the tower, thankfully. But what if he had unleashed that crescent chi boomerang wave on an anti-Korean protest in Japan? Tokyo would have turned into a sea of blood. Truly a dangerous summoned one. At least he obeyed orders. Still, he could not let his guard down. What if one day he decided to invoke Clause 3 of the 3 principles of summoned ones? That aside, when is the badge ceremony? Oh, I was about to start. Oh, I see. Will this old man receive one as well? Of course. For mass slaughter. No. For excellently completing an ultra-high difficulty mission. Honestly, he would have to give one even if he had done nothing. He was scary after all. At the announcement of the badge ceremony, the summoned ones gathered in a rush. Shall we begin the distribution of merits? First, Gobang, who had worked the hardest. But he was excluded. He was about to advance to LSSR with 22 badges anyway. Next, Gyundale, Verona HK, and Bardin. They had worked hard too, but their contributions fell just short of earning badges. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to know it themselves. First up, the Mad Monk. As the eldest among the summoned ones, and for your tremendous martial prowess in cleanly eliminating potential threats, you are hereby awarded a badge. The Mad Monk clasped his hands in a martial salute. I thank the fellow warriors of the martial world for their fiery support. Kosak had to get one. Even if there was no merit, one would be invented. He was the most senior among the summoned ones. Yet he still only had 3 badges. Even the Mad Monk and Veron HK had 4. That had always bothered Ju Hyuk. For your remarkable trap disarming abilities in guiding the cosmic farmhand into the royal treasure vault, you are awarded a badge. Kosak received 1 badge. Honestly, Ju Hyuk wanted to give him 2. Without trap disarming and lockpicking, could the cosmic farmhand even have entered the vault? But Kosak did not seem to expect that. With a grin, he thrust out his chest as the badge was pinned. Thank you. I will work hard. Rajix, how many should he get? Last time it was 2, so 2 again. For once again sniffing out item sense with uncanny precision and stealing. No, relocating. A massive number of items from the royal treasure vault. You are awarded 2 badges. Rajix raised both hands and cheered. This was exciting. With 2 more badges, he would complete 5. Would another skill upgrade happen, just like last time? Ju Hyuk carefully pinned them on. 5 badges shone brilliantly. The cumulative number of badges awarded to Summoned 1 Rajix is 10. Summoned 1 Rajix has earned the summoner's trust and recognition. One of the Summoned 1 skills will be upgraded to LSSR rank. The Summoned 1 may choose the skill to upgrade. A second skill upgrade. Which one would he choose? He will not upgrade something like cleaning, right? Well, even cleaning would be fine. If Rajix wanted it, who could stop him? Still, Ju Hyuk believed in the ambition gleaming in Rajix's eyes. What did you choose? No explanation was necessary. You could tell just by looking. The subspace backpack Rajix was carrying began to change. The cosmic farmhand's identity, his signature skill. Subspace, upgraded to LSSR rank. First of all, the backpack's outward size shrank dramatically. If before it had been the size of a mountaineering pack, now it was about the size of a child's picnic bag. Of course, appearances and actual performance were 2 very different things. How much bigger did it get? Once again, Rajix answered with actions. He toddled over to the camping van. Then, with a light touch of his hand, the camping van vanished. And when he extended his hand again, it reappeared exactly where it had been. That fits in there. Before, he could not store bulky items like that. So just how large was the capacity now? How many of those camping vans fit in the subspace? About 10. Rajix shook his head. He raised his hand higher, signaling keep going. 100? The hand went higher. Then 1,000. Rajix tilted his head, thought for a moment, then, oh, they all fit. Even more than that. 1,000 camping vans. That was possible. An LSSR ranked, vast subspace. Just how enormous was it? This is insane. Completely insane. The changes to the subspace were not limited to capacity. When Rajix reached in, the items he wanted poured out, already sorted by type. On the wide clearing, superior magic stones on one side, weapons on another, then armor, then elixirs and potions, gems, gold bars. As if deliberately stacked, beautifully organized. Can you separate tower-exclusive items from normal items too? Nod. He could. Applause burst out naturally. Incredible worker. This warrior is in awe. Lord Rajix has transcended the cosmic farmhand. He is now the infinitely transcendent farmhand. That name does not roll off the tongue. Cosmic farmhand sticks better. With a quartermaster like you, what war could not be won? As a knight serving the same lord, I am proud of you. Oh, light. This one will acknowledge it, just this once. He was not satisfied. His greed had no end. The ambition to remain with the summoner forever. This 73rd floor SSS+++ clear was announced to the world as well. Broadcast news and media articles poured in. They have done it again. Korea's Black Tower achieves SSS+++ clear rank on the 73rd floor. Collapse timer on Korea's Awakener Administration lobby display, 703 days. Player shops begin selling tower reward items. Players flood in the moment shops open, supply is sufficient. Korean players purchase items and begin climbing higher floors. Superior magic stones being mined in rapid succession, now supplied to corporations. South Korea to become a global leader in room temperature superconductor utilization. Foreign players flood Korea with permanent naturalization requests. Interest in Korea surges especially among Japanese players. UN advises Korean government to refrain from recruiting foreign players. Korea's Awakener Administration. Naturalization is a personal freedom, but applications will be suspended for the time being. On the tower climbing gallery, frequented by Korean players, countless posts appeared. Korea's Black Tower? It is basically just a superior magic stone mining site now. Must have gotten tons of rewards, huh? Being limited to once a day is the real tragedy. Not sure, but I heard they give them out generously. So what? Even if your odds go from 0.01% to 0.1%, would you even notice? 0.1% is insanely good though. The odds definitely went up. Go to the player shop, my wallet got wiped out by the impulse buying god. Heh, you idiots climbing the tower with items. What are you talking about? Then what are you buying items for? Making soup. Reselling. You have no idea how many foreign players are coming into Korea. I charge double, no, triple, and they still buy. You bastard, you're a reseller? You piece of selling Korean item assets overseas? If our top player knew, he would be pounding his chest in anger. Yeah, he did not open the road to the 73rd floor for people like that. Foreign money or Korean money, it is all money. If it sells well, I bet he would be happy too. In reality, a significant number of foreign players were indeed buying items sold in Korean player shops through brokers. With good items, tower clearing difficulty dropped sharply. Was money really the issue? When you could mine superior magic stones. Meanwhile, articles also appeared in the United States. Player Gerald. Perfect clear of Eastern Tower, 71st floor. Due to the nature of the mission, body cam footage will not be released. The US also begins rewarding superior magic stones. New item appears. Tower exclusive Holy Water of Divine Power. Possible substitute for holy swords? Bravo. America is now the second producer of superior magic stones. Third, after China and Korea. Oh, right, China. They have been awfully quiet though. Is superior magic stones really China's problem right now? Two top leaders died back to back. Anyone here tried the holy water? Or planning to? Me. I drank it, and I am planning to climb the 61st floor tomorrow. Oh, what floor did it drop from? So it does not only drop from 71 plus floors. I am going to drink holy water and clear the Western Tower's 70th floor. That 4-item gift set is mine. You think the government will just sit back and watch? What is the problem? They will not even know who got it. Guess I should try too. Buy items first. Even with holy water, it is better to enter fully equipped with tower reward items. I might as well go to Korea and buy some while I am at it. Until now, it had been the greatest threat humanity ever faced. But now, things were different. The tower could become a blessing to mankind. And in reality, it already was. A revolution across all industries was being foretold. Having witnessed the success of Korea and the United States, countries around the world began pouring all their efforts into reaching the 71st floor. First, just reach the 71st floor. Then, if possible, push even higher. Thus, the entire paradigm of Black Tower clearing was completely transformed. The player shops were crowded with customers, but it was also true that resellers, scalpers, were becoming a serious problem. Jun Guangil and Park Jiang-soo were both getting headaches over it. Was there any way to regulate reselling? It is impossible. We cannot just stop selling items in the player shop, and there is no way to track whether someone resells them afterward. Since tower items went directly into player inventories, how could you catch them? You absolutely could not. So the only options are raising prices or setting overall purchase limits. That is right, but neither is a great solution. Regular players could end up getting hurt. The shop existed solely for players. It had not even started as a profit-driven business. It was created so players could safely carry out missions inside the tower. However, we do plan to regulate habitual resellers. We have already compiled a list. Good. Revoke their player shop access. At the same time, it was hard not to sympathize with foreign players. How desperate must they be to come all the way to Korea just to buy items? And those items were not cheap. At minimum, each item cost hundreds of millions. Accessories started at 500 million. Still, this was actually cheap. In foreign shops, prices were even higher. Sometimes more than 10 times as much. All right. The holy water, did it work in the undead zones? Jun Guangil nodded with a grave expression. Elite players tested it, and it was effective. Not as strong as a holy sword, but the undead dark aura was significantly weakened compared to before. It is dropping in fairly large quantities in various places. It seemed like the Holy Sword rental business would have to be phased out soon. It had been temporary from the start. Once it was confirmed that Holy Swords were not particularly useful past undead zones, their fate was sealed. Still, as if trying to squeeze out a final burst of profit, the Awakener administration was packed with foreign players lining up to rent Holy Swords. Even though Holy Water was now appearing, nothing matched Holy Swords yet. Speed was everything when climbing. The Holy Sword rental business is nearing its end. We have earned more than enough. Player Bong will be satisfied. Still, he will be buying buildings. Plenty of them. Cash. A 61-floor building in Gangnam worth 1.3 trillion won. Soon, it would belong to Player Bong Ju-hyuk. I just hope the end of the rental business will not hurt Player Bong's revenue streams. It will be fine. Items are selling well, and Wyvern leather products will be launching soon. Money did not come only from Holy Swords. By the way, what are you planning to do about the Japanese players? That has been giving me a headache. 20 Japanese players had submitted a group asylum request through the Korean embassy. They wanted to naturalize as Koreans. Japan's political situation was currently very unstable, and public safety had begun to suffer. It was natural for players to feel threatened. Unprotected players could easily become targets of crime. Still, it was not something they could accept lightly. A message notification rang on Jun Guangil's smartphone. He glanced at it. Ah, yes. Player Bong says he will be coming to the administration tomorrow. Really? For what? That, I am not sure. Park Jiang-su's eyes lit up with anticipation. He is not going to ask us to handle the sale of another massive batch of items, is he? Jun Guangil chuckled, clearly thinking that was impossible. Come on. As if there is another treasure vault inside the tower. They say never, but still, surely not. Chapter 112. A real estate company in Shanghai. On the surface, it looked ordinary, but in reality, it was the headquarters of a triad syndicate within China. Triad boss Gu Liangchun sat at a table across from a certain man, flanked by bodyguards, engaged in conversation. I cannot believe it. Is it really you, Bairong? Boss, I already proved it to you. This appearance is changed using a form transformation ring. The player who assassinated China's newly appointed chairman, Wang Yuan, and fled. That very Bairong, whom the Public Security Bureau and the People's Liberation Army were desperately hunting, had brazenly appeared right before Gu Liangchun's eyes. Originally, Gu Liangchun and Bairong had known each other. Back when Bairong had been China's top player, they had formed Guanxi. So what is it you need? Gu Liangchun asked. $30 million and a passport with a flawless identity. Taiwanese or Singaporean nationality would be best. It must show a history of player activity. So you intend to keep operating as a player. Then how else am I supposed to make a living? Gu Liangchun let out a short chuckle. A player might be able to exercise their abilities in the real world, but escaping China was extremely difficult. So what if you changed your face? Without valid identification, you could not use airplanes, or even long-distance railways. The Liberation Rune necklace also had limits on duration and uses, so you could not use it recklessly. And he must have run out of money too. Just look at the beggarly state he showed up in. And the price? Gu Liangchun asked. I will give you an elixir of rejuvenation. Not enough. Hand over a disease-curing potion as well. Well, as long as you keep your promise. Gu Liangchun nodded. Making an identity is not difficult. It absolutely has to be a player identity. Do not worry. When will I receive the elixir and potion? Right after I arrive at New York Airport. Bairong planned to head to the United States. After that, he would apply for naturalization through the U.S. Tower Climbing Bureau. The U.S. was quite generous when it came to player naturalization. If you applied, they accepted you immediately. He had changed both his face and physique with form transformation. And if the new identity was perfect too, how could anyone tell he was Bairong? Show me the real items first, the elixir and potion. I will verify them with my own eyes. Then we will proceed with the ID. Boss Gu, do you not trust me? You are the strange one. What is so difficult about showing them? Gu Liangchun continued, slurping the pu'er tea before him. That necklace on your chest, that is the Liberation Rune necklace, is it not? If you activated its power, you could kill an old man like me, and everyone in this room, in the blink of an eye. Bairong shrugged. Boss Gu, what do you take me for? I am not some indiscriminate killer. Even the Chairman Wang Yuan incident was an accident. An accident, his ass. As if they had not seen the CCTV footage. Fine, I will show you. 2 potion bottles emerged from Bai Rong's inventory. This is the elixir of rejuvenation, and this is the disease-curing potion. That was when it happened. A hole appeared in the glass window. With the sound, a red hole opened in Bai Rong's forehead. There was not even a scream. His head slammed onto the table, and he died instantly. Blood splattered onto Gu Liangchun's forehead as well. He slowly wiped it away. Tisk, TSK. You fool. You really underestimated the Chinese government. Did you think they did not know you and I had Guanxi? Public security would have approached everyone connected to Bai Rong. They had long since become puppets of the Chinese government. A PLA sniper had already been deployed here. Even if the chance of Bai Rong coming here was less than 1%, he prayed he would not come. But he came anyway. There was no choice. He had to act according to instructions. Otherwise, he would be dragged down and killed too. The very idea that a player could stand against state power was a massive delusion. No matter how much power you had liberated. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of public security officers' footsteps rushing up the office stairs. Gu Liangchun smacked his lips. His eyes were drawn to the elixir of rejuvenation on the table. But he did not give in to greed. Trying to get 10 years younger could make you die 10 years earlier. Korea Awaken Management Agency. Zhu Hyuk met Deputy Director Jun Guangil again in the Tower Materials warehouse. A variety of conversations went back and forth. How many items were selling in the player's shop? How resellers were running rampant. The whole world was in shock. Korea's national prestige had risen. It was the object of universal envy. Players were submitting naturalization requests to Korean embassies around the world, and even with sacred water being produced, the rental of holy swords was proceeding smoothly. They also discussed the progress with the French special envoy, still making unreasonable demands, but negotiations would soon be wrapped up. Ugh, his ears hurt. He is talking even more today. In truth, Zhu Hyuk had been sneaking glances at the platinum badge pinned to Jun Guangil's chest for a while now. Should he take that back? When every single one counted. Of course, if he asked, the man would give it. That would be too petty. Still, 5 badges would let him upgrade a summoned LSSR grade skill. Many a little makes a mickle. Collect badges, get LSSR. You must have had a hard time. Oh no, not at all. Thanks to the items you provided, our elite players' tower climbing has become extremely safe. We are also smoothly mining high-grade magic stones. Zhu Hyuk felt proud. To think he had considered taking a badge from such a good person. Oh, about the building you asked about before. All right. What happened? After the director looked into it, Jun Guangil explained enthusiastically. A 61-story building in Gangnam had come up for sale. Negotiations were going smoothly, and everything had essentially been settled. Only the legal procedures remained. But the price of the building? How much did you say? 1.3 trillion won. The parent company's finances are not great, so it has been listed cheaply. Zhu Hyuk's heart dropped. Sure, he had said he wanted to buy a building, but he had never even imagined going into the trillion range. Given Player Bong's social standing, we really should be introducing an even better building, but this is the only one currently on the market. What is wrong with these people? What is so special about his social standing? He is just an ordinary loser guy from Korea. He just got one good awakening trait, and was lucky enough to meet good summoned beings. That is all. Do I really look like someone who casually drops 1.3 trillion won? How is he supposed to buy such an insanely expensive building? He had only been thinking about a small neighborhood building. It had gotten way too big. Big enough to be worth 1.3 trillion won. Did he even have that kind of money to begin with? When he checked his account, he did not even have half of it. Should he say he would not buy it? But they said everything was already settled. The Park and Kim law firm, which serves as legal counsel for the Awaken Management Agency, will be handling all the procedures, so you will not need to worry about anything separately. This was terrifying. Even when he bought a 30 billion won penthouse, he had gone back and forth, trembling as he debated whether to buy it. And now the moment had come where he had to decide whether to purchase a 1.3 trillion won, 61-story building in Gangnam. I can get a loan, right? Do not worry about that. I will introduce you to a bank with low interest rates. He is really not that gutsy of a guy. He may not be showing it, But his heart is pounding like a storm right now. And Rajix Trading is planning to launch Wyvern leather products soon. Payment for Basilisk leather will also be coming in from the HG group. Right. He had forgotten. There was Rajix Trading, a name Ju Hyuk himself had come up with. Thanks to Rajix, Wyvern leather could be commercialized, so of course the name fit. Come to think of it, I am a major shareholder, am I not? Holy Sword owner, building owner, major shareholder. He was destined to become a triple owner. In that case, what was a mere 1.3 trillion won? Suddenly, his mind felt at ease. Confidence welled up, but he could not relax just yet. He had to earn like crazy. If he splurged on this building, he would not even be able to afford instant noodles 3 times a day, forget premium beef. And how many mouths did he have to feed? Soon, another new summoned being would arrive. So this was how heavy the burden on a family head's shoulders really was. Earn until his bones broke, and feed his family. With firm resolve, Ju Hyuk spoke to Jun Guangil. It will be a hassle, but I have another favor to ask. Huh? What do you mean? Should I look for another building for you? Was this man really trying to bankrupt him? That is not it. Item sales. There is more stuff to sell. Ju Hyuk designated Rajix for summoning. The space farmhand appeared, raising its short arms high. Jun Guangil tensed up. Lord Rajix had appeared. Then could it be? Stack them up here by type. Rajix opened its subspace bag. Items began piling up. High-grade magic stones, equipment items, jewels of every color, gold bars. They literally piled up. So high they nearly touched the tall ceiling of the materials warehouse. What is all this? Jun Guangil could only stare blankly. What was there to say in a situation like this? There was more than before. Not just a lot. Double? No. More than triple. Did the tower actually have a treasure vault inside? Can you sell all of it? Why yes, of course. I will sell it. I will do my best. How is he supposed to move all of this? Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, Jun Guangil asked, should we allow foreign players access to the player shop this time? With this volume, I think it would be fine. That is a good idea. Let us do that. Of course he agreed. If it sold fast, he could scrape together that 1.3 trillion. It was not only Korean players who climbed towers. Foreign players had their own national towers to conquer. But it would sell out quickly anyway. How many players were there worldwide? Between 700,000 and 1.5 million. If even half of them visited the player shop, they would not buy just 1, 2, or 3, 4 or 5. They would buy like crazy. This still would not be enough. Was there somewhere else he could get more? The Mad Demon had said it. If it was not the Korean Black Tower, but another country's Black Tower, there might be another treasure vault. An idea struck him. He currently had about 6 multinational tower access tickets. They dropped fairly often anyway. What did the French government ask for again? They asked us to climb to the 71st floor and hand over 4 types of items. A shameless demand. They want to blow their nose without lifting a finger. What is wrong with blowing their nose for them? Tell them we will do it. On the condition that I clear the French Black Tower up to the 73rd floor. Jun Guangil jumped in shock. Not just the 70th floor, but up to the 73rd? Do you think they will refuse? I hope they accept. He froze for a moment, then snapped back to his senses. And no, they would never refuse. How could they dare? With collapsed deadlines stacking, they would be gaining 540 extra days. Then please take care of it. We need France's approval first. Understood. I will report to the director. He had to make money. Soon, his bank account would be completely empty. An empty account had to be filled immediately. Another concern suddenly came to mind. If he bought a building, who was going to manage it? There was someone at home with plenty of free time. His father, Bong Chul-soo, and his mother too. What a devoted son he was, providing jobs for his parents and all. But there will be a treasure vault in the French Black Tower too, right? If not, it would all be for nothing. Well, even then, getting badges would be enough. Current cumulative total, 85. Actual physical badges left in inventory, 53. It had been 57 until yesterday, but he had given 1 each to Cossack and the Mad Demon, and 2 to Rajix. If he cleared the French Black Tower's 70th, 71st, 72nd, and 73rd floors, the 70th floor only gave a double S++ rank, so that was 1 platinum badge. From the 71st floor onward, 2 each, 7 total. Cumulative total, 92. Physical count, 60. more badges, another special perk, and on top of that, he would loot both the Necromancer Dungeon Treasure Vault and the Royal Palace Treasure Vault. That was killing 4 birds with 1 stone. After receiving Ju Hyuk's decision, Director Park Jang-soo immediately began negotiations with the French special delegation. They would hand over a 4-item gift set. In return, they would sign a contract to clear the French Black Tower up to the 73rd floor. France could not refuse. They welcomed it. Clearing the 71st, 72nd, and 73rd floors meant accumulating 540 days of collapse delay. Ju Hyuk also conveyed his intentions to his summoned beings. After calling them all with designated summoning, I need to buy a building. Oh, buildings are the best. Real estate never fails. This girl also agrees. If it is young master, what is one mere building? Everyone wore satisfied expressions. It is a bit expensive. I need to earn more money. How much we talking? Like 50 billion. Gyun Dale snorted. This house alone cost 300 billion. Buying an entire building means it should be at least 100 billion. No, at least 1,000 billion, should it not? Cossack clicked his tongue in disbelief. Whoa, that is insanely expensive. With that money, you could eat premium beef loin for the rest of your life and still have leftovers. There is a reason people obsess over becoming building owners, someone muttered. Ju Hyuk revealed the price. A prime location, 61-story building in Gangnam. It is 1.3 trillion won. That 1 trillion is that 1 trillion, right? Do you think I have been getting scammed my whole life? Do you take me for Cossack? Cossack's face turned deathly pale. This is bad. We are going to starve now. Buried in loan debt, getting chased around. Even if we sell this house, it is only 300 billion. Gyun Dale seemed utterly shocked. She pressed her fingers to her forehead, staggered, and fainted. Oh dear, princess. Wake up. This is when you need to steal your heart. The mad demon asked with genuine curiosity. Just how much money is 1 trillion? For the summoner to be unable to bear it. It is a bit expensive, but if we work hard, then what is the problem? Just buy it. Cossack exploded in anger and scolded the mad demon. Sir Mad Demon, do you have no sense of the world? An elite player's annual salary is 12 billion. Save that for 10 years, and you get 120 billion. Save for 100 years, and you get 1.2 trillion. Even then, you are still short by 100 billion and cannot buy a Gangnam building. The mad demon flinched in shock. With an awkward expression, he said, Haha, I had no idea it was that much. He avoided Cossack's piercing gaze. And that is not all. Acquisition tax, property tax, comprehensive real estate tax, maintenance fees. Good grief. Our summoner Bong has become a building beggar. A building beggar. Veron Ejka swallowed dryly, looking sick of it. Gobang and Bardin just stared blankly, unable to grasp the reality. But one person was different. Rajix, wearing a mocking grin. A mere 1.3 trillion? As if saying leave it to him, Rajix pounded his chest while looking at Ju Hyuk. Only Rajix could be trusted. Rajix, can you do it? All right, then let us do it. There was plenty of time. If they cleared 2 floors a day, it would take just 2 days. And the contract with France had just been finalized. After tearing 1 multinational tower access ticket. You have used a multinational tower access ticket. Please state the country and floor of the tower you wish to enter. French Black Tower, 70th floor. Entry conditions met. Would you like to enter now? Entering the 70th floor of the French Black Tower. Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings walked toward the mansion where Kabalan was hiding. Their expressions were grim. Intense fighting spirit. A single-minded resolve to smash everything in sight. As they opened the door and entered, a copy of Kabalan looked down at them with a leering grin. Thud, 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 thud. Kuak. W what is? We are busy, bastard. Do not get in the way. Notice, you have achieved a SS++ clear rating on the 70th floor of the Black Tower, France. SS++ clear reward. You receive 1 platinum badge. Global announcements followed in a long stream. Something about benefits for the French Black Tower, something about high-grade magic stone rewards. No need to listen. They exited immediately. Next, the 71st floor. They promptly collected the 4-item gift set. Just do the basic mission? Let us just wipe everything out. They also received item rewards. Liberation rune necklaces, holy water, that sort of thing. They could have at least given another multinational tower access ticket. Bitch, target locked. After killing even Kate as she tried to flee. Notice, you have achieved a triple S+++ clear rating on the 71st floor of the Black Tower, France. Triple S+++ clear reward. You received 2 platinum badges. Tomorrow would be the day they looted 2 treasure vaults. But it still felt insufficient. If they could loot about 10 treasure vaults, there would be nothing to worry about. Was there another tower they could plunder? That day, upon seeing the world announcements, the people of France erupted in cheers. The savior of France. Thanks to him, France became the first country in Europe eligible for high-grade magic stone rewards. Other nations around the world watched France's example and fell into deep contemplation. Instead of struggling to climb themselves, could they not just ask him to clear it for them? That would be far easier and far more reliable. Chapter 113. Right after clearing the 71st floor, Ju Hyuk met with Jun Guangil and handed over the Liberation Rune necklace and the form transformation ring. They were to be delivered to the French special delegation via Jun Guangil. The French government faithfully upheld the contract. After all, the entire core of the agreement was simply to reach the 71st floor and hand over the necklace and ring to the French government. At Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, Korea's cultural assets, already packed and waiting, were loaded onto a transport plane and departed for Incheon Airport. Jikji Simche Yeojeol, the Ogyujanggak documents, Wang Okyeonchik Jukjeon, Kim Hongdu's paintings, and over 900 other ancient books and artworks. All of them would become Ju Hyuk's private collection. The contract explicitly stated so. The state would lease them and display them in museums. Since a private individual owning national treasures could be problematic, they were officially declared as being returned to Korea. Even this alone more than covered the cost of the building. That is, if he could sell them. The next day, Ju Hyuk once again entered a tower using a multinational tower access ticket. Temporary naturalization? He had done it once. No need to do it again. At first, the novelty had been fun, running around saying bonjour and merci as a joke, but it got boring fast. The naturalization process was a hassle, and he would have to meet embassy staff again. Deputy Director Jun also seemed to prefer that he not do temporary naturalization again. How much pressure would it put on the agency? The nation's top player temporarily naturalizing again? He could just get more tickets as rewards later. They dropped surprisingly often. He had gotten one each from the Korean Black Tower's 71st floor and even the 3rd floor. Was it because the reward probability had increased? If he really got desperate, he could always take it easy and try assembling fragments on the side. French Black Tower, 72nd floor. Mission rewards included high-grade magic stones, weapons, equipment items, and more. What? Did he come here for the rewards? He came to loot the treasure vaults. The ultra-magic beast Hydra and the necromancer Noma were not even threats. Not in front of the mad demon. Once he got serious. The real question was the treasure vault. Would it be there? The plunderer Rajix threw both hands into the air. I am the great cosmic thief Rajix. Truly the greatest divine thief in all the martial world. Quartermaster, certain victory. Location shift complete. 72nd floor necromancer dungeon treasure vault. Location shift complete. 73rd floor Nortun Kingdom Royal Treasure Vault. The mass slaughter, crescent boomerang wave riding incident in the 73rd floor spectator stands did not occur. Only the king was killed. It was the mad demon's consideration for Ju Hyuk's mental health. Ju Hyuk and the group returned to the penthouse. A truly imposing band of tower thieves. A mere 1.3 trillion? One big haul, and it is done. Are we becoming thieves now? Lord Cossack, you were always a thief. No, a bandit, from long ago. Compared to the great cosmic thief Rajix, I am nothing. Look at that shameless cosmic thief face reaching the heavens. If you are going to loot, you loot big. There was a twinge of guilt about robbing another country's tower treasure vaults. But honestly, who but Rajix could have taken those treasures in the first place? All right, time to quickly distribute rewards based on merit. The badge ceremony. They decided to go around and give them out one by one. No need to be stingy. Upgrading the summoned being's skills was effectively upgrading Ju Hyuk himself. This time, there were 3 targets for skill upgrades. Cossack, Veronichka, and the Mad Demon, 5 badges each. Which skill did Cossack upgrade to LSSR grade? 5 badges dissolved into his body. Stealth skill upgrade. No one can find me now. Even Elder Mad Demon would have trouble. Oh, completely seamless. You were right. There was not even a hint of his presence. You could hear a sound, but had no idea which direction it came from. If Gobang wants to flick my forehead, he will have to find me first. So it was just to avoid getting flicked? He could just not do things that deserved it, though the duration did not seem very long. Before long, sleepy-eyed, Cossack reappeared. The Mad Demon smirked. Premature. The duration is short. Of course is not it. In double SR grade body, using an LSSR grade skill, my legs would tear apart. At least you know your place. Sergeant Veronica KLHBER, magic gun marksmanship. Overall attack power increase, accuracy correction, and reduced ammunition consumption. An efficient choice, just like a proper soldier. If you are a soldier, you should shoot well. I like it. There is only Sergeant Veronica. Veronica snapped her heels together and raised her right hand sharply in salute. Certain victory. Then, what about the Mad Demon? Something was odd. Cossack and Veronica's 5 badges were absorbed the moment they reached 5, but the Mad Demons just stayed there. Why were they not being absorbed? Was LSSR grade on a whole different level? You need a skill to upgrade. All of mine have already reached the ultimate. Then why take them at all? There was no need to give them to him. Still, do not take them away. They will be useful someday, will they not? That sounded a bit suspicious. It felt like there was something more to it. Well, maybe he is just wearing them for symbolic reasons. The Mad Demon could do as he pleased. It did not feel like a waste. Now, the final remaining step. Platinum badge cumulative total, 91. It was time to check the perk. Honestly, I am not even expecting anything anymore. They just keep giving weird items. The Mad Demon tilted his head. HM, what did you receive as your previous perk? Nothing good. Trash, basically. He could not reveal the Tower Dominance Proclamation loudspeaker to the Mad Demon. If he did, the old man would immediately insist on using it to seize another country's tower. Trash, you say? I have an idea. Whatever comes out, it will not be the same as before. The Mad Demon's expression turned grave. Now that the Liberation Rune necklace has been released, the tower's tricks will only grow more extreme. Hey, even if it plays tricks, it should still give something worthwhile. At this point, should it not be time for a trade enhancement? If they gave him dice or a loudspeaker again, he would flip the table. A new family member would be arriving soon, too. With a tense heart, Ju-hyuk opened his inventory and checked the newly acquired badge. You have accumulated 90 platinum badges. A perk is granted. Please, trade enhancement. Trade enhancement, come on. I pray for young master's success. My lord, may you seize a trade enhancement. Wah, Trei. Perk. Rune of Trade Edition has been delivered to the tower exclusive inventory. Not trade enhancement, but trade edition. He had almost shouted at the word trait before stopping himself. What is this now? An item he had never seen before. Rune of Trade Edition. Effect. Adds 1 additional trait, evolving you into a dual trait state. Limit. The added trait is random. If the same trait appears, the existing trait is enhanced. So it meant adding 1 more trait. For example, if he randomly obtained the trait Swordsmanship, Ju-hyuk's status window would become Traits. Summoning, simultaneous summons. 7. Swordsmanship, enhancement level 1. That is ambiguous. The limit actually looked more appealing. If the same trait appears, the existing trait is enhanced. If he got lucky, he could achieve trait enhancement 1 more time. What did you get? A Rune of Trade Edition. The summoned beings did not look too happy. Is this trash too? The Mad Demon answered for them. It is not bad. If a trait is added, you will gain more skills, and that means the summoner becomes stronger. It did not replace or remove anything. It added to it. However, the timing is questionable. With the Liberation Rune necklace unleashed, this could be another trick. The Mad Demon continued. There are countless types of player traits. Among them are many that affect a person's emotions. Berserker, Blood, Heavenly Slaughter Star, Monstrous Strength. What if something like that were added as a trait? He understood immediately. Reason cannot overcome emotion. Humans are emotional creatures, are they not? If Ju-hyuk used the Rune of Trade Edition and randomly gained Berserker, he would become a summoner who went mad and rampaged. The kind who charged in first whenever a battle started. and he would not even be able to invest in trade enhancement properly. If he had a strengthening rune, he would obviously use it on the summoning trait. Why waste it elsewhere? It is not something we really need. Exactly. You could use it for amusement, but as I said, if this is a trick, a strange trait could be added. Those bastards had laid traps everywhere. In the tower, and in reality. Right now, focusing on his main trait was far more urgent. What good was adding one more trait? Let us not use it for now. If the same trait came out and led to enhancement, that would be the best outcome, but the odds were slim and the risk was too high. Just like the loudspeaker, this was going into inventory storage. TSK, should he hire a shaman or something before the next perk? Anyway, everything was checked. He would hand over the looted items to Deputy Director Jun Guangil for sales and take a good rest until the random summoning cooldown reset. And time passed quickly. The landscape of tower conquests around the world was changing. Collapse deadlines no longer mattered. Everyone's eyes were on the land of milk and honey, the 71st floor. In the United States Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Macmillan and Director Antonio were deeply troubled by this shift. Originally, they had planned to raise only the eastern tower to the 71st floor. They had judged that the western tower was too dangerous if it collapsed, so it should not be pushed too high. The western tower was truly a headache. What was the point of having multiple towers? There was no benefit. It just meant adding another collapse time bomb. The same went for high-grade magic stone production. That depended purely on the number of players and their activity. There was one benefit to having multiple towers. The 4-item gift set awarded upon first reaching the 71st floor. Anyone who cleared it first would receive it. Currently, the only player capable of reaching the 71st floor of the Western Tower was Gerald. The undead zone around the 60th floor blocked the way. It functioned as a kind of defensive line. Though the difficulty had dropped significantly compared to before, it was still extremely hard for ordinary players to clear. They could not lend out the holy sword to just anyone, either. But lately, the atmosphere felt ominous. Player activity was exploding. Especially after the full opening of the Korean player shop. Players around the world flocked to the Korean Awaken Management Agency's player shop, buying items like it was a trend. The effect of items on players did not need explaining. Players grew stronger. Some were even breaking through the undead zone using nothing but holy water. As a result, the undead defensive line was collapsing. For the United States, this was a major threat. What if an uncontrolled player cleared the 71st floor? Where is Gerald? He is repeatedly clearing the 71st floor. The Korean government had distributed information worldwide. They advised everyone to finish the 72nd and 3rd floors with only the basic mission, especially warning never to attempt conditional clears. They even explained the detailed reasons. Because of that, Gerald's attempt to climb the 72nd floor was currently being blocked. Not at all. He was offended, said we were underestimating him. That was understandable. When Korean players had cleared up to the 73rd floor with SSS+++ ranks, then we will also clear the Western Tower up to the 71st floor. The White House has approved it. Tell Gerald. Director Antonio nodded and asked, what about borrowing the Holy Sword? Should we prepare to go to Korea? No. This time, we will test whether it can be done with holy water alone, without the real Holy Sword. It should be possible, as long as there is enough holy water. The U.S. government, too, was feeling a sense of crisis. The 4-item gift set on the Western Tower's 71st floor was still unclaimed. They had to secure it before someone else did. Peaceful days continued, lazing around at home, and when bored, going out to laze around some more. Occasionally, Ju Hyuk entered the Korean Black Tower as well, just in case the treasure vaults had respawned. But while all the targets had regenerated, the treasure vaults had not. The locations themselves had vanished completely. It was not disappointing. There were 145 Black Towers on Earth. Another opportunity would come someday. The 4 treasure vaults Rajix had looted, the high-quality items that came out of them, were selling at a frightening speed. Ju Hyuk's bank account grew richer accordingly, and it was not just good news for him alone. Players' abilities skyrocketed. Repeated clears became safer, and climbing previously uncleared upper floors progressed smoothly. The United Arab Emirates also purchased dozens of items from the player shop. While they were at it, they rented the Holy Sword and managed to clear the 60th and 61st floors without Ju Hyuk's help. Crown Prince bin Salah had entrusted a gift for Ju Hyuk as a token of gratitude to Deputy Director Jun Gwang-al. He could receive it later. So many good things were happening. Yet Ju Hyuk's penthouse was awash with tears. Go Bang, make sure we meet again in 2 weeks. A warrior is the summoner's shield. Just wait a little longer. The summoner is the reason a warrior lives, the meaning of their existence. How could anyone hold back their tears? Ju Hyuk slowly pinned badges onto Go Bang's chest until the count reached 25. Then he placed the rune of summon being rank breakthrough into his hand. It was time for Go Bang to depart for his LSSR rank breakthrough. Gyun Dale lowered her head, wiping tears with her sleeve, while Bardin clutched Go Bang's hand and refused to let go. Varon Ihka and Rajik snapped to attention and saluted, showing respect to the departing Go Bang. Even the mad demon patted Go Bang on the shoulder. Only Kosak looked sullen. Anyone would think we lost our country. Are we not seeing him again in 2 weeks? You are really heartless. At least pretend to be sad. When Ju Hyuk nudged him, Kosak reluctantly said, please look after the summoner in my stead. Got it. Trust me. Despite his outward attitude, he was surely worried about Go Bang. Dismiss Go Bang. With Go Bang gone, Ju Hyuk shook off the gloomy mood completely. Shall we welcome a new family member? The random summoning cooldown had reset. Let us summon quickly. He took out the ticket first. I am looking forward to it. I trust that a fine person will arrive. Ju Hyuk tore the ticket. You have used an LSSR guaranteed summoning ticket. The next random summon will guaranteed summon an LSSR rank summon being. Clusters of light appeared everywhere. Brilliant, multicolored hues. Then, in an instant, pop pop. The lights vanished. No one was there. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but still could not see anyone. Are there cases where summoning fails? That cannot be, my lord. Who would dare refuse your call? But what was this? There was no one there. Rajix raised its short arm and pointed in a direction. Then someone came into view. In the corner of the living room, a person was crouched down with their head pressed against the wall. Their face was not visible. Only their back could be seen. Judging by the hairstyle and clothes, they seemed to be female. Catalog. Socially anxious shut-in recluse alchemist. Name. Aliamari. Rank. LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare. Type. Alchemist, Elf. Manifestation time, 3 hours. Satisfaction rating, none. Resummon cooldown, 6 hours, applies after dismissal. An LSSR that is a shut-in recluse? And she is an elf, no less. When Ju Hyuk spoke to her, her body trembled as she slid a piece of paper with writing on it across the living room floor. Of course, it was written in Korean. I am sorry. It is hard to respond. I have not spoken out loud in a very long time. What should he do? So Ju Hyuk wrote on the paper as well. Nice to meet you, Aliamari. Welcome. She scribbled something, then slid it back again. I will do my best. Please call me Mari. Well, communication worked, thankfully. She did not seem to have any severe mental disorders. A production class? And for some reason, he liked her. Maybe it was a sense of shared suffering. Chapter 114. The Infinite Prison, also known as the Bottomless Abyss. It was an unimaginably vast place, but when something happened, rumors spread surprisingly fast. Because of how they communicated. Resonance between soul and soul. In other words, telepathy. Did you hear the rumor? That crazy elf woman went outside. No way. Swearmouth Aliamari. Yeah, her. The one who spews curses everywhere. That is bad. Is not she going to start cussing out the summoner the moment she gets out? No matter how crazy she is, she would not go that far. Or maybe this summoner is some kind of trash collector. Why do they only summon freaks like that? Now I finally get it. Why I never got to go out. Because I live too normally. Same here. Is there anyone here more normal than me? Huh. The normal ones cannot get out, but the ones missing a screw get out just fine. Hee hee hee. You lunatics. Where do you get off pretending to be normal? You are all trash. Shut up, you wicked woman. Yeah, but if this summoner really is a trash collector, there is nothing to worry about. Someday, you will all be summoned too. Really? Then I have got hope too. I am confident I can be even crazier than the mad demon. Originally, I was the craziest one around here. Aliamari was beneath my feet. Honestly, I was better at swearing than that elf woman too. What is this, a crazy competition all of a sudden? I wish there really were a competition. At least that way I might get to go outside. Alia Marie, an LSSR rank alchemist. The background description of her that he had checked yesterday. The life of the elf alchemist Alia Marie was extremely unfortunate. As a child, she was offered as a sacrifice to the ancient dragon Black Dragon Taurus by members of her own race. She lived her entire life as a slave in Taurus's lair. The Black Dragon taught her alchemy, and alchemy became an escape that let her forget her loneliness. She thought she would live alone forever, until a change occurred. The ancient dragon Taurus returned to the embrace of Mana before she did. Now free, Alia Marie still did not leave the lair. 1,000 years of solitude had already become a part of her life, and even in death, she was alone. Severe social anxiety, and the reason she became a shut-in alchemist. She did not speak to anyone except her summoner, Juhyuk, not even through written notes on paper. She ignored even the words of the other women, Gyundale and Veronichka, and Rajix's cuteness did not work either. Kosak loitered in front of her only to be completely ignored, and even the mad demon was no exception. This was a problem. He needed to find a solution. To cure her social anxiety? He had no intention of doing that. She had lived that way her entire life. It had become a kind of identity. There was no way it could be fixed easily. All he wanted was to make communication possible, not that inconvenient method of writing on paper. This was 21st century Korea. There were plenty of ways to talk without facing each other. So Ju Hyuk contacted Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il. They met in the underground parking lot. Are the items selling well? Yes. The player shop is so packed there is barely room to stand. You probably will not even need a loan when you buy a building. That is a relief. If it is not enough, then... No, not at all. We are overflowing with stock. Oh, right. And here, Jun Gwang-il handed Ju Hyuk a file folder and a paper bag containing 3 apple pads. I processed all of them as players who permanently naturalized in Korea. Their identities are flawless, so there is nothing to worry about. Oh, it is nothing. Ju Hyuk decided to give the summoned individual South Korean nationality. On paper, at least. He made up the names roughly. All that mattered was that the resident registration numbers came out properly. Originally, he had not liked the idea. Why bother registering summoned beings in the national database? But now, there was a need. If only because of Alia Marie. Then I will contact you again if anything comes up. After parting with Jun Gwang-il, Ju Hyuk took the documents and went back up to the penthouse. Then he summoned the summoned ones. All right, gather around. Ju Hyuk took out the apple pads. 6 pads he had bought earlier, plus 3 more he had asked Jun Gwang-il to get this time. 9 in total. Large 13-inch screens with cellular support. Deputy Commissioner Jun had even taken care of carrier subscriptions all at once. Sign up for K-Talk. I will hand out your resident ID numbers. Following Ju Hyuk's instructions, they signed up, set their nicknames, and added friends. Then Ju Hyuk went into the small room and summoned Alia Marie. As usual, she appeared with her head buried in the corner of the room. Ju Hyuk registered her account for her. He explained how to use it by writing on paper, then invited everyone to the group chat at once. Ding ding, message notification sounds rang out. Everyone entered the chat room under their chosen nicknames. Kosak, who insisted he was an insider. Insider Kosak. Princess Gyundales was. Princess Heartsuit Shaman. My lord, this humble maiden greets you. Where did she even learn that? Kids these days do not talk like that. Then again, is Gyundale really a kid these days? Cosmic Farmhand. A nickname that perfectly revealed Rajix's identity. Sergeant Verobe. Certain victory. Sergeant Verobe as well. Mad Monk. I am not sure if this is how you do it. Lord S. Holy Sword. My lord. Sergeant Verobe, the Mad Demon, and Bardin all joined. What about the alchemist, Alia Marie? She definitely pressed accept on the invite. Shall we start communicating in earnest now? Kosak was the first to kick things off. Insider Kosak. Nice to meet you, Lady Marie. You must have been lonely all this time. Do not worry from now on. I will sincerely. At that very moment. Alia Marie. Shut up. You at #%. Insider Kosak? Alia Marie. LOL. Must have. Is that how you type too? There is a limit to attention-seeking, you and % at bastard. The chat room fell silent. Even Ju Hyuk could not believe his eyes. Did she just snap out of nowhere? Princess Heartsuit Shaman, your words are far too harsh. Sir Cossack may be lacking in some ways, but… Marie, Princess my ass. What the percent are you? Your blood is not even dry yet. Want me to hashtag and percent you? Princess Heartsuit Shaman. Aya, this is getting worse and worse. Madmonk, Lady Marie, please refrain from profanity. You are an educated person. Marie, percent hashtag it off. Just because your head is big, you think you can $*? Want me to and a percent you for real? Madmonk, wow. Guess I will live a long life. No one could have imagined this. Insider Cossack. So she really is a lunatic. Wait, crazy elf. Now that I think about it, I have heard of her. Marie. Yeah, you $% hashtag bastard. Want me to $@ and your dentures? Madmonk. Ho ho ho, this is amusing. In reality, she could not even make eye contact with people due to her social anxiety. Yet, in the chat room, she was a ferocious keyboard warrior. Lordess Holy Sword. Lady Marie needs repentance. Marie. Repent? You and that $ bastard. Want to shove percent right into your mouth hole and at percent hashtag you? Lordess Holy Sword. Oh light. Cosmic Farmhand. Please do not be angry. Marie. Do not try to act cute. You are not cute at all. I mean it. Cosmic Farmhand. I said stop it. She seemed slightly shaken, but even Rajix did not get through. Summoner. Please speak, Summoner. Everyone except Ju Hyuk. And what is with all the hearts? Eventually, the mad demon stood in front of the door where Marie was. He pounded on it loudly. Open the door. Let us talk face to face. Let us see if you can keep spewing curses then. But the tightly shut door never opened. Gerald's house, true to his American roots, was a grand mansion on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. Dozens of armed guards were stationed there, protecting him at close range. The dignity of America's top player. But that was only on the surface. In truth, it was little more than surveillance disguised as protection. Because of that, Gerald spent most of his free time in the bunker installed beneath his house. An underground bunker built so he could take shelter in the event of nuclear war. Every mansion in Washington had something like this. And there were no CCTV cameras here. Locking the door from the inside, Gerald took out the necklace of the Rune of Liberation from his inventory and hung it around his neck. He pressed down on the rune engraved on the necklace. The player's power was released. This was the second time. A surging tide of magic energy churned inside his body. Magic power overflowed. Every skill he had learned flashed through his mind. A blazing sphere appeared above Gerald's hand. The same went for close-range skills. He took out a sword from his inventory and infused it with magic power. A vivid blade aura wrapped around it. A thick steel beam he had brought for testing was cut cleanly in an instant. Now he understood why the government wanted to regulate this item. It was dangerous. If all players possessed items like this, the world would collapse in no time by the hands of players. Gerald had no intention of ever using it outside. He was content to indulge his desires quietly, in a place no one knew about. The 1-hour duration passed quickly. It was a shame, but nothing could be done. Now there was only one use left. Effect. Allows the player's abilities to manifest outside the tower for 1 hour. Limit. Can be used a total of 1 more time. Once all uses are expended, the rune is destroyed. Is there no way to get another one? He was already satisfied just secretly playing around like this. I have played enough. Gerald left the bunker. It was time to prepare for his next run. Climb from West Tower floor 68, enter floor 71, and receive the 4-type gift set. But why were East Tower floors 72 and 73 restricted to only the basic mission? Just what was there? He had heard some information, but he could not help feeling dissatisfied. Floor 71 had been very easy. Even the additional optional mission and the high difficulty optional mission. Of course, the final ultra-high difficulty one had been hard. Defeating the fleeing necromancer, Kate. Even after repeated attempts, he could not catch her. The moment she appeared, he bombarded her with magic and unleashed his finishing move, but she escaped with blink or blocked it with a barrier. Why was it not working? How did the Korean player defeat Kate? And with a triple S+++ rank clear, no less. It hurt his pride. He was not even greedy for a triple S++ clear. Gerald knew his own limits. He had no desire whatsoever to compete with that player. He He just wanted to clear the additional high difficulty and ultra-high difficulty optional missions normally on each floor. But he could not even do that. No matter how you looked at it, he was America's top player. And before the Korean SSS+++ player appeared, he had been the world's best. There is nothing I cannot do. What should he do? He had been thinking about it for a long time. About clearing East Tower floor 72. And finally, Gerald made a decision. I will go up to floor 72. He could not stand it anymore. He would complete only the additional optional mission and the high difficulty mission. He would skip the ultra-high difficulty one. I will probably get an earful from director Antonio later. Clearing it would extend the collapse timer anyway. If anything, it was better. He could just apologize after causing trouble. When should I go? He had not entered the tower yet. Just in case, Gerald sent director Antonio a message on his smartphone. I am going to clear East Tower floor 72 before doing the West Tower. And he did not come back. Not even after an entire day had passed. Ju Hyuk's penthouse. Yesterday had been intense. Alia Marie, the socially anxious alchemist. A textbook keyboard warrior. According to the Mad Demon, she had been famous in that world too. A foul-mouthed elf. Known for openly spewing curses. That is why he had never dreamed that this elf was that elf. To think the crazy elf was actually socially anxious. How had they not known? It was because of how people communicated in that world. From a conversation Ju Hyuk had with the Mad Demon yesterday. Souls do not speak with their mouths. Within a certain area, souls resonate with one another and convey intent in a telepathic form. It is quite similar to this chat window. An elf who had lived alone for 1,000 years. Of course, meeting people was terrifying. Her swearing was closer to self-defense. Or maybe she deliberately made people hate her, so no one would try to talk to her. If possible, I should only talk to her one-on-one from now on. A phone call came in. Checking the screen, it was Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il. It had only been yesterday since they last met. Ah, Player Bong, are you perhaps busy right now? No, I am fine. What is going on? I just spoke with Director Antonio. But Director Antonio and Deputy Commissioner Jun Gwang-il were close acquaintances even in daily life. Ju Hyuk did not know exactly what they had discussed, but after a brief silence. It seems something has happened to Player Gerald. Ju Hyuk was startled, and for good reason. Player Gerald, you say? Was he not basically his big brother? America's top player. The first customer to rent the Holy Sword. The benefactor who rented the Holy Sword twice a day and essentially paid for his penthouse. How? Did something happen while climbing the tower? Yes. According to director Antonio, Gerald sent a smartphone message saying he was going to clear East Tower floor 72, then entered the tower. And he has not come back. Most likely, he had run into trouble while attempting the ultra-high difficulty 8th Circle Necromancer, Noma. No, he had specifically urged him, again and again through Deputy Commissioner Jun, to stop at the basic mission. Because of this, the United States was now in a state of emergency. The atmosphere was practically that of a funeral. Was there a solution? If a player did not come out, that was the end of it. Otherwise, why would they have gone so far as to contact Deputy Commissioner Jun? Please be careful as well, Player Bong. One moment of carelessness can be fatal. I ask this of you. Deputy Commissioner Jun sounded anxious, anxiety enough to call him personally. Ju Hyuk felt heavy-hearted too. Even if they had never met face-to-face, they were fellow players. And he was someone who had helped him immensely with the Holy Sword rental. It was regrettable. Was there really no way to save him? If only I had known earlier. Though even then, he probably would have been helpless. The tower was that terrifying. Everything could be going well, and a single accident could make it irreversible. He needed to stay tense too. Danger could strike at any moment. What if one of his summoned companions met such a fate? He would not see them for 100 days. It already hurt just not seeing Gobang for 2 weeks. Still, I have the Rune of Resurrection. The start pack he had received as a special reward. He could save someone at least once. Thinking of it, Ju Hyuk took the start pack items out of his inventory. The summoned resurrection rune, the tower floor intrusion ticket, and the tower mission reset ticket. He had not used a single one since receiving them. The mission reset ticket might eventually see use. But among these, which was the strangest item? The tower floor intrusion ticket. Effect. Allows intrusion into a tower floor currently being cleared by another player. Entry level must match. usable from floor 71 onward. Entering a floor another player was on. Honestly, did that make any sense? Tower runs were always strictly solo. How do you even use this? Do you wish to use the tower floor intrusion ticket? Displaying a list of black towers currently available for intrusion. Sorted by ascending player level. Endless entries appeared. Russia Black Tower Floor 8, current player level 8 LV. United Kingdom Black Tower Floor 9, current player level 9 LV. Vietnam Black Tower Floor 10, current player level 10 LV. Republic of Korea Black Tower Floor 10, current player level 10 LV. After selecting the desired Black Tower floor, tear the ticket to move instantly. So that is how it works. It even picked the destination for you, including the level of the player on that floor. Normally, when players entered the tower, even if it was the same floor, their instances were separated. In other words, even if two players of the same level entered the same country's tower on the same floor, they would end up in entirely different spaces. But if the ticket designated the target, you could go exactly where you wanted, which meant you could interfere with, or even kill, another player during their tower run. This is something I should never use. Why would you enter someone else's tower run? An entry at the very bottom of the list caught Ju Hyuk's eye. America Black Tower, number 1, floor 72, current player level 72 LV. America's Tower, floor 72. The East Tower, no less. The exact floor Gerald had entered. Was there another level 72 player besides Gerald? As far as Ju Hyuk knew, Gerald had also cleared America's Black Tower floor 71. Could this be? If it really was Gerald, then the time limit should have expired. So why did it still say currently clearing? Do not tell me he is still alive? Or perhaps another level 72 player had entered. He could not just sit still. He needed to confirm it. I will summon the companions after entering the tower. Ju Hyuk selected the tower and tore the intrusion ticket. Intruding into America Black Tower, number 1, floor 72. Chapter 115. Floor 72. Necromancer Norma's workshop. On an altar etched with a pentagram and ritual arrays, player Gerald was writhing. He could not move, and he could not speak. The time limit for the clear had long since expired, yet he had not been expelled from the tower. Was there not supposed to be an automatic exit once the time ran out? And yet, a full day had passed, and he remained bound to the altar. Why did it turn out like this? The floor 72 clear. Just as expected, it had been easy, just like the mission on floor 71. He completed the basic mission. Chimeras were not difficult to deal with. But then came the additional optional mission. That is where things went wrong. A system message appeared. The mission has been changed. From the additional optional mission onward, this will be a conditional clear. A conditional clear. If you do not wish to proceed, you may exit the tower at this point. Upon success, you will receive 10 times the amount of high-grade mana stones and a 100% chance of additional clear rewards. He had heard about this. Information Director Antonio had gotten from the Korean Awakener Administration. If a conditional clear mission appears, abandon it immediately and leave the tower. He had to choose. Leave after completing only the basic mission, or proceed with the additional optional mission, even if it was a conditional clear. The answer was obvious. Had he come all this way just to do the basic mission? From the start, he had entered planning to do the additional missions, at least up to high difficulty. Even if he gave up on the ultra-high difficulty, how could anyone resist that? The conditions for the conditional clear have been met. Necromancer Kate and Necromancer Norma will join the additional mission. The high difficulty and ultra-high difficulty optional missions will now proceed automatically. Midway abandonment is not possible. No abandoning midway. Chimeras appeared simultaneously. And on top of that, a woman and an old man appeared, each with nameplates floating above their heads. So it was you? We were just about to go hunt you down with my master, and you came to us on your own? So this was how it worked? Letting Necromancer Kate escape on floor 71 came back to haunt him on floor 72. He fought desperately. He poured out every skill he had, but it was not enough. And now he was in this state. No abandoning midway, which meant that if he failed to clear, he would be trapped in the tower. How does it feel? Necromancer Kate whispered into Gerald's ear. You are curious, right? I will tell you what is going to happen to you. First, we will extract your soul. Your soul will be used to strengthen our precious Hydra and your body. I will personally turn it into a chimera. Extract his soul? Turn him into a chimera? Well, children's pure souls work best, but you ruined that. You will have to pay the price. It is a filthy soul, but we will still make good use of it. How dare fakes try to do this to a real human? Things created for the sake of tower missions. NPCs, if you compared them to a game. Honestly, I liked you. Just kill me already. We saw it in our village, remember? The day you slaughtered those mercenaries without hesitation. Villagers died, old men died, mothers protecting their children died, even kids who were already grown were killed. And you did not even blink. So what about it? It was a mission the tower gave. Normally, a proper adventurer saves the people first. But you did not. If necessary, you would have killed the villagers yourself, right? I like villains. Despicable, cruel, selfish ones. Maybe it is because similar people are drawn to each other. How dare an NPC lecture a human about morality? If it were the real world, I would have saved the people first. How could you compare living, real humans to the tower's content targets? A sudden question crossed his mind. Were these really just manufactured humans? Beings that talked like this, mocked him, confessed things, and debated good and evil. Were they really fake? Gerald recalled what had happened in the village on floor 71. The stench of blood the moment he opened the door, the screams of people. Villagers were slaughtered by mercenaries. Children were kidnapped. A mercenary bastard raising his sword to kill a woman. A child dying while trying to protect his mother. Looking back, it had been horrific. What had he done back then? He had just watched. Because the mission was what mattered. Even if they were fake, that was not acceptable. He should have saved the people first. A wave of guilt crashed over him. Gerald's mind was breaking. Kate, do it now. He is ready. Kate placed a round object into Gerald's mouth. The soul extraction orb. Intruding into America Black Tower, number 1, floor 72. Ju Hyuk appeared on floor 72. He immediately summoned the summoned companions. The moment she appeared, Gyun Dale spoke. My lord, is this not floor 72? Could it be another treasure vault? We already looted it once. There is no way there would be items. Oh, there are. Huh? There are. Right. Of course there were. Ju Hyuk explained in detail to the summoned companions why they had come. As expected, you appear here and there like lightning. France before, and now America. You truly roam the world, Summoner Bong. Hee. Welcome to the America Black Tower 72nd floor, sir. Why is your English so good? First, let us go check whether it is really Gerald, and if it is, whether he is alive. If he is, we need to get him out. I shall clear the path. Then he would summon the Blood Wolf too. Rajix brightened. The Blood Wolf wagged its tail. Looks like those two had become soul-bonded companions as well, just like Go Bang and Bardin. The mad demon strode forward without hesitation. He was so fast it was hard to keep up. No mission prompt appears. This was a floor another player had been clearing. He had merely intruded. Before long, a massive cavern within the dungeon came into view. Necromancer Norma's workshop. Oh, and who might you be? She immediately grasped the situation. So they had not managed to catch her on the 71st floor. Sergeant Verobe. What is this? By Sergeant Verobe's hands, across 3 towers, in 3 splashes. Kate died 3 times. The mad demon was already gripping Necromancer Norma's head. The super magic beast Hydra too. Pajujuk. Quack. Scararurk. Smashed by a flail, sniped by a magic gun, hacked apart by Cossack's blade, and finished off by the mad demon. And at that very moment, something caught Ju Hyuk's eye. Someone who looked like a player was lying atop the necromancer's altar. He stepped closer, and his face was deathly pale, as if he were already dead. Ju Hyuk pressed his ear to Gerald's chest. A faint heartbeat. Even a little later, and Ju Hyuk shook Gerald. Hello? Mr. Gerald? Or is it Watson? Gerald slowly opened his eyes, but he could not speak. His tongue was stiff and numb. His mind still not intact. All right, you do not know Korean. Even in his hazy state, Gerald was confused. Who was this suddenly appearing Asian man? In any case, his consciousness returned for a moment, but he could not endure it. Gerald lost consciousness again. Why did he pass out again? Cossack hurried over. I will try waking him up. Smacking Gerald's cheeks. Hey Gerald, wake up. Wake up. Open your eyes. What is the matter? This guy's English has been good since earlier. But still, No response. Rajix appeared riding the blood wolf. Judging by his expression, he had looted another treasure vault, as expected of the cosmic great bandit. Anyway, it looked like they needed to leave the tower. But nothing happened. Kate was dead, Norma was dead, the Hydra was dead. If the clear was successful, should they not be ejected? He could guess why. This was a floor whose clear time had already expired. Gerald had recklessly charged in and ended up like this. There was no way it would be judged a successful clear. It has become a closed floor. Then how do they get out? Would you like to exit the intruded floor? As expected of the system, everything had its procedures. Ju Hyuk lifted Gerald into his arms. The Cheongdam-dong penthouse. Gerald was carefully laid on the bed. He still had not regained consciousness. By now, some color should have returned to his face, or at least some sign of waking. But instead, he looked worse by the minute, his complexion growing paler. At this rate, would he not die? Should he take him to a hospital? If it were a normal illness, he would have gone immediately, but this was magical damage. There was nothing a doctor could do. He needed to call an expert. First, send one back. Dismiss Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf vanished. Ju Hyuk entered the room where Gerald lay. Designated summon. Alia Marie. Spot. Marie appeared. Despite it being her third summon, the alchemist Marie was still crouched in the corner, her head pressed against the wall. Seems even hearing a human voice was hard for her. She could not speak. She could not listen. Severe. Very severe. So the conversation began on the tablet. Tap, 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 typing on the keyboard. Marie, thank you for summoning me. And for the 5-star rating. I do not know if I deserve it. 5 stars were mandatory, even if she was a foul-mouthed keyboard warrior. Manly man. Oh, not at all. You always deserve full marks. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Marie, please tell me. Manly man. A player was attacked by a necromancer, and he has not regained consciousness yet. Marie, the man on the bed? Manly man. Yes. Marie scooted across the floor, pushing herself with her hips, as if she did not want to show her face even to her summoner. With her back turned, she sat on the bed and carefully examined Gerald. It seemed social anxiety did not apply to unconscious people. Marie, it is necromancy. His soul was extracted. Open his mouth. Sure enough, a red orb was lodged inside Gerald's mouth. Manly man, what should I do? Marie, take it out and break it. Ju Hyuk did as instructed. Crunch. The orb shattered. Marie, it has not been long since the extraction. His soul should return to its place. Manly man, will he wake up right away? Marie, his vitality was badly damaged, and his mind is contaminated. If you give him a purification elixir and a revitalization elixir, he should wake up soon. As expected, instant diagnosis at a glance. And even a prescription. Marie, cleanse the mental contamination and replenish his vitality. I can make the medicines. The required herbs are. Marie filled a sheet of paper with the names of herbs. Would they have them? Rajix. At the call of his name. Rumble, rumble. The cosmic farmhand rolled into the room. Ju Hyuk showed Rajix the list of herbs Marie had written. Can you get these? Oh, I have them already. Looks like he had been growing herbs on the side all this time. Honestly, among tower materials, herbs were the least profitable, so Ju Hyuk had not paid much attention. Rajix laid the herbs out beside Marie, as Marie accepted them. Marie, a capable worker. Manly man. He is a cosmic farmhand. Being LSSR ranked, she really had an eye for things. Marie, I will take out my alchemy bench. It will not take long. A table appeared in front of Marie. Being a production type, she must have carried subspace items. Manly man, let us make time later and have a deep discussion about alchemy. The potions were completed quickly. All that remained was to administer them. Should he call Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil about now? Ju Hyuk called Jun Guangil on his smartphone. Jun Guangil ran like a madman through the underground parking lot of Ju Hyuk's penthouse. His mind was half gone. His breath came in ragged gasps. Not because he had been running, but because he was shaking so badly. Someone was at Player Bong's place? What kind of insane nonsense was that? If it had not been Player Bong saying it, he would have shouted exactly that. But who was it coming from? How could he not believe it? If it was true, then by what means? He had heard an explanation. Something about a tower intrusion ticket, entering America's Tower Floor 72, and so on. First, He needed to see it with his own eyes. Jun Guangil pressed the doorbell in front of the penthouse's private elevator. I am in front of the elevator now. The door opened automatically. Whoosh. The elevator shot upward. The moment it arrived at the penthouse, the doors opened, and he rushed straight through the front entrance. That room over there. He is still asleep, but he should wake up soon. He hurried over, flung the door open, and went inside. It really was Gerald. How could he not recognize him? They had spoken many times while arranging holy sword rentals. A groan escaped Gerald as he regained consciousness. As he lifted his upper body, his eyes met Jun Guangil's. Deputy Commissioner? They just stared at each other blankly. Why are you here, Deputy Commissioner? Well, this is inside the tower, huh? Whether an explanation was even possible was another question. Washington, D.C., United States. The living room of Gerald's mansion. People filled the room, but the atmosphere was heavy and bleak. Director Antonio wore a look of utter despair. If only this were all a dream. Gerald had left a message saying he was going to clear floor 72 and entered the tower. But he still had not come out. Even after far more than a full day had passed, the United States had lost its greatest player, a hero who had successfully cleared 2 towers for his country. Steel yourself. What is done cannot be undone. We must prepare for what comes next. Macmillan spoke with the same grim expression. There was nothing we could do. How do you stop a player from entering the tower? No, this was a failure of oversight. I was careless. Players who entered the tower and cut down terrifying monsters with ease. Judging them as strong just from appearances was a grave mistake. In truth, they were endlessly fragile beings. That was why staying by their side and managing their confidence and mental state was so important. And Director Antonio believed he had failed at that. I will take full responsibility. I will step down from my position. TSK. If you step down, then I will. Antonio's smartphone rang. But this was not the time for a phone call. If he ignored it, it would stop ringing. Zing, zing, zing. It would stop, then ring again. Who the heck is it? He checked the screen. Jun Guangil, from the Korean Awakener Administration, probably calling to offer condolences, even though he knows what situation we are in. Zing, 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 zing. What the? Anger boiled over. Had he lost his mind? Why keep calling like this? Antonio answered the call. What is it? Why are you calling? He snapped, irritation dripping from his voice. Do you even know what is going on right now? You should know better. Who? Gerald? In Korea? And why is that such a big deal, huh? Wait a second. Had he heard that wrong? Who is in Korea? Everyone's attention snapped to Antonio as he held the phone. Our player Gerald Watson? America's top player. That Gerald? In Korea? Are you sure? What kind of absurd statement was this? They had CCTV footage. Gerald entering the tower. And he had not come out for over a day. Antonio, what are you talking about? Macmillan asked, and Antonio raised a hand, signaling him to wait. If this is a joke or a prank, I swear I will kill. Evidence? Why yes, please send it now. A message notification rang. A man who looked extremely healthy. No doubt about it. Standing next to him was Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil. Was it really Gerald? Why was he in Korea? But was that even important right now? Director Antonio shot to his feet. Thank God. He is alive. He is alive. Really? Let me see. Wait a moment. Deputy Commissioner Jun? Can I speak with Gerald? Yes, please put him on. Put it on speaker. And shortly after, a thunderous cheer erupted, loud enough to shake Gerald's mansion to its core. Chapter 116. Minister Macmillan and Director Antonio departed the United States aboard a private jet and arrived at the U.S. military base in Pyeongtaek. There, they found Gerald, who had survived by the skin of his teeth. He had been secretly transferred from Seoul to Pyeongtaek yesterday. The fact that Gerald had nearly died was top secret. No one was supposed to know. Entering a heavily guarded building, Antonio and Macmillan finally met Gerald. Are you hurt anywhere? With an awkward expression, Gerald replied. I am sorry. I deeply regret it. This will never happen again. Director Antonio grabbed Gerald and hugged him tightly as he spoke. You are alive. That is what matters. Just do not do it again. I have come to my senses now. I will climb according to my actual ability. Good. Tell us in detail. What exactly happened inside the tower? Well, what happened was, Gerald began recounting his story. Macmillan and Antonio listened, nodding along. They had already heard the rough outline from Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil, but they wanted to hear it directly from the person involved and verify the facts. The man who saved me. This is him, right? Director Antonio showed him a photo on his tablet. Yes, that is him. Huh. I honestly do not know how to thank him. The man in the photo was Bong Joo-hyuk. Who else could possibly pull off something that incredible? Excited, Gerald poured out his words in a rush. If he had not saved me, I would be dead. My soul was almost ripped out of my body. You have no idea how horrifying that experience was. I was so grateful I nearly cried. I really wanted to convey my gratitude sincerely, but we could not communicate, and it was so frustrating. I should start learning Korean right away and thank him properly. And I should compensate him materially too, right? Even if I have to give up my entire fortune. Gerald's voice grew louder and louder. Macmillan and Antonio understood how he felt. He was his lifesaver, after all. Calm down. The compensation will be handled at the U.S. government level. I will do something personally as well. That can be discussed later. Suddenly, Gerald looked as if something had just occurred to him. Oh, since I am here, starting from the 68th floor of the Western Tower, I will conquer it using a rented holy sword. Because the rental fee goes to him. It is probably just pocket change, but still. Antonio looked at him with a puzzled expression. You knew this man is the actual owner of the holy sword? Gerald chuckled and said, Do you think I am an idiot? Not only is he the true owner of the holy sword, he is a SSS+++ rank conqueror. Is there anyone else who could enter the America Tower using items and come rescue me? All right, do it that way. For now, just get some rest. As they left the room and closed the door behind them, Macmillan spoke to Antonio. A tower invasion ticket, huh? Must have been a reward for a SSS++ rank conquest. Of course, there is no way an item like that would drop as an ordinary reward. A truly outlandish item. Though, to be fair, all tower items were like that. The name sounds suspicious, but to America, it was an item of salvation. Items depend on how they are used. The savior was not the item, it was Bong Joo-hyuk himself. Depending on how they are used, items can become poison or medicine. A multinational tower access ticket, a tower invasion ticket, both are the same in that regard. They could be used to forcibly conquer another country's tower and trigger its collapse, or to kill players from other nations. But Bong Joo-hyuk did not do that. With the multinational tower access ticket, he helped a country whose tower collapse deadline was imminent. And with the tower invasion ticket, he saved a player standing at the crossroads of life and death. Honestly, at first I thought he was a threat. He is an individual outside our control, after all, one with overwhelming power. Nations do not welcome individuals who possess too much power. But now I think we need to change our perspective. America owes him a great debt. As I said earlier, to us, he is already a savior. And his character is outstanding too. The moment he confirmed someone was on the 72nd floor of the American Black Tower, he invaded immediately, burning through those precious items without hesitation. Could an ordinary person do that? Most people would prioritize their own interests first. And it is not just us who benefited. It was not only America, the United Arab Emirates and France as well. We cannot just sit back. There needs to be sufficient compensation at the government level. Phew, the question is how much to set the amount at. Macmillan shook his head. Money? Come on. Do you think player Bong Joo-hyuk is poor? Exactly. That is what makes it even harder. With a look as if something had just occurred to him, Antonio said, Oh right. Earlier, when I was on the phone with Deputy Commissioner Jun Guangil, I asked what player Bong Joo-hyuk needed the most. Macmillan asked, eyes gleaming. Oh, and what did he say? A rune of trade enhancement. Apparently, that is the only thing he needs. Macmillan looked troubled. A rune of trade enhancement. That is a tough one. Yes, it is not something you can obtain easily. What about the market? Hard to say. There might not be any stock left. America did not have any either. If they did, they would have fed it to Gerald long ago. What market was Minister Macmillan referring to? Quite literally, a place where transactions occur. An intangible venue where various items for players are secretly traded through extremely covert channels. In other words, the black market. It had existed ever since players first began climbing the towers. There was even an organization that ran the black market, but it was shrouded in such secrecy that no one knew who operated it or how large the organization was. Even U.S. intelligence agencies had tried to track it down, only to fail every time. Eliminating it was impossible. In fact, governments, not individuals, were its main customers. The runes of trade enhancement swept up by Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the tower-jumping tickets secured by China, the level-up runes purchased by Japan's self-defense forces. Where did all of those come from? Make contact with the black market. If necessary, we have to get it. Yes, this is a matter of pride. If we accept help and pretend nothing happened, it will be a disgrace to America. He deserves to receive what he wants. And there was another, even more important objective. This could also be a chance to deepen the relationship between player Bong and the United States. He was someone they needed to be close to. A rune of trade enhancement was nothing more than a small investment in building rapport with Bong Joo-hyuk. The problem is the price. The last time we made contact, the purchase price was $5 billion. And now it had become even rarer. It has probably gone up by at least double. Then $10 billion? Possibly even more. We will need approval from the White House. Ordinary countries would hesitate to spend such an enormous sum to secure a rune of trade enhancement. It was the best way to strengthen a player's abilities, but the price was simply too high. But America was different. After all, it was the country that printed the dollar. If there is enough stock, buy two. One will go to Gerald. And if you can only get one, then of course it goes to Bong Joo-hyuk. From here on out, climbing the tower would only become more difficult. It was impossible to predict what might happen. Just look at the curse of Kabalan. Had they not seen with their own eyes what happened to Japan? They needed insurance. Solid, reliable insurance named Bong Joo-hyuk. Cheongdam-dong penthouse. Joo-hyuk was in a very good mood. So good his shoulders felt like they might lift him straight into the heavens. Saving someone in danger and receiving heartfelt gratitude. You do not know that feeling unless you have experienced it yourself. How deeply satisfying it was. So that Gerald bastard, do not tell me he wiped his mouth clean? Did not give you anything at all. Bastard, you say? He is one of our holy sword rental customers. Of course he said thank you. With a faintly dissatisfied look, Cossack asked. Thank you? He had said much more than that, but Joo-hyuk's English was not good enough to understand it. And you, Summoner Bong? You are welcome? Cossack slapped the floor with his palm, lamenting loudly. He wiped his mouth clean. We got stabbed in the back. This is why you cannot just save people for free. You got to negotiate first, like, how much will you pay? TSK, such mercenary thinking. You save a person, and then, expect compensation? Does not that cheapen the meaning? Cossack still looked wronged. It is America, a rich country, is it not? They should have slapped down at least $1 billion. Hey now, that is some nerve. $8 billion is a dog's name? That is 1.3 trillion won, the price of a high-rise building in Gangnam. True enough. Still, at least $500 million. They will probably contact us later. Honestly, he was not without expectations. He had saved America's top player. How nice would it be if they said, we would like to offer compensation, and wired, say, $300 million straight into his account. Anyway, Joo-hyuk and the summoned beings spent a leisurely time. Some watched TV, some surfed the web on tablets, some took naps, and Marie was summoned as well. Except for the mad demon lord. If those two were put together, they might start a fight. Rajix toddled along, carrying a tray loaded with drinks and snacks. He knocked lightly on Marie's door with his short arm, left the tray in front of it, and walked away. Creak. The door opened just a crack, a white hand slid out and pulled the tray in. Thud. The door shut again. Wow. Incredible. A shut-in hikikomori with extreme social anxiety. But it looks like she has opened up to Rajix. Rajix is her servant human. Hamster. But, Summoner Bong, do not you have any friends? You picking a fight? You should go out sometimes, meet friends, have hobbies and stuff. It is good for mental health. Like you did not know that. You should go to reunions and things. You need to get invited first. Reunions are great, are they not? What is great about them? Cossack spoke excitedly. One day you get a message about a reunion, and Summoner Bong shows up looking like a homeless guy among all your classmates. Then they will think like this. Tisk TSK, Bong Joo-hyuk, Life treating you rough these days? You look like a jobless bum. Came to ruin the reunion? How dare you show up to this sacred gathering dressed like that? You're here to sell us jade mats. But then, when the reunion ends and everyone is heading home, Summoner Bong pulls out his car key and clicks it, bam. Over there, a Bentley flashes its headlights and roars to life. Kaya, a story he had seen somewhere before. They all stare in shock like, whoa, whose car is that? Mouths hanging open. Then Summoner Bong gets into the Bentley, bam. He could actually imagine it. The looks of contempt instantly turn into looks of admiration. That car was Ju Hyuk's. He made it. And then you say one line. That 61-story building you see over there? It is actually mine. Come hang out sometime. Was this guy reading web novels lately? I read Chable novels. Yeah. Enjoy. Well, he did not need to go to reunions anyway. Look how many friends he had right here. No matter the race, gender, or age. If anything, he was more worried about Marie, the shut-in alchemist. She needed to get close to the other summoned beings soon. Might as well talk to her now. He invited her to a private chat. Manly man. Knock knock, what are you doing? Marie. I am playing on my tablet. She was not getting into comment wars or leaving hateful comments on weird sites, was she? Manly man. When you talk to other people, could you at least avoid swearing? Marie. Okay. She was so normal at times. Manly man. What kind of discipline is alchemy? Making potions, elixirs, brews? Marie. Yes. As long as I have the materials, anything is possible. The most commonly used are herbs. Tower materials whose true nature had yet to be fully revealed. Research was ongoing, but there were still no meaningful results. But now that Marie had been summoned, the day herbs would be properly used was likely not far off. Manly man. What kinds of medicines can you make? Marie. Well, healing potions, elixirs for magic power, strength, agility, wisdom, and even permanent elixirs that increase abilities. Manly man. Mass production? Marie. As much as you want, if there are enough materials. That sounded promising. Potions did drop as tower rewards. But the quantities were pitifully small, and the prices were high. If they could be bought freely at low prices, players would be much safer. Manly man. Can you make other things too? Like runes, for example? Marie. Runes of trade enhancement. Manly man. Yes. Marie. That is impossible. Nectar or elixirs, maybe. Nectar and elixirs? Marie. Nectar is great. If you drink it, summoner, you will live a very long time. You will not age, and you will stay healthy. Manly man. Like a rejuvenation potion? Marie. That is bottom-tier nectar. Only 10 years. So a rejuvenation potion was low-grade nectar. Manly man. What about elixirs? Marie. It depends on the type. Elixir of enhancement, elixir of resurrection, elixir of healing. That was tempting. Manly man. What do you need to make elixirs? Marie. 4 top-grade production. The main materials are a dragon heart, phoenix feathers, the fruit of the world tree, top-grade magic crystals, and the philosopher's stone. Where was he supposed to find those? Manly man. I have the philosopher's stone. You just need to get the rest of the materials. And that was the real problem. Manly man. Do you know where to get them? Is it possible in the tower? Marie. Of course. They all come from the tower. Marie. At least the 80th floor or higher. Still a pipe dream for now. Does that mean dragons start appearing beyond the 80th floor? Nothing comes easy after all. Even after summoning an LSSR rank alchemist. What should he do? After Gobang comes back. Manly man. I will work hard to gather the materials and bring them to you. You do not need to enter the tower, Marie. Just work comfortably in your room. Alchemists were non-combat personnel, and she liked being alone anyway. Marie. I can help in combat too. Manly man. Of course. Just making elixirs would already be a huge help. Marie. Not elixirs. There is something I already made. I will give it to you now. The door creaked open. A round object about the size of a basketball rolled out. Thump thump. Ju Hyuk walked over and picked it up to examine it. A silver metallic sphere. A perfect sphere without a single seam. Marie. It is a homunculus. A masterpiece that only high-level alchemists can synthesize. If you have enough of them, they can even fight a dragon. Latin for little human. Marie. I can make more. As long as there is enough tower metals like adamant and orichalcon, rare herbs, and magic stones. but it did not match his expectations at all. This is a homunculus? It did not even look human. Made of metal, and quite heavy. What was he supposed to do with this? Play catch with monsters? Manly man. Sorry, but could you make a small cut on your finger and smear some blood on the sphere? Darn, he did not want to hurt himself. Still, he decided to do as she said. Ju Hyuk went to the sink, pricked the tip of his finger with a kitchen knife, and drew some blood. Then he touched the metal sphere. The sphere vibrated. At the same time, it shone brilliantly. He felt something. Ju Hyuk and the metal sphere, they were connecting. He stood there blankly for a long while. And at the same time, he realized it. Ju Hyuk let go of the metal sphere. Thud! It fell to the floor and shattered apart. The fragments bounced across the floor as they kept breaking down. Small pieces into even smaller pieces. Smaller pieces into even smaller ones. At last, the metal sphere became countless tiny silver grains, piling up on the living room floor. Tiny silver grains. These were not mere fragments. Each and every one of them was, in fact, an individual homunculus. Ju Hyuk manifested his will. The silver grains moved. Like living snakes, they clumped together, wrapped around his clothes, and crawled up his body. What did they look like? They were so small that you had to look closely to see them. Each one was about 5 millimeters in size. They were shaped like people. Just a head, torso, arms, and legs. No eyes, nose, or mouth. So that is why they are called homunculi, little humans. If he had to compare them, they were like pictograms. The symbols used on restroom signs, traffic signs, emergency exits, or to represent sports. Those human-shaped icons. That is what these grain-like homunculi looked like. Roughly tens of thousands of them. They are like nanorobots, controlled by his will. This was not an ordinary alchemical item. It was made by Marie, an LSSR rank alchemist. And it could even be used in the real world. I will need to practice. Until he mastered it. Chapter 117. A high-end masterpiece that only high-level alchemists can synthesize. Though they look like tiny humans, none of them possess intelligence or life of their own. They are merely tools. They move through the user's will and power. Commands are issued through will. And to carry out those commands, they require magic power or internal energy. Homunculi consume energy. Simple movements do not consume much. But even slightly complex actions require a fair amount of energy. Energy consumption. No, it is an advantage. An enormous one at that. This is the very core of homunculi. Each individual moves by receiving the user's energy. Naturally, they can also cast skills. Ju Hyuk first stored all the homunculi in his inventory. How convenient it was to carry them around like that. He could just take out however many he wanted to move. Since he was still a beginner, he decided to start with a sample, just 100. Each was about the size of an ant, so even 100 of them did not amount to more than a small handful. The homunculi lined up in rows and columns. The tiny homunculi moved their legs. Tap, 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 tap. Stand at attention, starting with simple commands like these. Bring me my smartphone. Like doing baton exercises, the homunculi carried the smartphone on their heads and brought it over. They understood what Ju Hyuk wanted and ran errands accordingly. Now the highlight. Ju Hyuk manifested his will. With a faint sensation of internal energy draining away, Wimp, the 100 homunculi glowed red. Blood Jade Steel Chi. A skill deployed by 100 homunculi, each only 5 millimeters tall. For the experiment, Cossack picked up a paving block. How powerful would it be? The homunculi imbued with Blood Jade Steel Chi ran toward the block and crashed into it. Crack. Crunch crunch. GRRRK, GRRRK. The paving block shattered into pieces in an instant. Clap 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 clap. The summoned beings applauded and cheered. Oh, amazing. My lord. Splendid. An astonishing invention indeed. Calling her an LSSR alchemist still feels insufficient. Even the mad demon was genuinely impressed. She is a foul-mouthed crazy elf, but even this old man must admire her. To create such an artifact. And it was not just Blood Jade Steel Chi. What about movement speed? He tested it with Shadow Step. Spot. Pat. 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 The penthouse living room flashed with light. Even though they were tiny, they could leap up to human head height. 100 homunculi using Shadow Step at once was truly a spectacle. It could even be used simultaneously with Blood Jade Steel Chi. The internal energy consumption was not that high either. Well, it was only 100, after all. If he pushed himself, how many could he control? A full-scale test would have to wait. Chaotic origin thunderstaff, falling lightning pursues the soul. Pakshik. Pachichik. 100 tiny sparks filled the living room air at once. It was fantastical, like watching a miniature fireworks display, as expected of an LSSR alchemist. So what if she had social anxiety? So what if she typed harsh words online? Now all that remained was to test it in the tower, to see if it was useful for hunting monsters. Orcs should be a good test. For several days, he focused solely on repeated runs, raising his homunculus proficiency inside the tower and in the real world. Eventually, the number of homunculi Juhyuk could freely control reached about 3,000. That still was not much, but now, at last, I can finally pull my own weight. With just a snap of his fingers. Korean Awakener Management Agency. Jun Gwang-il and Park Jiang-soo were in conversation. Did Gerald leave the country? Yes. Yesterday, he cleared the 71st floor of the America Western Tower and returned to the U.S. Truly an impressive player. He almost died, yet he jumped right back into conquest. There was a reason Gerald was America's top player. His mental recovery was incredibly fast. Seen another way, that was an extraordinary talent in itself. He did not say anything else. He asked me to pass along his regards to Player Bong. He said he would come back soon to repay the debt. He said he was glad he could make up for the mistake he made on the 71st floor. Commissioner Park Jiang-soo chuckled. Anyway, putting Gerald aside, should the U.S. government compensate Player Bong at least? I already hinted at it. About what Player Bong wants. And what did you say? Obviously, a rune of trade enhancement. Good. That is far better than a bit of cash. Did you tell Player Bong? Not yet. I will only tell him once it is confirmed. We might not be able to get it. It was a difficult item to obtain. If he mentioned it in advance and it fell through, how disappointing would that be? That aside, your visit to the Blue House. Park Jiang-soo had attended an emergency cabinet meeting earlier that day. The agenda was the rapidly changing situation in North Korea. What do I have to say? I just listened to an explanation of how things are unfolding. So what is the situation like? Commissioner Park Jiang-soo explained to Jun Gwang-il what had been discussed in the meeting. This is just unbelievable. I feel the same. It is something we have never experienced before. How many players did Korea have? Players whose status window nationality was listed as the Republic of Korea. It used to be estimated at somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000. But that was old news. The number was exploding. No one even knew the exact count anymore. South Korea was the nation that had conquered the real Kabbalah. As a result, item reward drop rates had skyrocketed, the highest in the world. On top of that, demand for high-grade magic stones kept increasing. Just a week ago, high-grade magic stones were priced at double that of normal magic stones. Now they had jumped to 4 times the price. For those reasons, having Republic of Korea listed as one's status window nationality had become the global dream. The amount of high-grade magic stones being mined was overwhelmingly higher, and equipment items, new elixirs, and potions were appearing as rewards with notable frequency. Prices had dropped somewhat thanks to player shops, but equipment items were still expensive. A single throwing dagger started at 100 million won. Yet in the Korean Black Tower, you could obtain them for free. Because of this, naturalization requests flooded the Korean government and embassies. But the Korean government was not accepting any. So what was the alternative? Was there another way to enter the Korean Black Tower? Is only South Korea Korea? North Korea is Korea too. Different countries, but they shared the same tower. If South Korea would not work, then North Korea. Countries with North Korean embassies saw a flood of naturalization requests. And the type of naturalization? Short-term temporary naturalization. Naturally, there was a price. To be granted 1 month of temporary citizenship, applicants had to pay the North Korean government. Even so, people lined up. Because mining high-grade magic stones and acquiring equipment items could lead to a huge payout. And since it was a status window nationality change, there was no need to physically go to North Korea. You could comfortably climb the tower from your own country. The North Korean government is raking in money through citizenship sales. They are grinning ear to ear. If only that money went to the North Korean people. But that would never happen. So how much has the player count increased? Hard to say. Apparently, it has grown so much it is impossible to track. That is insane. It was only natural to be dumbfounded. Had there ever been a case like this since players first began awakening? India, China, Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, South America. Basically, every country with a North Korean embassy. It is spreading like a trend. Then what about other countries? Even if it was temporary citizenship, their players were leaking into North Korea. Would they really stay idle? Ironically, most imposed no particular restrictions. Some even encouraged it, because it helped their economies. Even if players temporarily naturalized as North Korean, the high-grade magic stones, byproducts, and items still had to be sold in their home countries. Nothing really changed. And what country would refuse high-grade magic stones that normally required clearing the 70th floor? Moreover, most people requesting temporary citizenship were ordinary players, not elite players carefully cultivated by their governments. Governments only needed to worry about their state-sponsored players. A handful of well-trained players was enough to defend against tower collapse. Hog, I cannot help but swear. Someone else does the hard work, and some random bastard makes the money. At Park Jiang-su's profanity, Jun Guangil gave a bitter smile. How were they supposed to stop it? One tower, two governments. Honestly, it made his blood boil, but since it was not directly tied to tower collapse, they had to endure it. Unless they wanted war. Forget that headache. What about the gift the UAE Crown Prince bin Salah entrusted to us? Is it still in storage? Yes, it is being kept safely. The recipient was Gobang. In other words, player Bong Joo-hyuk. When will you deliver it? I am meeting him tomorrow. Good. In any case, keep up the good work. 20 years had passed since the Black Tower first appeared, which meant it had been 20 years since players began awakening. During the first few years after the tower's appearance, players were free. There were no government agencies or policies in place to manage them in the real world. Magic stones, tower byproducts, and items brought back by players were traded freely. Supply was far lower than demand, so early tower rewards sold for exorbitant prices. Given that situation, what happened? Players became targets of crime. Since they could not properly use their powers in the real world, they were kidnapped, tortured into surrendering all items in their inventories, or outright murdered. Countless crimes emerged targeting players and tower byproducts. Existing gangs, drug trafficking rings, unethical corporations, and terrorist groups all got involved. Players banded together in response. They formed guilds and clans, hired bodyguards, secured safe locations, and climbed the tower together. Later, after experiencing the nightmare of tower collapse, and as Magic Stone research advanced and governments began managing players at a national level, things improved. Once states intervened, most criminal organizations targeting players were wiped out. Private guilds and clans faded into history. However, one organization still remained. A distribution guild formed by players in the past to handle magic stones and items. It had been created early in tower history to protect player rights and ensure smooth trade. Every player did business with that guild, because it was safe and guaranteed anonymity. That distribution guild was still alive and well in 2024. It was the Black Market Guild, the world's largest distribution organization for tower byproducts and items. They typically brokered or sold goods directly through the deep web or dark web. But over time, it had deviated from its original purpose. Originally meant to oppose criminal organizations, the Black Market Guild itself had become a criminal syndicate. Governments around the world had long known of its existence. Yet they could not touch it. It was so vast that guild members existed in every country. Some of the world's top national players were even guild members. A complete purge was impossible. Even if you caught someone and interrogated them, the trail ended there. Following the tail led nowhere. After all, governments themselves secretly traded through it. Guildmaster, the United States has contacted us about purchasing runes of trade enhancement. America. Antonio. Yes. Based on the assigned identification number, it is Antonio. The man called the Guildmaster smirked. They are planning to feed it to Gerald. That seems likely. They want to buy two if there is enough stock. Runes of trade enhancement. An item that had dropped in significant quantities early on, only to later have its drop rate reduced to rock bottom. How many do we have? Only 3 left in stock. And their offer? They want to buy 2 at $5 billion each. Tell them that is laughable. 100 billion per rune. He paused briefly. If they buy 2, give them a 5% discount. Make it $190 billion. This was a good chance to offload the remaining runes of trade enhancement. The world had changed, and with it, new business models were needed. How is the temporary naturalization process for our guild members completed? They are currently inside the tower, clearing floors. The new business was simple, securing items without tower-specific restrictions, especially the Necklace of Liberation, the Ring of Form Transformation, Rejuvenation Elixirs, and Disease-Curing Potions. They were entry gifts for the 71st floor, but also dropped as rewards for clearing floors above 71. Purchase requests through the black market were exploding. They could name any price. With Rune of Trade enhancement stock depleted, these would become the black market's main products going forward. Where would one have to go to obtain these items? Countries that had cleared up to the 70th floor. In other words, black towers that allowed entry to the 71st floor. Korea, China, France, and the United States. Among them, where were the reward rates the highest? More precisely, North Korea. If you temporarily naturalized to North Korea, your status window nationality became the Republic of Korea. The entire black market guild temporarily naturalized to North Korea. As a result, the current nationality of both the guild master and vice guild master was the Republic of Korea. There was no need to worry about actually receiving rewards. Most black market guild members were early awakening players. With nearly 20 years of player experience, they were elite veterans. The Republic of Korea's Black Tower had effectively become the black market guild's item supply hub. Ju Hyuk sprawled out across the sofa. He had trained far too hard over the past few days. So now he did not feel like doing anything. And he did not have to. Kosak was munching on popcorn. All by himself, no less. Should he have some too? So he sent a few homunculi to the popcorn bag. They each lifted a kernel and carried it over. Yoiv-ho. It looked just like ants carrying food. No need to use his hands. If he just lay there with his mouth open, they dropped the popcorn in one by one. Nice and savory. Are you the Ant King or something? Please call me the Homan King. Changing TV channels was easy, too. If the homunculi climbed onto the remote and did a little running jump, the channel changed. Watching this with concern was Gyundale. I worry that if this becomes a habit, you may grow lazy. You must move your body yourself. There was no helping it. He was already lazy. Still, if he had to make an excuse. Moving our homunculi around is training too. You know? Do you have any idea how exhausting this is? It does not look difficult, which is why I say so. It is harder than it looks. Sigh. Princess-level nagging. There was someone who slept all day, yet no one said a word to Captain Bay. Just then, the news came on TV. The hottest topic lately. The surge in North Korea's temporary naturalization. A workaround to conquer the Republic of Korea's Black Tower with its increased reward rates. People really were clever. How did anyone even think of that? Well, it was not like they were parasites or anything. North Korea happily cashing in on citizenship sales was annoying, but did something like this happen in other worlds too? Not that I remember. Back then, the world ended before that. Usually, people failed to overcome the curse of Kabbalah. Would things really be okay? It was only natural to worry. What did the mad demon think? He summoned him to ask. The system will not remain idle. That may not matter on the lower floors, but once they reach the 71st floor. From the 71st floor onward, even tower jumping tickets were blocked. Will sanctions come down? I do not remember clearly, but there was probably some kind of sanction. That was when it happened. World announcement. A player overconcentration phenomenon has occurred in a specific nation. A sudden world announcement. Overconcentration? World announcement. To resolve player population concentration, a new black tower will be constructed. What was this? An announcement for a new city. World announcement. The Republic of Korea's Black Tower has been divided. World announcement. A black tower affiliated with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has been newly established. Vibrations reached even the Seoul penthouse. World announcement. The starting uncleared climbing floor of the newly established Democratic People's Republic of Korea Black Tower has been set to the Earth Black Tower's lowest cleared floor. Floor 55. World announcement. We cheer on the upper floor ascent of players of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. World announcement. For the next year, players with Democratic People's Republic of Korea nationality will be unable to change their status window nationality. Now even the tower itself had been split between north and south. In any case, once again, the world was thrown into chaos. Chapter 118. How transactions in the black market work. In the early days, payments were made in dollars, but now it is strictly coins only. So how does item trading work? If it is a low-priced item, a guild member goes out personally and hands it over. But for expensive items like high-grade runes, delivery accidents can happen, so they mostly use personal bank vaults. Even if you trust your fellow player guild members, if someone goes crazy, stuffs the rune into their inventory, and runs off, it would be disastrous. First, the buyer pays for the item on the dark web using various coins such as Bitcoin, Tether, Ethereum, or Ripple. Once the deposit is confirmed, a courier is sent to deliver the bank's personal vault key and password containing the item, and the transaction is complete. What remains after that? Managing things so the coin prices do not crash, and slowly converting them into cash. We just got word that the transaction is complete. The trade of the trait enhancement rune ended quickly. It seemed the United States was in a hurry. 2 runes were sold. The price, $19 billion. Well, it made sense. Gerald, once the best in the world, had been pushed aside by a SSS+++ rank Korean player and had fallen into being just another mediocre player. Of course he would be anxious. In truth, concentrating that many runes on a single player is a foolish move. Who knows what might happen later? If something goes wrong with them in the real world, that is the end of it. Players are surprisingly fragile beings. No matter how many times you enhance traits, it is useless if their mentality collapses. Anyway, the trait enhancement runes were sold. Now only 1 rune remained. This one would not be sold. Just in case something happened later, it would be kept as an emergency reserve. The guild master of the black market organization. No one knew his name. His nationality had never been revealed either. Only that he was an early awakened player and in his mid-40s. Of course, was it really possible that he had no name? It was displayed clearly in the status window. Even his recently changed nationality. Name: Dmitry Romanov. Affiliation: Black Tower, Republic of Korea. Dmitry was currently residing in Prague, Czech Republic. After acquiring temporary naturalization through the North Korean embassy, he had conquered the Republic of Korea's Black Tower up to the 60th floor and was preparing for the 61st. The undead section, something he would not have dared attempt before. Dmitry himself had been stuck on the 59th floor. Since managing the black market was his main job, was there really any need to climb the unconquered upper floors? He had only occasionally farmed the lower floors repeatedly, but from now on, he would climb aggressively, breaking through the undead division. He had holy water, after all. I need to clear the 70th floor within a month. The final floor of the undead section, the 70th floor. The place guarded by the copy of Kabbalah. If he could just get past this, that was it. The undead's dark aura had been nerfed, so it was not difficult. All thanks to the Korean SSS+++ rank conqueror who had defeated the true Kabbalah. He had also heard that the 71st floor was very easy. Was he climbing alone? For this operation, around 30 elite guild members had been carefully selected and temporarily naturalized as well. All of them were players who had enhanced their traits at least once. Once they properly got on track, I can obtain the Necklace of Liberation and the Rejuvenation Elixir and disease-curing potions as well. Results were starting to show. Not only high-grade mana stone mining, but all kinds of items were coming out as rewards. The key is the Necklace of Liberation. That would never be sold. If they secured multiple rune necklaces, the black market guild's long-cherished dream would be fulfilled in one stroke. Practical military power. Liberated players above level 70. Superhumans who could use the abilities from inside the tower even in the real world. A powerful armed organization composed solely of players would be born. Shall I get a taste of the 61st floor today? There was plenty of holy water, so if things went well, success was possible. All right, then entering. At that very moment. World announcement. Player overcrowding has occurred in a specific country. Another announcement followed immediately. World announcement. Construction of a black tower affiliated with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea confirmed. Climb progress set to 55 floors. Affiliation change in the status window will be impossible for 1 year. What kind of nonsense is this? Dmitry hurriedly checked his own status window. Name: DMI-3 Romanov. Affiliation: Black Tower, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. His nationality had changed. Just moments ago, he had been affiliated with the Republic of Korea. Was this for real? The Republic of Korea Black Tower. Entering the 61st floor. You cannot enter a tower with a different affiliation. It did not feel real at all. At that moment, the door burst open. Guild Master. Vice Guild Master Anton rushed in, his face deathly pale. Anton, do not tell me you too? I was in the middle of clearing the 59th floor when I was forcibly ejected, saying it was a tower that did not match my nationality. DMI-3 quickly checked with the other guild members as well. It was the same for all of them. Every single one had their nationality changed. They could no longer enter the Republic of Korea's Black Tower. The only tower they could enter was the Black Tower of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, a place where the upper floors were unconquered past the 55th floor, where reward rates were abysmally low, usefulness was poor, and only ordinary mana stones, now worth dirt cheap, could be mined. DMI-3's hands trembled violently. His breath caught in his throat. He could barely stand upright. It is completely over. How much money had he invested in this operation? It was all about to be lost. Everyone heard the world announcement. At first, no one could grasp the situation. What kind of nonsense was that? A newly constructed tower? Only after the players who had temporarily naturalized through the North Korean embassy checked their status windows did they finally realize the truth. Why cannot I enter the Republic of Korea Black Tower? My nationality changed? I got kicked out in the middle of a run. Darn it. This is a scam. Give me my money back. Do you know how much the temporary naturalization cost? Wow. I am lucky. I was just about to sign. The area in front of the North Korean embassy was crowded with players. Some demanded their temporary naturalization be cancelled, others demanded refunds. But how could that possibly happen? Black Tower, related internet communities and SNS around the world were also in an uproar. The Korean Tower Climbing Gallery, in particular, saw an explosion of posts. Welcome to the North Korean Black Tower. Easy to come in, but not so easy to leave. Long live the Black Tower of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. You capitalist bastards, we will show you the People's Black Tower. Reporting you to the NS. Ha ha ha, looks like your straw just got pulled out. The true inter-Korean division starts now. Are there any level 55 players in North Korea right now? Probably none among the original players. Maybe among the temporary naturalized ones. The dignity of North Korea. The world's highest number of players per capita. I want to climb the Republic of Korea's tower, huh? This is not it. A bolt from the blue. What choice is there? Might as well mine normal mana stones. Can you even make a living selling normal mana stones? Probably will not even cover potion costs. By the way, where exactly is the new Black Tower? They say it is near Pyongyang. Close to the Kumsusan Palace? Like Japan. No, not downtown Pyongyang. But if it collapses, would it not still fall within the impact zone? Hey, are not you guys worried? There could be a hole punched through the Korean peninsula. The South Korean government also went into emergency mode. The National Intelligence Service moved frantically to assess the situation, and the entire military was placed on high alert in preparation for possible contingencies. The Awaken Management Agency was in chaos as well. Director Park Jiang-soo was on the phone nonstop. About 15 kilometers east of Pyongyang, you say? What about civilian casualties? Still unknown. Please contact us immediately if there are any updates. A black tower had risen near Pyongyang. Deputy Director Jun Gwang-il wore an expression of disbelief. It is a strange feeling. I feel like laughing, but this is not something to laugh about. South and North Korea had shared a single tower until now. But with this world announcement, a black tower exclusively belonging to North Korea had been created. Until now, North Korea had enjoyed the benefits of the Republic of Korea's Black Tower without bearing any risk of collapse. But now, they had to bear that risk themselves. Tower collapse was no longer someone else's problem. They had no choice but to stand on their own. How do you think the temporarily naturalized players feel? They cannot even change nationality for a year. Of course, it was only the status window affiliation that changed, so nothing physically changed in reality. What do you think? If they want to survive, they will have to climb the North Korean Black Tower for a year. If they do not climb, their awakening gets revoked. If a player does not enter a tower for 3 months, the system strips them of player status. The temporarily naturalized players were bound. They had no choice. They had to climb, no matter what. They got greedy and bit bait they should not have. A full haul. We caught a whole netful. The problem is that the North Korean government does not have the ability to resolve this crisis on its own. Up to now, North Korea had not even considered nurturing players at the national level. They had only focused on how to exploit them. I hope the North Korean government comes to its senses now, at least. As if that would ever happen. Even if they tried, it was far too late. The North Korean government lacked the capacity to manage players. In the end, the tower climbing in North Korea will probably be led by the naturalized players. Those players had no choice. If they wanted to recover their investment, they had to climb. They will rush to reach the 70th floor to mine high-grade mana stones. The establishment of the North Korean Black Tower. In a way, it was satisfying. A refreshing outcome. But could anyone really laugh? There were now 2 towers on the Korean peninsula. Ju Hyuk was in conversation with the summoned beings. Gyun Dale spoke calmly. I expected this would happen. There is no such thing as pleasure without responsibility. Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Mad Demon said, while we are at it, let us conquer North Korea. 3 hours should be enough. We even have the ring of exit. As if he had been waiting, he proposed a northward unification. Well, it was only natural to expect something like that from the Mad Demon. Leave it alone. North Korea will deal with it themselves. It is not like they are short on players. The North Korean government would not be that foolish. They would not just let the tower collapse. I believe it will be difficult. The undead section may become an insurmountable wall. They can get holy water, and the undead section has become easier, has it not? Overall, the dark aura had weakened. Even ordinary players could attempt it now. Do you truly think that is the case? Why do you think the undead section of Earth's Black Towers became easier? Because the true Kabbalan was defeated and the curse was lifted. The content of the world announcement at the time. The influence of the true Kabbalan, which had affected Black Towers worldwide, disappeared. And the stats of the 68th floor Guardian Death Knight, the 69th floor Gatekeeper Lich, and the 70th floor Copy Kabbalan were greatly reduced. Correct. Thanks to the Summoner bestowing mercy, Black Towers across the world benefited simultaneously. Then what was the problem? However, the Northern Black Tower is newly constructed. It was never affected by Kabbalan's curse, and therefore there was nothing to be lifted. Because it is newly formed, there is a high chance it was not affected by the curse's removal. We will not know until we open the lid. The undead's dark aura may be at true Kabbalan levels. If the Mad Demon's guess was correct, they might somehow get through the early 60s. But the mid to late 60s, they would not be able to climb. Even Gerald, wielding the Holy Sword, had nearly been killed by the 68th floor Death Knight. Therefore, the only player in the world capable of conquering the late 60s floors of the North Korean Black Tower would be you, Summoner. This just became a headache. Do I really have to worry about the North Korean tower collapsing too? At times like this, it would be nice to have a tower seizure declaration loudspeaker. Ju Hyuk's body twitched. So did the other summoned beings. AL loudspeaker? What is that? What else would it be? You take the tower away from a country that lacks the ability to conquer it. Wow, that is an interesting item. He needed to play dumb. It was an item he supposedly did not know about. If they realized he had received it as a privilege, they would start pestering him to use it immediately. If you seize a tower, what happens to the players of that country's nationality? That, even I do not know. We will find out once we take one. That gave him pause. If the North Korean government truly lacked the ability to conquer the tower, then taking it might not be such a bad option. But what has Cossack been doing all this time? Not saying a word. When Mr. Cossack goes quiet, it makes him nervous. Cossack was searching for something on his tablet. Sneaking a glance. Who is the North Korean Supreme Leader? Location of the North Korean Kumsusan Palace. Location of North Korean nuclear missile bases. What are you going to do with those searches? Just general knowledge. Anyway, it is pointless. That kind of information would not come up from a simple search. Then Gyun Dale clicked her tongue. TSK. Lord Cossack, do you truly lack all sense of judgment? How can you do something so foolish? As expected of the wise Gyun Dale. The location of the Kumsu Palace is just one phone call away to Deputy Director Jun Guangil. Oh, I did not think of that. And do you think killing just the Supreme Leader would solve everything? You must target the Supreme People's Assembly, a place where high-ranking Communist Party officials and People's Army generals gather. They must be dealt with all at once. Only then will there be no future trouble. My goodness, I was a fool. This is driving him insane. You should move together with Sergeant Bay. You already have experience conducting operations together. Yes, Sergeant Veronechka Kalhber. If I just know the location of the assembly hall, 3 high-explosive shells will be enough to wipe them all out. Understood. I will stick close to Sergeant Bay? Absolutely. The mad demon smiled with satisfaction. So you have finally come to your senses. Yes, it is better to quickly eliminate future threats. For the summoner's sake. This Cossack thinks of Lord Summoner day and night. Mad demon, you have nothing to worry about. Indeed. Though Lord Cossack may seem lacking, when it is time to act, he does act. Even Rajix chimed in. Ho, I will go too. I have got a pickaxe. What is wrong with everyone? Have they been hanging around the mad demon so much that they have been corrupted? Why are they fixated on the North Korean leader? It is not like that guy created the Black Tower himself. Thinking about it again, he was not completely blameless. If they had not run the temporary naturalization racket in the first place. The door of the corner room alchemist opened. And then, sliding out of the room, a huge water dispenser jug. Inside the jug was a yellow liquid. Ju Hyuk immediately had a homunculus bring the jug over. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A potion made from samples created by the alchemist Marie. The volume was enormous. The jug held 20 liters. A standard potion bottle obtained as tower loot was 100 milliliters. That single jug was equivalent to about 200 potion bottles. And the potion type? Potion of mental fortitude. Effect, upon consumption, greatly increases mental strength for 10 hours. A brief description. There was no tower-exclusive qualifier. No stated limitations. It worked in reality and on ordinary people as well. Still, there was no way it would be supplied to civilians. There would not even be enough for players. Should he try a drink? Mental fortification. It was not like the potion of valor, where your chest swells with boldness or grandeur. It simply calmed and stabilized the mind. It felt like you could endure any stress thrown at you from the outside. This would be nice to drink whenever he was stressed. So what if another tower appeared in North Korea? If there is something to conquer, you conquer it. And there are platinum badges, privileges, and treasure vaults too. Should he use this chance to test the Tower Seizure Declaration loudspeaker? It used to be one country anyway. It is not about unification. Just taking the tower. Chapter 119. Prague, Czech Republic. The executives of the Black Market Guild gathered in one place for an emergency meeting. What was done was done. There was no turning it back. We have no choice but to clear the unconquered upper floors. That is the only way to minimize the losses. We have plenty of equipment, weapons, elixirs, and potions. Clearing the 71st floor will not take long. It was the best possible course of action under the circumstances. The undead section is not something to fear either. Even the infamous Death Knight got nerfed, did it not? Guildmaster Dimitri agreed. They just needed to climb the newly created North Korean tower. Even if its reward rates were lower than those of the Republic of Korea's Black Tower, simply reaching the 71st floor would grant the 4-type gift set. If only we had kept even a single tower jumping ticket, we would not be agonizing over this. That is my biggest regret as well. In truth, they had had many. But after the Chinese government bought tickets and brazenly succeeded in climbing to the 71st floor, other countries that witnessed it rushed to buy them too. Even though the prices were set extremely high, if they had known this would happen, they should have kept at least one. Still, it was doable. All the executives gathered here were players in their late 50s. They also spared no expense, releasing items the guild had stockpiled in the black market. From head to toe, they were fully equipped with tower reward items. And that was not all. Holy water, elixirs, potions. Using the guild's organizational power, they bought everything that appeared on the market. And so began the trial run. The goal was to climb 3 floors within a single day. First, a level 55 player cleared the 55th floor. Then a level 56 player followed. Next, a level 57 player. The result, success. And not just barely. It was extremely stable. The money invested had clearly paid off. At this pace, reaching the undead section would not take long. Was it okay to climb without the North Korean government's permission? What was the problem? Those guys had neither the authority nor the power to control tower climbing anyway. At this rate, would there even be a reason to change nationality after a year? The North Korean Black Tower was on track to become the property of the Black Market Guild. No matter how he thought about it, nothing could go wrong. Part3 was convinced of that. Washington, D.C., United States. Minister Macmillan carefully placed a trait enhancement rune into a high-grade steel case filled with cushioning material. One of the 2 trait enhancement runes purchased from the black market. Just this single rock cost $9.5 billion. It is something you cannot get even if you have money. You should consider yourself lucky you managed to get one at all. I know. Anyway, good work. Director Antonio shrugged. Do you know what the most expensive item is after trait enhancement runes? Tower jumping tickets. Their prices are skyrocketing. They are that expensive? They let you skip annoying sections. They are useless above the 71st floor, though. Tower jumping tickets. A representative item that had been re-evaluated. Their utility was genuinely outstanding. As long as a player somehow reached the 66th floor, that was it. Use the ticket, and it was an elevator ride straight to the 71st floor. Surprisingly, a lot of countries have them. Before long, many nations will be reaching the 71st floor. Do you think North Korea might have some too? No chance. Even if they did, they would have sold them long ago. That government is always in a hurry to cash out any item they get. TSK. They really are a bunch of lunatics. If only they had spent that money on improving player. Macmillan agreed wholeheartedly. The temporary naturalization business, it really was an absurd idea. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him. Oh, by the way, I heard something related to that from the CIA director. It seems the black market organization was deeply involved in this naturalized player incident. The Black Market Guild? The same place we bought the runes from. Yes, they temporarily naturalized in North Korea to start a new business. Macmillan began explaining. Listening, Antonio let out a hollow laugh in disbelief. Ha ha, they screwed it up before the business even got started. How many people do you think commissioned rejuvenation elixirs and disease-curing potions? Trade enhancement runes, whose drop rates had fallen sharply. In their place, they had planned to make new items the black market's main trade goods. Rejuvenation elixirs. Disease-curing potions. The demand was enormous. Please, just bring them. No matter the price, they would buy them all. It is chaos in the U.S. too. Wealthy elderly people are practically drooling. Even President Lloyd has his eye on the rejuvenation elixir. The man is getting up there in age. But the business failed spectacularly, and nationality changes were impossible for a year. Well, they will not just sit around doing nothing. The Black Market Guild. Its core members were players. They had skill. They had experience. Of course they would look for countermeasures. I know. They will climb. They already are. According to information that came in today, the North Korean tower's progress has reached the point where the 57th floor has been cleared. 3 floors a day? Those would not be players nurtured by the North Korean government. Right? It is the black market players doing the climbing. North Korea had absolutely no control over climbing its own tower. All it could do was sit back and watch. What would happen if this continued? The Black Market Guild could become one axis of power within North Korea. But there was one lingering question. Do you think the North Korean government knows that the Black Market Guild was involved in this temporary naturalization? They probably do. You think those guys do not have ears? This is suddenly getting interesting. How the North Korean government will respond. Macmillan nodded with a bitter smile. Truly a dynamic East Asia. Incidents and accidents never ceased. China, Japan, and now North Korea. Anyway, when are you planning to go to Korea? As soon as possible. I have already arranged it. This trade enhancement rune was meant for player Bong Joo-hyuk. A special gift prepared to build rapport with him. The American benefactor who saved Gerald. Thanks to him, both the Eastern Tower and the Western Tower had been climbed to the 72nd floor. He had also provided a warning that the basic mission on the 73rd floor, hunting Chimera hounds, would be much harder than before. Player Bong Joo-hyuk was a pioneer who shared information about floors he had already cleared in advance. All future information about unconquered upper floors would come from him. How could they not be grateful? A mere $9.5 billion ruin? Compared to what he had done, and would continue to do, it was dirt cheap. Ju Hyuk was in a car on the way to the Awaken Management Agency, an appointment that had been scheduled in advance. On the way, sitting in the car with Deputy Director Jun Gwang-ael. Nothing is wrong, right? You mean the North Korean Black Tower? Something big had happened, so it would have been strange not to ask. Yes, that. Is there anything else? Jun Gwang-ael let out a short sigh before answering. Phew, for now, we simply do not have enough information. North Korea is such a closed society. Even the government would not have any magic solution. Ju Hyuk was the same. Well, until yesterday he had briefly thought about just seizing the tower outright. But considering the backlash that would follow, that did not seem right. Still, when he thought about the possibility of the North Korean tower collapsing, or about the North Korean players being oppressed, his resolve wavered again. The National Intelligence Service is working jointly with U.S. intelligence agencies to assess the situation, but it is going to take some time. If it is the U.S., they should be able to figure things out quickly. If there are any changes, we will contact you right away. You really do not have to. The more I know, the heavier the burden gets. Why did I even ask? Oh, since we are talking about the U.S., Minister Mac Millan will likely be entering Korea soon as an unofficial special envoy. Is he coming to see me? Yes, that is right. That is a pretty high-ranking person. A U.S. cabinet minister, no less. He does not need to come personally. It is kind of a burden to meet him. Well, if he comes with both hands full of something substantial, maybe he could shut his eyes and meet him. I heard he is bringing a handwritten letter of thanks from President Lloyd of the United States, in gratitude for rescuing player Gerald. A handwritten thank you letter? A letter? A letter. Are they trying to settle it with that? From a country that literally prints dollars, could they not just throw in, say, $300 million cleanly? What is with the letter? A phone call would have been plenty. Then a thought suddenly occurred to him. By the way, no one contacted Mr. Kosak or Princess Gyundale, did they? No, they did not. They did they not? Jun Gwang-ael's flustered expression said it all. They asked for the location of the North Korean presidential palace, did they not? Well, that is. Or maybe the schedule of the Supreme People's Assembly? Jun Gwang-ael could not answer. The truth was, they had contacted him. He had even handed over his business card at the badge awarding ceremony before, so they had his number. But he had been told to keep it absolutely secret from Player Bong, so he had not mentioned it. They told you not to tell me. Whether you tell them or not is up to you, Deputy Director. But you know what happened in China and Japan, right? They are good people, but sometimes even I cannot stop them. Jun Gwang-ael flinched. Player Bong was right. Why else would those people be asking for such information? There might be a bloodbath at the North Korean presidential palace. But that terrifying Mr. Kosak had been insisting, citing some 3 principles, Article 3, or something, that he absolutely needed the information. Just then, the car arrived in front of a large warehouse. Time to change the subject. We are here. You can get out now. It was not the materials warehouse he usually visited. This is a reserve warehouse. We call it warehouse number 2. It was built in case the main warehouse filled up. There are no partition walls, so it is much more spacious. But why warehouse number 2? As I mentioned before, the gift entrusted by Crown Prince bin Salah of the United Arab Emirates has been stored in warehouse number 2. He remembered hearing about that before. But what kind of gift was it? Jun Gwang-ael walked up to the massive steel door of warehouse number 2. After the security system scanned his fingerprints and retinas, RRNK, the door slid open. At the same time, the interior of the warehouse came into Ju Hyuk's view. It is a parking lot. It looked like they had been using the empty warehouse as a parking garage. Anyway, all the cars parked inside were incredible. Were these what elite players drove around? These are all the gifts. Did he hear that wrong? The parked automobiles. No, supercars. In short, insanely expensive, and hard to buy even if you had money. All of these are gifts. Control your expression. If you look too happy, you will seem shallow. 7 cars in total. McLaren, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Bugatti, and on top of that, a Rolls-Royce and a Bentley. Come to think of it, he remembered joking with Kosak about Bentleys during their class reunion banter. All registrations are complete. Insurance is fully covered as well. The keys are all inside. You can drive them right away. No, really, This is unbelievably generous. Now he was a holy sword holder, a building owner, a major shareholder, and now a supercar owner. And there is this as well. Deputy Director Jun Guangil pressed the button on the Bentley's trunk. It slid open smoothly, revealing an aluminum briefcase inside. It looked anything but ordinary. It felt like opening it would reveal stacks of cash. But what lay inside was not cash. Wristwatches encrusted with dazzling jewels. Even a rough count showed well over 10 of them. I looked into it. These are not just ordinary watches. They are all limited editions. I believe even this one alone is worth over $1 billion. This one is $2 billion. And this one here is $3 billion. Crown Prince bin Salah. What a magnanimous alpha of alpha men. All he did was help conquer a single tower and toss over a couple of tower reward items. And he gives gifts like this. It is not about the money. It is the thoughtfulness that is touching. The UAE is way better than the US. Much more decisive and bold. From now on, the United Arab Emirates is the big brother. Please tell Crown Prince bin Salah for me. If he ever runs into difficulties with tower conquests, I will resolve them immediately. After receiving such gifts, how could he just sit still? It would be difficult to take all the cars at once, so you can just use this place as a parking garage and slowly, whenever you have time. That will not be necessary. He will take them all at once. Rajix, designated summon. Spot. With a flash, he appeared. Welcome, Lord Rajix. Rajix waved at Jun Guangil in greeting. Mr. Rajix, you remember those things we looted? I mean, received before, right? The treasures from the Necromancer dungeon on the 72nd floor of the American Tower, which they had stormed while rescuing Gerald. Take everything out over here. Items piled up in another corner of the warehouse. For these ones, give one each to our elite players for free. Consider it a gift from the heart. There is really no need. And Mr. Rajix, you know the mango juice, right? Take that out too. A large water jug filled with yellow liquid was placed on the warehouse floor. Jun Guangil tilted his head. Is that really mango juice? Then why put it in something like that? It is a mental fortification potion. Before our elite players enter the tower, have them each down a paper cupful in one go. The effect is pretty good. I have tried it myself. Then Ju Hyuk leaned in and whispered softly to Jun Guangil, who was standing there blankly. This one does not have a tower-exclusive label. Deputy Director, you should drink a cup whenever you are thirsty too. Every time he met Player Bong, Jun Guangil's heart nearly dropped out of his chest. He might need to take a calming pill just to meet him. A potion that was not tower-exclusive. Something incredibly rare. Hard to even see, let alone obtain. And there was this much of it. Still, would there even be any left for him? For players, mentality accounted for more than half of their overall capability. It should go to the elite players. Ju Hyuk was in a great mood. He had not expected anything coming here. Now, all that was left was to load up the cars. Mr. Rajix, store the cars. Leave that Bentley over there out. He would drive the Bentley himself. SSSHH, SSSHH, SSSHH. The supercars disappeared one by one into subspace. Even at that sight, Jun Guangil said nothing. When adorable Lord Rajix touched the supercars, they vanished. There was nothing surprising about it. What was so shocking about stuffing a few cars into a bag? Prague, Czech Republic. At the Black Market Guild headquarters, Tree and his guild members advanced at full speed toward the 70th floor. The next day, and the day after that as well. At last, they reached the undead section. Tree was confident. They would break through quickly, starting with the 61st floor. Dark mummies, the weakest among the undead. A section said to be clearable even without holy water for most players. Tree did not drink holy water either. A close combat build, he equipped sword and shield and charged at the dark mummy. This is insane. Just getting close made his head spin. He hurriedly chugged holy water. I heard this was supposed to be easy. Was the dark aura not supposed to be weakened? Do not tell me this is what weakened looks like. It was only the 61st floor. Still, he managed to kill it. After a bloody battle that cost him 3 bottles of holy water. Now he was worried about the 62nd floor's dark zombies. Far stronger and faster than dark mummies. The next day, Tree entered the 62nd floor. The moment he arrived, he realized it. This is going to be rough. Even after drinking holy water in advance and wrapping his entire body in radiant power, it was the same. 10 bottles of holy water, full elixir buffs, and chugging potions. Only then did he barely succeed. But Dmitry's confidence was utterly shattered. Even if he died and came back to life, the 63rd floor seemed impossible. The undead section of the North Korean Black Tower. It was completely different from other towers. There was no time to question why. If they could not clear the North Korean tower, they might end up twiddling their thumbs for a year. They urgently needed countermeasures. The guild alone could not handle this. There is no choice. What they needed now was cooperation with the North Korean government. Either borrow a holy sword at the national level, or formally request assistance with the conquest. North Korea or South Korea? Either way, it was Korea. First, I will have to make contact with someone on the North Korean government side. At this point, Dmitry still did not know. He was gravely underestimating the North Korean government. Was a massive mistake. Chapter 120. Ju-hyuk stopped by his parents' home. It had been a long time since he had seen their faces, so he figured he should force himself to make time and at least go out to eat together as a family. You look better these days? Are you getting skincare or something? I think I have heard that before. His father, Bong Chul-soo, smiled with satisfaction. As expected, my genes are doing all the work. You should live every day feeling grateful. I think I take after Mom, actually. His mother chuckled softly beside him. Of course you do. He takes after me. Skin and all. Can you not tell just by how he is always running around being a player? His younger brother Min-hyuk looked dissatisfied. Then what about me? Why is my skin so bad? Min-hyuk, you take after your father. What? Are you ashamed of looking like me? They exchanged brief pleasantries. Then Ju-hyuk led his family down to the apartment parking lot. Let us take my car. I already made a reservation at the restaurant. Min-hyuk waved his hands in refusal. A camper van? Why would you drive something that embarrassing and huge? Parking would be a nightmare. Let us just call a taxi. Brat. Did he think the only car his big brother owned was a camper? I have got another car. Oh, what is it? Did you buy a new one? Instead of answering, Ju-hyuk pulled a smart key from his pocket. From the parking space across from them came a majestic engine roar. The headlights flashed on. Get in. It is a Bentley. His parents stared at their successful son's car. This is yours. Oh my, you really made it. Did not you, my son? Wow. Driving up in a Bentley really makes it feel real. Rich big bro. I knew it the moment I saw you. As the holy sword bearer, that is the kind of car you should be driving. After loading everyone into the car. Mom, want me to get you a car too? How about a Ferrari? Forget it. I get bad-tempered when I am behind the wheel. What about me? I can drive a Ferrari too. Dad, you already have a car. Then I will take one. Get a driver's license first. He said it like that, but he was planning to give them one each later. The Bentley carrying the family rolled down Gangnam Daearo. Then came the finishing blow. You see that building over there? Where the 61-story one. It is actually mine. That is a bit much. Do you know how much that thing costs? He had expected disbelief. I am planning to decorate an entire floor and open a museum. I will be displaying my own copies of the Jikji, the Ogyujanggak documents, the record of travels to the 5 Indian kingdoms, and paintings by Kim Hong-do. This time, no one even responded. There is nowhere appropriate to flex, so he might as well do it in front of family. It was a truly peaceful moment. Sure, things were happening in North Korea, but did that have anything to do with ordinary people? In running the black market guild, Dmitry dealt with 2 kinds of countries. Countries that bought items, and countries that sold items. They bought items in places like India and Africa, then sold them to the United States, Japan, and China. So what about North Korea? Naturally, a buyer. A supplier for the black market distribution guild, which meant frequent contact with North Korean officials was inevitable. Russian-born Dmitry had connections to a high-ranking North Korean bureaucrat. His name was Ri Yong-tae, his rank vice director. A broker of sorts, active mainly in Europe. Of course, he too was a player. They normally only spoke by phone. They addressed each other only by titles, Guild Master, Vice Director. Dmitry called him. Vice Director, this is the Guild Master. Guild Master comrade, it has been a while. I was actually about to contact you. I have been hearing some strange rumors. What kind of rumors? That the Black Market Guild has, on an organizational level, temporarily naturalized into our republic. So North Korea knew. Not that Dmitry expected otherwise. Was there any need to hide it? Yes, that is correct. We jumped in hoping to strike it big, but things have gotten very difficult. After a brief silence, was the conquest of the 62nd floor of our Republic's Black Tower you're doing? Tree replied calmly. I swear it was not. If we were going to attempt it, we would have contacted you beforehand. Even if we have temporarily naturalized, climbing unconquered upper floors is a serious matter. This had to be concealed. Deny it outright. Then why did you call? Does a merchant ever call without a reason? It is about items. I wanted to ask whether you possess any tower jumping tickets. There is no way we would have those. Even if we did, we would have sold them long ago. North Korea sold anything that could make money. And one more thing I wanted to ask. How does the government plan to respond to this situation? There is an emergency in the Republic as well. For now, everyone agrees that we must reach the 71st floor no matter what, but the method. This was where Tree got to the real point. I have obtained a video. I will send it to you first. Watch it, and then we can talk again. Tree sent the 62nd floor bodycam footage to Vice Director Ri Yong-tae in North Korea. After waiting a bit, he called again. Did you see it? Is this not bodycam footage? It looks old. The zombies are far too strong. It is not old. I also just confirmed it on SNS. It was filmed on the 62nd floor of the Black Tower affiliated with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Tree had already instructed a guild member in the US to upload the bodycam footage to YouTube. Titled, North Korean Black Tower 62nd Floor Dark Zombie. So the source could not be questioned. He could feel the shock through the phone. Our Republic's tower? Yes. You are a player yourself, Vice Director, so you know, this is an unweakened dark aura. True Kabbalah undead. How could this be? Then our Republic's Black Tower is. At present, it is effectively unconquerable. Even if you climb, you will be stopped at the 68th floor. Unless you have tower jumping tickets. He was probably flustered. It was not as if North Korea had any real capacity to prevent tower collapse. Why are you showing me this? I have a proposal. Don't we need to conquer the tower? We also need to resume high-grade mana stone mining. How? Is there a way? We will help. We will need the North Korean government's cooperation. Not just for tower collapse defense. Let us try climbing to the 71st floor. First. Such an important discussion, and you want to do it over the phone? We should meet face to face, should we not? Let us meet. I am currently staying in Berlin. Where are you? Tree hesitated. If you intend to keep this over the phone, I will not hear your proposal. This is not about buying and selling items. Should he meet him? At that moment, Tree still did not know. He had underestimated the North Korean government far too much. And that was a very big mistake. This was a matter that required negotiations with the North Korean government, borrowing a holy sword, securing tower jumping tickets, and obtaining the 71st floor 4-item gift set. None of these could even begin without trust. But was it worth taking such a risk? Was there really any need to rush? Giving up would be easier. After all, he only needed to wait 1 year. He could rest during that time, maybe travel somewhere. No, it has to succeed. The reason he was pushing forward. This new business had been his own decision from the start, and yet it had been derailed before it even began. He had mobilized all of the guild's assets to launch this venture, and if it failed without achieving anything, he would have to step down as guild master. He would also be held responsible for the losses. If things went badly, even his life could be in danger. He himself had always done the same. Guild members who caused losses were executed without mercy, all in the name of maintaining discipline. That was how things worked, which meant this business had to succeed, no matter what. All right, let us meet. Tomorrow, in front of Prague Station. Around lunchtime. Understood. Let us do that. Will you be coming alone? If you come alone as well, Vice Director. They set the time and place, then ended the call. Tree headed to Prague Station. With crowds of people and tourists everywhere, it was relatively safe. If something happened, he could always escape into the tower. In the distance, he spotted Vice Director Ri Yong-tae. After lingering for a while and confirming he was alone. So we finally see each other face to face. Let us walk. Sounds like this will be a long discussion. Sounds good. I know Prague well. Follow me. Tree took the lead, deliberately choosing roads with heavy foot traffic. Ri Yong-tae walked alongside him. So, what is your proposal? Tree explained his plan. To break through the undead section, borrowing a holy sword was essential. This was a transaction between states. They did not even need to go all the way, just up to the 66th floor. After that, using a tower jumping ticket would take them straight to the 71st floor by elevator. Securing the tickets and selecting the player to wield the holy sword would all be handled by the guild, and so on. Anyway, once we succeed in climbing to the 71st floor, Ri Yongtae's eyes gleamed. You received the 4-item gift set, is that right? That is right. The problem is borrowing the holy sword, which would require negotiations with the South Korean government at the national level. Ah, wait a moment. Ri Yongtae raised a hand to stop him. My shoelace is undone. Let me tie it first, then we will continue. Go ahead. Take your time. Ri Yongtae bent down. Part3 subtly stepped back. A black van pulled up beside them and stopped. A van. All of a sudden, Part3 felt a surge of unease. In the next instant, the van's sliding door opened. At the same time, Ri Yongtae, who had been bent over, lunged forward and slammed Part3 into the van. Part3 was helplessly shoved inside. Two thugs already inside the van pounced on him. Instinctively, Part3 activated the tower entry skill. His body vanished in an instant. Ri Yongtae clicked his tongue in disappointment. The bastard is fast. They had lost their target. Vice Director, what do we do? So what? Park here and wait. Turn the engine off. A player who entered the tower. Was he gone for good? They could catch him. All they had to do was wait. Eventually, he would come out. The entry point was also the exit point. You think this is our first time kidnapping a player? We are more experienced than China. Ri Yongtae took out a cigarette and lit it. Looks like we will be waiting a while. Get some rest. Time passed quickly. The van did not move an inch. Parking enforcement be darned. Part3 reappeared inside the van. He was caught, with no escape. Tower entry was limited to once per day. This was why he had needed the necklace of liberation. You little, always scheming. Thought you would be safe if you ran into the tower. A North Korean agent jabbed a syringe into the back of Part3's neck. The drug took effect almost immediately. Looks like I caught myself a golden goblin. Ha ha. Ri Yongtae laughed loudly, satisfied. The guild master of the black market. Just how many treasures would his inventory hold? Let us head home. You have got our republic's nationality now. Might as well step on our soil, right? A mere player dared to negotiate with the state? This guy had definitely cleared the republic's black tower 62nd floor. They could extract the truth through torture. Either way, there was plenty to do. From borrowing a holy sword to securing tower jumping tickets. And even if that did not work, there were countless other methods. After all, South Korea was right below them. Borrowing a holy sword? Tower jumping tickets? Why go through such complicated processes? They could simply demand it. From the South's SSS++, rank conqueror. Sure, there would be a bit of coercion involved. But if the North Korean tower collapsed, everyone would die anyway. And the Republic's nuclear fire sticks would fly south. How many players had their nationality locked due to this new Black Tower incident? Only the North Korean government had that information. Their levels varied widely, from newbies to veterans. After all, the South Korean Black Tower had been a treasure vault of abundance. In the midst of this, a video was uploaded to YouTube, titled, North Korean Black Tower 62nd Floor Dark Zombie. Zombies shrouded in thick, oppressive dark aura. Undead from before Kabbalan, now long gone. Was it an old video? The upload date was just the day before yesterday. So the undead really had not been weakened? Then how were they supposed to fight that? Did not this mean the collapse of the North Korean tower was inevitable? Yet North Korea made no official statement about the situation. Instead, South Korea became the bigger topic. News poured out every day. A panelist who was a former player appeared on a terrestrial broadcast debate program. The North Korean tower will be difficult to conquer. If it is the dark aura from before Kabbalan, they will not be able to get past the undead section. Even with a holy sword and holy water? Did not you see it? The footage where Gerald nearly died on the 68th floor. It was a pessimistic outlook. At this rate, the tower might collapse in 6 months. Pyongyang would fall within the impact zone. Then the solution is? There is not one from the North Korean government. If it were us, maybe, but not them. Oh, you mean the Republic of Korea's SSS++, rank conqueror. The only method. I can say that definitively. There is no other. Then what actions could be expected from North Korea? First, they will make an official request. They will talk about being one people, one nation, and ask for help conquering the tower, perhaps by requesting temporary naturalization of Korea's top player. The news anchor frowned deeply. Temporary naturalization? If you change nationality to North Korea now, you would not be able to leave for a year. Exactly. Absolutely impossible. Our government would not accept that either. Then perhaps a multinational tower access ticket? Most likely. That is the most plausible option. And if even that is refused? There was also a military expert on the panel. It will inevitably lead to military provocation. That is how North Korea operates. Well, launching ballistic missiles into the East Sea, or subtly crossing the military demarcation line. Even without being a military expert, it was easy to predict. Then they will approach for talks. If that does not work, they will conduct artillery fire toward the West Sea to create tension, then come back asking for dialogue again. That was North Korea's style, the so-called carrot-and-stick tactic. They provoke to make the public anxious, then throw tantrums behind the scenes, and in the end, they get what they want. A close yet most distant country, North Korea. Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings were watching the news in the living room. Ju Hyuk was sprawled across the sofa, yawning loudly while idly moving a homunculus around. The summoned beings, however, were quite serious. Kosak watched the news with a cold, hardened expression. Hyundale was sharpening a blade on a whetstone. SHHK, SHHK. Rajik stood up and sat down repeatedly, unable to stay still. Veronica took out her heavy rifle and began maintaining it. Bardin quietly radiated a faint holy glow. Then Kosak spoke. It is very hot today. At times like this, how about a refreshing bowl of cold noodles? Oh, cold noodles sound good. Want to order some? Kosak shook his head. Delivered cold noodles get soggy and are inedible. Cold noodles must be eaten in their homeland to taste right. After all, cold noodles are best at Pyongyang's Okryagwon. I will use the ring of exit to come out through the Pyongyang Black Tower. Then we go straight to Okryagwon and slurp down a bowl of icy noodles. Oh, Mad Demon should come too. You have been lacking vitality lately. It pains me to see. As a summer restorative food, cold noodles are the best. Summon yourself in Pyongyang. And while we are at it, cold noodles, his foot. Hyundale chose the straightforward approach. If we leave North Korea as it is, it will surely bring future calamities. And not only that, please take pity on the North Korean players who are being exploited. North Korean players. He had been thinking about it for a while now, ever since he helped kidnapped players escape from China. The reality of North Korean players. It had been well known for a long time. Testimonies from defected players, body cam footage they had brought out. They might be the most pitiful players in the world. Stripped of freedom, constantly monitored, forced to enter the tower once a day. They risked their lives conquering the tower, only to have all mana stones and items confiscated by the state. And does the government at least support their conquests properly? No North Korean player would be entering the tower with proper equipment. What is the point of receiving gear as a tower reward? They have to hand it over immediately anyway. For North Korean players, bodycams are not tools for strategy analysis. They are surveillance devices to check whether they really entered the tower, whether they are doing anything unnecessary inside, whether they are secretly using items instead of handing them over. They really are pitiful. If players are treated like that, tower conquest will suffer immediately. And on top of that, they have to break through an undead section from before Kabbalah. Interfering in North Korea's affairs might be overstepping. Who was he, after all? But he had helped players kidnapped in China escape. He had stormed the American tower and saved Gerald's life. If he was going to meddle, he might as well do it evenly. Why should North Korean players be any different? He had the power to do it. And now that a tower had appeared in North Korea, Ju Hyuk could go there freely. And when Ju Hyuk went, that meant Kosak, Bardin, Veronica, the Mad Demon, Hyundale, and Bloodwolf would go too. Except for Gobang, who was off in the other world for advancement, and the corner room alchemist. Tower seizure was also something to seriously consider. If they lacked the ability to conquer it, then it should be taken. Temporary naturalization was impossible, and there were only a few multinational tower access tickets. The best option was to seize the tower and change it to Republic of Korea affiliation. Then he could come and go freely. Should he use the loudspeaker or not? But he also had to consider the risks that might follow. North Korea was a nuclear state. If things went wrong, it could mean war. This is getting big. What would the mad demon think? Honestly, there was no need to even ask. It would definitely be a full northward unification. Maybe it was time to set a date soon and have a drink with the mad demon. Should he invite the corner room alchemist too? Chapter 121. Ju Hyuk decided not to worry any further. It was not as if the North Korean tower was about to collapse immediately, and there was no need to fret in advance over something that had not even happened yet. The summoned one's worries? Those people tended to make a fuss to begin with. So much so that they even tried to stop him from clearing the tower. North Korea's threats, were they ever just once or twice? They were the kind who would casually fire off ballistic missiles and talk about turning Seoul into a sea of fire. By now, the citizens were so used to it that they just shrugged it off. Ju Hyuk drove his Bentley toward the Korean Awaken Management Agency. He took the wheel himself. Once he hit the road, cars automatically moved out of the way. They did not really have to, but still, it gave him a bit of a puffed-up feeling. From now on, there would be no more borrowing other people's cars to go out. Why would he, when he had his own? And besides, the time for hiding his identity had already passed. Even now, he was on his way to meet the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. Apparently, he had brought a handwritten thank you letter from the U.S. President for rescuing Gerald. A 25-year-old who had only a high school diploma and bounced from part-time job to part-time job, now driving a Bentley and meeting an American cabinet member. Anyway, after driving safely, he arrived at the front gate of the Awaken Management Agency, where he met Deputy Director Jun Gwang-ael. Not at all. You are right on time. After parking the Bentley, Ju Hyuk went inside the agency. This visit by Secretary Mac Millan was unofficial, apparently coming solely to meet him. There were no official events. Perhaps because of that, there were no reporters in sight. Ju Hyuk entered the director's office together with Deputy Director Jun. And finally, he met Secretary Mac Millan, the very man he had seen on TV. Mac Millan broke into a bright smile and offered a handshake. So we finally meet. Player Bong. There was an interpreter beside him, but still, for the first greeting. How do you do? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Mac Millan said this while gripping Ju Hyuk's hand firmly. I wanted to say this in person. Thank you so much. For saving Gerald. You are welcome. It was just a fortunate coincidence. I suppose God helped. Ha ha. Just as I had heard. So humble. It really had been a coincidence. He had only wanted to find out what a tower invasion ticket was. Mac Millan held on to Ju Hyuk's hand for quite a while, without letting go. And he kept talking on and on. He just wanted this to end quickly, so he could go home. This is a handwritten letter from President Lloyd at the White House. Here. This was why he came. Ju Hyuk carefully accepted the letter and unfolded it. It was in English. He did not like that. Why would you write a thank you letter in English to a Korean? Do you think all Koreans can read English? There is a translated version on the back. There was not anything special in it. Just thanks for this, thanks for that. Basically thanks for everything. So can I leave now? Today he needed to go grocery shopping. There were a lot of people in the household. The monthly food expenses were no joke. And Go Bang would be coming back soon. He needed to stuff the fridge full for that big eater. Coming back as an LSSR rank. Just how much would he eat? Secretary Mac Millan took something out of his bag. This is a small gift from the United States to Player Bong. It really did look small. A small metal box. You can open it right now. Without any expectations, Ju Hyuk opened the metal box. He had seen this item a lot before. What was it? It looked exactly like a trade enhancement rune. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was no mistake. With trembling hands, he picked it up and checked the item information. Trait enhancement rune. Effect, when consumed, enhances the player's trait by 1 stage. A simple, straightforward description. There was no way to mistake it for a trait edition rune. This was a real trait enhancement rune. Wow, this priceless thing. I do not know if you will like it. Ha ha. Minister, our minister. We are not asking you to acknowledge it, but it was hard to get. Of course it was. It is hard to obtain. If it were easy, he would have enhanced his traits 100 times by now. We purchased it through secret contact with the black market. I hope it proves helpful. The loser's chest swelled with emotion. Ju Hyuk walked up to Secretary Mac Millan and gave him a big hug. Thank you very much. Big brother, if you ever run into a difficult floor, let me know right away. As expected of Big Brother America, he should reflect on himself for ever doubting such magnanimity, even for a moment. Well, the gift from the Crown Prince of the United Arab Emirates had been nice too. A supercar was not bad, but driving it around was dangerous. How many traffic accidents happen every day after all? He had a metal allergy, so he did not really wear one anyway. So he carefully put the trait enhancement rune into his inventory. And then, suddenly, an itchy sensation at the back of his head. At the same time, a gloomy aura washed over him. When he turned his head, two people stood there stiffly, like sacks of barley left behind. Director Park Jiang-soo and Deputy Director Jun Guang-il. Their expressions were complicated. Seeing their nation's top player hugging and acting so chummy with a foreign minister, there was no way they would feel good about it. Did he make it too obvious how much he liked it? He should have managed his expression better. They seemed uneasy. Maybe they were worried he would switch nationality and move to the US. He was not going to America. He was just making a fuss because he was grateful. Ju Hyuk left the Awaken Management Agency and headed home. There was not even time to stop by the supermarket. If he had followed his heart, he would have liked to take Secretary Mac Millan to a Dongdaemun one-chicken restaurant and treat him to a meal, but he was mindful of Park Jung-soo and Jun Guang-il watching him, so he just left. If he consumed this rune, would that be his 7th trait enhancement? The first special perk, Encore perk, Roulette perk, the reward for clearing the UAE Black Tower, the restore scroll from assembling the Rajik's fragments, Saudi Arabia's compensation for the damaged Holy Sword, and finally, the gift from the United States. It was deeply moving. Joy tastes best when shared. Ju Hyuk summoned the summoned ones. 7 in total, excluding Go Bang and Blood Wolf. Summoner Bong, Kosak is here. When are we going to eat Ning Mayan? Young master, this humble girl greets you. Certain victory. Summoner, this old man has come as well. Even Marie, who was over in the corner of the living room banging her head against the wall. Marie, thank you for calling me summoner. She sent a message. Man, with 7 of them all talking at once, the living room was noisy. Good thing Go Bang was not here. All right, everyone. There is something I want to show you. It must be something good, of course. He took the rune out of his inventory, and, when he raised his hand high, hee. Good. Very good. Marie, congratulations. Clap, 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 clap. Applause echoed through the room. My congratulations. However, this is something you rightly deserved. You have caught the momentum now. My worries are eased. Kosak turned his head and wiped away the tears slipping down with his finger. How important was trait enhancement to a player, especially for a summoner? And yet, Summoner Bong, at only level 74, was already able to summon 8 summoned beings. Play the music. Ju Hyuk brought the raised rune to his mouth. Was there any reason to save it? Better to use it right away. Awakened trait is being enhanced. What about the status window? He checked the catalog too. Catalog. John Kosak, Barbarian Meat Shield, Gyundale, Rajix, Mad Berserker, Varon Hak HVR, Lushu's Bardin, Blood Wolf, Ali Marie. With one slot open, the person, no, animal, he could summon was designated summon. Blood Wolf, 7 summoned beings, 1 dog. But Ju Hyuk was not satisfied. He would keep moving forward. 10, 20, 30, until he could summon without limit. Is there anywhere I can get another trait enhancement rune? Secretary Mac Millan said he got it on the black market. Then there might still be stock left. He should find out later when he had time. Korean Awaken Management Agency. Secretary Mac Millan finished his business and departed. He planned to return immediately without stopping anywhere else. In the end, meeting player Bong Ju Hyuk and delivering the gift had been Mac Millan's sole reason for coming to Korea. The U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security acting as a delivery man. But both Park Jiang-soo and Jun Guang-il knew why Mac Millan went that far. At this rate, someday player Bong might. Please, Director, do not say things like that. Words have power. Sorry, I am just anxious. The meeting between Secretary Mac Millan and player Bong. That warm, friendly atmosphere. It left a bad taste. An ambiguous feeling rose up. If one had to put it into words, a sense of inadequacy. A searing self-reflection. The inadequacy of the Awaken Management Agency, unable to even bring a single trait enhancement rune to Korea's greatest player. If player Bong were to declare that he was changing nationality to the US, They would have no justification to stop him. Should we try to get one too? What about the black market? Actually, I tried accessing the dark web earlier using my identification number. Huh? Already? Did you talk to them? No, I could not. Access was blocked. Looks like they cut their tail and went into hiding. Darn it. Again, it happened often. The black market guild was thoroughly compartmentalized. If even one executive was arrested by Interpol or an intelligence agency, all transactions were immediately cut off and they went into hiding. That was how the black market guild had survived. Once the dark web was blocked, item trading became impossible. That was why nations usually pretended not to know about it. So we do not know when trading will resume. Who, all right? Oh, right. How was the effect of that elixir? Was it useful? There is a mental strength enhancement elixir among the tower reward elixirs, but it does not even compare. The item name itself was unusual, crafted by a sage. No idea who that person actually was, though. It is far more potent than holy water. When used together with the holy sword, it creates a synergy effect, making it even better. Because of that, starting today, Korean elite players planned to begin climbing the upper floors. Reservations for borrowing the holy sword had thinned out. Until now, it had mostly been loaned to foreign players, but currently there were empty slots here and there, giving Korean elite players a chance as well. Do not forget to collect the rental fee every time it is used. But Player Bong said he would not charge rental fees to Korean players. No, we could not even get him a trade enhancement rune. This much, at least, we should do for him. And so, Ju Hyuk's bank account never had a chance to run dry. The engineer, the maker, and the designer. The tower administrators were in discussion with one another. Has he still not used the tower stronghold declaration loudspeaker? This savior seems extremely cautious by nature. I thought he would use it at least once out of curiosity. TSK. At this rate, will it even become a proper trial? Forget trials. He is only going to keep getting stronger. In truth, were not the floors up to the 79th designed for the savior anyway? Who right? 3 summoned beings will overcome hardships and strengthen their own ranks. One has already broken through, so 2 remain. That is not all. The mark of salvation can also strengthen the grade of the soul, can it not? In the end, we will have to settle things in the 80s. Honestly, even the 80s feel unstable. Should we shake things up a bit? No, we have already interfered too much. Any more meddling will distort causality. It seems this Earth Savior is being helped by the entire universe. The designer, the engineer, and the maker all agreed. The developments so far proved it. Time passed quickly. Black towers across the world were being cleared one after another. Countries that possessed tower jumping tickets climbed only up to the 66th floor with the help of holy water, then took elevators straight to the 71st floor. Countries without tickets also came to Korea and, fully buffed with holy swords, holy water, and various elixirs, climbed to the 71st floor. As a result, the global average black tower floor count approached nearly 70. All thanks to the authentic Kabbalan clear, which had weakened the dark aura of the undead sections. Of course, the North Korean Black Tower was excluded. Things were going smoothly. Earth had officially entered the era of high-grade magic stones. Ju Hyuk was at his villa in Namyangju. He planned to welcome Gobang here. Gobang was coming. He would return in glory as an LSSR-ranked summoned being. Meanwhile, in one corner of the villa, 2 summoned beings were whispering to each other in secret. Lord Mad Berserker, is it really okay to just leave North Korea as it is? Are you insane? That place is the most dangerous right now. It must be dealt with as soon as possible. But what do we do? Summoner Bongnim does not really like killing people. Mad Berserker nodded. Still, he did not think that was a flaw of the summoner. It was simply his nature, and that was precisely why he liked him even more. Then there is no choice. We remove the danger without killing anyone. Assassin, what is your manifestation time limit? I am jealous. I am still stuck at 3 hours. That initial 1-star rating was big. You should have been more careful. You started releasing killing intent everywhere the moment you appeared. At Mad Berserker's fake cough, Cossack flinched. Anyway, you will have to be dispatched to North Korea. Dispatched, you say? Subdue the North Korean chairman and turn him into a puppet. I do not have a mental domination skill. Then threaten him. You are good at that, are you not? It is not threatening. It is negotiation. I am Cossack, a master negotiator and creative strategist. North Korea was a dictatorship. National policy was decided by a single word from the chairman. If that chairman were controlled, the threat would vanish instantly. They could even look toward reunification, and it would be absurdly easy. Who could handle Cossack? Stealth, infiltration, intimidation, assassination, lockpicking, smashing the back of someone's head. There was no person or force capable of stopping him. Even if a level 70 liberated player charged at him, it would be over in one slash. Like swimming on land. Child's play. But there was one biggest problem. Would the summoner allow it or not? Lord Mad Berserker, you should suggest it to Summoner Bongnim. That we deal with North Korea. I finally managed to get on good terms with the summoner. If I get on his bad side, it is over. Soon, that barbarian will return as a legendary rank. And in another 2 weeks, there will also be a random summon opportunity. My position is getting shaky. That was the most frightening situation for Mad Berserker. Before, he was the only LSSR ranked summoned being, but soon there would be 3. His value was clearly going to drop. And if he were to irritate the summoner even slightly, you suggest it. No thanks. I do not want to either. You do it, Lord Mad Berserker. TCH, are you trying to die? I would rather die. What are you two doing over there? The meat is burning. At Juhyuk's call, Mad Berserker and Cossack replied. Got it. We will be right there. Yes, sir. I am coming too. And they shuffled over with awkward steps. Chapter 122. The Namyeongju Villa. The summoned beings had all returned, leaving only Juhyuk behind. Sometimes, time alone was necessary. Operating the Chunji E1 technique, he began his breathing exercises. Then, drawing up blood jade energy with his left hand, while gripping the thunderstorm cudgel with his right. With shadow footwork, he unleashed Han 1 thunderclap cudgel. Finally, he summoned the homunculi to clean up the surroundings. Just that alone made 2 hours fly by. Not sure if he would ever need this in real life. Still, practice had to be consistent. Since starting martial arts training, his body had become incredibly healthy. He was not tired even without sleep. Good health was the best, after all. Juhyuk was still waiting for Gobang. It took about 2 weeks for a double SR rank to break through to LSSR. But 2 weeks had already passed. He still was not in a summonable state. Just when exactly? Well, he would keep waiting. Maybe with a drink. Juhyuk enjoyed alcohol. Even back when he lived in a shabby semi-basement, he would buy soju and a few snacks and drink alone. But alcohol tasted best with company. Among the summoned beings, none enjoyed drinking except Mad Berserker. What could he do? He would send everyone back and summon them separately for a drink. But before summoning Mad Berserker, Juhyuk went into the parked camping car. It felt unfair to treat only Mad Berserker. If possible, he could include Marie too. Among the summoned beings, there were only 2 LSSR ranks. When Gobang returned, there would be 3, but not yet. Designated summon. Alia Marie. The moment she appeared, Marie sat down and banged her head against the camping car wall. Come to think of it, he still had not even seen her face once. When would she show it? Juhyuk quietly closed the car door and stepped outside. Then he picked up his tablet. Manly man. Hello, Ms. Marie. Marie, thank you for summoning me again. And for the 5-star rating too. She talked so well through the tablet, but... Manly man. It is nothing big, but I was thinking of having a drink with Lord Mad Berserker. Would you like to join us? Marie. No, I do not want to. A firm rejection. Marie. I cannot drink alcohol, and the old man scares me. Still, it must be boring being alone. Manly man. Should I summon Rajix for you? What a hardcore shut-in alchemist. Well, with a tablet, she probably would not get bored anyway. Marie. I cannot drink, but I can make alcohol. Marie. It is a herbal-infused liquor. If I use the Philosopher's Stone, I can speed up fermentation and aging. That sounded promising. What would alcohol made by an alchemist taste like? Manly man. Please wait a little. I will make it for you. After about an hour, creak, the car door opened. At the same time, a hand emerged, followed by 2 rather large glass jars being shoved out. Homunculi deployed. Cha-cha-cha-chuck. The homunculi carried the liquor bottles over to Juhyuk. Marie, if you ever want more, I can make it any time. Was this an item too? A man's liquor. Effect. There is no way to properly describe it, but it is good for men. Even if you chug the whole bottle, there is no hangover. A man's drink. An interesting effect. He was curious about the taste too. Designated summon. Mad Berserker. Thank you for calling me. Ha ha, have a seat. Drinking outdoors under the moonlight. How serene. The liquor will taste better for it. He poured a glass first. This liquor, the aroma is extraordinary. Marie made it for us. She said it is herbal-infused liquor. Is that so? That foul-mouthed elf has all sorts of talents, it seems. He lifted the cup and drank. How could liquor like this exist? From the scent alone as it approached his lips, it was different. A faint floral fragrance, a pleasant aroma that lifted the mood. Heavy and intense. The moment it went down, his body heated up. A wild, surging first impression. A deep, lingering aftertaste. The name fit perfectly. He should ask her to make it often. Impressive. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. Drunk on alcohol, drunk on the atmosphere. Oh, Lord Mad Berserker. Earlier today as well, it looked like you were having a serious conversation with Mr. Kosak. What were you talking about? Mad Berserker glanced at Ju-hyuk. Unless under special circumstances, a summoned being could not disobey the summoner or lie. Some degree of autonomous action was allowed, though. As long as it did not concern the summoner's safety, small lies were permissible. So Mad Berserker opened his mouth calmly, without changing his expression. The topic of North Korea came up. What did you say? That assassin fellow suggested we deal with the North Korean leadership. Yes. This old man opposed it. The summoner disliked such actions. Killing people, I mean. It was true that he disliked it. But then he suggested taking over North Korea without killing anyone. Is that even possible? Handling North Korea without casualties? He claimed that subduing the leader alone would suffice. Truly a difficult matter. Oh, that actually sounded like a good idea. So I scolded him for spouting nonsense. Ha ha. That is not a bad idea. Indeed. One must approach such matters carefully. If it leads to war, But what exactly do you mean by not a bad idea? Ju-hyuk thought for a moment, then spoke. Mr. Kosak's idea, subduing. No, persuading the North Korean chairman and dealing with it that way. Mad Berserker blinked. That is okay. It is a clean solution. We can minimize casualties, prevent a war, and if things go well, even take the tower. It really is like Mr. Kosak. Mad Berserker looked dumbfounded. So it was actually fine? Mad Berserker cleared his throat. Actually, it was I who proposed it first. That assassin, does he even have the brains for such a plan? Well, regardless of who suggested it first, they did not have the capability to clear the undead section from before Kabbalah, even if they wielded the holy sword. In the end, it has to be dealt with. Even if he had to use the tower stronghold declaration loudspeaker. Let us take the tower, the badge, the perks, and the treasure vault as well. Excuse me, summoner. May I ask something? When you say minimize casualties, how many deaths are acceptable? How could there be 0 deaths? That would be asking too much. Mad Berserker was deeply moved. He grabbed Ju-hyuk's hand tightly. Let us do it. If this is what the summoner wants, we must do it. And there is a way. After all, what you truly want is to change the nationality of the North Korean Black Tower, is it not? It can be done. It will simply take some time. If the tower collapsed during that time, or if the North Korean government did something insane. If only I had the tower stronghold declaration loudspeaker. It really should have come out as a perk by now. If you have that, does it shorten the process? Of course. It would not even take half a month, peacefully too. What did you say? Ju-hyuk took the loudspeaker out of his inventory and showed it to Mad Berserker. Mad Berserker beamed. Let us do it. I will do it. Do not worry. He had gone and done it. Now all that remained was to hope, as he said, that casualties would truly be minimized. Still, Mad Berserker seemed to have changed a lot. In the past, he might have insisted on wiping out the entire North Korean leadership. He is watching his step a lot more now, too. At first, Mad Berserker himself had been frightening, even when they shared drinks. That was why Ju-hyuk had decided to clash head-on. He thought it would be one of 2 outcomes. Either he would be absorbed into Mad Berserker's beliefs, or Mad Berserker into his. They were influencing each other, like a married couple gradually growing alike. Ju-hyuk made his decision. The summoned beings gathered, heads together. The briefing began. Everyone clustered around. Bloodwolf was excluded since he was a dog, and Ms. Marie was still inside the camping car. banging her head, and for smoother proceedings, one outsider was invited as well. Kosak stood before everyone. Greetings. I am the trusted confidant of Summoner Bong, the flower of unification, the dove of peace, the man everyone knows, the bridge for reunited families. John Kosak. Today, we have a special guest attending the briefing. A round of applause for Deputy Director Jun Guangil. Clap, 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 clap. Jun Guangil stood awkwardly and bowed. It was Jun Guangil. At the summoned being's request, Ju Hyuk had personally called him, asking if he could come to Namyangju. Jun still looked dazed, not quite sure what was happening. Briefing began. A beam projector screen was set up. When the laptop was connected, pop! An image appeared. A map of the Korean peninsula, with the tower's location marked. We are going to take over North Korea. In the short term, change the Black Tower's nationality. In the long term, unification. Jun Guangil was stunned. Had he heard that wrong? He had been asleep at home. Then Player Bong said he had something urgent to discuss, so he had rushed over in his car. Changing the tower's nationality? Unification, no less. The Tower Stronghold Declaration loudspeaker. This is basically a war-provoking item. If you use it without proper groundwork, it will be a disaster. What loudspeaker was he even talking about? But if you do sufficient groundwork first, and then use the loudspeaker, it cannot get more peaceful than this. How we do it is. Kosak continued his explanation. They infiltrate North Korea. Plan a mark of tracking on the chairman. Every day, they dispatch into North Korea and stick close to him. Then they patiently persuade him and walk together down the path of peace. For smooth achievement of our goals, I, Kosak, plan to assume the position of Minister of the People's Armed Forces of North Korea. Kayahaha. Comrades, stay alert. Minister Kosak has arrived. Jun Guangil's jaw dropped. This was absurd, or maybe not. These people were not exactly normal, after all. The explanation continued. And then Jun Guangil realized why he had been summoned here. This briefing was for him. This is how things will proceed, so do not be surprised. Give the government a heads up as well. It might actually be possible. Of course, there were countless obstacles. Politics, economy, culture. North and South were different in every way. But if those differences were narrowed gradually, over time, Ju Hyuk suddenly jumped to his feet. Everyone's eyes turned to him. It popped up. Gobang. Gobang has. A message had just arrived. The summoned being Barbarian Meat Shield has successfully broken through its rank. Evolution to LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare, has been completed. Gobang is coming. Gobang is here. From Al Gobang, he advanced 2 stages into a double SR Gobang, and now, at last, into LSSR. Achievement. You are the first to upgrade a summoned being to the LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare, rank. An achievement, too. Right. This really is an incredible achievement. What achievement could be bigger than this? Achievement reward has been granted. You may now enter the tower up to 3 times per day. No, this is a bit. It was the same before. When Mad Berserker was first summoned, the achievement reward was 2 tower entries per day. Are all achievement rewards like this? Well, does the reward really matter? How has their Gobang changed? First, calm down mentally. Barbarian Meat Shield, designated summon. A blinding mass of light. And then, he appeared, shining with LSSR brilliance, the success story of summoned beings. Catalog. The Barbarian Lord of overwhelming charisma, who rules the Great Plains. Rank. LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare. Type. Barbarian Warrior, Human. Manifestation time limit, 4 hours. Satisfaction rating. Average 5 stars. Resummon cooldown, 3 hours, applies after dismissal. The warrior has awaited this day alone. His appearance had not changed all that much. Maybe he had gotten slightly shorter? Deeper eyes, a sharper jawline, and a magnificent beard. His soulmate, the human holy sword Lushu's Bardin, gazed at Gobang with a deeply moved expression. The two nodded to each other. Yundale also bowed gently, paying respect to Gobang. Lord of the Great Plains, congratulations on your safe return. Veron Ihka and Rajix snapped to attention as well. To the Lord of the Great Plains, salute. They raised their hands powerfully. Certain victory. He, Gobang. Assassin, you have worked hard in the meantime. Oh, it was nothing. You are not going to flick my forehead or something unbecoming of a lord, right? Truly, he carried the bearing of a lord. The briefing was over. They had secured sufficient information through Jun Guangil, and now all that remained was execution. They would go on a business trip to North Korea and begin negotiations with the chairman for a long-term unification plan. There was no need to wait. They would start immediately. Entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, Floor 1. Using the tower exclusive exit ring. Please designate the nationality of the tower you wish to exit. Designation complete. Your next exit will be within a 10-kilometer radius of the North Korean Black Tower. At the same time, mission abandonment. You have declared mission abandonment. You have failed the mission. Exiting the Republic of Korea Black Tower. To the west, the silhouette of a fairly large city came into view. Two people would be dispatched, Cossack and Mad Berserker. Mad Berserker would act as Cossack's temporary assistant. He did not need to go, but he volunteered. How could anyone stop him? He would not cause a major incident, right? He had changed, after all. Please do that quickly. Cossack's eyes sparkled. By contrast, Ju Hyuk looked awkward. Do I really have to? There was no choice. Even if it made his skin crawl, Ju Hyuk pointed toward Pyongyang and said, "Go." Cossack dashed off the instant the command was given. Mad Berserker looked expectant as well, but, well, very well. Now, it was time to head out with Gobang. It had been a long time. He needed to see how Gobang had changed. The most suitable floor would be entering the Republic of Korea Black Tower, Floor 69, a place where dark liches appeared, along with the countless undead they summoned. Gobang stepped forward alone. He expanded swoosh. At the same time, tight black armor covered his entire body and head. That is amazing. Countless undead appeared at the lich's gesture. Gobang stomped his foot. A tremendous shockwave swept across the battlefield of Floor 69. Every undead in its path was instantly shattered. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 123. Black Tower, 69th floor. A fierce shockwave shot straight ahead. A wide path was blown open through the sea of undead that filled the battlefield. Like the miracle of Moses. Thanks to that, Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings leisurely walked forward along the freshly cleared highway. It is not something I can use often. There is a cooldown, but it can open a path to the boss. A skill that lets you reach the boss quickly in boss battles where waves of minions spawn, as expected of their party-leading tank. But the truly amazing thing about Gobang was not the shockwave. I wanted to upgrade my gigantification skill, but I did not. If my body gets bigger, I get sluggish. Instead, energy gathered around Gobang. A roar of provocation at the LSSR rank. In an instant, all aggro was pulled. Every remaining undead swarmed toward Gobang. Mummies, zombies, skeletons, ghouls, dullahans, specters, phantoms, death knights. The most popular one here was Gobang. As if making a love confession, all the undead clung like mad to the gigantified Gobang. Tack-tap, ta-da-ta-ta-tack. On his legs, his arms, his torso. Some even climbed up his shoulders to his head. His massive body grew even larger. And yet, they still could not stop Gobang's advance. Bardin stared blankly at the scene, as if dumbfounded. It is like an armored personnel carrier charging in. With armor plating on top of that. He is basically a human tank. Gobang was no longer bare-bodied. Pitch-black armor had formed over his body. The undead could not even leave a scratch on him. Not even the blade of a death knight, thickly wreathed in dark aura. Thump, 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 thump. Gobang advanced toward the lich. Undead desperately tried to block him. But before a human tank, they were nothing more than plastic bottles lying on the road, instantly crushed flat. This is most comfortable. The monsters cannot even approach us. No, they are not even trying, sir. With so many undead around, their eyes were fixed solely on Gobang. They paid no attention to anyone else. Veronechka fired her magic gun at the undead clinging to Gobang, but she did not pull even a shred of aggro. Shoot or do not shoot. I am killing this guy. Right now, to the undead, Gobang was practically the enemy who had slain their parents. Meanwhile, Bardin wore a deeply dissatisfied expression, muttering to himself in a hurt tone. Why will he not pick me up? Is it because I am only SR rank, so I am beneath notice? The human holy sword, Bardin, seemed to think he had been abandoned. At last, Gobang's call rang out. Bardin's face instantly brightened. Bardin's entire body blazed with radiance. Whoosh! He sprinted forward and, stretching his body out, dove toward Gobang. Gobang seized Bardin by both ankles. At long last, Gobang picked up a weapon. This is driving him insane. Bardin was swung. The undead were shattered, crushed against bodies, smashed by a flail. Amidst all that, Rajix rode his blood wolf around, busily searching for items. Yeah, well, this is how tower goes. It all felt very familiar. But are Mr. Cossack and the Mad Demon doing okay? Please do not cause a major accident. If you must cause trouble, keep it minor. Kim In-young, chairman of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, lay awake, unable to sleep. His wife beside him was already fast asleep, but he kept tossing and turning. Those were the good days. The days when he just sucked honey without a care. 20 years ago, when towers first appeared by nationality. The Republic did not have its own independent tower. It shared the Black Tower with the Republic of Korea. As a result, the status windows of Republic players were listed under the Republic of Korea, not the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. As a sovereign nation, it was humiliating. The Republic being classified as South Korea? There was nothing to be done. That was how the system had decided. No. Even small countries with populations of 5 million had their own towers, so why not the Republic? But as time passed, he realized something. It was not all bad. Without the burden of defending against tower collapse, without climbing to the upper floors, by repeatedly farming the lower floors for rewards, they could climb comfortably. Then came the great upheaval, the conquest of the true Kabbalah. High-grade mana stones, the rice grains of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, were monopolized exclusively by the Republic of Korea's tower. Naturally, North Korean players benefited as well. Foreign currency poured in like madness. But that monopoly would soon end. Once the black towers of other countries reached the 71st floor, only a few months remained. Squeeze as much as possible while it is still possible. That was why they created the short-term temporary naturalization program. Conquer the Republic of Korea's Black Tower, where milk and honey flow, and receive the rewards. Pay the money, and they would change your status window nationality to Republic of Korea, no questions asked. In reality, temporarily naturalized players received high-grade mana stone rewards from the Republic of Korea's Black Tower, which had the highest reward rates. Applications for short-term temporary naturalization flooded in like a tidal wave. It spread like a craze. The temporarily naturalized players were extremely satisfied. Without ever setting foot in North Korea, they could freely enter and exit the tower from their own countries and just siphon off items. And then, the incident happened. Player population overcrowding. A newly established Black Tower of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And on top of that, it was near Pyongyang. In the blink of an eye, a national tower had come into existence. It was nothing short of bewildering. Who could have predicted this? There had been absolutely no preparation. The Republic had no capacity to climb the unchallenged upper floors. They could not even control it properly. Worse still, some insane bastards had pushed the tower's floor progression all the way into the undead zone. They did catch the player who had done it, but something had to be done. The most reliable solution would be to cultivate state-sponsored players and deploy them to defend against tower collapse. But at the present moment, that was impossible. There was not enough budget, they did not even know how to begin, and in the end, the only place to lean on was the South. The know-how of the awakened management administration that had turned South Korea into an advanced tower-conquering nation, and the player-exclusive equipment being sold in player shops. They did not even dare hope for a triple S+++ rank record holder. If only they could bring in someone of Vice Commissioner Jun Gwang-il's caliber to the Republic. That would turn a crisis into an opportunity. As these thoughts churned, his eyelids gradually grew heavy. And just as he was about to fall asleep, I think this is the guy. Mia? Just looking at him, that is definitely him. Wow, finally found him. We went through so many rooms. If you were just a bit smarter, you would have found him ages ago. Sorry about that. What about the woman sleeping next to him? She has been given a transfusion. She will not wake up until tomorrow morning. That could not be it. He must be half asleep, dreaming. The bedroom where Kim In-young slept was the most secret and secluded place even within the office residence complex. Guards stood watch in every corridor, at every door, every corner. Who could possibly get in here? So it had to be a dream. Only a dream or a ghost could explain what was happening. That was what he firmly believed, until someone slapped his cheek repeatedly with the palm of their hand. Chairman Kim In-young, comrade. Wake up, hurry. A nuke has fallen on the Republic. The nuke of nukes. Do not you know the mad demon nuke? You insolent bastard. Kim In-young slowly opened his eyes. There were two people. One was a young man, the other an old man with snow-white hair. But Kim In-young could not finish his sentence, because his eyes met the old man's. A chill ran through him. Just from eye contact alone, cold sweat poured down his back. His heart pounded like it was about to explode. It will hurt a bit. Still, consider yourself lucky. How many humans do you think have survived after facing me? You have caught a stroke of fortune. What was he even saying? In the next instant, the old man jabbed fingers into various points on Kim In-young's body. Not even a scream escaped. He could not lift his upper body. His fingers, his toes, his entire body stiffened, frozen solid. And shortly after, Kim In-young encountered pain unlike anything he had experienced in his entire life. It felt like his flesh was being sliced apart. Bones twisted out of alignment, joints snapped backward. Yet he could not thrash or struggle. His mind was clear, but his body was completely paralyzed. This is a bit much. Could you not just talk to him nicely? Is this really necessary? When the young man spoke in a worried tone, the old man snapped angrily. You little brat. Are you looking to die? How dare you interfere with my work? No. I mean, could you not just immobilize him without all this? Shut up. Unless you want to die. TSK. Why am I going through all this trouble? It would be so much easier to just kill them all in one go. Kim In-young felt like he was going insane. From childhood, he had lived an excessively sheltered life. If he so much as tripped while walking, the bodyguards assigned to protect him would be reprimanded and dismissed. Raised like a flower in a greenhouse, he had no tolerance for pain. It stayed that way even as he grew older. The supreme dignity of the Republic. A body that was not allowed to suffer even a scratch on the skin. And yet, this kind of horrific pain? He could not endure it. Silent screams poured out of his entire being. He wanted to die. If he died, it would all be over. Agu, this is too pitiful. Please, just remove the pain. How are we supposed to talk like this? We need to negotiate. The young man stamped his feet anxiously, but, negotiations go smoothly only when you are sitting on the other guy's head. What kind of talk can you have with someone who dares lift his head in defiance? The old man would not listen at all. This feels less like a conversation and more like torture. So what if it is torture? Even through his delirium of pain, Kim In-young clearly heard the word conversation. Yes, conversation. I will agree to anything. Looks like today is a bust for talking. We will have to come back tomorrow. Yes, sir. Good work. Yeah, you too. But why did you tie a ribbon in this guy's hair? Eek. Sorry. Force of habit. The presents vanished. They really left? Leaving him like this? Despair washed over Kim In-young. The unrelenting, horrifying pain. This was not right. He could not endure this until tomorrow. He wanted to bite off his tongue and die right now. But at that very moment, a presence right beside him. Hey, even for an old man, that was a bit too much, do not you think? It was the young man. All you had to do was keep his body from moving. Why go as far as torture? The poor guy. He was absolutely right. Torture was shameless, an outrage against humanity. If his body ever became free again, he would abolish torture in the Republic. Chairman comrade, do not worry. I will make it so it does not hurt. How did I do this again? Was it pressing here? And no, not there. No, not there. Right, it was this spot. And press here too. It was astonishing. The agonizing pain that felt like it was gnawing away at his entire body vanished in an instant. Still, he could not move. Like a vegetable. Even so, it was something. At least the pain was gone. The young man held his hand tightly and spoke in a pitiful voice. You must endure this, Chairman comrade. Such a grateful person. I would like to tie a ribbon on you to cheer you up, but next time. Anyway, we will meet tomorrow. Leaving behind a Chairman Kim In-young, full of gratitude in his eyes, Cossack stepped out of the room. Bodyguards lay collapsed in the hallway. Of course, they were not dead either. The mad demon had simply put them to sleep by controlling their blood. By tomorrow, all of Pyongyang would probably be in an uproar. Outside the residence, the mad demon was waiting for Cossack. Did you release the bone-locking technique? I do not see why we need to go through all this trouble. Do not worry. This method works very well. It is a rapport-building technique with an actual name, good cop, bad cop. The mad demon tilted his head. Good cop, bad cop. It means one good detective and one bad detective. So you are the good cop, and I am the bad cop? The mad demon did not like it at all. If you just killed them on the spot, there would be no future trouble and everything would be clean. He could not understand why they were taking the long way around when an easy method existed. Awaken Management Administration. Park Jiang-soo stared blankly, mouth agape, as he listened to Jun Guangil's story. Only after it was all over did he say, "So, reunification? Tage, that person called Kosak is negotiating with Chairman Kim In-young? First unify the towers, then full reunification in the long term?" The answers were perfunctory, but could anything be more definitive? Yes, 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 it will work. Absolutely. I think so too. Park Jiang-soo could not help but agree. What is impossible about it? These were people who could wipe out the North Korean communist leadership in a single night if they wanted. And yet they were talking about dialogue. They did not even need to. An extremely moderate and peaceful approach. Player Bong's influence, right? Of course, it was not going to be just talking. But what are we actually supposed to do about this? How do we report this to the Blue House? Want to do it yourself? Absolutely not. I have no idea what kind of excuse I would even give. To make a report, they would have to disclose Bong players' abilities to some extent. But could the state accept that? A player who could freely use abilities in reality without even using the rune necklace of liberation. It is better not to. For now, observing seems like the best choice. At least until the nationality of the North Korean tower changed. Ju Hyuk's penthouse. Honestly, Ju Hyuk did not want to know what was happening in North Korea. From the perspective of a wimp, it was an issue on an entirely different scale. Though it probably was not like that for the summoned beings. They were people who played on a cosmic scale. People who had lived in other worlds besides Earth, experiencing every kind of hardship imaginable. They must have had a clear reason for doing this. So they must have done something. And he could not very well not ask. Nothing happened, right? Do not worry. We did not kill a single person. That was a relief, but, what about negotiations with the North Korean leader? You mean the chairman, comrade? He is probably in a coma right now. We will talk starting tomorrow. They did not kill him, but put him into a coma? We only did some pressure point strikes. Even hit the paralysis points. Pressure point strikes. Ju Hyuk knew what that was. One of the martial techniques that paralyzes the body, turning someone into a vegetable. His mind is perfectly fine. It is just that unless this old man releases it, he cannot move his body or even make a sound. Well, he had expected some show of force, but do not push it too far. Take it slow, minimize side effects. Oh, please do not worry. Who do you think I am? The good cop of rapport building, the Our Kid Has Changed, customized solution specialist. Dr. Kosak. He should trust him. Had anything Kosak ever done ended in failure? He always brought back the best possible results. This time would be the same. Today, they planned to climb the upper floors again for the first time in a while. With Gobang back, it was a celebration of sorts. What kind of mission awaited them on the 74th floor? It was a two-track strategy. Tower climbing in the morning, North Korea dispatch work at night. Looks like the next few days will be hectic again. What could he do? It was a path he had chosen himself. He had no choice but to bear it. Chapter 124. The newly appointed chairman, Wang Yuan, failed to even complete 2 months of his term before being killed by a domestic player, by Lung. A power vacuum must be filled quickly. At an emergency session of the Chinese Communist Party's National Congress, a new leader was selected. Liu Jiao, President of the People's Republic of China. 78 years old this year. He was extremely aged, but that also meant he was rich in experience. Accordingly, his governing philosophy focused on stability. President Liu Jiao received a report from the Minister of China's Special Public Security Bureau. Something has happened in North Korea? Yes. We have heard that Chairman Kim has collapsed and fallen into a vegetative state. How credible is this? Where did the information come from? From someone in Chairman Kim's inner circle. Naturally, one of our people. North Korea as well? Had East Asia been cursed? China, too, had lost 2 leaders in less than a year. Lin Chiming and Wang Yuan. Even so, there was no major turmoil. China was not a country whose political system would collapse just because one leader died. But North Korea was a bit different. In Chairman Kim Il-sung's case, a succession structure had not yet been firmly established. If things went wrong, North Korea's political landscape could plunge into total chaos. How should we respond? From China's perspective, North Korea was a chicken rib, awkward and of little value. Maybe it had mattered in the past, but now its utility had dropped sharply. A new black tower under the North Korean nationality had been established. Unless North Korea had tower climbing know-how comparable to South Korea, which it did not. Even compared to China, it was worse. If China were to establish a pro-China regime in North Korea, that would mean one more tower China would have to shoulder responsibility for. The Black Tower in Pyongyang, already cleared up to the 62nd floor. It would be practically a satellite regime, meaning China would have to take responsibility. Leave North Korea alone. They will sort it out themselves. There is also the possibility of South Korean intervention. That was actually the most troublesome scenario. Korea was different from China, a country capable of handling multiple towers at once. What if South Korea began reunification talks with North Korea in exchange for conquering the Black Tower? Would they really intervene? Reunification is not something that happens in a day or two. North and South differed in politics, society, and economics in every respect. The only thing they shared was language. If anything, South Korea might have more in common with Japan these days, given the Korean wave. Even if they tried, it would take an extremely long time. They could respond when that time came. For now, China's stability was the priority. And, above all, preventing the collapse of its three towers. That was the most urgent issue. President Liu Jiao of China had no room to spare to worry about the Korean peninsula. Ju Hyuk was still in Namyangju. He planned to head home after clearing the 74th floor. The 74th floor, Floors 71, 72, and 73 had all been related to Gobang. Then would the 74th floor follow a similar theme? A linked quest tied to one of the summoned beings, leading to a rank breakthrough. If so, the target would be an LSSR summoned being. Kosak, Gyundale, Veronhka, Rajix, or Bardin. If we get another rank breakthrough rune, it is going to eat up a lot of platinum badges. The total accumulated platinum badges so far, 91. After assigning them to the summoned beings, there were 31 physical badges left. That number might drop below 10, but there was no need to worry. The summoned beings' SSS+++ rank clears would continue as usual. And there was also the North Korean tower. So where would they lack opportunities to earn badges? The summoned beings, meanwhile, steeled their resolve. To be honest, when Alia Marie, the stay-at-home alchemist, had been summoned 2 weeks ago, they had secretly felt relieved. An LSSR summon was scheduled through random summoning. If a combat class like a mage appeared, their positions would be threatened. But she was a non-combat class, a shut-in who stayed inside brewing potions. Someone who did not even need to enter the tower. On top of that, the United States had gifted them a trait enhancement rune, increasing the simultaneous summon limit to 8. Could they finally relax now? Complacency was dangerous. In 2 weeks, there would be another random summon. Then the catalog list would increase to 10. A month after that, it would become 11. Unless something extraordinary happened, the number of summoned beings would inevitably increase. But trait enhancement had limits. The number of simultaneous summons was capped, meaning someone could get cut. Like the mad demon in the past, called out alone in the middle of the night just to drink himself senseless. They had to work hard and engrave their usefulness into the summoner's mind. After each of them made that resolve, Ju Hyuk and the summoned beings ascended the tower. Entering Republic of Korea Black Tower, 74th floor. The environment was a forest and a narrow trail. Looks ordinary. Just follow the path? Once again, Gobang naturally took the lead. Up ahead, a very small clearing came into view. The path ended there. A dead end? When does the mission? At that moment, a list of missions appeared all at once. Did a mission pop up? It had appeared, but what is the mission about? A fox? You mean a princess, sir? You little bastard. Not a metaphor, an actual fox. Starting with the basic mission. 74th floor basic mission. Defeat 30 cute three-tailed foxes. Three-tailed foxes. Foxes with 3 tails. And that was not all. The additional optional mission, high difficulty optional mission, and ultra high difficulty optional mission were all fox hunting as well. 3. 5, 7, 9. Three-tailed foxes, five-tailed foxes, seven-tailed foxes, and finally, nine-tailed foxes. So we are even hunting nine-tailed foxes. For now, let us keep moving. As the group reached the small clearing, the environment suddenly changed. In an instant, the area around Ju-hyuk and the summoned beings turned into a field of flowers. The mad demon spoke with a knowing expression. A formation array. Hyun-dale nodded as well. That is correct. A formation array. He did not know exactly what it was, but it seemed related to illusions. So where are the foxes? In the next instant, all at once, countless foxes peeked out from within the flower field. Foxes? They are people. Children at that. This is troublesome. But looking closer, there was something fox-like about them. They had human forms, but their appearance was slightly off. White triangular ears on both sides of their heads. Three tails attached to their backs. It is a transformation art. When foxes cultivate to gain the Tao, or consume human livers, their tails increase one by one. Once they reach 3 tails, they become capable of using transformation techniques. As expected of Princess Hyun-dale, there is nothing she does not know. Still, this is not right. You want us to kill them? Young fox children are running around in the flower field, giggling and laughing as they play, just like real kids. Shall we kill them? Just give the order. Senior Veronechka KLHBR, target lock. Of course, the summoned beings did not hesitate even a little. But, is this really fine? Even if they are foxes, they are acting so innocent. Step, step. Hyun-dale walked forward. Their true forms are nothing like this. They are bewitching the young master. The energy foxes use for transformation arts is of a different nature from magic power, aura, or internal energy. Even Lord Mad Demon likely cannot discern their true forms. The Mad Demon agreed. The shaman is right. Even to my eyes, they look like children. This girl shall cast a spell and reveal their true forms. Is that really necessary? We could just kill them all. Hyun-dale smiled faintly as she replied. Do you think this girl is doing it out of concern for Lord Mad Demon? I have no such intentions. I am merely trying not to disturb the young master's state of mind. What Hyun-dale meant was clear. This is not for you, Mad Demon. So shut up and stay put. You will understand once they are revealed. Whether they grew their tails through cultivation or by consuming human livers. With a graceful motion, Hyun-dale lifted the bronze mirror hanging from her neck. I command the impure beings, cease your deception and reveal your true forms. By the urgent command of the law, brilliant light burst forth from the bronze mirror. At the same time, the fox children's true forms were revealed. That was shocking. As you can see, they are monsters. They became 3-tailed foxes by consuming human livers. Each of them is a demon that has lived for at least 100 years. Their fur stood on end, blood-red eyes gleamed eerily, sticky drool dripped from their mouths, sharp fangs, and flashing claws exposed. They were disgusting to look at, completely different from the foxes people usually imagine. Compared to them, the blood wolf was practically a cute pet dog. The blood wolf lowered its stance, fully tense. Rajix, riding on its back, also pulled out his golden pickaxe. They are definitely monsters. They look real good at ripping out human livers. Pathetic creatures. How dare they disguise themselves as children to deceive people? I will put 10 magic bullets into each of their heads. Everyone was furious. Ju-hyuk felt the burden on his conscience lift. Take them out. Quickly. And the moment the words left his mouth, pierce, pierce, pierce. Veronechka's magic gun roared. Thud, 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 thud. The 3-tailed fox's heads exploded like fireworks. Bardin was already in Gobang's hands. As he was swung mightily, a flail-like strike. The mad demon stood calmly with his hands behind his back. There was no need for him to step in. Why use a butcher's knife to kill chickens? He would move when it was time to deal with the 9-tailed fox. Meanwhile, Rajix rode the blood wolf back and forth. Chop, 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 chop. He harvested herbs from the flower field. Our reliable Rajix. So that is why he brought the golden pickaxe. Looks like he had prepared in advance to gather herbs. With the stay-at-home alchemist Marie around, herbs were in demand, so he was working extra hard. Now that their true forms were known, there was no hesitation. Fox demons that had eaten human livers and lived for over a century. Defeated cute 3-tailed foxes, 30 out of 30. 74th floor, basic mission completed. Reward. Mana stones, 1.4 kilograms. High-grade mana stones, 6 kilograms. But for other players, this stage might be difficult. They could easily be deceived by illusion techniques. Would you like to continue with the additional optional mission? If you decline, the mission will be judged as complete and you will exit the tower. 74th floor additional optional mission. Defeat 10 lively five-tailed foxes. The environment changed again. This time, a courtyard of an old-fashioned grand mansion. And there, 10 five-tailed fox girls appeared, wearing revealing clothes, very human-like. We have been waiting. Let us play quickly. No matter what, foxes really do have good taste in men. They are calling me handsome, are they not? Let us not humor him. Here is a question. What if the player were female? Then of course their gender would change. That makes sense. Anyway, seeing all 10 of them together like that. They look like a girl group. How about a 10-member girl group? Sexy fox girls. Think they could debut. Are you planning to start an agency? Their true forms would be just as disgusting. Once again, Gyun-Dale raised the bronze mirror. Oh, Uni, do not do that. I will get mad, you know. Put it away right now. You crazy woman. And you have even got a flat chest. Gyun-Dale's expression shifted slightly, but light burst forth, revealing their true forms. Once again, they were filthy-looking fox monsters, twice the size of the three-tailed foxes. Do not hesitate. These are foxes that gain tails by consuming human livers. Ju-hyuk did not waver. His resolve was firm as stone. At Ju-hyuk's command, Go-Bang's roar echoed. Kayak. The five-tailed foxes charged, screeching like beasts. Gagagak. Gagagak. They clung to Go-Bang's body, slashing and biting with claws and fangs. But did they even leave a scratch? 10 of them went down quickly. The battle ended anticlimactically. Additional optional mission completed. Reward. Multinational Tower Access Ticket. A multinational tower access ticket for the first time in a while. One of these was practically worth 2 badges. Would you like to continue with the high difficulty optional mission? The environment changed again. This time, the interior of the mansion. It looked like a banquet hall. Music was playing. At the center stood a lavishly prepared feast table, and 5 women dancing. 74th floor high difficulty optional mission. Defeat 5 mature 7-tailed foxes. A heart swaying like reeds. The 7-tailed foxes approached with light, graceful steps. He did not know where to put his eyes. Were they wearing clothes or not? At that point, that basically counts as not wearing any. Overwhelming visuals. The sound of a dry swallow. Ju-hyuk stared off at distant mountains. Even though there were no mountains inside the banquet hall, he occasionally sneaked a sideways glance. But Kosak stared openly. Clearing the 74th floor was the right choice. They are even more impressive than senior Veronichka. At Kosak's words, Veronichka puffed out her chest in defiance. But it was no contest. Enough. Everyone, get a grip. Gyun-Dale's thunderous shout. Have you all lost your ability to discern right from wrong? Those things are nothing but monsters. Do they feel no shame parading themselves before the young master? Princess Gyun-Dale was correct 100 times over. This girl must reveal those fox wenches' true forms to snap you all out of it. She moved to raise the bronze mirror again when, could you maybe use the bronze mirror a little later? That actually sounded reasonable. Ju-hyuk almost nodded absent-mindedly, but, using it too much might break it. How exactly does a mirror break? Well, you know, cracks or something. Overuse could overload it and cause cracks. If you do not wish to die, kindly shut your mouth. A sharp, chilling gaze from Gyun-Dale. Just because she was a support shaman did not mean she was someone to take lightly. If she truly set her mind to it, she possessed the power to kill anyone without fail, releasing killing intent. Of course, she would not emerge unscathed either. But once Gyun-Dale unleashed that killing intent, death was guaranteed. Even the mad demon likely would not survive. Your vulgarity is so severe that it is shameful to even face the young master. Ju-hyuk pretended not to hear. If he took sides here, he would get dragged in too. Why am I the only one being scolded? Do not tell me he is dragging him in too. Lord Mad Demon has been staring just as hard. The Mad Demon, who had been blankly staring at the foxes, jumped when his name was mentioned. What did I do? I was merely sharpening my eyesight to discern the fox's sorcery. Well, this works out nicely. My hands were itching anyway. I suppose I will hunt assassins instead of foxes this time. Light burst from the bronze mirror. The mature seven-tailed foxes vanished. In their place, 5 bipedal fox monsters. Hunched backs, blade-like claws jutting out, long tongues, sickly yellow eyes, each easily over 2 meters tall. And especially their mouths, split all the way to beneath their ears, wide enough to chew up a human head with ease. The mood was ruined. The battle began immediately. The seven-tailed foxes instantly swarmed Gobang. Power condensed around the fox's claws. Flash, slash, slash. Gobang's body was shredded. The pitch-black armor split open. Of course, it regenerated quickly, but they were no pushovers. At 7 tails, they could not be taken lightly. They were cut down by Kosak's daggers, blown apart by Veronichka's magic gun. Once again, the mad demon did not step in. He simply stayed by Ju Hyuk's side. High difficulty, optional mission completed. Reward: Tower floor invasion ticket. Looks like today is a lucky day. 2 tickets already. Now only the final ultra-high difficulty mission remained. 74th floor ultra-high difficulty optional mission. Defeat the 1,000-year fox nine-tailed fox, bound and restrained. A bound nine-tailed fox. No idea why it was restrained, but it is about time this old man stepped in. It was a nine-tailed fox, after all. The environment changed again. This time, a dark basement. And at its center, a nine-tailed fox bound tightly by golden rope and talismans plastered all over it. Completely different from before. Not a mature woman. An old crone with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. A word slipped from Gyundale's lips. Master. Her eyes trembled uncontrollably. The nine-tailed fox was Gyundale's master? Only now did it become clear. The theme of the 74th floor was Gyundale. Chapter 125. He had a hunch. A mission about hunting foxes. Gyundale suddenly taking the lead on the 74th floor. So he had guessed it was probably a linked quest related to her. The guess was right. But not like this. Gyundale's background. A princess of the Heavenly Empire and the chief shaman of the Imperial Shrine. From a young age, she showed talent in talisman arts, rituals, and incantations. Because of that, she took the greatest Manshin of the era as her master, learning exorcisms and sorcery as she grew. Then that nine-tailed fox is the Manshin? That was beyond doubt. There was a nameplate floating above her head. 1,000-year fox Harayong. Rank: LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare. Type: Nine-tailed fox, Divine Beast. The background description confirmed it. The Grand Manshin Harayong of the Heavenly Empire's Imperial Shrine was in fact a nine-tailed fox. Like all divine beasts, Harayong's dream was ascension. To become a Yosun, one must endure an extremely harsh and grueling process of cultivation. Harayong lived among humans. She came to understand joy, sorrow, anger, and pleasure, steadily advancing toward ascension. But cultivation is difficult. One is constantly tempted by the desire to consume human livers. Succumbing to temptation turns one into a yokai, a wicked spirit intoxicated by power, craving fresh human livers. But Harayong's will was firm. She never yielded to temptation. Then calamity struck. While she was away, a rebellion broke out in the empire. An uncle murdered his nephew and seized the throne. Enraged, her beloved disciple Gyundale released killing intent toward the uncle who had become emperor and died from the resulting karmic backlash. It was a tragedy. The death of her disciple felt like her heart was being torn apart. Ascension meant nothing anymore. She withdrew from the mortal world and entered seclusion. With no thoughts and no attachments, her ties to the world faded, and she drew close to ascension. Just as she reached the very brink, disaster struck. She was subdued by another nine-tailed fox, a former companion who had succumbed to temptation and become a wicked yokai. Forced to consume human livers, Harayong sealed herself to prevent turning into an evil spirit. It was heartbreaking. That nine-tailed fox truly was Gyundale's master, the Grand Manshin. In childish terms, a good nine-tailed fox had been defeated by a bad one. And to fail right before ascension. Ju Hyuk explained in detail to Gyundale why Harayong had ended up like this. I understand now. Once one has tasted a human liver even once, it becomes impossible to cast it aside. That is why Master sealed herself, to prevent becoming a wicked spirit. Then what about the 3, 5, and 7-tailed foxes? They are disciples of the wicked nine-tailed fox who turned Master into this state. They likely set up a formation array around Master's dwelling to keep watch. In any case, this 74th floor reflected the time after Gyun-Dale's death. Perhaps it was a world projected from the lingering regrets she left behind. The mad demon let out a sigh. How tragic! 1,000 years of cultivation reduced to nothing in an instant. Ju-hyuk's heart ached as well. The ultra-high difficulty mission required killing Harung, the Grand Mon-shin, the nine-tailed fox, Gyun-Dale's master. He absolutely did not want to complete it. Fail the mission? So what if they did? In a sense, it would not even be a failure. They had already cleared the basic mission. After all, Gyun-Dale collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. How much pain must she be in? So Ju-hyuk asked the mad demon, "Is there any way to help her? To stop the progression into a wicked spirit, maybe." "Understood. This old man will take a look. See if there is anything that can be done." The mad demon strode forward, toward where the Grand Mon-shin, nine-tailed fox Harayong was bound. A line drawn across the floor. Beyond this point, one must not proceed. An unfamiliar, yet overwhelming flow of power could be felt. An instinctive warning of danger. Crossing or stepping on this line would bring disaster. It is not limited to the floor. Though invisible, it affected the resentment of losing her parents, the resentment of losing her younger sibling, the resentment of seeing her master like this. With a sorrowful Salpuri ritual, she advanced step by step, sometimes with quick, small steps, sometimes with long strides. She spun her body like a top, swept her fully extended arms in gentle arcs. Ju-hyuk and the summoned beings were transfixed. An LSSR ranked shaman. A dance that moved the heart. This was Gyun-Dale. She is beautiful. Women's charm is not just about the chest. You are only figuring that out now? It was impossible not to be awed. Everyone was captivated by her dance. Clap, 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 clap. Applause burst out. Gyun-Dale had already crossed the line. Yet nothing happened. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Instead, the formation array shattered beneath her steps. The sounds diminished. At last, she reached the bound nine-tailed fox Harayong. She hurried to remove the binding golden rope and talismans. "Do not touch them." The Grand Mon-shin, nine-tailed fox Harayong opened her eyes. At last, their gazes met. "Dale, I knew you would come. Who else could cross this place but you?" Harayong's voice was calm. Even while facing her dead disciple, "You have begun a new life. In another world." How did you know? My soul is bound to the tower. How could I not know?" Harayong looked at Ju-hyuk, then bowed her head politely, a gesture asking him to take good care of her disciple. Ju-hyuk returned the bow. "Dale, were you disappointed to learn my true nature?" "I am sorry. It does not matter. Whoever you are, you will always be my master." Harayong comforted the weeping Gyun-Dale. "Now let me rest. Is there not another way? You know how harsh the price of defying heaven is. This is not your fault, master." "No, it is my fault. Even foolishness is a sin." Gyun-Dale's hands trembled. She had to kill her master? Ju-hyuk and the other summoned beings watching felt the same anguish. "This will not do. We are exiting the tower. The 74th floor ultra-high difficulty mission is failed." The warrior agrees. "A wise decision, my lord." Senior Veronechka Klejbr reporting. "A swift retreat is momentum for the next advance. Please, grant my master's wish. A plea to be killed. That is the way to honor my master." He had tried to leave immediately precisely because he knew this would happen. He understood why Gyun-Dale felt this way. This was not about clearing a tower mission. It was about not letting her master become a wicked spirit. About sending her off as she truly was. The best possible choice. And the right one. He knew all of it. But could a human heart always be rational? Ju-hyuk hesitated. Then the mad demon stepped forward. He walked straight toward Harayong. "This old man will do it. Surely it is better than having her life end by her disciple's hand." Harayong smiled gently. "You are frightening, and that is why I am at ease." "Ha ha. Truth be told, I am an old man who could not even cross the formation you set. That is because our domains differ. Had you a bit more time, you would have unraveled the formation with ease." She was not wrong. Analyzing the flow of qi was merely complicated. In that case, let us remove the rope and talismans. I would rather not strike someone while they are bound. The golden rope and talismans, what Heraong had bound herself with to restrain the yokai power. Please do not. Strike me as I am. If my power is released, people will be hurt. Do you think I cannot handle you? I have cultivated for 1,000 years. And if the yokai madness is added, I pride myself on madness as well. Heraong chuckled. Not just you. The one you serve, my disciple, even that cute-looking child there. Can you fight me while protecting them all? The mad demon smiled back, pointing at Gobang. Embarrassing as it is, I will not be fighting alone. I have a serviceable shield. 2 against 1. Do not complain later. Heraong could not understand it. Why not just fight while she was bound? Why go this far? So you may die well and ascend. Ascension is a kind of death, after all, cutting ties with the mortal world and rising to another. Heraong's eyes wavered. Is there anything effort cannot overcome? You did reach the brink of ascension, did you not? Does one ascend by dying peacefully? You must sever the chains of regret yourself. Then he looked to Ju Hyuk. A request for permission. Ju Hyuk was uneasy, honestly. Could they really win? The mission to defeat the 1,000-year nine-tailed fox was hard because of the formation. Break through it. And it is easy. The fox was bound by rope and talismans. But if those were removed, a 1,000-year nine-tailed fox, turned mad yokai, would rampage. Could they suppress it? Even within the same LSSR rank, the gap could be vast. Just compare Gobang and the mad demon. A mad 1,000-year nine-tailed fox. The thought alone was chilling. Screw it. Let us try. If he could not trust the summoned beings, who could he trust? Ju Hyuk granted permission. The mad demon seized the golden rope binding Heraong and tore it apart. The rope broke free from Heraong's body. Release your power as a nine-tailed fox. Rampage if you must. Subdue the yokai within your heart. That is the path to ascension. Behind her back, 9 enormous tails spread out like a fan. Heraong's face twisted. Her body swelled. Coarse black fur bristled up. Razor-sharp claws shot out from her hands and feet, and her mouth tore open all the way to beneath her ears. Heraong, the nine-tailed fox, had become a yokai. At last, she was freed from her restraints. Thud, 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 thud. Gobang charged in. Heraong answered by swinging claws wreathed in bluish force. Flash. Gobang's upper arm was severed halfway through, black armor and thick flesh alike. As if nothing had happened, the flesh reattached